After transmigrating, I became the only son of the wealthiest family in town. But before I could even celebrate, my parents informed me that I'd been switched at birth. I was just a fake young master. The real young lady would be brought home today. My identity exposed, I felt no anger. Instead, I treated the real daughter who'd replaced me with tenderness. Because I knew from my memories that the Carter family valued sons over daughters. Even knowing their daughter was their true flesh and blood, they still lavished all their love on their son. However, the original owner harbored deep resentment when his sister returned. Daily, he'd either send thugs to harass her, or beat her himself, eventually driving this true young lady to complete darkness. In the end, she severed everyone's limbs, sealed them in jars, so they could continue singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. I figured no matter what, I had to stay on good terms with her. 3 days ago, the original owner plotted to trick Lily Carter and drive her out of the Carter household. But he overplayed his hand, and actually fell to his death, which conveniently gave me the chance to slip in. I lay on the bed and opened my eyes, immediately spotting Lily standing at the door. She noticed my gaze. David Carter and Rebecca Carter also looked toward the door. When they saw the girl, their expressions instantly turned ice cold. Is this how the Carters behave? Having you hide behind the door, eavesdropping in secret. You're the one who hurt your brother so badly. Why don't you get over here and kneel down to apologize? Lily cautiously stepped into the room, calling out softly, "Mom, Dad. Don't call us Mom and Dad. An unlucky girl like you. If it weren't for you, would Ethan have fallen down the stairs? I think you're hiding malicious intent, trying to harm Ethan. Hand over that ring right now." Rebecca snapped after making her judgment. Mr. Carter should just send her back to the countryside. David spoke up as well. Being scolded by both of them left Lily choked with injustice as she called out, "Mom, Dad. Are you really my biological parents? I also fell down those stairs that day." Rebecca gave a cold, contemptuous snort. "That's what you deserved. I don't know how your foster parents raised you to turn out so vicious." Lily's eyes reddened with grievance. She looked up at me, hatred burning in her gaze. "Are you satisfied now? Shut your mouth. You're clearly a homewrecker. And now you dare frame Ethan." Rebecca raised her hand, a slap about to land across Lily's face. I lunged forward, blocking the space between Lily and Rebecca, because I knew, if that slap landed on Lily's face, it would directly sever her relationship with the Carter family. And driving Lily out of the Carter household was the beginning of her descent into darkness. Lily's foster parents had passed away, leaving behind their house, which her uncle had seized. From then on, Lily slept under bridges, eating garbage when hungry. That's when she began to resent the Carters, vowing to destroy them completely. A crisp sound rang out. Lily squeezed her eyes shut. But the expected slap never landed on her face. All she felt was being pulled into a warm embrace. "Ethan, are you all right?" Rebecca asked in panic. She never expected that I would use my body to shield Lily. My face twisted in pain, teeth clenched. But my expression showed only heartache. "Mom, Dad. Actually, that day I saw the stairs were dirty. I wanted to clean them myself. Lily was just helping me. Please don't be angry anymore." My little sister finally found her way home. How could we send her back to the countryside? Besides, if anyone should go back, it should be me. Rebecca and David sighed. "Ethan, you'll always be our son. Since you've said so, then let her stay." Then she turned to Lily, her voice cold. "Don't forget who you have to thank for being allowed to stay in this family, in the Carter household. If you cause us even the slightest loss, you'll be sent back to the countryside immediately." After seeing my parents off, I realized I was still holding Lily. I let go, looking up and down at this future villainess. Lily was 17, petite, clearly severely malnourished, looking more like 14 or 15. Thick bangs covered half her face. Her whole presence seemed gloomy. She wore a thin, torn school uniform, looking completely out of place in this luxurious villa. I reflexively brushed back the bangs covering Lily's face. A radiant beauty emerged, She noticed my gaze. Lily slapped my hands away, carefully stepping back 2 paces. Don't think that just because you helped me today, I'll be grateful to you. Don't forget, it was you who told me to clean the stairs that day. And deliberately bumped into me. That's what made me fall down the stairs. I raised an eyebrow. I don't care. Either way, I helped you today. You owe me now. If you don't repay me, I'll tell Mom and Dad. As for what happened with Lily, what does the original owner have to do with me? Might as well use this to settle scores. And smooth things over with this future villainess. Lily clenched her fists, but then relaxed them helplessly. Though she was still cursed in the Carter household. At least she had shelter. You really are a bastard. She ground out through gritted teeth. What do you want me to do? Be my little bodyguard for the day? Follow all my arrangements? Lily frowned. She didn't know what method he planned to use to humiliate her, but she had no room to negotiate. She could only endure and nod. I grabbed Lily's wrist. Let's go. First, I'm taking you shopping for some clothes. We headed to the underground garage. Rows upon rows of luxury cars parked neatly. I selected a Lamborghini. Get in. Lily froze, hesitating before sitting down. She remembered how last time she rode in my car, I'd given her a look of contempt, saying she'd contaminated the vehicle. After that car never appeared in the garage again. I frowned, gently pushing Lily into the seat, helping her fasten her seatbelt. Lily started to struggle, but discovered I made no other moves. She settled into her seat. She felt confused. It seemed that since I'd woken up, something about me had changed. If this were before, I absolutely wouldn't have blocked that slap for her, much less let her sit in my car. But thinking of my past behavior, this sudden kindness toward her must be so he could torture her even worse later. Lily patted her own face, reminding herself to stay vigilant. It would be a long day. She absolutely couldn't let his schemes succeed. I led Lily to a hair salon. Pushing the door open, a receptionist approached with a smile. Welcome. May I ask if you have an appointment? I paused, remembering the original owner never made appointments. The manager always received him directly. So I said, call the manager to receive us. After speaking, I pulled Lily into the salon. The employee blocked our path, looking me up and down, unable to suppress a contemptuous laugh. This salon only serves the highest echelon. Look at your nouveau riche getup. How would you know our establishment's standards? A punk kid like you, bringing a schoolgirl here to cause trouble. What a joke. I suggest you go play somewhere else. Our manager serves the Carter family of Riverside. You should be embarrassed. This first attempt at revenge was admittedly amateurish. I'd left the house wearing gold rings, gold chains and a gold watch covering my body, even carrying a black bag, looking exactly like some flashy nouveau riche. The employee glanced at Lily, humiliating her. A girl like you doesn't even know how to keep herself clean. Just bringing shame to your school. If you're really short on money, tell your brother that your boyfriend's not even grown yet. How much money can he give you to mess around? A few thousand a month in pocket money should be enough. Hearing this commotion, passers-by gathered to watch, whispering among themselves. This girl's so young and already doing that. Look, she's wearing a Riverside High uniform. That's supposed to be a top school. How can they have students like this? Can't let her corrupt the other students. We should report her to the principal. Lily lowered her head, letting her long hair shield her face. Curling up, her eyes reddened, tears welling as she looked at me with pure resentment. No wonder you dressed differently today. No wonder you were so gentle with me. It was all to prepare for this moment. Your goal was to make me lose face in public. Now you've blown this up. It'll affect the school's reputation. I might even get expelled. Are you satisfied now? Please, just let me go. I'll never compete with you for Mom and Dad's attention again. I'll leave, okay? I'll go home, pack my things, and disappear. I won't take a single thing from the Carter family. Just pretend you never found me. Hearing Lily's words, my heart felt like it had been stabbed. I looked at the employee with vicious eyes and kicked him straight in the stomach. With a mouth that filthy, you must eat shit. An employee dares to insult customers like this. Who gave you the nerve? The employee clutched his head and face, swinging his arms to protect himself, crying out, "Help! Someone help! Help!" Lily stared in shock at the scene before her. She never expected that I wouldn't just stand by and watch, but would actually defend her. Could I have really misunderstood him? She wondered as noise erupted outside. All the stylists rushed out. Who dares cause trouble at our muse salon? Everyone, get him. Teach him a lesson. The scene immediately descended into chaos. But I paid no attention to anyone else, continuing to pummel the employee. But ultimately, 2 fists couldn't match the mob. Soon the stylists pulled me up. This brat's got some nerve. Daring to hit your grandfather? The employee snorted coldly. A heavy punch landed in my stomach. I felt my abdomen convulse violently. A mouthful of thick phlegm spraying directly onto his face. This punk's still resisting. Drag him to the bathroom and pry his mouth open. I'll give him a toilet water bath. See if he ever dares cause trouble again. But before they could drag me into the salon, the manager came stumbling and crawling out. A slap, landing heavily across the lead employee's face. Who gave you permission to touch him? Release young Master Carter immediately. The slapped employee clutched his swollen face in confusion. Brother-in-law, you've got the wrong person. Look at how he's dressed. He's just some nouveau riche. How could he be the young master of Carter Corporation? I smiled coldly. What's wrong with how I dress? Do I need to report to you people? Of course not, young Master Carter. Our employees failed to recognize you and inadvertently offended you. This is all a misunderstanding. The manager hurried to explain. The stylists' faces looked like they just swallowed something foul. Sorry, young Master Carter. We really didn't know. It was all his instigation. Right, if we'd known your identity, we wouldn't have dared touch you even if it killed us. I snorted coldly. So you're saying if I were an ordinary person, you could bully them at will? Hearing my words, the stylists' backs ran cold with sweat, their eyes pleading as they looked at the manager. What are you waiting for? Get on your knees and apologize to young Master Carter. The moment he finished speaking, all the stylists dropped to their knees, slapping their own faces repeatedly. Tisk, 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 these snobs. Finally getting their karma. I heard a haircut here costs at least 10,000. Now that they've offended young Master Carter, I doubt anyone will dare come here again. Hearing the crowd's gleeful whispers, I looked at the Muse sign in surprise. 10,000 for a haircut? Is this hair made of gold? The manager, seeing my gaze, sighed and said, Young Master Carter, here's 500,000. Today was my failure in management, allowing them to offend you. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. 500,000? I was stunned. Just getting beaten once could earn me 500,000? Now I just want to hang myself up for people to beat. The manager thought I found it too little. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out another card. Here's another 300,000. This is all my savings from over a decade in Riverside. Please show mercy. I quickly stuffed both cards into my pocket, afraid the manager would change his mind. In the future, I'll convert all this money into gold and hide it really well. Even if the Carter family goes bankrupt, this 800,000 will last me a lifetime. Thinking this, I suddenly looked up tensely, scanning through the crowd for Lily. She was hiding behind a potted plant by the entrance. I jogged over, scratching my head awkwardly. I swear, I didn't plan this. Do you believe me? Lily looked at me deeply. Even if today was unintentional, the video and rumors have already spread everywhere. I'm exhausted. Can you take me home? Lily asked cautiously. I shook my head, firmly refusing. Absolutely not. Today's not over yet. Besides, letting you suffer like this, I need to make it up to you somehow. I turned to glare at the manager. If it weren't for these bastards, I'd have bonded with Lily already. Without letting her react, I grabbed her hand, pulling her toward another salon. As soon as we entered, the receptionist greeted us with a warm smile. Welcome, beautiful couple. Do you have a preferred stylist? Lily glanced at me, asking softly, is it expensive here? The receptionist smiled. Miss, here's our price list. Please take a look first. She spoke gently. Lily blushed, taking the price list to examine. Here, even the cheapest cut by the salon director costs $128. Should we try another place? I usually just go to street-side salons. Only $10. Lily stood on tiptoe, whispering in my ear. I grinned mischievously. This place is fine. Money's no issue. Call me Big Brother. And I'll get you a membership card. How about that? Lily's face flushed crimson. Grinding her teeth in anger, she turned to leave. This jerk keeps bullying me. And now wants me to call him brother. In his dreams, she thought. But a sweet, big brother still rang through the salon. The receptionist's face tinged pink. Biting her lip lightly, her eyes dewy and half-closed. Big brother, you just said you'd get me a membership. You can't back out now. I froze, raising my eyebrows at the receptionist. Give her the manager's premium service. Include styling. Everything at the highest standard. Don't let Lily refuse. A stylist had already led her to a chair. Your boyfriend treats you so well. Lily ground her teeth in frustration. He's not my boyfriend. He's a jerk. The stylist glanced at Lily's expression. Then looked at me skeptically. Then suddenly wore a knowing look. These young lovers must be having a spat. He gave me a thumbs up. Nodding repeatedly. That silent communication between men. I immediately understood the stylist's meaning. He was saying, leave it to me. I pointed at Lily and asked the receptionist. How much would a styling like that cost? If it's just styling without dyeing. Just a simple perm. It'd be around $1,500. The receptionist said. I nodded. Then put $10,000 on a card for me. All the stylists immediately stopped working, turning toward the reception desk and shouting. Thank you for the membership, sir. Wishing you prosperity in business. Money flowing like water. Wealth and success. My mouth twitched. The receptionist giggled softly. Big brother. I notice your hair's a bit messy too. Your girlfriend needs some time still. How about I help you touch it up? I thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, why not? Let's see the difference between a $1,000 cut and a $20 one. When I reclined in the shampoo chair, I could only see half the ceiling. I immediately understood. Just the shampoo alone had already soaked the receptionist's white blouse halfway through. I nearly choked on shampoo suds. Big brother, come over here to dry your hair. The receptionist gestured to a chair nearby. She gently ran her fingers through my hair. As she finished the simple styling, I clearly felt something soft against the back of my neck. Moving from suspicion to understanding. You get what you pay for, indeed. After drying my hair, I stood up and walked over to Lily. Her haircut complete, Lily's stunning beauty was no longer hidden by thick bangs. She looked both gorgeous and spirited. I pressed the membership card into her hand. Come here for haircuts from now on. Whenever you want to come, just tell me. I'll bring you. Lily stood dazed, lowering her head and pressing her lips together, her gaze resting on the black and gold card in her hand. Here. There's no comb full of tangled hair, painfully pulling and tugging. The shampoo was always warm. The stylist's touch was gentle. The haircut came out neat and even, no longer ragged like it had been chewed by a dog. A feeling she'd never experienced before welled up inside her. Her heart tingled slightly. If he stops bullying me in the future, maybe calling him Big Brother wouldn't be so bad. Lily thought to herself. Leaving the salon, I took Lily's wrist, leading her to a clothing store. The store was called Taylor, pretty well known among luxury brands. Looking at the huge sign above the entrance, Lily leaned in, whispering in my ear, maybe we should shop somewhere else. We've finally gotten revenge. Of course I want to browse around. We're already here. Let's go in. Pick out a few outfits. Just in case we go out with mom and dad later. You can't wear your uniform everywhere. Lily hesitated, nodding slightly. Then just one outfit, okay? As soon as we entered, a middle-aged woman in a vest approached with a smile. Her name was Linda Huang. A saleswoman here. She glanced at us from head to toe. Her smile immediately vanished. Clothes here are expensive. If you're not buying, don't come in. If you get anything dirty, selling both of you wouldn't cover it. Hearing Linda's words, Lily hid behind me, tugging at my sleeve. Maybe we should buy at street shops. The clothes there are good too. The store had few customers. Linda clearly heard Lily's words. She laughed contemptuously. Get lost. Look at how you're dressed. If the wealthy ladies saw this, they'd think our store had beggars visiting. Lily's face flushed red. Gathering all her courage, she gripped my arm, gently pulling me back. I glared at Linda. Is this how you treat customers? Get your manager out here. Hearing the argument, another young woman approached. Hello, I'm the manager of this store. My name is Helen Zhao. Linda, go help other customers. She bowed slightly before us, wearing a formulaic smile. I apologize for such a terrible shopping experience. I'll assign a different staff member to help you immediately. Sarah, come assist these customers. She finished speaking and turned to leave. Wait. Is this how your store treats customers? I challenged. Helen glanced at us both, then laughed mockingly. Let me be blunt. People as poor as you two aren't our target customers anyway. You're just here to take photos, to satisfy some vanity. Not kicking you out is generous enough. She walked over to the security guard, instructing him to watch us closely. Don't let them soil the clothes. Lily bit her lip, leaning close to my ear, whispering, let's go to another store. Next week I'll take a whole day to go with you. I looked at Lily in surprise, nodding with a smile. It's a deal. Don't break your promise next week. But I can't let them humiliate us for nothing. Wait outside. I need to make a phone call. Just then, a young woman approached us. Lily, is that you? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Rachel, what are you doing here? Lily's voice held a note of joy. Following her gaze, I saw a girl with a high ponytail. This was Rachel Thompson, my senior from middle school, now also attending Riverside High. Rachel nodded in greeting to me. Smiling lightly, she looped her arm through Lily's. Is this your boyfriend? I didn't know you had butterflies too. Lily's face reddened slightly. She shook her head. He's not my boyfriend. For a moment, she didn't know how to explain our relationship. Rachel glanced between us, clearly not believing her. Lily quickly changed the subject. Rachel, aren't you in 12th grade? What are you doing here? Earning some living expenses and saving for college. When I have free time, I work part-time here. You don't know, clothes here are crazy expensive. Rachel sighed. She paused, then asked, are you two really here to buy clothes? Lily glanced at me, nodding slightly, saying softly, just one outfit. Rachel raised her eyebrows, smiling. Then let me show you around. You're so pretty. Anything would look beautiful on you. She glanced around, no one nearby, whispering, even if you don't buy, it's fine. One outfit here costs as much as a dozen outfits elsewhere. Rachel stepped in front of me, smiling. Let me borrow your girlfriend for a bit. I scratched my head awkwardly. She's not my girlfriend, believe me? She's actually my sister. Rachel nodded, with a knowing smile. Sure. You two are siblings, right? I sighed helplessly, shaking my head lightly. I'll step outside to make a call. Help me see what kind of clothes she likes. After speaking, I left the store, taking out my phone to search for a number. This store was on the first floor of Riverside Mall. The entire Riverside Mall belonged to the Carter family. The person in charge of operations was a middle-aged man named Victor Wong. The phone rang. Victor answered immediately, his voice respectful. Hello? Young master, are you at Riverside Mall today? I already told them to lower the difficulty in the arcade. I snorted coldly, my voice displeased. Uncle Victor, our Riverside Mall. Can just anyone waltz in now? I'm at the tailor clothing store on the first floor, being cursed at by their employees. Call the store owner here for me. I want to see what kind of owner would train such dog-eyed employees. Hearing me finish, Victor erupted in anger. What, they dare bully even our young master? I'll get the owner there immediately. If they don't give you a satisfactory explanation, I guarantee that store will shut down. Ending the call, Victor opened his contacts, finding the store owner's number. The phone barely connected before he started cursing. Marcus, what kind of employees are you hiring? They even dared curse at the Carter family's young master. You have 20 minutes. If you're not at Riverside Mall, don't bother opening tomorrow. Marcus stared blankly at his phone screen. Victor's words echoing in his head. My employees cursed at the Carter young master? The Carters of Riverside were notorious for protecting their own, especially toward their playboy young master. They spoiled him to the heavens. Thinking of the consequences of their revenge, his whole body trembled. This is bad. I need to get there now. How many minutes do I have left? After finishing my call, I returned to the store. Under Rachel's guidance, Lily tried on a short black dress. Her naturally cold, noble temperament, in this outfit, was like a proud black swan. I couldn't help but stare. See? I told you this one suits you best. Look, your boyfriend's mesmerized. Rachel teased. Lily noticed my gaze. Her face immediately flushed crimson, hiding behind Rachel. I gave them both a thumbs up. This one's really beautiful. We came all this way. Pick out a few more. Rachel excitedly pulled Lily, leading her into the fitting room, continuously bringing out outfits for her to try. From cool senior girl to adorable girl next door. No matter the style, Lily pulled it off effortlessly. Watching Lily continuously try on clothes without buying, Linda and Helen exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly disdainful. Linda stepped forward mockingly. Tisk, tisk, such poor people, probably never worn such nice clothes in their entire lives. Be careful when changing. If you damage anything, you can't afford it. Rachel softly countered, Ms. Huang. They said they're buying an outfit. Linda laughed derisively. If they didn't say that, how would they get the chance to try on our clothes? I've seen this type before. In the end, they'll make up some excuse and leave. Helen's face turned cold. Walking up to Rachel. Your salary's docked $500 this month. Rachel lowered her head, looking confused, like a child who'd done something wrong. I frowned. Why dock her salary? Helen glanced at me with contempt. Just because these clothes have been contaminated by your poverty. They'll be hard to sell now. 500 is going easy. Didn't you want to defend her? If you're so great, buy all those outfits. All talk and no action. She turned to look at Rachel. Don't think I don't know you two know each other. Planning to use store merchandise as gifts? I think you can skip your paycheck this month too. If you don't like it, quit tomorrow. Hearing this, Rachel's eyes immediately reddened, her shoulders trembling slightly. Lily painfully hugged her tight, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Don't be scared. I'll definitely help you. She turned to look at me, her eyes pleading. Please help Rachel. As long as you help, I'll listen to everything you say today. Before I could answer, Linda rushed up to Lily, grabbing her shoulder roughly, saying to Manager Zhao, look at the shoulder of her dress. It got wet. It'll affect resale. She must buy it. Hearing this, Rachel lost all mood for sadness, quickly examining Lily's shoulder. Indeed, there was a small wet spot from tears. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, voice trembling as she spoke to Manager Zhao. This is all my fault. The wet spot will dry soon. Can you please let it go? Manager Zhao laughed coldly. Our clothes are special material. Water ruins them. You want to help her, right? This outfit's $39,800, you pay. Security, block the door. Don't let them leave until they pay in full. I snorted coldly, stepping forward to grip Linda's wrist, a sharp slap landing heavily on her fat face. I gently pulled Lily, moving her behind me. Go comfort Rachel. Let me handle this. You hoodlum. You dare hit me? You're not leaving today without paying me $50,000. Linda clutched her face, shouting angrily. I calmly raised my hand, smiling coldly. You definitely want me to pay, right? You hit someone and damaged our store's merchandise. Making you pay. What's wrong with that? Not just that outfit today. Everything you two tried on. We don't want any more. You have to buy it all. Fine. I pulled my bank card from my pocket. Smiling. Swipe it. Add this fat cow's medical expenses too. But swiping my card is easy. Getting your money back later will be damn hard. Thinking of $50,000 coming her way, Linda grinned wickedly. We'd be crazy to refund you. Helen, swipe it quick. Before there's nothing in the account. When the payment successful notification sounded, everyone except Lily froze in shock. This guy actually has money? Linda exclaimed. Then her face broke into a maniacal grin. Hurry up. Transfer me 50,000. Trading one slap for 50,000. She'd laugh about this even in her sleep. Helen stared at the bank card in her hand. Remembering my earlier words, a bad feeling suddenly bloomed in her chest. She examined me more carefully. Gold chain, gold watch. Rich second-generation energy radiating unmistakably. Must be some land compensation kid. Out here squandering money. Thinking this, her uneasy feeling immediately vanished. She even felt slightly pleased. I bought 50,000 worth of merchandise. Her commission's at least 5,000. Rachel wiped tears from her eyes, staring at Lily in a daze. Surprised. Your boyfriend's that rich? Lily pouted. His father is David Carter. He even gave him a secondary card. Forget 100,000. He could swipe 100 million if he wanted. I walked up to them, raising my eyebrows with a smile. Beautiful Miss Rachel. I bought so much. Aren't you going to wrap it for me? Rachel snapped back to reality, hurrying to say, I'll wrap it right now. While she was away, I turned to ask Lily, your best friend? Lily stood dazed, nodding slightly. At my foster parents' house, I was almost never fed properly. Rachel would often bring me good food. Plus her academic performance is excellent. She'd frequently tutor me. I paused, then asked softly, can we help her, big brother? I raised my eyebrows. Big brother, Lily said decisively, hearing her tone like she was marching to her death. I grimaced in displeasure. That, big brother, from you, sounded like you were joining some outlaw gang. If she's that smart, have her tutor me later. Lily glanced at me warily. If you dare bully Rachel, I absolutely won't forgive you. I flicked her forehead lightly. What goes on in that head of yours all day? Seeing Lily's reaction, I understood that Rachel was very important to her. If she ever changed in the future, at least having treated Rachel well might make her remember the kindness and show mercy. Keeping myself an escape route. Better to enjoy blessings than romance. I said, go tell her. Don't work here anymore. As for her salary, I guarantee they wouldn't dare short her. After I finished, Lily nodded. Running over to Rachel, relaying everything that just happened, I pulled out my phone to call Uncle Victor again. Uncle Victor, this store dared to rip me off for 100,000. They're highway robbers, young master, hold on. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Victor panted. After hanging up, he rushed off like a shot. Oh no, I've got 2 beauties waiting for me. And it's almost lunchtime. Uncle Victor, gotta go. I ended the call, then grabbed Lily and Rachel. Hurry, let's go before we get blocked. Without giving them time to react, I seized their wrists, running out of the clothing store together. Just a few minutes later, Victor rushed into the shop. I'll leave the rest to Uncle Victor. I smiled. Lily didn't know who Victor was. But seeing my confidence, she knew I wouldn't let myself lose. Inside the store, seeing Victor enter, Helen immediately rushed to greet him. Mr. Wong, what brings you to our humble shop today? Please sit, I'll make you tea. Victor had no patience for pleasantries. Where's the owner? I gave him 20 minutes to get here. Why hasn't he shown up? Seeing Victor's attitude, Helen forced a smile. The boss must be stuck in traffic. Let me call to hurry him. Before she could dial, Marcus came rushing into the store in a panic. He gripped Helen's shoulders, trembling. Where is he? Where's young Master Carter? Seeing Marcus's frantic state, Helen's voice shook. Boss. Boss. What do you mean? Young Master Carter. We haven't seen anyone like that. Victor snorted coldly. Marcus. You've trained such excellent employees. First cursing my young master, then extorting him for 100,000. I'm giving you half a day. If you don't resolve this, you can go elsewhere to repent. Marcus bowed deeply, his face ashen. Yes, Mr. Wong, rest assured. I'll apologize properly to the young master. Hearing 100,000. Helen's eyes widened, her whole body frozen like a statue. Seeing her reaction, Marcus immediately understood everything. He roared, what the hell happened? Boss, we really didn't know. She didn't tell us he was young Master Carter. Helen's voice choked. Marcus's eyes immediately reddened, a slap landing directly on Helen's face. Does young Master Carter need to announce himself when entering a store? Are you stupid? Helen clutched her face, shaking her head repeatedly. It was Linda. She kept cursing the young master. Not only forcing him to buy 50,000 in clothes, but swindling another 50,000. Marcus turned to glare at Linda. Before he could approach, Linda dropped to her knees, slapping herself, while crying. Boss, I truly didn't know he was young Master Carter. Even if I had 800 times the courage, I wouldn't dare say a bad word about him. Marcus kicked her in the chest, sending her sprawling. I don't want to hear excuses. Everyone find the young master immediately. Whether you have to slap yourselves or kowtow, make him forgive you. If I get dragged down, you can all forget about living peacefully. Get lost. Hearing Marcus's shout, Helen and Linda rushed out of the store, chasing in the direction I'd left. Marcus took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then casually grabbed a belt from the display, offering it to Victor, with a fawning smile. Mr. Wong, did the young master mention to you where he was going next? Victor accepted the belt, responding slowly. Seeing as you sincerely want to apologize, I'll give you a hint. Just now he mentioned 2 beauties with him. And it's about lunchtime. Marcus nodded repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Wong. I'll find the young master to apologize immediately. I must show him my sincerity. I led Lily and Rachel into a European-style restaurant, taking the menu from the server. It was entirely in English. Just glancing at it made my head spin. I folded the menu. What do you two want? Lily and Rachel opened their menus, occasionally glancing at me. Each item cost at least several $1,000s. Neither had ever eaten such expensive food. Suddenly, they spotted a picture of steak for 50. Then said to the server, 2 orders of this beef please. Anything else? The server asked. They hesitated, looking back at the menu, pointing to an English line priced at 100. 1 more of this. The server nodded and looked at me. Sir, have you decided? I smiled. Same for me. Yes, sir. We'll prepare it right away. The server bowed slightly. A moment later, she wheeled over a food cart. On it was a large slab of marbled beef. This is premium Wagyu imported from Japan. How much would you like cut? The 3 of us couldn't react. She continued. Each young lady gets 1 finger-thick slice. And you get 2 fingers, is that acceptable? Lily and Rachel looked at me, asking softly, is that okay? I waved my hand, go ahead. The server used a knife to cut 3 pieces of beef, placing them on a scale. The 3 pieces total 600 grams. $50 per gram. That's $30,000 total. Sir, how would you like your steaks cooked? Hearing the $30,000 price tag, all 3 of us froze. Sir, how would you like them cooked? The server asked again. Medium rare, I answered hastily. Lily and Rachel asked softly. Can we get well done? Yes, 2 well done. 1 medium rare. The server nodded, wheeling the cart back to the kitchen. Hearing, well done, mocking laughter rippled around us. Looks like just some nouveau riche. Doesn't even know how to eat steak. Well done steak? Why not just order beef stir fry? What a waste of premium meat. Such a sin. Rachel and Lily exchanged glances. Maybe we should get medium rare too. It's fine. Everyone has different tastes. I've never had well done steak. Let's swap bites later. See how the flavors differ. I said quietly to them. Then looked toward where the chatter came from. Suddenly I said loudly, right. Who would eat such good beef well done? I usually wait till the sun's just hitting the cow's back, then grab its rump and take a bite. Hearing my nonsense, Lily couldn't help but burst out laughing. Rachel teased. Your boyfriend's really funny. He's not my boyfriend. Lily quickly corrected. Okay, not your boyfriend. Then he's my boyfriend, happy? Rachel joked helplessly. You two clearly look so close. Yet you keep denying it. But this place's beef is ridiculously expensive. 1 tiny piece costs more than my whole year's salary. Rachel sighed. Lily nodded in agreement. It's really too expensive. She looked at Rachel's excitement, saying softly to me in a pleading voice, "Can you please not leave halfway through today?" Leave halfway through? I frowned in confusion, then suddenly understood. I remembered, the original owner once took Lily to an upscale restaurant. Halfway through the meal, he made an excuse to leave, leaving her sitting there alone, all by herself in the huge restaurant. She nearly got the police called on her for suspected dining and dashing. Lily just hoped this time I wouldn't embarrass her in front of her friend. I sighed, pushing a bank card toward her. This card should be enough for you. Lily looked at me, confused. Why? Because you don't seem to have any sense of security. Lily pondered for a moment, then pushed the card back. I'm sorry. This is too much money. I can't accept it. I rolled my eyes. You just said you'd listen to me. If you won't take it, then hold it for me. In case something unexpected happens. You can use it first. Rachel watched the card being pushed back and forth, asking curiously, "How much is on it?" "Just over 200. I said, "Lily, just take it. 200 won't even cover this meal. Just treat her well from now on. Your boyfriend won't mind that much. At most, consider it a referral fee for getting me a tutor. I'll do the first lesson free," Rachel said generously. Lily looked at me, her face full of helplessness, gently tugging Rachel's sleeve, whispering, "It's not 200. It's $2 million. Rachel swallowed hard, then asked, "His mom doesn't oppose you two being together? So she gave you breakup money?" Lily's face immediately flushed crimson, hurrying to explain, "He's really not my boyfriend. He's my brother." "Then why would your brother give you so much money?" Rachel asked in surprise. "He's my brother," Lily repeated in frustration. I looked at Rachel's naive, straightforward expression. Speaking sincerely, I've done too many terrible things to Lily before. I want to make it up to her. You're her best friend. You'll help me, right? Seeing my gaze, Lily pouted, reminding her, "Rachel, don't let him fool you. He only likes girls who are pretty and have perfect figures like you. I think he's finding excuses to get close to you. Be careful when tutoring." Rachel thought for a moment, asking softly, "So normally, how much breakup money does your brother give ex-girlfriends?" Hearing Rachel's question, I suddenly remembered a plot point. The company Lily founded was able to develop rapidly, thanks to extremely strict cost control. And the person managing production and operational costs was a girl named Rachel Thompson. Thinking about how she'd become Lily's right hand in the future, I didn't hesitate, deciding I had to recruit her first. I coughed lightly twice, then asked, "Are you really short on money right now?" Rachel pouted. "Recently my mom's health hasn't been good. She can't work. We probably don't have much money left at home." I nodded, speaking seriously. "So you're planning to deceive the pure feelings of a boy like me? So my mom will pay you 500,000 to break up?" Rachel couldn't help but laugh. "Kidding. If your aunt really offered 500,000, I'd say I'm pregnant with your baby. The kid needs another 500,000. Seeing them joking happily, Lily immediately felt her heart flutter anxiously. She knew I could casually produce 500,000. She gently pulled Rachel's sleeve, pulling her behind herself, warning me, "If you dare bully Rachel, I'll tell Mom and Dad." I raised my eyebrows. How is two people liking each other bullying? Rachel joined in the teasing. "If you really give me 500,000, I'd be willing to be a live-in caregiver." Gladly. Just then, the server wheeled the food cart before us. "Sir, ladies, your steaks are ready." Before I could speak, Helen and Linda burst into the restaurant, dropping to their knees before me. "Young Master Carter, our boss is going crazy looking for you. Please come back with us." They glanced at each other, repeatedly slapping their own faces hard, the sharp sounds echoing through the quiet restaurant. Hearing this, I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Today, I don't know why I got involved with that store. This is beyond embarrassing. People who looked down on me earlier now burst into mocking laughter. Looks like he stole Daddy's money to chase girls. Acting so arrogant before. Bet he'll get his ass beaten at home. I shrank my neck, not daring to speak. Seeing my misery, Lily couldn't help but snicker. Rachel also linked arms with her, laughing uncontrollably. Go ahead and laugh. If I hadn't helped you too, would I be this humiliated? I muttered, rolling my eyes. Saying to Helen and Linda, go apologize to them quickly. Wait for them to forgive you, then we'll talk. They froze, then turned simultaneously, loudly saying, Miss, this is all our fault. We truly didn't recognize your status. Even if you gave us 100 livers, we wouldn't dare treat you like that. Lily and Rachel quickly lowered their heads, covering their faces, awkwardly looking at them. I laughed out loud. After apologizing for so long, are you two going to forgive them or not? Both girls glared at me. Sarah, help me beg the young master for forgiveness. If we're not forgiven, we'll lose our jobs. I still have mortgage and car payments every month. Helen pleaded. That's right. We were the ones who hired you. You wouldn't have the heart to be cruel to us, would you? Linda chimed in. Hearing this, Rachel, still a student, suddenly felt hesitant. She looked at me, her eyes conflicted. Wait. I spoke up first. They docked all your salary. What good is forgiving them? Hearing this, Rachel suddenly snapped back to reality. In the store, I did everything. Every day checking inventory, cleaning, serving customers was all me. How dare you dock my pay? Thinking back over the past month, her eyes reddened. Helen's face showed clear shame. I'll transfer it back to you right now. Right now. Seeing the transfer notification for $2,000. Rachel gently wiped tears from her eyes. Thank you. Otherwise I never would have gotten my salary. Sarah, can you help me ask young Master Carter now? Helen asked. Rachel looked back at me, not knowing what to decide. I took her phone to check the transfer. Look at this. Your manager Zhao is really clever. The salary she was supposed to pay you anyway. She's returning it now, but making you think you owe her a favor. I handed back the phone. You didn't get any commission. Didn't sell a single outfit this month? Rachel shook her head, not counting your clothes. I already sold 200,000 this month. I stretched. I'm full. Going for a walk. Then turned to Helen and Linda. When you two have thought things through, we'll talk more. Lily remembered the feeling of being abandoned before. Suddenly grabbing my sleeve, whispering, don't go. Right, young master. Please stay a bit longer. My boss is on his way here. I gently placed my hand on Lily's head. Then let's go pay the bill together. I led her to the register, asking curiously, what's this $100 item? I feel like besides the steak, we didn't order anything else. Sir, that's the violin music you selected. The piece, Heartache, the server explained. Hearing her words, all three of us fell silent. After paying, I turned to Lily. I'll take these clothes to the car and come back. You stay here and pick out some professional outfits for Rachel, so when she tutors me, Mom and Dad won't criticize. Lily stood dazed for a moment. She understood clearly. I was making an excuse to give Rachel clothes. If I gave them directly, she'd definitely refuse. Might even pay for them herself. But if they were called work clothes, she'd have to accept. Lily looked at me with suspicion, always feeling that after waking up, I seemed to have become a different person. She looked over at Rachel. Beautiful face, perfect figure, excellent academic performance, known as the flower of Riverside High. Thinking of my unusual behavior, suspicion immediately arose in her heart. She whispered a reminder. Don't let him fool you. He's a certified jerk. Rachel nodded. Don't worry. The person who can fool me hasn't been born yet. My salary just got transferred. Let me buy you bubble tea. She pulled Lily's hand, and they both headed toward the street-side tea shop. I carried a pile of shopping bags, walking to the outdoor parking lot. Just then, two young women were frantically taking photos in front of the Lamborghini. Both were students from Riverside University. Amber and Emily were minor influencers. On campus, they had countless admirers. I had to stand waiting for them to finish. It's rare to see such a luxury car. The two girls sat right on the Lamborghini's hood, striking all kinds of sexy poses, occasionally checking their photos, then squealing in excitement. Girl, this one's gorgeous. My legs look endless. Perfect. This shot's amazing. This car photographs so beautifully. I wonder whose car this is. Who knows, maybe later. We'll even get to take some shots inside. Suddenly Amber looked at me, frowning. He's been standing there this whole time, hasn't he? Following her gaze. Emily noticed me too. Yeah. He's been standing there forever. The way he's staring is disgusting. And dressed so sloppy and wrinkled. No taste at all. I bet. He's planning to ask for our numbers. Chase him away quick. I want to try a few more poses. They looked at each other. Then approached me, their voices irritated. Hey, can you not stare at us with those perverted eyes? I scratched my head awkwardly. I'd been too busy admiring the long legs in black stockings and curly hair. Completely unaware of what my face looked like. I coughed lightly, asking softly, "Are you two done taking photos?" The two girls laughed mockingly. "You're not planning to take photos with this car too, are you? Do you even know what kind of car this is? If you scratch it, can you afford to pay?" Hearing their sarcastic tone, I raised my eyebrows, coldly saying, "You two definitely want me to leave? Why else? You think we'd keep you around? Or think pretending to be some domineering CEO makes you cool? Guys like you begging for our numbers, we see it all the time. So annoying." Just then, a middle-aged man in a vest with a round beer belly walked up to the Lamborghini. He adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror, smoothing his bald, shiny head reflecting the sunlight. Then pulled out his phone, standing beside the car. Both girls' eyes immediately lit up. "See? The owner's here. Only a successful man like him could afford a car like this. A loser like you could never buy one in your lifetime." They then ran over to the middle-aged man. Amber even proactively took his hand. She pressed her chest against him, cooing, "Uncle, are you out having fun today?" Feeling the softness against his palm. The middle-aged man looked at the two girls before him, then glanced at the car behind. Immediately understanding the situation. "You two out for a stroll too?" He smoothly wrapped his arms around both their shoulders. The two girls only squirmed slightly for show, then obediently leaned into his embrace. "Uncle, your car is so gorgeous. Take us for a ride," Emily said with a sweet smile. The middle-aged man confidently walked over to open the car door. Discovering it wouldn't open, he fumbled around his body, his face showing slight embarrassment. Must have left the car keys at the villa. He draped his arms around both girls, walking toward a nearby BMW. "This one's mine too. You don't mind, do you?" From a $20 million Lamborghini to a $300,000 BMW. Amber and Emily's faces showed clear disappointment. But thinking if they could just win this guy over, maybe they'd still get to the villa or ride in the luxury car for real. They immediately switched to sweet voices. "Uncle, how could you think we're like that? We're not approaching you for money." Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt delighted. "Then let me take you two for a drive. There's a 5-star hotel nearby with beautiful night views. We can enjoy them together." Both girls' faces flushed. Hearing 5-star hotel and night views, they naturally understood his implications, but still nodded lightly as he was leading the two girls toward the BMW. I suddenly blocked their path. The middle-aged man frowned. At this moment, he worried the real owner of the Lamborghini would return, and his prey would fly away. "What beggar dares block my way? Get lost," he snarled with irritation. "Dirty old man, just give it up. We told you, we're not giving you our numbers. Why are you still clinging like a leech?" The two girls chimed in. This argument quickly attracted the crowd's attention. People laughed mockingly. "Dude, women like that aren't for you. Even if they went back to their hometown, it wouldn't be your turn." I paid no attention to their words, just stared at the middle-aged man, asking, "This car is yours?" He snorted coldly. "If it's not mine, then it's yours? Stay away from my car. Even one scratch, you couldn't pay it off in your lifetime." I said nothing, quietly pulling from my pocket a Lamborghini key, the Golden Bull logo on it, glinting in the sunlight, nearly blinding everyone. Holy crap, this guy's got the real key. Could he actually be the owner? No way. He could work his whole life and never afford it. Do you know how much this car costs? Probably bought a fake lighter with the car logo online. Just to trick naive girls. The surrounding crowd looked at me with contempt. As if I were a scammer. Didn't expect this guy to prepare such thorough props. These days, scammers are everywhere. Probably tricks girls to hotels. Then says his project failed and needs investment. Don't waste time with this type of man. Who scams money and hearts. There's a new Japanese restaurant in South District. Let me take you to there. The middle-aged man said. Hearing, Japanese restaurant, both girls immediately perked up. Just a fake keychain. What's there to brag about? Scammer. Didn't expect to meet the real car owner today. I said nothing. Just lightly pressed the button on the key. The Lamborghini's lights immediately flashed twice. The noisy space suddenly fell silent. I whistled as I opened the car door, tossing the pile of shopping bags onto the backseat. Both girls stared blankly at my actions, suddenly finding the way I closed the car door. Heart-stoppingly handsome, they broke free from the middle-aged man's embrace, glaring at him angrily, demanding coldly, "Didn't you say this car was yours?" Amber even stepped forward, slapping him hard across the face. "You disgusting old pervert." The middle-aged man knew he was in the wrong. Just snorted coldly. "Thought you two were so virtuous. You're just gold-digging brats." After the middle-aged man left, the surrounding crowd began whispering, "These two girls are real gold diggers." The moment they knew the car wasn't his, they turned on him instantly. Dressed so provocatively, obviously not decent people, trying to seduce men with their bodies. Treated that young guy so badly before. Turns out he's the real rich one. Hearing the scolding around them, both girls ran over to me with tears in their eyes. "Sir, we were tricked, we're so upset. Please don't be angry with us. No wonder you stopped that man earlier. You were trying to protect us, weren't you?" I glanced at them, pondering for a moment, then said, "Actually, I'm not the owner either." "Sir, stop joking. If you're not the owner, how would you have the keys? We're not gold diggers. The main thing is, the way you closed that Lamborghini door was so handsome it made my heart race. I'm just the driver for my boss. He's out walking around. Asked me to bring the stuff to the car first." Hearing this, both girls' expressions flickered. They examined my outfit more carefully, asking in disbelief, "You're really not the owner?" I tugged at my clothes. "Have you ever seen a rich person dressed this baggy and loose? Hey, call your boss over. Tell him to come here." Amber ordered. "If we can meet your boss, we'll definitely give you a big tip," Emily added. Just then, Marcus arrived with Helen and Linda, rushing toward the outdoor parking lot. Marcus was in his early 30s, regularly worked out, his skin well maintained, now wearing a sharp vest. The perfect image of a domineering CEO. This time it's definitely him. He must be the Lamborghini's owner. Look at his presence. Perfect match for that car. You know who he is? He owns the luxury boutique Taylor. The owner of Taylor? No wonder he can afford such a luxury car. Amber and Emily exchanged glances, then smoothed their hair, approaching Marcus. "Hi, can we get to know you? Your car is absolutely gorgeous. We'd love to see the interior. Take some photos, would that be okay? If you agree, we could agree to one condition for you too." Marcus waved dismissively. "That car isn't mine." He looked up, scanning the crowd, finally spotting me. "Young Master Carter. I'm Marcus, manager of Taylor. My poor management led to my employees being disrespectful to you." He turned to Helen and Linda. "You idiots. Get on your knees and apologize to young Master Carter." Helen and Linda immediately dropped to their knees, slapping themselves twice hard. "Young Master Carter, this is all our fault." I leaned against the Lamborghini, asking coldly, "So do you know what you did wrong? We shouldn't look down on customers. The customer is king. Service staff shouldn't discriminate." "Anything else?" I asked. They looked at each other, hesitating, not knowing what other mistakes they hadn't mentioned. "Confess everything honestly," Marcus shouted, as both bowed their heads apologizing to me. Yet they were still hiding something. "I shouldn't have docked the employee's salary." and made her do all the heavy and dirty work. Helen admitted. Seems I visit the store too little. You think the store belongs to you. Docking salaries whenever you want. When did it become your decision? How many more stupid things are you hiding from me? Marcus took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions, then said, Young Master Carter. They're hiring people on their own. And docking employee salaries. I had no knowledge of. But since it happened in my store, I'll take full responsibility. Her salary, I'll pay in full, including all deserved bonuses and commissions. Here's a card with 1 million. Consider it my apology. He glanced at Helen and Linda, grinding his teeth. As for these two, I'll handle them separately. Hearing Marcus finish, both employees' faces drained of all color. I cheerfully accepted the bank card. Mr. Marcus is truly generous. Marcus breathed a sigh of relief. My accepting the money meant this matter was resolved peacefully. He only feared I wouldn't accept, and would pursue it to the end. So I've earned 1 million. Just got scolded a few times and got 1 million. My boss scolds me constantly, but I only make 3,000 a month. If someone gave me 1 million, forget scolding. Beat me half to death and I'd take it. The onlookers all marveled with envy. I cleared my throat lightly, saying coldly, Mr. Marcus, your store is located in Riverside Mall. If bad news spreads, the whole mall will be affected. You understand what I mean? Marcus nodded repeatedly. From now on, I'll personally oversee the store. Absolutely won't let similar incidents happen again. Seeing Marcus's sincere remorse, I called Victor Wong. Uncle Victor, everything's settled. Mr. Marcus here. Come meet him when you're free. I'm at the outdoor parking lot at Riverside Mall. Send me a 4-seater. And have someone drive this Lamborghini back to the villa. This one's a sports car. Only 2 seats. Better to switch to a 4-seater so I can take Rachel home. Hearing my call, Victor immediately agreed. He knew I was very satisfied with how quickly he handled things, driving the Lamborghini back to the villa. When returning the keys, he could make a good impression on the chairman. If the company gives promotions and raises later, just this alone would be enough to gain favor. That would give him a huge advantage over his competitors. Marcus's face also showed delight, though asking Victor to invite him for tea was surveillance. Normally, meeting Victor Wong even once was extremely difficult. If others knew he'd only spent 1 million, but connected with Victor Wong, they'd be green with envy. Just one small project from Victor would be enough to recoup that entire 1 million. I casually tossed my Lamborghini keys to Marcus. Help me give these keys to Uncle Victor. Pausing briefly, then continuing. That employee fired by these two already sold 70,000 in clothes. Don't forget her commission. Marcus nodded repeatedly. Young master, rest assured. Both commission and severance compensation. I won't short her a single cent. If she can sell that much merchandise, she's clearly capable. If she still wants to work, I could directly hire her as shift manager. I shook my head, smiling. Mr. Marcus, I'm not giving her up. I stretched, then prepared to head to the pedestrian street to find Lily and Rachel. Sir, could we be friends? Amber asked cautiously. I waved dismissively. Want photos in the car? Asked Mr. Marcus. 100 per shot. Amber and Emily's faces immediately brightened, turning to run toward Marcus. They'd just lost all face in front of me, not daring to push their luck further. Reaching the pedestrian street, I easily spotted Lily and Rachel. Both already had standout beauty, now attracting quite a crowd. Asking for their numbers, Lily hid behind Rachel, her face full of distress, while Rachel kept a cold expression, shaking her head like a rattle drum, continuously rejecting each person. I even noticed one particularly stubborn guy, clearly rejected, yet still persistently talking nonstop. Hey buddy, they're not giving you their numbers. Don't cling like a leech. I tapped his shoulder. You don't understand. I genuinely like these 2 girls. They're probably just testing me. Once they see my sincerity, they'll definitely agree. I glanced at them, then said, let me show you how I pick up girls. 1 sentence. Guaranteed they'll follow me. Believe it? Just you? Those 2 have rejected so many guys. Don't make a fool of yourself. If you can really do it, you can kick my head like a soccer ball. I smiled, walking up to them. Extending my hand. Let's go. Rachel smiled softly, her face radiant, gently linking arms with me. Lily's eyes showed both fear and hope, like a drowning person grasping at a branch. She also reached out to grab my wrist, letting me lead her away. I turned back, raising my eyebrows at the guy. Buddy, we're heading out. Breaking free from the crowd. Lily looked in the direction I was going. Are we going home now? She hadn't even realized. She no longer minded calling me brother. I nodded. Rachel, come with me to the hospital for a checkup later. I'll also drop by to see my third sister. My third sister, Grace Carter, is a doctor at Riverside Medical Center. Though young, her acupuncture skills are already masterful. In the original story, today was the day Riverside Medical Center would receive an emergency case involving an important figure. During surgery, Grace Carter failed to detect the patient's internal organ damage, nearly causing the person's death. At the critical moment, the male lead Drake intervened. Though the patient survived, they were left disabled. The Carter family paid a huge price to appease that important figure's anger. To thank Drake for his help, they gave him a lot of money. Later, my third sister Grace Carter, wanting to learn medicine from Drake, eventually became one of the women by his side. At the outdoor parking lot, I received the Bentley keys from Victor Wong. Uncle Victor, sorry to trouble you today. Victor smiled kindly. Young master, your business is my business. There's no trouble. I pulled Lily forward, introducing, this is my sister, Lily. Lily, this is the manager of Riverside Mall. Just call him Uncle Victor. If you ever need help, you can go to Uncle Victor. Uncle Victor, Lily half hid behind me, calling out shyly. So I can't come to you anymore? She asked softly. I paused slightly, then patted her head. This girl is so endearing. Can't understand what the original owner was thinking. You can find anyone you want. Lily blushed, lowering her head, the corners of her mouth curving up. If that annoying guy could always be this gentle, that would be wonderful, she thought to herself, while Victor looked at me. Then at Lily, taking out a business card. Smiling. Miss Lily, if you need any help, just say so. I took the card and pressed it into Lily's hand, turning to wave at Victor. Uncle Victor, we'll head out first. The car started, and the three of us quickly left the mall, arriving at an old residential area on the city's outskirts. Rachel's rental was here. You can let me off here, Rachel said quietly. My house is right nearby. Just a few minutes walk. I looked at her, guessing she was afraid I'd see the poverty at her home. Though normally cheerful and lively, her circumstances left her somewhat insecure. Maybe we should let her off first. Lily clenched her fists. She still remembered last time when she was brought home. I'd also gone to that countryside house. The moment I stepped out of the car, seeing the yard full of mud and animal waste, and the house built temporarily from earth. Back then, I hadn't hidden my disgust. She feared if I showed that look again, it would hurt her senior's feelings. We're almost there? I asked. Rachel nodded. 2 minutes on foot. I stopped the car, then walked into the nearby convenience store. When I returned, I carried 2 cases of milk and several bags of fruit. Lily, help me see. First time visiting an elder, is this enough? Lily looked frantically at Rachel for help. She never expected I could be this shameless. Rachel laughed. This isn't a marriage proposal. Why bring all this? I scratched my head. It's just because you're so pretty. I'm worried when you go to college, someone will steal you away. Then I'll probably be single forever. I joked. Rachel blushed, biting her lip. I'm warning you. Don't criticize my house. I nodded repeatedly, blurting out, don't worry. Dogs don't look down on poor homes. The moment I said it, I regretted it. Rachel and Lily both burst into giggles. The three of us entered the narrow alley, then turned twice more, finally reaching Rachel's house. It was a small 2-story wooden structure, each floor less than 8 feet high. You could easily climb to the second floor by reaching up. Rachel and Lily both nervously watched me, wanting to read my emotions from my expression. I looked at the old house before me. A nostalgic feeling welling up inside. Remembering childhood. Those sweltering summer nights. Grandma would hold me sitting in the yard, using a palm leaf fan to cool me down. I gently wiped a tear from my eye. Noticing Lily and Rachel were both staring intently at me. Why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers growing on my face? Seeing I showed no disgust whatsoever. Rachel felt immense relief. Lily gently tugged my sleeve, whispering, "Thank you." I patted her head, saying softly, "I'm sorry." That straightforward apology made Lily's eyes well up. She choked out, "Brother, please don't change again. Stay like today. Can you do that? Even if mom and dad don't like me, even if my sister doesn't like me, it doesn't matter. As long as you're good to me, that's enough." I helped her wipe her tears, speaking gently, "You're mom and dad's biological daughter, and your sister's real sister. How could they not love you? They just don't know how to show it. Be good, don't overthink. Now let's go see your aunt." Lily rubbed her eyes, taking a deep breath to collect herself. "Let's go." On the way, she kept glancing at me, finally gathering the courage to link her arm through mine. Entering Rachel's house. The small room was simply furnished. The first floor was a kitchen. Just one table and one stove. The stove was the traditional, wood-burning kind from the countryside. The second floor was Rachel's and her mother's bedroom. Seeing me and Lily enter, Rachel's mother, Mrs. Thompson, hurried to greet us. "You must be Rachel's classmates. We don't have much to offer. Let me fry each of you an egg." I looked at the middle-aged woman before me. By now she must have been diagnosed with cancer, enduring agonizing pain every day. I set down the milk and fruit I'd brought. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Ethan Carter." Lily peeked out from behind me. "Ma'am, I'm Lily. You kids coming to visit is already wonderful. Being classmates, why bring gifts and spend money?" Mrs. Thompson gently scolded. "Remember to take everything when you leave." I shook my head, smiling. "Ma'am, I actually came to ask a favor. So I brought a small gift. Please don't mind." Mrs. Thompson glanced suspiciously at Rachel, then turned to me cautiously. "What do you need? Let's see if I can help." Hearing this, Rachel grew tense. "Isn't it just tutoring? Why suddenly make it sound so serious?" I pulled Lily from behind me to the front. "Ma'am, my sister is in 11th grade this year, but her academic performance isn't great. Rachel is always in the top 3 of her class. I'd like her to tutor my sister." Lily stared at me wide-eyed, surprised I could say something so absurd. Since starting high school, she'd always been at the top, while I turned in blank tests every time, consistently ranking last. Rachel tilted her head in confusion. "Didn't you say you needed tutoring?" Right after, she seemed to understand. Evening tutoring sessions would definitely end late. If tutoring a male student, his mother might worry. Hearing it was tutoring, Mrs. Thompson's frown eased slightly, but still declined. Our home. Rachel's now in 12th grade, a critical time. Only half a year until college entrance exams. I'm afraid she won't have time to tutor. In the original story, Mrs. Thompson, fearing it would affect her daughter's studies, never told her about her illness. When I made this request, I knew she'd refuse. But I patiently continued, "Ma'am, your home is far from school, and doesn't have a good study environment. I have an apartment right across from Riverside High, usually sitting empty. I'd like to invite Rachel to live there. Save commute time and let her tutor my sister." Lily understood I wanted to help Rachel get better study conditions, so she added, "Ma'am, it definitely won't delay her studies. Plus, when teaching me, she can review 10th and 11th grade material. Teaching while studying, both sides benefit." Mrs. Thompson hesitated, but still glanced at me warily, worried I was dangerous, wanting to lure her daughter into cohabitation. Sensing that concern, I immediately said, "Ma'am, actually, I have another favor. I hope you'll move in with Rachel when she's tutoring my sister. You can help look after the kid for me." Rachel looked at me in shock. I hadn't mentioned any of this on the way here. "Ethan, I can't keep letting you help like this." "What help?" "Rent will be deducted from your tutoring fees," I said casually. "Ma'am is resting at home anyway. I also have a hospital. That needs someone to handle mail delivery. Ma'am could do that light work. If your health isn't good, being at the hospital makes care easier. Hearing this, Mrs. Thompson looked at me deeply. All her concerns vanished. With me beside my daughter, he certainly can't do anything inappropriate. Having said this much, refusing further would be rude. I smiled. So please prepare gradually, ma'am. Tomorrow I'll send people to help you move. I still have things to do, so we'll leave first. As I stepped out, Rachel finally recovered. Let me walk you out. The three of us walked through the narrow alley. Rachel kept glancing at me, scolding gently. Why didn't you say beforehand? You were planning to have us move to Riverside. I widened my eyes. If I told you, would you have let me meet your aunt? The rest of the walk, they both stayed quiet. Soon we reached the end of the alley. The Bentley's silhouette gradually came into view. Rachel gathered all her courage, stepping forward to hug me tightly. She pressed her head against my chest. Whispering softly, I wrapped my arms around her too. Sis, my heart hurts. What's wrong? Did I hug too hard? Rachel tried to let go quickly. It's just thinking about buying so many beautiful clothes for you, but letting Lily wear them all. It breaks my heart. Rachel's face turned crimson. She stood on tiptoe, leaning close to my ear. Next time you're free, I'll model them just for you. On the drive to the hospital, I still vividly remembered that embrace. The soft feeling against my chest made the corners of my mouth curve. I had to try hard to suppress my smile. Just maintain this relationship with Rachel. Then cure her mother's illness. Wait until she graduates. I'll recruit her to work for Carter Corporation. I glanced at Lily. This little one probably doesn't know. She just accidentally gave away. A future right-hand woman. Sensing my gaze, Lily glared back, not understanding why. Seeing me zone out like that made her feel irritated. Half an hour later, we finally arrived at the gates of Riverside Medical Center. This hospital had two sections, the main hospital and the Heritage Pavilion. The main hospital served all citizens. Anyone could come for treatment. The Heritage Pavilion, though also open to the public, had a minimum registration fee of $100,000. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Getting out, I took Lily's hand, heading straight for the Heritage Pavilion. I needed to remind Grace Carter, when performing acupuncture, to check if the internal organs were damaged. Her medical skills were already quite advanced. This patient's case was just too complex, with foreign objects in the body. That's what caused the needles to miss their marks. As Lily and I walked toward the Heritage Pavilion, two medical staff members nearby rushed past carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher lay an elderly man wearing a gray traditional suit. Make way, make way. Patient in critical condition. Extremely urgent. Please step aside. Looking at the unconscious man on the stretcher, I knew he was the important figure from Harbor City. His name was General Shaw, one of the founding heroes of the United States. In his youth, he'd earned countless distinguished military honors. Though now retired from the front lines, his influence in the military remained immense. I gripped Lily's hand tightly, running straight toward the Heritage Pavilion. The medical staff carried the stretcher inside. A burly middle-aged man stood outside shouting loudly, "Get your best doctor out here now." This middle-aged man was Tyler Shaw, General Shaw's son, currently also serving in the military. Along both sides of the hallway, elderly traditional medicine practitioners yawned, stepping out from the consultation rooms. Among them was a young woman wearing rimless glasses and a white blouse. She stood out far above the rest. This was my third sister, Grace Carter. Who's the best doctor here? My father's in a coma. Save him quickly. The elderly practitioners exchanged glances. Just from looking at General Shaw and Tyler's attire, they could tell their status was far from ordinary. Grace, see if you can save this patient, one elderly practitioner said. Grace nodded. Lift him onto this bed. A kid this young. Can she even read scans properly? My father's condition has relapsed many times. We've consulted many doctors but no one could treat it. Tyler frowned. Grace hated nothing more than people judging others by age and gender. She glared at Tyler, her voice cold. I'm taking his pulse. Please remain silent. After finishing the pulse diagnosis, she said coldly to Tyler, this condition. Needle a few acupoints, and the old man will wake up. But for complete recovery, he'll need several more treatments. The other traditional medicine practitioners also stepped forward to check the pulse, then nodded in agreement with Grace. Their diagnoses were identical to what she'd said. I apologize, young lady. I underestimated you just now. Please try acupuncture on my father, Tyler said with remorse, just as Grace was sterilizing the acupuncture needles. A middle-aged woman rushed over. Brother, how's Dad? This woman was Jennifer Shaw, General Shaw's daughter, also a leading businesswoman in Riverside. Dad's already in a coma. His condition is very critical. The doctor's preparing acupuncture now. Tyler pointed toward Grace, who was sterilizing needles. Seeing such a young doctor, Jennifer frowned slightly. A girl this young, can we trust her? She leaned to one side, revealing a young man standing behind her. Brother, I just was at Riverside General Hospital and met this young man. I saw him needle just 3 acupoints and cure a patient that the hospital couldn't help for years. Hearing Dad had another episode, I hurried to bring him. Since they haven't started acupuncture yet, why not let him try? The young man smiled politely, greeting Tyler. I'm Drake. The patient I treated earlier had already been well cared for by doctors. I merely helped activate the remaining medicinal properties. Even without me, the patient would have recovered soon. Tyler nodded, very satisfied with Drake's modesty. His eyes shifted to Grace, hesitating on what to decide. But before he could speak, the elderly practitioners rose in unison to scold. What are you suggesting? Bringing someone here to steal our jobs? We've all confirmed we can treat this. And now you want to change doctors? Aren't you doubting our medical center? Where did that young man study? How long has he practiced? I see he's barely dry behind the ears. What does he know about medicine to claim he can cure this? Grace's face turned cold. If you don't trust me, then forget it. You can borrow this consultation room. But I won't intervene. Seeing Grace's stern expression, Drake's eyes lit up, her whole being radiated vitality. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Sensing his gaze, Grace glared with disgust. If you're still hesitating, decide quickly. The patient's condition can't be delayed, she said coldly. Tyler looked at Grace, then at Drake, unable to decide for a moment. Let them treat first. We've already brought the patient to the hospital. If something goes wrong, I'll check his pulse again. Drake made a show of being magnanimous. Hearing him say this, Grace snorted coldly. You won't get that chance. She turned to Tyler. Remove the patient's shirt. Help me remove it quickly. General Shaw's body was covered with knife wounds and bullet scars, all clearly visible. Those scars were testament to the years he'd endured, also symbols of his military achievements. Though somewhat dissatisfied with Tyler, Grace felt immense admiration for General Shaw, deep respect welling up inside her, as she concentrated on preparing the acupuncture. I burst breathlessly into the room. Grace, interrupted during treatment, immediately glared toward the door. Seeing me standing there, she frowned, irritated. What are you doing here? In the original owner's memories, Grace had never liked her uneducated younger brother, who constantly caused trouble, especially since their parents always favored sons over daughters. Even after learning I wasn't their biological child, they still unconditionally favored me, making her hate me even more. Can't you see I'm treating a patient? Barging in like this, what if I needle the wrong acupoint? Do you know how serious the consequences would be? Patients who come to our Heritage Pavilion all have status. Not every time you cause trouble can Carter Corporation bail you out. Don't forget your place. Grace snapped coldly. I pouted, thinking to myself, all the trouble the original owner caused over the years combined couldn't cost as much as one of her malpractice incidents. I forced an apologetic smile, speaking softly. Sorry, Grace. I didn't mean to disturb you. It's just seeing so many wounds on the old man. I suspect his internal organs may be damaged. There might be bullet fragments still inside. Maybe we should do imaging first. The surrounding practitioners all knew my identity. But hearing me suggest using Western medical equipment, they immediately frowned in displeasure. Young master, our traditional medicine relies on observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. That's enough to grasp the condition. Relying on machines only disrupts our judgment. Exactly, young master. This is the essence passed down by our ancestors. You've never studied medicine. Better not interfere with our diagnosis. I glanced at them all. Actually, if they'd been more thorough with the pulse, they could have detected the problem. But the old man's condition was critical. Plus Drake was standing there watching. From their demeanor, they seemed eager to quickly finish this case. Fine, just be quiet. Sit still and don't make noise. The patient's condition can't be delayed. If something happens because of you, I'll tell mom and dad to throw you out, Grace said icily. I raised both thumbs up, turning to leave the consultation room. Even clay has limits to its patience. Let alone me, who's no statue. Grace and these stubborn old fools wouldn't listen to reason no matter what. I'd have to let them taste some bitterness to learn. This is called respecting others' fate. Just as I stepped out, I ground my teeth. If it weren't for this incident nearly killing General Shaw, then having to pay hundreds of millions in compensation, I would have driven home long ago. That hundreds of millions in compensation would be transferred from David Carter's card. And the secondary card was currently in my hands. In reality, I'd be the one paying that money. To take responsibility for Grace's mistake. Lily noticed my bad mood. Fearfully gripping my sleeve, she worried I was only temporarily interested in treating her well. Now if my mood soured, everything would return to how it was. Seeing Lily's worried expression, I reached out to pat her head. Little sister, if I'm upset, I can take it out on you. As long as you still care about Rachel, I'm already happy. She looked up, showing a small, tentative smile. I scratched my head awkwardly. Just now, patting your head was because you're so adorable. Couldn't help myself. If you don't like it, I won't do it again. I like it. Lily lowered her head, cheeks flushed. I gently pinched her cheek. After Grace finishes examining the patient, I'll borrow a comb from her and brush your hair properly. Lily excitedly clenched her small fists. She felt like the emptiness in her heart was gradually being filled. Then I pressed against the door with her, peeking through the gap at the acupuncture process inside. General Shaw's body was covered with wounds. Some areas had hardened scar tissue, requiring great force for the needles to penetrate. Grace's acupuncture technique had improved tremendously. Her speed noticeably faster. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. Perhaps in just 2 more years, her experience would be enough to surpass mine. Dr. Carter is truly the most gifted person I've ever seen. The surrounding practitioners murmured softly. Seeing Grace's skillful technique, Tyler and Jennifer also breathed easier. Drake's eyes showed burning intensity, shamelessly roaming over Grace's figure, especially when she leaned forward slightly. His gaze grew even more brazen, as if wanting to devour the image. Curious, I gently rested my chin on Lily's head, asking softly, "What do you think of that man?" Lily covered her head, pouting, then looked where I pointed. She shook her head. He's staring at Grace. Plus his eyes are glued to her chest and butt. Should we warn Grace? In the original story, it was Lily's heaven-sent beauty that attracted Drake's attention. He both craved her looks and scorned her past, maintaining only a physical relationship with her. Lily had never received genuine love. She mistook Drake's meager attention for the love she'd always craved. When the truth was exposed, Lily went mad, beginning her revenge on Drake, ultimately becoming the story's greatest villain. Grace is performing acupuncture. We shouldn't disturb her, I said, and Lily nodded. But worry remained clear on her face. I noticed that expression, signaling her to stay quiet. I gripped Lily's wrist, pulling her into the consultation room, positioning myself perfectly between Drake and Grace. Drake frowned, annoyance flashing across his face. But when his gaze fell on Lily's beautiful face, he began staring fixedly at her figure. This guy's a real lecher. Seeing his look, I thought to myself. I pulled Lily forward, one hand gripping her wrist, the other resting on her shoulder. Lily seemed slightly dazed, shyly stepping back, then gently leaning her head against my chest. I remained focused on Grace's needle movements, not noticing Lily's small gesture. The acupuncture process had reached its final stage. General Shaw's limbs trembled twice. His eyes opened just a crack. Grace wiped sweat from her forehead, removing the last needle. The final acupoint was at the chest center. Once needled, the patient would immediately wake. She aimed at the acupoint and slowly inserted the needle. Suddenly sensing something felt wrong with the needle, as if something was blocking it. She rechecked the acupoint, discovering no error. Before she could react, General Shaw's eyes flew open, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The needle in his chest was slowly pushed outward. Where the needle entered, blood kept seeping. What's happening? Why is this happening? Didn't you say you could cure him? Tyler exclaimed in shock. I don't know. The acupoint was completely accurate. Grace's face went pale. She wanted to check the patient's pulse again. But before she could extend her hand, Jennifer slapped it away hard. You inexperienced brat, what do you know about acupuncture? Are you using my father for practice? Is this how the Carters treat patients? Tyler covered the wound on his father's chest, then turned to shout at the practitioners. If anything happens to my father today, the entire Carter family will be buried with him. Someone get over here and save him. The elderly practitioners exchanged glances. None dared step forward. If General Shaw died right now, the medical responsibility would fall entirely on Grace. But if they intervened, they'd share half the responsibility. They'd also examined his pulse earlier, and all believed her approach was correct. Perhaps it was just the patient's unique constitution, and Grace was simply unlucky to encounter this situation. Let me check his pulse once more. Grace's eyes showed panic, nearly in tears. Carter Corporation was 3 generations of her family's life work. If it was destroyed because of her, she'd have no face left to live. Get lost. You're the incompetent one. Who nearly killed my father? You rich families. Just use professional credentials to polish up your daughters. Then use them to seduce wealthier men. Want to gild yourself? Fine. Why use my father's life as the price? What the hell were you thinking? Jennifer sobbed in rage. I didn't. Please give me another chance. Grace pleaded, trembling. Jennifer snorted coldly. Give you another chance? So you can kill my father? You vicious woman. Get out of my sight. According to the original plot, Drake would now step forward to resolve the situation, saving General Shaw's life. But he'd deliberately leave complications, not curing him completely, causing General Shaw to lose the use of both legs. Then he'd use treating General Shaw as an excuse to frequently visit the Shaw family, gradually building close relations with them. Grace, grateful he'd saved her, would develop feelings for him, while he'd use medical exchanges to get closer to her. Though that incident nearly cost someone their life, leaving her deeply traumatized, never daring to treat patients again. This time was a genuine medical accident. Please give me another chance to make amends. Grace bit down hard, dropping to her knees to beg. Just then, Drake stepped forward. Actually, her acupuncture process was flawless. It may be due to the patient's special constitution causing unexpected reactions. Let me check his pulse. Grace looked at him gratefully. She never expected that after the incident, the practitioners at Heritage Pavilion would all avoid responsibility. Only Drake would speak up in her defense. Drake placed his hand on General Shaw's wrist, frowning, due to the earlier accident. Though he can wake up, I'm afraid his legs will be crippled. Hearing there was still hope, Jennifer and Tyler's eyes both fixed on Drake. Both hurried to plead, please save our father. As long as he lives. Being disabled doesn't matter. Drake nodded, his gaze sliding toward the Riverside Medical Center practitioners, smiling contemptuously. If you had another chance to treat him, would any of you dare? The practitioners exchanged glances. None dared look up. Right now, even with 80% certainty of saving General Shaw, No one would dare check his pulse. Fearing failure would cost their own lives. And they'd bear responsibility for this medical disaster. A punk like me who never studied under famous masters. Just researched on my own for a few years. Yet you've all studied medicine for decades. With great teachers and prestigious schools. And here you are, old as dirt. With heads still empty as if dogs ate your books. Drake spoke contemptuously. Grace bit her lip, her eyes full of admiration as she looked toward him. She also couldn't stand those cowardly practitioners. Sensing her gaze, Drake glanced over, raising his eyebrows. In an arrogant, half-smile, suddenly mocking laughter rang out. In the quiet consultation room. Saving someone by crippling them. And you still have the nerve to mock others? With skin that thick, you should make garbage bags. They'd really hold anything. I yawned. Walking up to General Shaw's bed. What do you think you're doing? Get out. Don't interfere with treating the patient. Usually when you cause trouble, I endure it. But this time is different. This hospital is 3 generations of our family's legacy. If it goes bankrupt because of you, I won't forgive you even in death. Grace shouted angrily. Exactly, young master, this patient. We can't cure. We should let someone else handle it. This involves a human life. We can't delay any longer. The practitioners also urged. They knew I never studied seriously. But now wasn't the time for games. Hand it to Drake. As long as we save the old man. The Carters pay some compensation. This can be settled. But if he dies here, I'm afraid even the Carter family couldn't withstand the Shaw family's fury. Drake looked at me with even more contempt. If you disagree, feel free to try. But I'll warn you, the old man's pulse is already at its limit. It can't handle any more delays. Ah, so you're deliberately stalling. So when he dies, you can blame me. Saying I delayed treatment? Turns out you're just a fraud who likes setting traps. I rolled my eyes. While speaking, I grasped the old man's wrist. Indeed, as Drake said, from excessive blood loss. His pulse was so weak it was barely detectable. Without immediate treatment, he could die at any moment. You're the fraud. I saw him cure someone with my own eyes. How could it be fake? A wet behind the ears punk like you. What do you know about medicine? Get lost. Make way for Dr. Drake to work. Jennifer shouted. Grace stepped forward, trying to pull me out. You useless thing who learned nothing. Never studied medicine. What do you know about treating patients to dare interfere? Either way, you're not their biological child. What right do you have to set foot in the Carter family hospital? Get out now. I stopped moving, looking deeply at Grace, then smiled faintly. Grace, everything I've spent in my life doesn't equal one of your malpractice incidents. With that, I looked toward General Shaw's chest, clenching my hand into a fist, gently striking his heart area. Seeing my action, everyone's jaws dropped. You brat, do you want to die? Tyler leapt from the bed, grabbing my throat, about to slam me into the wall. I struck the acupoint on his wrist, breaking free from his grip. But with Tyler's tremendous strength, I was still thrown to the ground. Tyler rubbed his slightly numb hand, then charged at me again. But beyond everyone's expectations, Lily spread her arms to shield me. Don't hit my brother. Her body trembled with fear. But her voice was unusually resolute. I don't hit women, but my father's dying. This bastard just dared to strike him. Tyler shouted furiously. Seeing Lily protecting me, Grace also stepped forward. Lily, that bastard, made trouble, so he has to face the consequences. Have you forgotten how terribly he treated you? Lily shook her head. I don't care. He's different now, this fool. Just wants our family's money. So he's deliberately winning you over. Everyone in the family knows his true nature. Only mom and dad still defend him. Otherwise he'd have been thrown out long ago. Do you know what he just did? That's called attempted murder. The patient's body is so weak. That one punch alone could kill him on the spot. Drake added fuel to the fire. I'm still wondering, a beautiful girl like you, how could you have such a vicious brother? Turns out he's just an adopted mongrel from outside. Looks like he knows he can't extract more money. So he's planning to destroy the whole Carter family. Grace sighed. saying, "I thought you were just mischievous. Never expected you'd dare even attempt murder. When I get home, I'll tell Mom and Dad to throw you out of the Carter family." Lily shook her head, stubbornly saying, "Don't call me your sister anymore. You never cared about me anyway. If my brother gets thrown out, I'll leave with him." Grace laughed coldly. "A mongrel and a wild duck. Getting out of the Carter family would be good." I patted Lily's head, like a little lion, gently folding her outstretched arms back. This girl really didn't disappoint me. In that situation, no one gave me time to treat slowly. If I wanted to save General Shaw, I could only risk using the most forceful method, striking directly at the life-gate acupoint to trigger a reaction. Only by showing results would they shut up. I glanced at Grace, speaking coldly. "Stop running that toxic mouth. Always shouting like volume equals correctness. Wake up, even if I really did punch the old man to death. Don't forget, you were the one who needled him first. If Carter Corporation collapses, that's your fault." I glanced at Tyler, seething with murderous intent. Confirming once more, "You're sure you don't need my help treating your father, right?" Tyler snorted. "What the hell do you know about medicine? If my dad dies today, you're getting buried with him." I shrugged, acting indifferent. "Then I won't bother." I turned to the nearby practitioners. "Get me a comb." The practitioners looked at each other, their eyes unconsciously turning toward Grace, whose face was dark. In the earlier argument, she'd let slip that I wasn't the Carter's biological child, so no one dared risk offending her. "To fetch a comb for me." I sighed softly. Truly, a fallen tiger is mocked by dogs. A phoenix with fallen feathers can't match a chicken. I pulled Lily's hand, tilting my head in signal. Lily understood and nodded. She said to the practitioners, "Get me a comb." The practitioners exchanged glances. Both were young ladies of the Carter family. No one dared offend either. As the atmosphere grew heavy, Jennifer suddenly shouted, "Brother! Look, Dad stopped bleeding." All eyes immediately focused on me, only now noticing. General Shaw's wounds had stopped seeping blood. His complexion had also improved slightly. Just now, was the young master actually treating him? Has anyone heard that the young master knows medicine? Hasn't everyone always said he's just a playboy, who only causes trouble daily? How could he treat an illness even Dr. Grace couldn't handle? Or is this just a last burst of energy before death? The practitioners began whispering. Grace also stared at General Shaw in shock, wanting to check his pulse again. But before she could approach, Jennifer's eyes shot toward her. "Young doctor, please check if my father's improved." She turned to ask Drake. Drake placed his hand on the pulse, discovering General Shaw's pulse was indeed slightly stronger than before. He looked at me with confusion, hesitating, then nodded slightly. I turned to look at Grace. "Can I borrow that comb now?" Grace's face darkened. "If you really have a cure, then hurry up and finish treating him. Don't forget, everything you have today is thanks to the Carter family. If the Carter family goes bankrupt, you shouldn't expect to live peacefully either." I shrugged. "Didn't Dr. Carter say that whoever causes trouble takes responsibility?" The young master clearly just wanted to help Dr. Grace. Being scolded like that in front of everyone. Who could stand it? Dr. Grace even said he wasn't part of the Carter family and wanted to throw him out. The young master is so pitiful. Had good intentions but was treated like a criminal. The practitioners whispered quietly. Grace's face alternated between light and dark, full of conflict. She glared at those old doctors with fierce eyes, immediately silencing them. Hearing the old man's condition had improved, Tyler quickly approached me, scratching his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I was too hot-headed earlier. If you want to treat the old man, just tell me first. We wouldn't have had such a huge misunderstanding." I laughed coldly. "Am I crazy? You think I still want to treat him? Have you already forgotten how you just treated me?" I pointed at the camera in the corner. "If you've forgotten, that thing can help refresh your memory." I emphasized again. "There's no misunderstanding. I just wanted to check if the old man's body was still sturdy. Anyway, those mediocre doctors you brought can treat him just fine. At worst, just let him lie there. You don't lack money to hire caregivers anyway." Hearing me finish, Drake glared at me furiously. He can cure it completely. This battle was because he wanted to establish connections with the Shaw family of Harbor City. So he refused to cure everything at once. Hearing my sarcastic tone, Tyler and Jennifer showed joy on their faces. Both looked at me hopefully. You mean, you can completely cure the old man? I snorted softly without answering. Gently taking Lily's hand, I said apologetically, I accidentally messed up her hair. There's no comb here. Let's go home first. Seeing we were really about to leave, Tyler hurriedly stepped forward to block us. Young man, that was all my fault. I'm begging you to save my father. As long as my father is cured, within my ability, I'll meet any condition you have. A woman with Tyler immediately opened her purse, taking out an jade comb and placing it in Lily's hands. Such a beautiful young lady. This comb, consider it a greeting gift from your aunt. Lily's eyes turned toward me. She wasn't clueless. But if I didn't agree, she wouldn't accept the gift from this woman. I said gently, let her decide. Lily pondered for a moment. Though they didn't treat us well earlier, they truly love their father. Can we help them? I took the jade comb Jennifer offered and placed it in Lily's hand. After I finish the acupuncture, I'll help you brush your hair. Your hair's so messy, like a bird's nest. Lily flinched slightly, huffing, scolding me lightly. Wasn't it you who messed it up? I glanced at Grace, speaking coldly. Prepare a set of acupuncture needles for me. Quickly get him a set. Grace ground her teeth, ordering the practitioner beside her. In her impression, I was just a useless troublemaker. But today she discovered, not only did I know medicine, but my level seemed even higher than hers. This made her unable to accept it momentarily. A set of needles was quickly sterilized, then handed to me. I inspected them briefly, beginning to prepare acupuncture for General Shaw, as I held up the needle. I hesitated slightly, then suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Is something not right? Young man, if you have any requirements, just say so. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. Tyler looked at me anxiously. I shook my head, then looked at Grace, so you understand clearly. Come check the patient's pulse. Grace had already wanted to check General Shaw's pulse, to see where she went wrong during acupuncture. But Tyler and Jennifer suspected she'd made the old man's condition worse, so they remained guarded against her. She hesitated, looking at Tyler and Jennifer. Though both were unhappy, they didn't stop her. The young man said so, hurry and check. What are you standing there for? Tyler shouted coldly. See how magnanimous your brother is. You scolded him so harshly. Yet he still wants to pass medical knowledge to you. Having such a brother and you don't treasure him. You even want to throw him out. If the Carter family doesn't want him, the Shaw family will adopt him. Jennifer scolded directly. I shook my head. Thank you for your kindness. My parents treat me very well. As long as they don't throw me out, I won't leave the Carter family. Grace checked General Shaw's pulse again. Though weaker than before, there was no major difference. During the pulse check, she suddenly remembered what I'd said earlier. When I saw the patient's scarred body, I'd reminded her to check if the patient's internal organs had bullet fragments or similar objects. Grace's eyes suddenly brightened. She felt around the old man's body. At the wound's final position, she detected a very small hard object. In the old man's body, it was extremely small, only slightly larger than a needle tip. She immediately understood everything. No wonder when I tested the needle earlier, the sensation when inserting it felt so unusual. Thinking back to how she'd scolded me, her face now flushed with shame. She said softly, I'm sorry, that was my fault. After knowing the cause, now he can completely cure this old man. I didn't bother with her apology, just holding the needles, identifying several acupoints on the old man, then turning to look at Drake. I asked, should I needle these positions? Drake, do you have any better suggestions? Drake frowned, not understanding my intention. Jennifer thought I wanted to discuss better treatment methods with Drake. She anxiously looked at Drake. Young doctor, is that right? Do you have a better cure? Drake shook his head. If it were me, I'd needle the same way. Jennifer breathed a sigh of relief. Since both agreed, it proved this acupuncture method was definitely the optimal approach. Then before each needle I inserted, I asked Drake's opinion, making everyone feel I had some ability, but wasn't too outstanding, until the final needle was inserted. The old man's eyes slowly opened. Tyler immediately knelt before General Shaw, his eyes reddening with emotion. "Dad, how do you feel? Is your body better at all?" Jennifer also crouched by the bedside, her face full of worry. "Dad, what illness do you have? As soon as I heard you collapsed, I was scared to death." Though General Shaw was weak, his eyes carried an authoritative aura. He scolded Tyler. "A man crying like this, what's that about? Go home and run 30 laps." But when speaking to Jennifer, his voice softened considerably. "Just some old ailments. Earlier I even saw your mother. She asked how you kids are living now. I said the son's still useless, but the daughter looks more like her mother every day." His eyes were gentle, as if seeing his late wife's image through his daughter. But suddenly he felt something wrong. He frowned, looking down at his legs. "Dad, what's wrong?" Both children immediately noticed the old man's abnormality. His toes had no strength. The sensation was like paralysis. "Maybe eating some crab at home will help," General Shaw joked. Tyler turned to look at me, asking suspiciously, "Didn't you say you could completely cure my father?" I didn't answer but looked straight at Drake. "Drake, you just cured the old man's coma. Now you just need to clear the blood clot in his legs. Let the meridians flow. Can't you do that?" Drake clenched his teeth, his hands balling into fists. Now he finally understood why I kept asking his opinion. The previous needles all followed his method. If he now said he could continue treatment, it would be admitting he'd had a complete treatment plan for the old man all along. Then his earlier statement that the old man would have complications would reveal his intention to exploit the favor. He took a deep breath, shaking his head slightly, saying sheepishly, "I don't belong to any school. Just self-studied for a few years. Some illnesses I still haven't found solutions for." Grace looked at Drake. Her eyes couldn't hide her contempt. For someone like Tyler, or Jennifer, they might think each person has their strengths. But for a medical student like her, the old man's current condition was just basic coursework. Being a wealthy daughter, Jennifer immediately understood the hidden meaning. As long as the old man wasn't fully recovered, Drake would continue to exploit the Shaw family, while the Carter family would be forced to endure, letting Drake slowly drain them. She desperately wanted to expose this villain on the spot, but also understood her words now wouldn't be convincing enough. Indeed, as she predicted, Tyler and Jennifer didn't notice anything unusual. They both turned to look at me. Speaking, "Young man, we have to trouble you again." I shrugged, looking at Jennifer and Tyler. "It's nothing. What remains are just minor ailments. All basic traditional medicine knowledge. Anyone here can cure the old man. From now on, don't easily trust those self-proclaimed street doctors. Losing money is one thing, but delaying treatment could be life-threatening." Jennifer glanced at Drake, a flash of doubt in her eyes. She began wondering whether Drake had just happened upon a simple textbook case. That's why he could cure the previous patient, or if he was deliberately hiding his skills, wanting to use this opportunity to cling to the Shaw family. Seeing Jennifer had begun doubting Drake, I added fuel to the fire. I gently pushed Grace forward. "She made a mistake earlier. Let her redeem herself." Grace looked at me in surprise, not expecting I would give her a chance to prove herself. Jennifer and Tyler frowned, obviously still not fully trusting Grace. I turned to look at General Shaw, asking, "Sir, you still have bullet fragments in your chest. Does your son know about this?" Tyler stood stunned, asking suspiciously, "Dad, you still have bullet fragments in your chest?" General Shaw snorted. "What good would knowing do? Many famous doctors said they couldn't remove it. Even if you knew, could you take it out?" Tyler shrank his neck. "Dad, I'm just worried about you." "No need to worry. My body's still strong. You just need to train well. Serve the country in the future. Don't bring shame to the Shaw family." General Shaw shouted. I looked at General Shaw. Also irritated. Your health is like this. Even your son doesn't know. Then you collapse. No one knew to notify us. Do you know how many medical accidents happen each year from patients hiding their conditions? If you died, that's that. You're old anyway. But do you know how much psychological trauma one person's death leaves on a doctor? Because of you, we almost destroyed the future hope of our medical field. Hearing my explanation, Jennifer and Tyler finally understood. It wasn't that Grace's medical skills were lacking, but their father's body had special issues. Grace lowered her head, biting her lip lightly. She never expected I would not only explain clearly for her, but in my words, worried whether this accident would leave her with psychological trauma. Deep guilt welled up inside her. I didn't think that deeply. Just wanted to clear Grace from being implicated in the old man's medical error. After all, the compensation money came from my pocket. I paused, then continued emotionally. You people hide your illnesses, causing medical accidents, yet your son threatened to bury the entire Carter family with you. The Carter family at least provides Riverside with over 1 million jobs. If the Carter family collapses, should those hundreds of thousands starve? General Shaw blushed at my scolding, turning to glare at Tyler, angrily shouting, You brat! 3 days without discipline and you're climbing roofs, daring to threaten others. He rolled his eyes, looking around, as if searching for something. Tyler cowered, pleading, Dad, there are outsiders here. I immediately reminded the old man. Use his belt. Spoiled children need discipline. A few beatings will straighten him out. General Shaw came to his senses, reaching toward Tyler. Tyler glared at me resentfully, not expecting my vengeful nature. He silently unbuckled his belt, handing it to General Shaw. His belt was genuine leather, very flexible and sturdy, making whooshing sounds when swung. I smiled. Sir, let me apply some disinfectant to the belt. If you hit too hard and break skin, that's trouble. But anyway, you're from a military family. Absolutely can't spoil children, making them into bullies. We're in a hospital, with Riverside's best doctors. As long as you leave him breathing, we'll definitely save him. I spoke without hiding my satisfaction. General Shaw nodded, the belt swinging with a whistling sound, striking Tyler's back repeatedly. Tyler gritted his teeth, not making a single sound. At this moment, his gratitude toward me had vanished. Only resentment remained in his heart. This kid's heart is truly dark. Dad hasn't recovered yet. Don't tire yourself out. Big brother just acted impulsively. Jennifer advised. I think that's enough discipline. I said to the old man. Calm down, sir. Sitting down to beat isn't convenient. Wait till I cure your legs, then continue. It'll be easier. Look, Big brother didn't make a sound. Clearly hasn't learned his lesson. If you don't beat him more now, he'll really be spoiled. Hearing me, Tyler's jaw dropped in shock. He'd undergone severe endurance training. Even if captured, he'd never reveal anything. Yet this resilience, I'd twisted into, refusing to admit fault. General Shaw tossed the belt aside, clutching his chest, breathing heavily. Then looked at me. Can that young lady really cure my legs? I nodded. Introducing. That's my third sister, Grace Carter. What little medicine I know, I learned from her guidance. General Shaw nodded. Then please trouble the young lady to examine me, he said. Grace stepped forward, carefully, checking the old man's pulse again. Her initial confidence had been nearly worn away by the earlier shock. Each time she prepared to needle, she glanced at me as if seeking confirmation. I looked at her twice, then pulled up a chair beside us, beginning to focus on brushing Lily's hair. Lily seemed in great spirits, sitting in the chair, her slender legs slightly swinging in the air, her small head occasionally swaying gently with my hand movements. Grace saw I wasn't paying attention to her. Sighing softly, she knew I was still angry, but for the bigger picture, I hadn't embarrassed her in front of outsiders. However, she'd just trampled my dignity and self-respect into the ground. I must find a way to make it up to him, she thought. In a few days when home, she'd ask Mom and Dad when I started learning medicine. and find out what I really liked. As each silver needle was inserted, General Shaw felt his legs begin tingling. Soon after, sensation gradually returned. Seeing Grace remove the final needle, she nodded lightly at him. He braced his hand on the bed, slowly standing up. Seeing his father recovered, Tyler was moved to tears. Hurrying forward to support him, General Shaw trembled, picking up the belt set aside, angrily shouting, "You're something. Getting bolder as you grow. Being disciplined and still daring to refuse." After another round of loving education, Tyler gained new life experience. Each time his father's belt struck, he let out soft groans, as if trying to endure, but couldn't hold back. After a few more strikes, General Shaw softened, tossing the belt aside. "You'll be the death of me," he snorted coldly. Tyler showed a fawning smile. "Dad, you must live to 100. Don't say such unlucky things." Jennifer now pulled 2 checks from her purse. She looked at Drake, saying politely, "Young doctor, thank you for accompanying me from General Hospital to the medical center. Please accept this token of appreciation." Seeing the check was only for 100,000, Drake frowned slightly, then quickly regained composure. "Miss Jennifer, I didn't actually treat the old man. How could I accept payment?" Jennifer continued observing Drake's expression. His small gestures naturally didn't escape her notice. A slight displeasure rose in her heart, but outwardly she smiled. "Either way, we can't let you work for nothing." Drake wanted to say more, to draw closer to the Shaw family, but Jennifer didn't give him that chance. Turning to walk straight up to me, "I heard your name is Ethan Carter. Aunt will call you Ethan. Earlier my brother was too hot-headed. I apologize on his behalf. Thank you for saving my father. Here's a check for 10 million. Please accept it." She spoke sincerely. After speaking, she also observed my expression and attitude. My face immediately broke into a radiant smile, as if the earlier unpleasantness never happened. I said, "How could I accept this?" Words said one thing, but my hand moved quickly, reaching out to take the check. After receiving it, I even held it up before Lily, looking smug. "Earned 10 million. See, am I amazing or what?" Lily looked at me with admiring eyes, her face showing a sweet smile. Suddenly I remembered something, handing the check back to Jennifer. "Miss Jennifer, change this into 2 5 million checks." She paused slightly, but still took out her checkbook, writing me 2 5 million checks. I accepted them, stuffing one into Lily's hand, patting her head while saying, "Now you're a little rich lady too." Seeing my behavior, Jennifer couldn't help but smile warmly. Children should act like innocent children to be adorable. She glanced at Drake, same age as Ethan, yet he called me Miss, compared to how naturally I called her Aunt. Drake seemed so fake and calculating. Drake ground his teeth in frustration. The 10 million and connections with the Shaw family should have been his. Never expected halfway through I'd steal it. I paid no attention to that, looking at the check in my hand, then at General Shaw. I hesitated. "Sir, how about I help you remove the bullet fragment from your chest? Otherwise, taking this money makes me feel guilty." Hearing me say this, Tyler and Jennifer both startled in shock. "Can you really help my father remove the bullet fragment from his chest?" Both asked simultaneously. They both knew their father's status well. If it was said to be irremovable, that meant the nation's top doctors had all examined it and concluded the same. General Shaw was stunned. "Young man, removing bullet fragments requires surgery. The old practitioners at Heritage Pavilion all advised me not to risk it." He even winked at me. "Young master, surgery and acupuncture aren't the same. One small mistake means death. You say you self-studied traditional medicine, that's fine. But surgery requires practical experience to dare attempt." Grace pulled my shoulder, standing on tiptoe, leaning close to my ear, whispering, "Just saving the old man was enough. That's already a great favor to the Shaw family. If during surgery the old man dies, not only will the favor be lost, but it could create enmity." But she didn't know that right then. I only felt softness pressing against me, near my ear. A warm breath passed, tingling and itching. Must say, Grace, whether in appearance or figure, was absolutely stunning, even more beautiful than current Lily by several degrees. I stepped back 2 paces, creating distance between us, then turned to Tyler, telling him to take the old man for imaging first. Anyway, the final decision should be the old man's. Everything has a first time. Rest assured, my hands won't shake. Tyler hesitated, asking, if we don't remove the fragment, how much longer can my father live? After checking General Shaw's pulse, I calmly said, about 3 more years. His body won't hold up after that. In the original story, General Shaw also died exactly 3 years later. Then in 3 years I'll bring Dad to remove it, Tyler said bluntly. I just sighed softly, looking at General Shaw. The old man's aged face flushed red, snorting coldly, take me for imaging. It's rare to meet a gutsy young man. Who dares operate on me? Other doctors seeing my condition. I'll turn and leave. Even if I die, I accept it. No one is allowed to make things difficult for them. Hearing him say this, I immediately praised, the old sir is truly wise. Then looked at those old doctors. Glancing at Grace. Shaking my head, cowardly soldiers. Make for even more cowardly generals. This hospital director should retire. Replace her with someone who dares to act and take responsibility. I know you want to protect yourselves. But whether to treat or not, how to treat, should all be the patient's decision. After speaking, I went to the medicine cabinet, taking out several herbs, handing them to a practitioner. Go brew these. Remember to add honey and cane sugar. General Shaw frowned. Old man like me. I've suffered enough in life. Don't need honey and sugar. I smiled, explaining, this is for my sister to drink. I spoke while smiling, as if remembering something, turning to instruct the practitioner holding the medicine. Also prescribe a few doses of chi-boosting blood-nourishing herbs for the old sir. Since he's not afraid of bitterness. Add some coptis for clearing heat. General Shaw ground his teeth. I may not fear bitterness, but don't need to make it deliberately bitter. After I helped General Shaw complete the examination, soon I had the images in hand. The images clearly showed 3 bullet fragments remained in his body, located near the heart and lungs. Extremely dangerous positions. For anyone else, just 1 fragment would be fatal. Yet the old man endured all 3 and lived till now. Truly a miracle. Seeing the images, Grace frowned slightly, admiringly saying, truly extraordinary. The Heritage Pavilion practitioners also shook their heads. These 3 positions are really difficult to handle. Surgery carries extremely high risk. Technically speaking, as long as the patient stays mentally stable, doesn't exercise vigorously, he could live another 2 years. Tyler asked worriedly, so can you actually remove them or not? What are the chances of success? Everyone fell silent, looking at each other, then simultaneously shaking their heads. It wasn't that they feared responsibility, but their medical skills truly weren't enough. With fragment positions like these, removing even 1 would be miraculous, let alone all 3. Seeing everyone frowning in thought, General Shaw could only smile bitterly, shaking his head and sighing. He'd already accepted his fate. Jennifer clenched her fists, unwilling to look at me. Can Ethan remove the fragments? I frowned, then asked the old man. Now when you breathe or your heart beats, does it hurt? Hearing my question, all eyes focused on me. At a life and death moment like this, who cares about pain? But General Shaw, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Back then, when everyone saw the remaining shrapnel in his body, their eyes were filled with sadness and sympathy. I didn't expect this little guy to care about himself. I heard you're not the biological son of the Carter family, he inquired. Just hearing General Shaw say that, Lily and Grace immediately stepped forward on guard. Lily even gently gripped my hand. At home, I was now the only one who treated her well. If I left, she'd have to return to those dark days like before. I raised my eyebrows, smiling. Old man, stop trying to sow discord. My parents treat me very well. Though I skip school every day to flirt with pretty girls at bars, they still trust I'm a good kid. I grabbed Lily's wrist, holding it up and shaking it. Look, My family can't bear to leave me either. Hearing me say, family. Lily's face flushed slightly. She nodded gently. A warm feeling welled up inside me. So this is what having a family feels like. General Shaw pouted slightly. If their family was discordant, he could insert a few comments. But seeing them so close, he couldn't bear to destroy their happiness. I rolled my eyes, suddenly smiling. Old man Shaw, I have a great idea. Since my grandfather passed away, why don't you adopt my dad? Adopt one, get 7. All as adorable as me. What do you think? General Shaw glared. I struggled so hard to transmigrate once. How could I willingly step into the Shaw family? If I lived properly every day, ate well, ate nutritious food, studied hard, improved daily, what meaning would revenge have? Hearing me call him grandfather, General Shaw felt somewhat pleased. But hearing my next words, his expression immediately fell. This way of finding an extra father for your dad is truly rare. Grandpa Shaw, my grandfather was also a soldier. My dad respects military men most in his life, especially someone with distinguished service like you. A living legend, I added. Grace quickly spoke up. Ethan, stop making things difficult for the old man. General Shaw smiled, nodding. Ethan has a point. I respect military men most in my life. If honored with this, I'd very much like to invite you both to visit my home. Grace interjected. General Shaw thought for a moment. Then wait until I've recovered. I could only sigh, still feeling somewhat regretful. In the original plot, one major reason Carter Corporation went bankrupt was the lack of solid backing. After Drake signed a restrictive contract with the Shaws, relying on the Shaw family's connections, he wedged into Lily's company, while Lily frantically acquired Carter Corporation, making the corporation unable to mount an effective response, could only helplessly watch each business segment get stolen away bit by bit, finally leading to bankruptcy. Fine, old man, prepare for surgery, then sign 3 life and death agreements. One kept at the hospital, one as backup, one for the family. Record a video too, so you don't turn around later and cause me trouble, I said bluntly. General Shaw's mouth twitched, never expecting this kid to flip faster than turning pages. Just now calling him Grandpa Shaw, now changed to old man. He ground his teeth angrily, glaring at me. This brat really suits my temperament, but also quite infuriating. I didn't care much, handing them 3 surgical risk forms to sign. Then took out the latest Peach phone, recording a short video. After confirming the image and sound were clear, I waved, all right, prepare anesthesia, let's begin surgery. As General Shaw was wheeled away, Grace approached me again. Ethan, have you ever performed surgery before? I frowned slightly, speaking coldly. Drive, Carter. I'm just a mongrel, not worthy of standing beside a noble young lady like you. Then I told Lily not to wander far, and began preparing for surgery. Grace bit her lip lightly, watching my retreating figure, her heart filled with waves of bitterness. She took a deep breath, silently vowing she must earn my forgiveness. Meanwhile, General Shaw's identity shocked everyone. The hospital immediately mobilized all the best medical staff to serve him exclusively. Seeing the lead surgeon was actually a young man, everyone frowned with concern. But very quickly, through my skilled technique, I made everyone completely convinced. I made everyone here see. Grace served as surgical assistant. In the operating room, she stood amazed, watching the entire process I performed. My thinking was incredibly clear, my hands extremely steady, as if I'd performed tens of thousands of surgeries before. Outside the operating room, Tyler paced back and forth restlessly, unable to stand still for even a second. Sister, do you think Dad can be saved? Jennifer's eyes were red, sobbing. I just sent Dad's scans to a foreign doctor friend. He said with the 3 fragments positioned like this, not operating is the best choice. With current medical technology, it's nearly impossible to remove them. But if we leave them, the patient will endure daily pain beyond normal imagination. Tyler stood frozen. He couldn't bear to watch his father die, nor see him continue suffering. His eyes reddened. He knew that when his father decided on surgery, he'd already chosen his path. Lily sat upright, in the chair outside the operating room. Seeing Jennifer and Tyler, both extremely sorrowful, she hesitated, then pulled out 2 candies from her pocket. "Uncle, have some. These are candies my brother bought me. He said Grandpa's illness will definitely be cured." She spoke with naive certainty. Jennifer took the candy. Her tears had long been flowing. "Big brother. Ethan will definitely save our father." Tyler sighed. "The fragments in Dad's body are positioned too specially. Just 1 millimeter off, during removal, could kill the patient instantly. Each cut I made was extremely careful, with 3 successive clinks. 3 bullet fragments the size of a child's fingernail were removed, placed neatly on the silver tray. The most difficult part of the surgery finally ended. Now only suturing remained. I never expected surgery could be this exhausting. My suturing speed was very fast, each stitch even and precise, as if I'd done this tens of thousands of times before. I quickly finished the battle in the operating room. The operating room light finally went out. I exhaled forcefully, sitting down on the floor, my whole body drained. Tyler and Jennifer saw the operating room door open. Both immediately rushed inside. Tyler's eyes reddened. He dropped to his knees beside his father's bed, sobbing intermittently, while Lily ran frantically throughout the operating room looking for me. Seeing me drenched in sweat, sitting on the floor, she pulled out tissues, gently wiping my forehead. "Brother, are you okay?" she asked worriedly. I just shook my head, smiling. "Help me up quickly. I need to capture this scene. This father-son devotion is once in a millennium." Tyler collapsed on the operating table, initially holding back, then burst into sobs. I held my phone, filming wide shots and close-ups, recording Tyler's every action and expression, missing no detail. Jennifer was also heartbroken initially, but seeing me filming, she glanced suspiciously at the monitoring screen. Seeing the patient's heartbeat remained stable, her face immediately brightened. "Ethan, was my father's surgery successful?" I placed my index finger to my lips, signaling silence, nodding slightly. Seeing my reaction, Jennifer's jaw dropped in shock. Her foreign doctor friend was internationally renowned, had concluded this case was hopeless, impossible to survive. Just then, Grace brought over the tray with bullet fragments. Jennifer stared at the tray. 3 fragments the size of thumbs. Her tears fell uncontrollably. She couldn't imagine, if these fragments remained in her father's body, how much pain he'd endure. "Miss Jennifer, these 3 fragments were positioned even more dangerously than shown in the scans. The slightest mistake would have killed the patient instantly. The entire surgery was performed directly by my brother. He's just created a medical miracle," Grace said admiringly, her eyes full of admiration as she looked at me. After I collected enough video, I remembered to tell Tyler. I patted his shoulder, smiling. "Big brother. 2 more hours. The old man will see you." Crying over him, "Should I buy you 2 belts in advance?" Tyler wiped his tears, looking up at me, bewildered, thinking, I understand each word, but together, I don't know what he means. He turned to look at Jennifer, seeing her eyes still tear-stained, but smiling joyfully. "Big brother. Dad's fine. According to Ethan, he'll wake up in 2 hours." Hearing this, Tyler was so overjoyed he hugged me tight, repeatedly saying thank you. My father's suffered so much in his life. Now finally seeing the country growing stronger, I groaned in pain. "I just finished surgery. My bones haven't even healed and you're crushing them. Don't guys know about personal space?" Tyler embarrassedly released me, scratching his head. "Sorry. I got too excited. Dad needs to stay hospitalized for observation. I'll visit again in the coming days." I nodded, looking up at the sky. "It's getting late. You should all get something to eat." After speaking, I changed out of my blouse, walking up to Lily. "Are you hungry?" Lily shook her head, taking out a milk candy, pressing it into my hand. I put the candy in my mouth, then gently flicked her forehead, warning her, "From now on, don't snack so much before meals. Not eating properly means you won't grow tall." Lily was currently somewhat malnourished. Her thin frame, pitifully frail. She held her forehead, nodding. Saying softly, "I'll listen to everything you say. Now let's go have a good meal. Then we'll go home." I smiled. Let's go. I just told her to eat properly. But late at night in Riverside, where would we find proper food? On the sidewalk, the barbecue stalls were still bustling. Charcoal grilling beef and lamb filled the air with delicious aromas, making my stomach growl loudly. I glanced around, hesitating before stopping the car, leaning down to whisper, "Today I'm taking you to break the rules. Let's eat our fill. Then starting tomorrow." I paused, then smiled. "We'll start with you first." After speaking, I took Lily's hand, leading her to the roadside barbecue stall. Honestly, the grilled beef here, though not as good as steaks in fancy restaurants. The space wasn't as clean either. But eating barbecue had to be done on the sidewalk, breathing night air, occasionally inhaling some car exhaust for authenticity. Add an ice-cold soda from 82. And all the day's exhaustion and frustration would vanish completely. And from that moment on, the original plot had also changed. I'd saved General Shah's life, healed all his wounds, and received the reward of supreme musical talent. Mid-bite of my specially marinated chicken leg, a notification suddenly appeared in my mind. I glanced at my watch, guessing the old man had woken up. Could changing others' plotlines also earn rewards? I shook my head, not bothering to think more. Having money is still my greatest strength. Everything else is just a bonus. As Riverside's top young master, with a notorious playboy reputation, I don't need to learn skills to please others. People have always flattered me. I've never flattered anyone. After finishing the barbecue, it was nearly 9 p.m. The busiest time for this food street. A long-haired young man, carrying an old wooden guitar on his back, strolled between the roadside barbecue stalls. A wooden sign hung from his chest, reading, "Requests -$10 per song." Lily ate her grilled vegetables in small bites, occasionally glancing at the young man. I frowned. In the original story, Drake also played all kinds of instruments and was very talented. I didn't know what twist of fate made this girl start liking the male lead. I asked curiously. Lily's face reddened slightly, shaking her head gently, but still occasionally stealing glances at me, whispering, "I just think, if you could play guitar, you'd definitely look really handsome." I raised my eyebrows. Perfect timing. I just received supreme musical skills. Playing guitar? Easy. Just need to make my little sister happy. I waved to call the young man over. "Hey, friend. $10 a song. Can I borrow your guitar to play?" The young man glanced at my hands, asking back, "You actually know how to play? Don't try if you don't have skills." Looking bad in front of this pretty girl would completely ruin my noble image. I laughed. The young man glanced at Lily, then decisively handed me the guitar. I took out my phone, giving it to Lily. "Help me record this." Then put on a mask. I strummed the strings twice. A melodious tune rang out into the night. Looking through the phone's lens, I smiled. A song I wrote myself, dedicated to my beloved little sister, a gift from Riverside. What makes me cry isn't just last night's wine. In this small rain-soaked city, I've never forgotten you. The only thing Riverside couldn't take away was you. When the song ended, a crowd had already gathered around. Everyone pulled out their phones to record. Some even turned on flash. Swaying to the rhythm, I took back the phone from Lily, discovering she hadn't stopped recording. The final frame showed her flushed face, eyes sparkling with reflected city lights. I secretly captured a screenshot, setting it as my phone wallpaper. A few girls shyly approached, softly asking, "Sir, could we get your contact info?" I raised my eyebrows. Now I understand why rich people love these flashy tricks. Using talent to win people over feels completely different from buying them with money. After all, emotions are more valuable than material things. I smiled and shook my head, placing my hand over Lily's. My contacts are full of luxury car and mansion photos. If they saw those, their so-called crush probably wouldn't be so pure anymore. Despite my rejection, the girls grew even more excited. Oh my god, not only does he sing well, he's so deep too. Love it. He's seriously so handsome. Have you guys heard this song before? No, I heard he composed it himself. Lily's face now looked like a red apple, her bright eyes fixed on my hand resting on hers. Though she knew I was just politely rejecting others, an indescribable tingling feeling rose in her heart. A nearby barbecue vendor brought freshly grilled skewers to our table. Even the owner brought extra skewers and a bottle of soda. I kept shaking my head in refusal, saying I really couldn't eat anymore. But surrounded by everyone's enthusiasm, I could only grab Lily's hand and run away. On the busy street, lights illuminating the long road, Lily's eyes never left my back, as if just following me. She could escape this noisy world. When we reached the parked car, I panted heavily, turning to check if anyone was chasing us. Lily couldn't brake in time, crashing straight into my arms. I quickly caught her, patting her head, then opened the car door. By the time we got home, it was nearly 10 p.m. Though the original owner used to hang out in bars all night. Now, just thinking of Mom and Dad coming home after 9 made me tiptoe carefully. Ethan, you're home? Hearing the door open, Zhao looked up. My plan to sneak in failed. I shrank my neck, just like a child caught misbehaving, walking slowly into the living room. Dad, Mom, you're still awake? I greeted them. Dad. Lily gently tugged my sleeve, speaking softly. Zhao saw Lily's demeanor, frowning. Never see you studying. Just playing around outside all day. Like a wild duck, coming home without even a greeting. No manners at all. Then she turned to look at me, speaking gently. Ethan, are you tired from playing outside today? Mom had Aunt Wong warm you some milk. Drinking it will help you sleep tonight. David looked up at me. Ethan, Victor Wong told me about what happened at Riverside Mall today. Riverside Mall is open to everyone. Absolutely cannot tolerate employees discriminating against customers. You handled this very well. You're truly my son. He removed the Patek Philippe watch from his wrist, holding it before me. Last time you said you liked this watch, right? Seeing you've grown up, I'm giving it to you. Zhao nodded repeatedly, then looked at Lily with disgust. Look at your brother. Even when playing outside, he remembers to help manage family business. And you? Besides eating and playing, you know nothing. I accepted the watch, putting it on, waving my hand before them. Dad, Mom, does it suit me? I told you. It looks better on me than Dad. Zhao nodded enthusiastically, laughing while scolding David. Right. I told you long ago to give this to Ethan. Why keep it like a treasure? After putting on the watch, I guiltily took Lily's hand. She'd lowered her head. All day's joy now vanished. Go shower first. Remember to sleep early tonight. Tomorrow I'll take you to school. If I'm not up in the morning, just wake me up. Hearing I'd take her to school, Lily excitedly nodded, a radiant smile blooming. After going to her room, I showered off the barbecue smell, then returned to the living room. Ethan, why aren't you asleep yet? Zhao asked, puzzled. I went out today and learned some massage techniques from a traditional medicine doctor. Recently I was in a coma for days. Mom took such good care of me. Dad's been busy with work too. So I want to give you both a massage to relax, I said, glancing down at the Patek Philippe on my wrist. Though I didn't know the watch's price, I recognized it was very expensive. In the original story, David and Zhao always favored the original owner. Even when Carter Corporation went bankrupt, they still worried about the original owner's future. I was different. I couldn't thoughtlessly enjoy their love while treating them coldly, at least while Mom and Dad were here. I wanted to fulfill the role of a son. Do what a son should do. Zhao and David exchanged surprised glances, carefully asking, You didn't cause some trouble, did you? I shook my head repeatedly. Speaking seriously, I swear to heaven, I didn't cause any trouble. Both sighed in relief. Must be something going on. Just too embarrassed to say it. But no matter what, they were still my parents, always on my side. Fine, massage Mom first, Zhao said. I had Mom lie face down on the bed, sitting beside her, then began massaging. After finishing, Zhao's face was flushed, her whole body soft, lying limp on the sofa. She exhaled in satisfaction. Ethan's technique is truly amazing. More comfortable than any massage place I've been. David glanced at me. Seeing I remained silent, he guessed I'd caused major trouble. That even he'd need to intervene to resolve. He lay down on the sofa, his face looking heavy, but the more I massaged, the more his expression relaxed, even making soft groaning sounds. Dad, your shoulders are so stiff. Work must be really exhausting lately. I asked. David sighed. Work is what I'm used to. Just tell me, what do you need Dad to help with? If you don't say clearly, my heart keeps worrying. I shook my head. Honestly, there's nothing. It's just, I feel having Dad as head of the house is really wonderful. My Ethan's finally grown up. David sniffled, his eyes moist, emotion welling up. I sighed softly. Too bad Grandpa's gone. Dad doesn't have a father anymore. So Dad wouldn't understand how I feel. In this world, only Dad is the best. Without Dad, I'm like a weed. If Grandpa in heaven saw Dad being so understanding, he'd definitely be very happy. David said emotionally. Hearing me say this, he also began remembering his late father. I nodded. So Dad could once again feel a father-son relationship, understand my feelings. I specially found Dad an adoptive father. Ow, 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 Mom. Why didn't you stop Dad? I cried out miserably, clutching my shoulder. Right when I said I wanted to find Dad an adoptive father. David immediately grabbed my leg, holding tight. Impossible to escape. I suddenly remembered when the original owner caused trouble before. David did exactly the same thing. Grabbing the original owner's leg with one hand. Even when hitting, he never struck hard. Afterwards, he always helped the original owner resolve all troubles smoothly. Who told you to be so mischievous? Even daring to find your dad a father? Zhao chimed in. I shook my head. Speaking seriously, this adoptive father I carefully selected. Dad will definitely like him. Plus he can help our corporation reach new heights. Peeved. I only have one father. How could I adopt someone else as a father? David shouted from outside the door. I already told you, don't regret it. Wait till Dad meets him. We'll see if Dad doesn't like him. I shouted back. Think your son has no spine? How could Dad hastily find someone else as father? Call him right now, David declared. When the time comes, don't beg Dad to speak for you. I snorted back. David muttered a few words, then angrily returned to the bedroom. Though this time, I didn't cause any trouble for the family. Bringing home a father was truly outrageous. Zhao seemed interested instead. She lightly patted my bottom. Ethan, what does your adoptive father do? I gently pushed Mom's shoulder, smiling. Mom, you should go to bed too. In 3 days when he's discharged, I'll bring him home to visit. If I tell you now, it won't be interesting anymore. Zhao nodded. When the time comes, you better behave. If he's nobody special, I won't be able to stop your dad. I waved dismissively, seeing Mom to the door. Good night. Just as I lay down, a knock sounded at my door. I sat up surprised, opening it. Lily, wearing pink bunny pajamas, stood shyly at the door, her face flushed, suddenly hugging me. Brother, thank you and good night. Then she ran straight back to her room. I scratched my head, unable to stop my smile. This kid's really adorable. Can't understand what the original owner was thinking, treating his sister so coldly. Lying on the large soft bed, I took out my phone, editing the evening's video slightly, then posted it to my social media account. After that, I hugged my pillow and slept. I had no idea. That night on social media, my singing video went viral. Everyone offered generous rewards, just to find the complete recording. Oh my god, what song is this? Sounds so good. Too bad it's just this short clip. Does anyone have the full version? I remember a girl recorded the whole song. The whole internet's looking for her. Officer, I left something there. Could you help me check the security footage? Right after the video was posted, my account followers jumped to 500,000. Is this the video recorded by that little sister? This boyfriend's perspective is too extreme. Little brother is so handsome. Surprisingly, he was wearing a mask. Oh my god, this song is so addictive. My ears are about to get pregnant, sir. Sir, could you walk with me on Riverside streets just once? At the same time, at the Medical Research Institute in the government building, over a dozen doctors were watching a video repeatedly, extracted from the operating room camera footage, recording the entire process of me performing surgery to remove General Shah's bullet fragments. A miracle, truly a medical miracle. That technique was so exquisite. Even if I studied another 10 years, I couldn't do it. If he could remove the fragments from General Shah, then the conditions of other generals, could they also be treated? You think he's some immortal? Those other generals are all surviving on traditional medicine. Each field has its specialty. Without a decade of hard practice, how could one have such skilled technique? There's no time to study both traditional medicine and practice surgery. Those men are all generals who made great contributions, helping build the nation. How could we let some inexperienced kid treat them? But I heard the lead surgeon is only 17 years old. He also has a sister working at the medical center. So I know a bit about his situation. 17? The next morning, I was awakened by soft knocking. Grabbing my phone, running fingers through my bird's nest hair, groggily opening the door. Lily wore a light pink button-down shirt, paired with a pleated skirt in academic style. Her slender, pale legs, clearly visible before me. Her bangs were clipped neatly with a small flower clip, revealing her smooth white forehead. Brother, good morning. Her face flushed red, speaking so softly it was almost a whisper. She feared that after one night's sleep, I'd return to being the heartless person from before. I reached out, planning to pat Lily's head, but thinking she still had to go to school today. She'd clearly prepared and dressed carefully. So I withdrew my hand. Yet Lily lowered her head, gently stepping forward. I lightly patted the small head that moved closer. Let's eat breakfast together. After eating, we'll go to school. I stepped aside, signaling Lily to enter my room and help me choose clothes. After yesterday's incident, I realized I really shouldn't pick my own clothes. Riverside's top young master like me actually dressed like some nouveau riche. Lily's face turned crimson. Entering my walk-in closet, she selected a white shirt with an academic-style tie and neat black pants. When I finished changing, standing next to Lily, we looked like we were wearing matching outfits. Entering the dining room, the housekeeper hadn't expected Lily would also come down for breakfast, so no meal was prepared for her. I scratched my head, somewhat awkward. Previously, it was because the original owner didn't want to sit at the same table with Lily, making her eat only leftovers since returning to the Carter family. Sometimes the original owner even deliberately dumped food, forcing her to go hungry in her room. Lily lowered her head, pressing her lips together, standing still, full of awkwardness. From now on, remember to prepare an extra portion for her at breakfast. Warm up the traditional medicine I brought home yesterday. I'll take it in a bit. I pulled Lily's hand, sitting down at the dining table together, then pushed the abundant meal to the center, signaling her to eat with me. But Lily worried I wouldn't have enough, so still didn't dare touch her chopsticks. I frowned, decisively pulling her head closer, feeding her breakfast. Lily's face immediately showed panic, her cheeks burning red. Brother, I can feed myself. I looked at her, smiling. My silly bookworm little sister. You need to eat more. Exercise diligently. Keep yourself healthy. Your illiterate brother will have to rely on you in the future. After breakfast, I drove the brand new Ferrari, taking Lily to school. Yesterday I'd only focused on buying her clothes. Now I noticed the backpack she carried had small holes in both bottom corners. Lily awkwardly hid the backpack behind her, sitting straight in the passenger seat, drinking the traditional medicine. Though I'd added plenty of cane sugar and honey, the medicine still tasted somewhat bitter and strange. When we stopped at a red light, I pulled out several lychees from my pocket, placing them in her hands. Knowing the medicine's bitter, I brought these. I smiled, looking at the lychees in her hand. Lily bit her lip lightly. Is this what being cared for feels like? She peeled a lychee and put it in her mouth. The sweet, refreshing taste mixed with lychee's distinctive fragrance, immediately spreading through her mouth. This was her first time eating lychee. She peeled another one. During the red light, gently touching my arm, I accepted it and put it in my mouth. My eyes immediately lit up. In my past life, the best lychees I ate were only the concubine smile variety, far inferior in flavor, some too cloyingly sweet, others bland and sour, but this one had a mild, cooling sweetness, with hints of osmanthus fragrance, thick, crisp flesh, and juicy, with an extremely small seed. In both my lives, this is truly the best lychee. Do you know what variety this is? Let me tell Mom to buy more for our rooms. I asked casually. Lily thought for a moment. I think it's called green hanging fruit. I heard Mom mention it. My steering wheel trembled slightly. Green hanging fruit is called the Rolls-Royce of lychees. I remembered in my past life, one piece was auctioned for 500,000. I swallowed. Did I just eat half a house? Lily also looked shocked at the lychee in her hand. She took out her phone to check the price, breathing in relief. This kind is about $1,000 per pound. Mom bought the good kind, so the price is probably a bit higher. I nodded, muttering, capitalism is truly terrifying. Give me one more. I want to see if eating something worth dozens of dollars will make me fly. I'd brought 6 lychees total. I ate 2. Lily also ate 2. The remaining 2 I planned to bring to school, to share with classmates. The Ferrari quickly stopped before Riverside High's gates. I greeted the security guard, then drove straight into campus. The guard looked at me in shock. This young master usually only arrives near lunch break. But it's only 7:40 now. I parked, yawning, walking to class with Lily. Her class was regular track, while mine was downstairs, grade 10. The 2 classrooms were directly above and below each other. I gently patted Lily's head, saying goodbye, then turned and entered my classroom. Just as I set my bag on the desk, my deskmate tapped the desk, excitedly saying, "Ethan, that girl who brought you to class, is she your girlfriend? She's so pretty. Why haven't I seen her before? Bringing a girlfriend to school. No wonder you came so early today." I looked up at the slightly chubby boy before me, thinking about his role in the story. His name was Mason. In the original story, he was one of the few who still helped the original owner after his fall. Even when the original owner had nothing left to respect, Mason's family wasn't wealthy. When helping the original owner thought he was looking down on him, acting coldly, sometimes even hitting him. I raised my eyebrows teasingly. "Hey fatty, that's my biological sister. If you dare have any ideas, don't blame me for pulling up weeds by the roots." Mason laughed awkwardly. "Ethan, I thought you'd finally forgotten Violet." Hearing the name Violet, I immediately remembered. The original owner came to school every day, just to see her once. When too lazy to get up in the morning, he'd give Mason money to bring breakfast for Violet. In the original story, she always looked down on the uneducated original owner. Whenever the original owner wanted to give gifts, he'd have to beg and flatter for ages before she'd accept. Outright rejection would be fine. But she always gave the original owner a bit of hope, encouraging him not to give up. Over the past year, the gifts the original owner gave Violet totaled over 50,000. "Hey fatty, how much of my money do you have left?" I asked. The original owner was truly blind. But I'm not that crazy. Money earned through hard work. Why waste it on gifts for others? Mason pulled out a stack of cash. "Ethan, this is what's left." I frowned, counting roughly. About 2,000 remained. "I remember giving you 30,000 at the start of term. It's only mid-semester and buying breakfast already cost over 20,000. I asked while he was still chewing melon. Mason looked at me bewildered, asking quietly, "Ethan, you really don't like Violet anymore?" I ground my teeth. "Like that monkey?" I snapped, suddenly noticing breakfast in Mason's desk drawer. I snatched it. "My sister hasn't eaten anything this morning. And you're here eating well? After speaking, I stood up, heading straight upstairs. 10 minutes remained before first period. Most students ate breakfast while reading. Lily sat beside a friend. Her friend broke a bun in half, offering Lily the other half. I immediately snatched the bun, putting it in my mouth and chewing, smiling. So this is your usual breakfast? Her friend frowned, eyes tearing up as she glared at me. Why are you here? Lily looked surprised and delighted. She looked at her friend, introducing, brother. This is Jasmine. Jasmine looked at me suspiciously. She had no idea Lily had a brother. I nodded at Jasmine, smiling. I brought nutritious breakfast for you both. I placed the sandwich with meat, eggs, vegetables and cold cuts on the desk. Rich aromas spreading throughout the classroom. All eyes focused on us. Jasmine looked at the sandwich, swallowing. I said, you two eat quickly. Don't disturb others studying. Lily nodded, tearing the sandwich in half, giving half to Jasmine. Previously, when she had no breakfast, Jasmine always shared hers. Today she could finally return the favor. I pulled out the remaining 2,000 from Mason's hand, pressing it into Lily's palm. This is your spending money. If you won't use my card, then use cash. At lunch I need to help Rachel move, so I can't eat with you. I gently pinched Lily's cheek. Remember to treat your friend to something nice for lunch. Don't be stingy. If you're too thrifty, I'll punish you tonight. Lily's face immediately flushed. She lowered her head, softly responding, okay. I turned to leave. Just approaching my classroom, I heard loud commotion. Mason, weren't you supposed to bring breakfast? What kind of job are you doing? Want to starve us? Can't even handle this small task. Believe we'll tell Ethan to cut you off? I stood outside the classroom door, clearing my throat twice, shouting, what are you all doing? Throughout the entire building, only our class is the loudest. Aren't you ashamed? Lost all face. The entire class fell silent, looking up at me, every gaze filled with shock. Did the sun rise in the west today? Seeing Ethan at school in broad daylight? Seeing the classroom quiet down, I silently returned to my seat. Got up too early this morning. I yawned again. Everyone in class finally understood, nodding in realization. So Ethan came to school to catch up on sleep. That's why he won't let anyone be noisy. Hey Ethan, are you going to handle this or not? The job you gave Mason was to bring us breakfast every day. But this morning he didn't bring any. Trying to starve us? If Violet doesn't eat enough, how can she concentrate in morning classes? A sharp-faced girl spoke up accusingly. Her name was Madison, Violet's best friend, usually hanging around her, also getting plenty of benefits from me. I glanced at Mason, ordering, 5 minutes left. Go out and buy breakfast. Remember to buy from the rice ball shop outside school. 2 full portions. Mason glanced at me, sighing softly, then stood up to leave. I placed my hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Looking at Madison mockingly, I remember. I only told him to buy for Violet. You have the nerve to freeload? If you can't afford to eat, kneel down and kowtow twice. Maybe I'll pity you and give you a bite. My words shut her up completely. Madison's face immediately turned red. She retorted, Violet watches her figure, so she eats very little. I'm just worried about wasting food, so I help her finish the rest. I suddenly understood. So you're the type who lives on others' leftovers. I slammed the desk, jumping up. Is Mason my brother? Who do you think you are? Who gave you permission to bark like that? You really think I, Ethan Carter, am a pushover? After my outburst, Madison's face turned beet red. Her eyes filled with resentment, grinding her teeth threateningly. Ethan, then don't expect me to pass messages to Violet anymore. I laughed scornfully. If it were the original owner, he might care. But I just want to take back everything that belongs to me. After all, that's 50,000. Based on my past life salary, working 10 years might not save that much. At this moment, Violet, who'd been silent, frowned, saying unhappily, Ethan, Madison is my best friend. If you treat my friend like this, how can I trust you'll treat me well? I think we should cut off contact. I'm really disappointed. I thought you were a good person. Maybe after graduation we could get to know each other better. I looked Violet up and down. Fair skin. Delicate features. She is quite pretty. But her beauty pales compared to Rachel. And compared to Lily, it's worlds apart. Violet's figure was rather flat. Compared to Rachel's curvaceous form. The difference was truly vast. Seeing my gaze sweep across her chest, Violet immediately looked uncomfortable, covering her chest with her hands. Stepping back twice, Ethan, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Hurry and apologize to my friend. Then buy her a gift to make up for it. Otherwise I won't talk to you all week. Looking at her, I suddenly slapped my own face. If I didn't have top-tier medical skills, I'd have to go to the hospital to check. If I had a brain tumor. The slap was loud. Everyone thought I was sincerely apologizing. The young master of the Carter family slapping himself to apologize. To his girlfriend. Truly rare. The whole class looked at me in shock. Mason grabbed my wrist, thinking I'd come to my senses. Never expecting I was still entangled in those feelings. Ethan, at worst you'll be late to first period. Just let me buy them rice balls. I placed my hand on Mason's shoulder. The original owner might have undervalued friendship. But I won't. Now I'm even thinking, maybe I should pull Mason along to get rich. In case something unexpected happens later. At least I'd have a backup fund. I glanced at Violet again, recalling the money I'd spent on her this past year. Looking at her was like seeing a $50,000 check walking around. I pretended to speak gently. Violet, you know I've liked you for a long time. But you've never given me an answer. Now I don't want to wait anymore. I'm afraid after college entrance exams, you'll leave me. I want to get engaged to you first. Then marry after we're both of age. Hearing me finish, all eyes in class converged on me and Violet. We were both only in 11th grade. Yet already discussing marriage. Violet's face flushed. She sighed softly, speaking helplessly. Ethan, though we're not far apart in age, I've always seen you as just a brother. At our age, the most important thing is to study hard. Keep striving forward every day. How could we date so young? You've really disappointed me. I nearly went insane, kicking the desk hard, shouting, Violet, what do you mean? At the start of this term, I gave Mason $30,000. It's been just over a month, and now only $2,000 remains. Over the past year, I've spent $50,000 on you. Bought you so many clothes and bags. But now you say you only see me as a brother? I was so angry. I kicked another corner of the desk. Aren't you just the type who uses people? Always keeping that hot and cold attitude, just to extract money from me. Violet's eyes reddened, sniffling, saying tearfully, I study so hard. So I bought a new laptop. And a tablet. I'm not like the wealthy Carters. I just want to work hard. To give myself a better future. How is that wrong? As for the other things you mentioned, I clearly said I didn't need them. You insisted on giving them. That's right, Ethan. We're all classmates. Why be so harsh? Obviously you forced those gifts on her. Everyone in class knows. Now you're bringing it up again? Violet just wants to study hard. Your Carter family doesn't lack money. Look how stingy you're being. So you spent money to marry her? Her accepting your money doesn't mean she accepted dating you. Classmates hearing this, all spoke up defending Violet. Ethan, can't you see how upset she is? I heard Peach just released a new phone. Buy one for me and Violet each. Maybe I'll say something nice about you. Madison chimed in. My mouth twitched. Even now, she's still thinking about extracting benefits. Ridiculous. But thinking of the $50,000 spent on Violet. I gritted my teeth, pretending to be sulking, saying, I've bought you so many bags and clothes. Those were gifts I gave to my girlfriend. Now you don't want to be my girlfriend. Then return everything. Violet had always been watching my every move. Seeing I remained calm and composed, she sneered inwardly, then immediately pretended to look pained. If you don't want to be my brother anymore, then the gifts I've received over this past year, I'll return them all. Hearing her say this, I felt like celebrating inside. Doesn't that mean I'm about to get my money back? But outwardly my eyes reddened, pretending to be angry and disappointed. Violet, is this really what you want? I shouted. The things you've already used are worthless now. Violet sneered coldly inside. From my eyes and voice, she could tell I was still attached. She understood, the more I paid now, the more regretful I'd be later. The more she'd benefit. She put on a pained expression. Ethan, I thought you would always treasure and love me. Never expected you're just like those other rich boys. Just wanting to possess my body. If that's the case, I'll return everything you gave me. For this past year's gifts. I'll calculate at 80% value. The difference, I'll write an IOU. I, Violet, may not be rich. But I absolutely won't love someone for money. Hearing her finish, the whole class looked at me with contempt. You just happen to be born a bit wealthier. After graduation, we'll surpass you eventually. You think money makes everyone beau? Money isn't everything. Spending money on a girl while dating, then wanting it back. Never seen anyone as stingy as you. Inside I felt like flowers were blooming. So I'm about to get all my money back. Thinking of the 50,000 returning, I almost couldn't contain my emotions. I tried hard to recall painful memories from the past. Finally suppressing my smile, I took a blank paper and black pen, handing them to Violet, then tossed my phone to Mason, telling him to record a video as evidence. Mason sighed softly. He thought the more noise I made, the more embarrassing it'd be later. But when he opened the phone, seeing on screen a girl with flushed face, eyes sparkling like stars, his dejected spirits immediately revived. Ethan's feelings for Violet seemed finally cured. Violet held the paper and pen, surprised, never expecting I'd actually make her write an IOU. Was I not joking earlier? I looked at her coldly. Weren't you confident that I wouldn't make you write an IOU? So you dared say those words. Thought she really wouldn't bow for 5 measures of rice? Turns out she's just relying on herself and fearing no one. Mason mocked. Violet glared resentfully at Mason. I just don't know how to write an IOU. Before picking up the pen, she glanced at me again, seeing my face showing sadness mixed with lingering attachment, but still maintaining an arrogant posture, refusing to admit fault. She immediately felt reassured. From her experience, just ignoring me for 3 days, I'd come back begging like a puppy. After finishing the IOU, she threw it directly in my face, speaking coldly. Are you satisfied now? I took the paper, scanning it once, then angrily tore it in half. Violet, how long will you keep messing around? On that paper were only 9 words. Violet owes Ethan Carter 50,000. Seriously lacking information. Not even a repayment date. Completely worthless. I'm not messing around. You want to use money to humiliate my character. If you need an IOU, I'll write another one. But trampling on my self-respect, I absolutely won't allow. Violet's voice was full of agitation, while I sneered coldly inside. Just finished writing the IOU, demanding to cut ties. But before I said anything, she's already trembling. Probably by tomorrow she'll come begging. After speaking, she tore another blank sheet, preparing to rewrite the IOU. I looked at Mason, speaking coldly. If she wants to write, make it proper. Find her a standard IOU template. Mason had been doubting whether I'd truly forgotten Violet. Now he understood immediately. So Ethan's using the retreat to advance strategy. Learned something new. He pulled out his phone, finding a legally valid IOU template, showing it to Violet. Her face immediately paled like she was constipated. She vaguely felt something was wrong. The previous IOU, she knew, was useless. Even if I kept it, it didn't matter. But writing according to this template would have actual legal value. She'd clearly given me an out, planning to let me apologize in a few days, then buy gifts to coax her, when she could pretend to reluctantly forgive. But the current situation wasn't as she calculated. Mason picked up the IOU I'd torn earlier, smiling coldly. Violet, at least you should write IOU on it. No, knowledge is one thing, but you should have some common sense. I think you're just relying on Ethan's past feelings, so you dare act so brazenly. Seeing Violet still refusing to write, I pretended to speak gently. Violet, I know, you can't bear to leave me. You also know, I never liked studying. Only came to school because of you. Madison chimed in, whispering advice, Violet. It's just writing an IOU. In a few days he'll definitely come apologizing. This time absolutely don't soften. Don't forgive him easily. I saw some new bags recently. That would really suit you. Violet nodded slightly, decisively finishing the IOU. Even pointing at it. There. Are you satisfied now? Ethan, from now on let's not talk anymore. I'll never forgive you. After speaking, she decisively returned to her seat. Looking at me, like a stranger. I reviewed the IOU again, carefully putting it away, then checking if the video was clear. After that, sending both to the corporation's legal department for filing. Of the $50,000 she owed, $40,000 was calculated from all previous gifts. The remaining $10,000 had to be repaid within 10 days. The loss from depreciation of used gifts, I wouldn't bother calculating. Anyway, I don't plan to pursue it. With Violet's spending habits, she couldn't possibly afford those luxury items. The original owner was too stupid to throw money away like that. But since that's the case, let me teach her a lesson. He glanced at the time. There is still about half an hour left before class. He remembers. Violet home is located near Riverside High School. It's still possible to go back and get the gift now. I walked up to her desk, tapping lightly on the surface. Oh, that's Ethan all right. Truly shameless. I thought you could last at least 2 days. Never expected you couldn't hold out even 5 minutes. Truly the pinnacle of a lovesick fool. The classmates burst into laughter. Violet snorted contemptuously, frowning at me. Classmate. Now we're strangers. Please don't disturb my studying. With the IOU in hand, I didn't need to keep acting. I smiled coldly. Seems you still don't understand your position. Now I'm your creditor. You plan to use your creditor status to force me to submit? Truly disgusting. Violet said with distaste. I shook my head. I'm just following what you wrote in the IOU. Taking back all the previous gifts. Don't tell me, you don't plan to actually repay? Or were those words just pretense? Hearing me say this, Violet's jaw dropped in shock. She never expected I would actually demand back all the gifts I'd given her. Ethan, if you keep acting like this, I'll really, truly never forgive you. Violet threatened loudly. I frowned slightly. This girl still thinks I'm joking with her? I thought for a moment, pretending to look panicked, but immediately ground my teeth, speaking firmly. You wrote in the IOU that you'd return all the gifts I gave. If not, then take back the IOU. My threatening tone was weak and powerless. Violet sneered inwardly. She'd thought I'd escaped her control. But looking again, I was just a sulking boy. Probably just causing trouble to get her attention. Such a child. No way. I already said, from now on we're strangers. If you want to take back the gifts now, then go ahead, I'll take you to get them. Violet said. I celebrated inside, but still pretended to sulk. Turning to leave the classroom, Violet followed behind me, sitting in the Ferrari's passenger seat. I'm warning you, now that you're in the car, don't talk to me. This car has no backseat. I'm sitting in front out of necessity. Don't get any ideas, she said coldly. I continued acting love-struck, my voice softening. Violet, how long will you keep making a scene? Hearing my voice drop emotionally, Violet grew even colder. You think having money means trampling on my self-respect? Ethan, spiritually, we're equals. The entire drive was eerily silent. I knew she'd made up her mind, and had no mood to continue this romantic charade with her. Violet's home was near Riverside High, in a newly built apartment complex. The surrounding environment was beautiful. Facilities complete, close to a key school. Housing prices around $30,000 to $40,000 per square meter. The apartment I arranged for Rachel was also in this complex. Wait downstairs. I'll bring the stuff down, Violet said. Half an hour later, she came down carrying 5 shopping bags, throwing them directly at my feet. Take all your stuff and disappear. I looked at the bags. These were all the cheapest gifts I'd ever given her, totaling less than $200,000. I frowned slightly, smiling coldly. Violet, I know you still have feelings for me. How about this? Apologize to me and Mason. Maybe I'll let you off today. Hearing me say this, Violet snorted contemptuously. Inside, she thought, so Ethan's already wanting to make up. He just still has some pride left. Not willing to apologize first. Wait a few more days. He'll definitely come. Begging me. Violet ground her teeth. Dream on. I've already used the other bags. Even if you take them, you'll just throw them away. I shrugged, unconcerned. Throwing them away is my business. If you really feel bad, then obediently apologize. I'll ask the principal to let you use the broadcast room. Just you wait. Violet angrily returned home, fearing she'd forget something. This time I followed her upstairs. Why are you following me? Violet exploded. I'm afraid you'll forget something. It's almost class time. Being late won't be good for your studies. After all, you still have dreams and academic aspirations to change your fate. While I have nothing but a bank balance with over 10 digits, I said sarcastically. Violet's home was a small apartment in the complex. About 60 square meters. 4 people living together. I curiously glanced inside. The living room was smaller than my closet, but arranged very cozily. On the sofa, I saw children's books and a small toy truck. You have a younger brother? I asked curiously. Violet didn't answer, just slammed the door shut. When it opened again, she'd gathered all the gifts I'd given her, neatly stacked by the door. Violet suddenly froze. Besides these items, her room looked completely bare. I checked everything once, then asked, didn't you also buy a tablet and laptop with Mason's money? The door slammed shut again. That's enough, Ethan. I never expected you'd be this kind of person, Violet said with disgust. I looked her up and down, hesitating slightly. What are you planning? Violet stepped back twice. If you dare try anything, I'll scream. My mouth twitched as I laughed helplessly. Do I look like that type? But it seems the outfit you're wearing, I also bought for you. Hearing me finish, the disgust on Violet's face vanished, replaced by fearful looks, as if I were some pervert. I'll wash this and return it, she said, blushing. No need. I prefer the original scent. I blurted out. Shameless. Violet's face flushed to her ears. But at this point, she didn't want to entangle with me further. Fine. I'll avoid Ethan for a month, she thought to herself. The door slammed shut once more. When it opened, Violet threw the clothes she just changed straight at my face. Honestly, the freshly changed clothes were still warm. The scent also fragrant. Do you remember I also bought you things like socks and stockings? I asked. You pervert. Get out. Violet screamed, her face red enough to drip blood. She couldn't understand when I'd become so shameless. She locked the door, then turned and went down the elevator alone, watching the elevator doors close. I wanted to remind her. Those shoes were also my purchase. I scratched my head, then thought, forget it. I'll just give her the shoes. After all, they're only worth 1,000. I looked down at the pile of thrown clothes, thinking maybe I was actually becoming a bit perverted. But clearly my clothes were all treated with expensive perfume, yet somehow didn't smell as good as hers. Meanwhile, Violet went downstairs, standing coldly beside the Ferrari waiting for me. By now, quite a few young girls had gathered around the car. They were taking photos with the Ferrari. Seeing her suddenly enter the frame, one of them said unhappily, "Hey girl, can you move away from the car? Don't stick yourself in the frame like that. Don't you have eyes?" Violet felt somewhat hurt. Clearly this is my car. But thinking again, between me and him, there's no relationship. Just ordinary classmates. She bit her lip lightly, looking toward the elevator. Seeing me carrying various large and small bags, even wrapping the clothes she just changed as a scarf around my neck. Seeing the girls gathered by the car, I licked my lips. Walking up, ladies. Authentic designer bags, bought at flagship stores, guaranteed real. Just arrived, everything 20% off. The girls saw me coming down from upstairs, in that state, unsure if the bags were real. But the source looked extremely suspicious. I scratched my head, confused. 20% off is still expensive? Clearly they seemed very interested. But no one dared buy. So I placed each bag on the Ferrari's hood, then opened the car door. Buy now and get 3 photos inside the car. The girls looked at each other. A Ferrari worth millions belongs to Ethan Carter. So these bags definitely have no issues. 10 designer bags at 20% off. Even reselling would be profitable. So they rushed forward to buy. One girl even approached, taking my hand, asking softly, "Sir, I want to buy your contact info. How much?" Seeing another girl approaching me, Violet stepped forward, asking coldly, "Ethan, when will you take me back to school?" My eyes were currently drawn to the girl in a sports tank top before me. Full, rounded chest, slim waist and endlessly long legs. Each time she spoke, her chest trembled slightly, bouncing like pudding. Suddenly interrupted. I frowned slightly, but thinking I was the one who brought her, I had responsibility to take her back safely. I reluctantly bid farewell to the surrounding girls, getting in the car with Violet. Before getting in, she glanced at those girls, then snorted coldly with provocation. On the way back to school, she suddenly said, "Ethan, those people are only around you for your money." I looked at the $40,000 transfer notification on my phone. Feeling incredibly relaxed, I smiled faintly. That's fine. Now I'm so poor I only have money left. Carter Corporation's assets reach thousands of billions. If we partner with the Blood War organization, we might even break 10 trillion. As long as I don't seek death. Keep Lily stable as the villain. Secretly handle the male lead Drake. This money truly can be spent. Passing by a phone store, I suddenly stopped the car, buying 2 of the latest Peach phones. Getting back in, I recalled this morning, when Lily checked the price of green hanging fruit, lychees, she pulled out her old phone. It was a button phone, obsolete for who knows how many years. The paint peeling off the edges. The symbols on buttons too faded to see. While Violet beside her held 2 brand new phones. I felt a pang of emotion. But remembering the scene of her selling the bags I gave, her expression cold as ice. "Don't think just one phone will make me forgive you," she thought to herself, occasionally glancing at the phone, then at me. Constantly reminding herself to stay calm. Must wait until he can't stand it anymore. And brings it up himself. I wasn't thinking that deeply. Flooring the gas pedal. Getting Violet back to class just before the period started. Her head was spinning. Previously I always drove very slowly. But today was like street racing. The entire drive back, I didn't say a single word to her. She glared at me angrily. Then huffily plopped into her seat. First period in the morning was math. I listened for 2 minutes. Then collapsed on my desk, sleeping immediately. Not knowing how long I'd slept. Mason tapped my shoulder, calling softly, "Ethan, Ethan. I think someone's looking for you." I rubbed my eyes, yawning, smiling. "Don't tell me the news of my fight with Miss Violet. Already spread? So fast that other girls are already confessing?" I looked toward the classroom door. Seeing a petite girl, tears filling her eyes, standing at the door looking inside. I recognized her as Jasmine, who'd shared half a bun with Lily this morning. I jumped from my seat, running quickly to her. "What's wrong? What happened?" Suddenly I heard upstairs the loud sound of desks and chairs crashing. Lily's class was directly above. "Fatty, come with me," I shouted at Mason, then rushed upstairs. At that moment, Lily was surrounded by 5 girls. Her desk kicked to one side. She lowered her head, both hands gripping her skirt in panic. The lead girl looked at Lily, sneering. "No wonder you have money for new clothes today. Turns out you're selling yourself. Even got posted online. You've embarrassed the entire school." She pulled out a stack of cash from her bag, throwing it directly in Lily's face. "This should be enough for one more time. Take off your clothes. Let the whole class broaden their horizons. Already done something this shameful. What's there to fear?" Lily kept shaking her head, sobbing. "No, I didn't sell myself. These clothes were bought by my brother." The lead girl snorted. "Still playing pitiful? What brother, what sister? If you won't take them off yourself, we'll help." All 5 rushed forward, pulling Lily's hair, grabbing her arms, tearing at her clothes. Nearby male students cheered. What are you girls doing? 5 of you can't strip one girl? Isn't lifting a skirt easier? The 5 girls seemed to wake up, simultaneously grabbing her skirt. Boom! A loud crash. I kicked the classroom door off its hinges, charging in with murderous intent. Seeing my eyes full of killing rage, the entire class fell silent, everyone frozen. Lily looked at me like an angel descending. All the grievances pent up inside her burst forth. She broke free from those people, hurriedly covering her chest, burrowing into my arms. I gently patted her back, trying to suppress my rising anger, asking softly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lily hiccuped, tears streaming down, saying through sobs, "Brother, I really didn't sell these clothes. Everything was bought by you. Can you explain to them?" I looked at Mason, who'd just arrived. Speaking coldly, "Fatty, lock the back door." I gently stroked Lily's hair, comforting her. "Don't worry, I'll explain for you. So this is the man who paid you yesterday? Never expected he's a student at the same school. 2 people stuck together like that. Still pretending to be siblings? A prostitute trying to act noble. Truly shameless." She mocked. "Hey, brother. How much for one night? Is the merchandise still fresh? Did she service you well last night?" Another male student joined in teasing. I held Lily tightly, walking up to the platform, then kicked the podium away. Crash! A loud bang. The entire class immediately fell silent. I glanced at everyone in the class. Speaking ice cold, "I'm Ethan Carter. Anyone who dares touch what's mine. Now I'll explain to you all." Everyone kneeled down and listened carefully. Hearing me finish, the whole class burst into contemptuous laughter. "Isn't Ethan the one who chased Violet for a whole year? Heard he spent tons of money but couldn't even hold her hand. Now he's dumped her and turned to licking Lily? Must say, Lily with makeup is actually much prettier than Violet." My mouth twitched. Never expected the original owner's reputation was this notorious. I scanned the classroom, smiling coldly. "I told you all to kneel and listen. Didn't you hear? A bunch who watch porn while bullying classmates. Did all your textbooks get eaten by dogs? What else is there to explain? Her prostitution video's already online. She dared to do it. So why can't we talk about it? If you're so great, don't do that dirty work." The lead girl mocked me. This girl's name is Courtney, who used to mock and bully Lily. And that boy is Ryan, Courtney's boyfriend. Today, seeing Lily dressed nicely, Ryan kept following and teasing her. Courtney got angry and bullied her again. Jasmine ran to my side, whispering the entire story from start to finish. I nodded, looking at my little sister trembling like a small rabbit. Waves of pain washed over me. Lily was bullied by the original owner at home, at school, oppressed by classmates. Her previous life was truly too dark. No wonder. Even knowing the male lead only lusted after her body, she still saw him as her life's only light. Thinking this, I tightened my arms around Lily, holding her even closer. Inside, I just wanted to rush forward and beat those bastards to a pulp. But I couldn't let her go right now. She was still trembling in panic. I looked at Jasmine, saying, "Call your homeroom teacher. Let's see how this gets resolved." Jasmine hesitated, looking at me. "Really? Call that teacher?" I nodded. Without the teacher's indulgence, how could they dare be so brazen? "Today, I'll make everyone who bullied Lily pay the price." Jasmine glanced at me again. In her impression, students can't oppose teachers. But seeing my cold eyes, she still hurried out of the classroom. I pulled up a chair, sitting down in the middle of class. Lily remained nestled against my chest. Half my shirt was soaked with her tears. I took out my phone to find the principal's number. The principal of Riverside High was Howard. He was the one who arranged for the original owner to study here. The phone connected. His fawning voice rang out. "Young Master Carter came to school today? If sleeping in class isn't comfortable, my office just got a new sofa. You can rest there." I smiled coldly. "I'm giving you 10 minutes. Get to grade 11, class 2 inches. What kind of principal are you? without waiting for his response. I hung up. Hearing this, the whole class was shocked. They looked at each other in confusion. Did he just call the principal? How can he talk to the principal like that? Who does he think he is? Even daring to order the principal to meet him in 10 minutes. How thick is his face? I didn't bother with them. Making the second call, Captain Thompson. This is Ethan Carter. At Riverside High, grade 11, class 2 inches. There's a serious school bullying incident. Send a team to handle it. The students now looked at me like watching a circus act. Who's he calling now? Captain Thompson? Even daring to say, send a team. Does he think the police are his family? I bet he's not even really calling. Probably just pretending. Otherwise, why would someone answer immediately? And listen to his tone. Ordering around a principal, a police captain. Like he's their superior. Truly deep acting. Maybe his head has problems. I smiled coldly, glancing once at the students here. I asked evenly, you still won't kneel and listen to me? Ryan scoffed, as if you're worthy. Just know how to bluff. Didn't you say the principal would arrive in 10 minutes? Lock the door. Keep him in class for 10 minutes. If the principal doesn't come, show him what it means to provoke our class. I maintained my icy expression. Making the final call, Blade. Call 30 brothers to Riverside High, grade 11, class 2 inches. The other end answered immediately, yes, boss, we'll be there in 20 minutes. The name Blade is actually Lou, a somewhat famous street figure in the area. Blade, and then Cannon too. Who else is he planning to call? Even saying 30 brothers. Planning to have them carry him out? The students burst into laughter. Didn't you say 10 minutes? It's already been 7. If the principal doesn't come, we'll really take action. Ryan grinned menacingly, his eyes sliding toward Lily. Seeing her nestled in my arms, trembling weakly. He licked his lips, smirking, brother, you'll be fine, right? Lily's eyes were red, speaking softly. If something really happens, then you just run first. She bit her lip. I sensed her body trembling bit by bit. I gently wiped away her tears, comforting her, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you again. Hearing this, Lily's nose tingled. Smiling softly, I believe you. I gently pinched her nose. Smiling. Remember these faces well. In a moment, don't soften toward them. Seeing my gentle movements, Lily blushed slightly, whispering, I'll listen to everything you say. The rapid clicking of high heels echoed from the hallway. A middle-aged woman with high cheekbones entered the classroom. What are you all doing? In this entire school, only our class is the noisiest. The woman's name was Ms. Wu, the homeroom teacher of this class. Seeing the chaotic scene in the classroom, she shouted, Who caused this? Are you all mute? Suddenly she spotted me, and Lily nestled in my arms. She snapped, Lily, how is it you again? Dressed like a fox today. Who are you trying to seduce? Look at yourself. How old are you? Crawling into a man's arms in public. Truly despicable, even daring to bring your boyfriend to class to cause trouble. A student like you should have been expelled long ago. Call your parents here now. I want to see what kind of parents could raise such a depraved daughter. Hearing Ms. Wu's barrage of scolding, I immediately understood why the students in this class dared to so brazenly bully Lily like this. Clearly she hadn't said a word. Her clothes were even torn, looking completely like a victim. Yet Ms. Wu didn't bother investigating, immediately concluding it was Lily's fault. She shrank back in fear, pressing closer against my chest. I rolled my eyes, retracting my fierce expression from before. Acting aggrieved, Ms. Wu, I'm her brother. If you want to call parents, just call me. Look at how my sister's clothes are torn. She's also suffered serious psychological trauma. Clearly my sister is the victim. Ms. Wu looked at me contemptuously, laughing coldly. It takes two to tango. If your sister wasn't loose, who'd bother tearing her clothes? Why didn't they tear mine? So young but can't behave properly. Dressed like a fox. Look at you two wrapped around each other. Neither of you amounts to anything. The surrounding students burst into mocking laughter. Ethan, we preferred your arrogant attitude from before. Why after seeing the teacher? Did you shrink like a mouse seeing a cat? Didn't you just call the principal and Captain Thompson? Call them over. I gently pinched Lily's cheek, then leaned close to her ear, whispering, I'm going to take action in a moment. Just sit here quietly. After speaking, I switched to a meek, submissive expression, slowly standing up. As I stood, Lily instinctively covered her chest, her other hand gripping my sleeve. Seeing me turn to look, she said pitifully, I'm scared. I scratched the back of my neck, frustrated inside, walking up to Ms. Wu, smiling foolishly. You said it takes two to tango? Before finishing my sentence, I swung my hand, slapping her directly. Smack. A crisp sound echoed through the classroom. Indeed, practice is the best teacher. I smirked. Does that make a sound? Ms. Wu clutched her cheek, staring at me in shock, never expecting to be hit by a student. She lunged forward to attack. I delivered another slap. I'm asking, does one hand actually make a sound? Ms. Wu ground her teeth furiously, wanting to charge at me. I spoke coldly. If it weren't for looking at your rotten old body, just seeing it makes me want to gouge my eyes out. I'd have stripped you naked and thrown you in the yard. After all, by your logic, if I tore your clothes, it's because you were being loose. A teacher daring to harass students. You're truly shameless beyond words. My eyes flashed with cold light. Ms. Wu was too afraid to take another step. She turned toward the students in class, shouting, Are you all cowards? I've taught you for so long. And now you just watch. An outsider hit me? He's definitely a street thug. Who snuck in to steal? Hurry up and catch him for me. Ryan had been waiting for this chance. Hearing the order, he lunged toward Lily. I grabbed him by the collar, swinging my leg, kicking hard into his chest. Boom. A loud crash. Ryan flew backward, slamming into the podium, then rolling to the ground. The tragic scene left the entire class stunned. Ms. Wu screamed, What are you all standing there for? This thug kidnapped a hostage and injured a student. Hurry up and catch him together. Mason saw I was in danger, charging in like a tank from the back door, standing beside me protectively. Boss, if there's a real fight, you take your sister and go first, Mason said. I glanced at my watch, shaking my head. No need. If Howard doesn't arrive in 10 more seconds, he won't need to show his face in Riverside again. Don't need two troublemakers like you to exist. I raised my eyebrows, smiling. Exactly. I am that stick, and you are the disgusting piles of dog shit. Such a sharp tongue. Did your parents teach you to respect teachers like this? Ms. Wu shouted angrily, as she led the students to surround me and the two beside me. At the back of the classroom, heavy panting suddenly rang out. A round-faced, short, chubby man leaned against the back door frame, gasping, Everyone stop. Don't make any rash moves. Principal Howard, why are you here? Seeing Howard, Ms. Wu's face immediately bloomed into a chrysanthemum smile. She leaned toward me, explaining to Howard, These thugs broke into the school and injured students. We've already surrounded them. Howard glared at the surrounding students, then hurried over to stand before me, his demeanor respectful like a tardy servant. Young master, you're not hurt, are you? Seeing Howard's reaction, all the students' jaws dropped in shock. Though he appeared gentle, he was usually very strict, managing students with an iron fist. Since taking office as principal over 5 years ago, each year he expelled at least 50 rule-breaking students. After removing those problematic students, Riverside High's college admission rates and academic discipline both improved dramatically. That's why he earned the nickname, Iron Principal. Is this still the strict principal we know? Look at that fawning attitude. Did he get turned into a eunuch? Shush, careful or you'll get expelled. But today the principal really seems different. Seeing Howard's trembling demeanor, I pulled up a chair, sitting down, with Mason standing beside me. This matter will take a while to handle. I'm sitting for a bit. That's okay, right? I asked. Howard kept bowing obsequiously. Young Master Carter. It's my fault. You should rest more. I rubbed my forehead, looking at Howard's groveling appearance. not knowing what to say. I waved dismissively. Fine. Investigate this matter clearly. Howard smiled ingratiatingly at me, then turned to look at Ms. Wu. He really wanted to scold her mercilessly. Truly blind, but fearing to frighten me. He suppressed his anger. Speak. What happened here? Hearing his restrained anger, I casually teased, Principal Howard. Is this how you handle things? I don't see your usual style at all. Howard took a deep breath, immediately understanding my dissatisfaction with his handling. That fawning attitude was the wrong move. His voice immediately rose. What exactly happened? Hearing his shout, Ms. Wu's lips began trembling. Howard. Principal Howard. I really don't know anything. I poked my head from behind Howard, speaking mockingly. Ms. Wu, earlier, didn't you investigate very clearly? Saying my sister was loose, deserving to have her clothes torn. I think you spoke very well. After all, it takes two to tango. When you're right, what's there to fear? Or do you also know you're wrong? Seeing my sister had no one to defend her. So you dared act so brazenly. Hearing my words, Howard could guess the whole story. He slapped Ms. Wu directly, sending her flying into the wall. I'll show you what one hand clapping sounds like. Did you even investigate before jumping to conclusions? I worked so hard building a civilized school. Yet it grew. Beast-natured teachers masquerading as humans like you. Now I understand. You must have seen me expel many students. So you took advantage to act freely in class. Playing king, right? Let me tell you, the students I expelled all had legitimate reasons. My conscience is clear, and I don't just dare expel students. I dare expel teachers too. Now get out of here. I spoke coldly. Wait. While gently patting my little sister's back, I asked, before this, did she do anything else excessive to you? From the moment I entered, she was cursing. Ms. Wu's smooth actions proved she'd done this many times before. Lily hiccuped softly, nodding gently against my chest. Now Ms. Wu was truly scared, never expecting that just scolding, like usual, would result in several slaps. And losing her job, she knelt down, clutching Howard's legs tightly, crying and begging, Principal, everything is my fault. I shouldn't have falsely accused students without investigating. From now on I'll reform. I swear I'll truly change. Howard hesitated, looking at me. After all, regarding teaching ability, Ms. Wu's capabilities weren't bad. Ms. Wu noticed Howard's gaze, immediately crawling before me, voice trembling, Young Master Carter. From now on I'll definitely treat your sister well. Lily, the teacher has taught you for so long, right? Help me beg your brother to forgive me. Lily said nothing, just shrinking back, burrowing deeper into my chest. At this moment, the safest place in this world for her, besides the corner of her bedroom, was my embrace. Moreover, my embrace felt strangely warm. Seeing Lily still unwilling to approach, I spoke coldly. Ms. Wu, you still haven't recognized your mistake? If my sister had been the bully today, I'd definitely discipline her severely. This so-called treating my sister well, you mention, doesn't it mean in your eyes students also have high and low status? Moreover, isn't teaching my sister your duty? Or did you also specially set aside extra time to tutor my sister? The only special thing you gave my sister was opening your mouth to slander others. What right do you have to ask my sister to forgive you? I turned to Howard. Before learning knowledge, one must learn to be human. With a teacher like this instructing, I truly doubt whether the student's character has other problems. Howard nodded with a forced smile, then shouted at Ms. Wu. You're no longer a teacher at this school. Get out of here now. Hearing she was fired, Ms. Wu immediately jumped up from the floor, glaring at Howard with hatred. In that case, I'm no longer a teacher here. Mr. Howard, you can't control me either. She turned to look at me, cursing. You and your sister are conspiring together. Definitely having an affair. Your sister dresses so loosely, getting her clothes torn. She deserved it. Selling herself on the streets, then pretending to be pure. Today Lily wore a light pink button-down shirt, paired with a pleated student-style skirt. A gentle, innocent style. completely unrelated to so-called loose. My eyes narrowed. Speaking coldly, perhaps you don't know. Slandering others is illegal. Could get you imprisoned for years. You think just leaving the school means no one can control you? Ms. Wu snorted. My husband works in Captain Thompson's unit. If you're so capable, have him arrest me. I just called him. Today this matter isn't over. As soon as the words left her mouth, a police unit led by Captain Thompson appeared at the classroom door. Ms. Wu looked toward the back of the formation. Seeing her husband, she rushed over crying and wailing, "Joe, look, your wife was bullied to death by this beast. He just slapped me repeatedly. Look, the handprints are still on my face. Even my job. He made me lose it too. Hurry and arrest him. Lock him up for 10 or 8 years." Hearing his wife was bullied, rage immediately flared in Joe's eyes. He looked where Ms. Wu pointed. Seeing his captain happily shaking hands and talking with me, his throat caught. Lowering his voice, "You said the person who bullied you couldn't be young Master Carter?" Ms. Wu nodded vigorously, raising her voice. "Exactly. That beast right there. Hurry and help me arrest him." Joe quickly covered his wife's mouth, grinding his teeth. "You're truly a troublemaker. Now hurry and come with me. We need to apologize to young Master Carter together. If he doesn't forgive us, our whole family is finished." At this moment, I gave a meaningful smile. Looking at her, "Ms. Wu, that man is your husband, right? Didn't you tell him to arrest me?" Following my gaze, Captain Thompson spotted, at the very back, two familiar people, Joe and Ms. Wu. He frowned, shouting, "Joe, since when did the police force become your personal property? Arresting whoever you want?" Joe stood frozen, looking between me and Captain Thompson, only now realizing the magnitude of trouble he'd caused. Eyes reddening, tears flowing. "Honey, what do we do now? I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please help me." Joe choked up, pulling Ms. Wu's hand, stepping forward to bow deeply before me. "Young Master Carter, I know my wife's nature. Today's incident is entirely her fault. Please let her apologize to you." I turned to Howard, saying, "Pull up the classroom surveillance footage, so no one says I'm abusing my power." Before coming here, Howard had already arranged for the footage to be ready. On screen, the scene of Lily being bullied without cause appeared clearly. Ms. Wu, for no reason, had loudly cursed and humiliated her. Watching that scene again, I couldn't help but clench my fists tighter. I looked at Ms. Wu, speaking mockingly, "This Ms. Wu. One hand can't clap, right? Let's see if my slap makes a sound." The first video finished playing. Howard pulled out another clip. "I just had someone extract this additional footage after I announced her dismissal." Not only did she show no remorse, she continued insulting others without restraint. Joe's face flushed red. He turned to glare at his wife. Ms. Wu hung her head, avoiding her husband's gaze, not daring to look up and face him. Chapter 35. Black and White Accountability. Joe took a deep breath, stepping forward with a bow. "Young Master Carter, everything is my wife's fault. Please decide her punishment." I shrugged, smiling lightly. "You're putting me in a difficult position. Let me consult with the corporation's legal department. See how to handle cases like this." Principal Howard, our school's camera system can extract footage from this entire year, right? Hearing I'd review the whole year's footage, Ms. Wu immediately collapsed to her knees. Today she'd only scolded Lily, but over the past year, since discovering Lily wore old clothes with no one caring for her, whenever in a bad mood, she'd vent her anger on her. Thompson patted Joe's shoulder, telling him, "Have your wife confess everything she's done this year. Confess it all. Save us the trouble." Joe sighed. "Understood, Captain. I'll take the suspect in for questioning immediately. Just thinking about potential prosecution." Ms. Wu's tears flowed endlessly. "Honey, you can't just abandon me like this. If I'm really arrested, what will relatives and friends think of me? Hurry and beg the young master for me." "I truly didn't mean it." Joe ground his teeth, glaring, shouting, "I told you so many times to fix that attitude. But you never listened, always bullying others, A good, innocent child. How could you torture her? She's also a human being, not trash. When you were hitting her, you should have thought about today. Let's go. Come with me. Seeing Thompson's unit lead the homeroom teacher away, the entire class stared at me in shock. The principal and Captain Thompson were really called by Ethan. What exactly is his status? A stalker with such power? Just for cursing at Lily. She was arrested for investigation. What about Ryan and Courtney? Aren't they finished too? Ryan and Courtney exchanged glances, their eyes looking at me filled with fear. They'd always thought bullying Lily was just a joke between classmates. They'd done it before. At most apologizing a few times would settle it. Never expecting I'd directly call Captain Thompson. Wanting to arrest them all. Pursuing responsibility to the end. If convicted of serious bullying, plus a criminal record, their lives would be over. Finally, a girl who was with Courtney, unable to bear the pressure, collapsed to her knees right there. Ethan, it was all Courtney forcing me. I really didn't want to bully Lily. But if I didn't, I'd be the one bullied. Someone started. The other three girls quickly knelt down, continuously echoing, "That's right. Courtney forced us. We were just helpless." Courtney's eyes widened in terror at the four girls. They'd all bullied Lily together, now leaving her alone to take the blame. She ground her teeth, swinging her leg to kick each one hard in the chest. "You were the ones who said Lily was selling herself. You were also the ones who said she seduced my boyfriend. Now you're saying I forced you? When did I ever force you?" The four looked at each other, then simultaneously rushed at Courtney. "Courtney, I've put up with you for too long. Isn't it just because your family has some money that you act so high and mighty all the time? Looking down on this one, despising that one. Aren't you just jealous because Lily's prettier than you? That's why you wanted to bully her. Now we'll tear your clothes too. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Exactly, treating Lily that way. Now we'll do the same to you." All of them charged together, grabbing Courtney's arms tightly, pulling her hair, ripping her clothes to shreds. Courtney struggled violently, but couldn't fight off four people. The sound of tearing fabric rang out continuously. In just moments, Courtney's clothes were torn to tatters. "Enough," I shouted coldly. Hearing me, everyone immediately stopped. Now Courtney wore only her underwear. She curled up, tears streaming, sobbing uncontrollably. Just then, a light whistle came from outside the classroom. A gaunt-faced man leaned against the doorframe, raising his eyebrows to look inside. "Boss, we're not late, are we?" Seeing the man's face, the surrounding students immediately stirred. Oh my God. Could the Blade Ethan mentioned be real? Isn't that the famous Brother Blade? He called Captain Thompson. And now Brother Blade too. Ethan truly controls both the law and the underworld. Captain Thompson can at most arrest them, lock them up a few months. But if Brother Blade gets involved, they'll be bedridden for months. Blade entered the classroom, speaking mockingly to Howard. "Principal Howard, you should replace all the school security. All old men. Can't do anything useful." He turned to look at Thompson, smiling coldly. "Captain Thompson, you're also here helping my boss today?" Thompson spoke sternly. "We received a report of a serious school bullying incident here." He glanced at Blade, warning, "Don't cause trouble, or we'll take you in too." Blade shrugged. "Captain Thompson, I'm a law-abiding citizen. If you falsely accuse me, I'll sue." I walked over to stand between them, speaking softly to Thompson. "Captain Thompson, what comes next probably isn't convenient for you to watch. Could you wait outside for a bit?" Thompson glanced briefly at Courtney crying on the floor, then glanced at me. Seeing I wasn't indulging anyone, nor letting my subordinates go overboard, he understood I was maintaining restraint. So he nodded, then led his people out of the classroom. I tilted my head slightly, signaling Blade. Blade understood immediately, ordering his subordinates to blockade the entire area around the classroom. I slowly walked up to Courtney, slapping her directly across the face. "Crying? Crying about what? You have the nerve to cry? If I hadn't arrived in time, did you ever think what would have happened to my sister? We were just joking between classmates." Courtney tried to resist, I laughed coldly. So I ruined your fun. Fine. Let them continue playing with you a bit more. Don't, I can give you money. Lots and lots of money. Please spare me, Courtney begged. Money? I walked to Lily's desk, carefully taking out her backpack, searching the small compartment, pulling out the card I'd given Lily yesterday, along with a $500,000 check. See this clearly. How much money is this? I said contemptuously. The money in the card isn't visible, but the check clearly shows $500,000. I swung my hand, slapping her again. Am I short your few dollars? Courtney couldn't believe it. She'd always looked down on Lily, never expecting her to be richer than herself. Impossible. That check must be fake. I shoved the check forcefully into her hand. You say it's fake, then tear it up and see. Courtney didn't dare accept it, her hands trembling as she clutched them together. I spoke coldly. Without a knife touching you, you probably don't know what pain is. If I hadn't arrived in time, my sister would have been stripped naked by you. Who knows what you plan to do after? You call it joking between classmates? Why are you so scared then? So you also know. What you did was truly excessive. I raised my foot, kicking her straight in the chest. Killing you would be too easy. You almost destroyed my sister's entire life, making her unable to hold her head up and live. I'm just venting for her, so what? I panted heavily, heart racing irregularly. Lily sensed that I was extremely furious right now. She looked up at me. In my arms, she gently patted my chest as if comforting. I realized something was wrong, quickly forcing a smile, then stepping between me and Courtney. Boss, handling these types doesn't require you. I winked at my subordinates. The others immediately understood, quickly dragging Courtney outside. I gently patted Lily's back, then glanced coldly at the others. Seeing me punish Courtney, they quickly knelt, begging. It was really Courtney who forced us. We've already cut ties with her. We'll definitely never talk to her again. Please spare us. I snorted. Your mouths say you were forced. But earlier you attacked her viciously. Could she really threaten you? Seeing me about to act, Blade intervened. Boss, teaching people is our job. Let us handle it. We guarantee Captain Thompson won't find anything. He feared I was in a rage. Might go too far. If serious consequences occurred, even covering it up wouldn't be worth it for these worthless people. After screams rang out, the four lay limp, dragged from the classroom. I moved chairs, sitting down before Ryan, eyes cold as ice. You wanted to tease my sister, right? And you people regularly bullied my sister too. Ryan frantically shook his head, forcing a fawning smile. No. I just thought your sister looked pretty today, so I complimented her. Who knew they'd think she was seducing me? It really has nothing to do with me. I laughed coldly. Then why did you tell them to lift her skirt? Hearing me say this, Ryan's face showed brief confusion. He slapped himself twice rapidly. Young Master Carter. I misspoke. I was just joking. I grabbed his hair, pressing his head to the floor, my fingers forming a sword, striking his back twice hard. Sharp pain pierced his heart. Ryan's face immediately turned deathly pale. I'd struck his pressure points precisely, making him feel pain like kidney stones. From now on, every time he used the bathroom, that sensation would follow him for years. I released him, grabbing his collar and throwing him aside, then yanked down his pants, hurling them outside. I'm also just joking. I added one cold remark. Blade jerked his head, signaling. His subordinates immediately understood. Without hesitation, they beat Ryan half to death, finally stripping him naked and throwing him from the classroom. Everyone who'd ever bullied Lily had now been punished. The entire class collectively sighed in relief. Ryan harassed girls every day. Getting stripped naked, he deserved it. Courtney's group always abused their power, finally paying the price. And that homeroom teacher, arrogant, favoring rich over poor, treating students cruelly, should have been arrested long ago. Now those filthy people are cleared out. We can finally study in peace. I slowly walked to the podium, facing the teacher's desk already broken earlier. I raised my foot and kicked it hard again. The violent impact echoed throughout the room. drawing all eyes to me. You don't think everything just ends like this? I said you all must kneel and listen to my explanation, my voice cold as a cutting blade. Ethan, you're going too far. We didn't touch Lily. Why take it out on us? Aren't you afraid your sister will be isolated? I glanced at Howard, asking quietly. Cell phones aren't allowed in school, right? Howard paused briefly. Though the school never had such a rule, he still followed my lead, nodding. That's correct. Phones affect studying. The school prohibits them. I turned to look at Blade. Voice cold as steel. Collect all their phones. I don't want today's incident spreading. Handle the rest as you see fit. After speaking, I carried Lily out of the classroom. Walking some distance, I took a deep breath to calm down. Turning to Thompson, asking, I heard you greatly admire our nation's founding generals. Thompson looked slightly dazed, not understanding why I asked that, but still nodded. I chose this path because I admired them. What about General Shaw, the old general? I asked. His battle at Harbor City swept away the invading forces stationed there, reclaiming the city. That was the key strategy that helped the nation open supply routes, breaking the enemy's blockade, laying the immortal foundation for our nation's establishment. His contributions can never be forgotten. Thompson listened, moved as if he were in that battle himself. I nodded gently. Lately the medical center seems to have thieves. This afternoon, could you accompany me for a visit? Thompson's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately grasped my implication. Emotions surging, nearly flustered. I patted his shoulder. Captain Thompson, your part ends here. Everyone can leave first. Then I returned to the classroom. Boss, all phones collected. Data inside has been handled. Just the cloud backups might not be completely deleted. I nodded, turning back to look at the students kneeling in class. Seeing me enter, one student suddenly jumped up, angrily scolding me. We just didn't help your sister. Why take it out on us? She didn't resist. Why should we be obligated to act? We just didn't stand up to help. The law doesn't require everyone to save people. I rolled my eyes contemptuously. The law also doesn't prohibit me from making you kneel to listen to me talk, using the law to justify your behavior. Don't you have any morality left in your hearts? You can refuse to submit. But now I'll make it clear to you all. Everyone kneel down and listen obediently. First, you can lack courage, but you absolutely cannot prevent others from helping. Second, even if you can't be brave yourself, cowards who only dare stand and watch are most contemptible. Yet you went and blocked those who wanted to help. Isn't that aiding evil? What proof do you have that you're unrelated to the bullies? Their arrogance. Wasn't it all thanks to the indulgence of cowards like you? Second, while in the classroom, were you hoping my sister would be stripped naked? Always letting others do everything, while you sit waiting to benefit. If trouble comes, immediately shirking responsibility. Your calculating nature. Even the abacus beads are flying in my face. Third, yes, I'm taking it out on you all, so what? Chapter 37. Let me see what you'll do. Hearing me finish, the whole class looked at each other, faces frozen. Because most of them truly had those thoughts. Watching Lily get bullied, like watching entertainment. I glanced at Blade. If anyone hasn't recorded video, forget it. But whoever did record, teach them a lesson. I paused briefly, then continued. Tonight at the usual place. Put it on my account. Got it, boss, I'll handle it. Guarantee they won't dare be spectators again. Blade replied with a smile. I gently patted Lily's back. Take today off to rest. I'll take you to change clothes. This afternoon we still need to help Rachel move. I walked up to Howard. Transfer Lily and Jasmine to my class. My eyes rested on Jasmine. Hesitating. Can I invite you along today? Hope that's not too much trouble. My sudden invitation left Jasmine momentarily flustered. But there's still class today. Howard interjected. It's fine. If they miss any lessons, I'll arrange tutoring for them. Jasmine hesitated, looking at Lily. Then nodded slightly. I slung Lily's backpack over my shoulder, leading both away from the classroom. Before leaving, I specially told Mason, Fatty, now only you're left to study properly. We've paid full tuition. You have to study for all three of us. Study triple to make up for us. Leaving the classroom, I gently patted Lily's head. Lily, if you hold me this tight. I can barely walk. Lily pressed her lips together, hesitating briefly, then gripped my arm even tighter. I felt awkward, glancing at Jasmine. Smiling sheepishly. Jasmine, Lily's really scared today. It's also because I never cared for her before, making her suffer so much grievance. Jasmine shook her head, looking at me curiously. Ethan, is Lily really your biological sister? I've never heard her mention a brother. Plus, how did you call so many people? I looked at Lily, then said, I'm the son of Carter Corporation's chairman. And Lily is my biological sister, same parents. Surprising, right? The pitiful girl from before is actually a young heiress. Hearing me finish, Jasmine unconsciously nodded. As for why Lily ended up like this, I was about to explain, when Lily interrupted. Brother, let's just go. I stopped, guessing she still hadn't accepted the Carter family. So I stayed silent. The three of us quickly reached the parking lot. Looking at the two-seater Ferrari, I suddenly felt embarrassed. Supercars are beautiful, sure, but totally impractical right now. I suddenly remembered something, opening the car, taking out the 2 peach phones I'd bought this morning, handing them over. Here, these phones are for you both. Stay here first. Get familiar with them. I'll go swap for another car. Jasmine looked at the brand new phone in her hands. This premium model costs about $10,000. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. She quickly refused. But while refusing, her eyes never left the sealed phone box. Take it. Without you today, my sister's life would have been ruined, I said generously. Lily also nodded gently at Jasmine, saying softly, thank you. Not just for today. Hearing her, Jasmine finally accepted the phone. I stroked Lily's hair gently, taking her new phone, entering my number. Wait here obediently for me. When I return, I'll brush your hair. Lily nodded continuously, whispering, okay, drive carefully. I got in the car, opening the social media app on my phone, wanting to check the video those people mentioned about Lily being posted online. What that was about. When it kept loading without opening, I frowned, muttering, what's this? I just bought this phone last month. Are phones nowadays this poor quality? After driving over 10 minutes, I reached Riverside Plaza, parking the Ferrari, then finding a 4-seater car, just sitting down preparing to start. The app finally opened, a flood of messages, like an avalanche covering the screen. Brother, your song is so good. Brother, want to take a walk on Riverside streets with me? An attached photo with text. Hi, everything's covered by black stockings. Hello, we're Swan Entertainment. Hope to collaborate with you. Bro, transfer me $50 to test your ability. This guy's definitely ugly. If he was handsome, why wear a mask? I ground my teeth angrily. The photo of the girl in black stockings hadn't finished loading, already buried by other messages. Damn it. I curiously checked my followers. The count had reached a massive 2.28 million. Just one video of playing guitar and singing. Yet it gained me over 2 million fans. Truly, I'm not the fame-seeking type. But seeing this number, still couldn't help grinning. Over 2 million fans. Just casually accepting ads could earn tens of thousands. Can't compare to my current lifestyle. But at least it's a backup plan. I scrolled through dozens more short videos. Most were others remixing my music, or doing covers. Completely no videos related to Lily. Suddenly I remembered, this platform has location-based video recommendations. Opening it, my video topped the search rankings. In second place was the video about Lily. The video title read, High School Student Accepts Being Kept by Someone to Experience Premium Hair Salon Services. The video only showed part of my profile. Along with that, big shots, appearance. The rest was all footage of Lily with lowered head, being cursed at by others. The voiceover said that salon was a high-end hair salon. The girl wanted a haircut there, so accepted being kept by a rich young master. I opened the comments, finding them full of filth. Young girls nowadays are too fame hungry. Just for a nice haircut. Selling their bodies. And she's a high school student too. That man struck gold. My friend asks, how much for one night? Really, my friend's asking, not me. Last time I met a girl, 500 a night and so innocent. Really embarrassing. Riverside. Can she just pack up and leave this city? Watching the video and those comments, my expression grew darker. Just because of one fabricated video. Indirectly caused Courtney to bully Lily, almost destroying her entire life. Damn blood-sucking bastards. I cursed, then immediately called Muse store manager to get the original footage from that day. Young Master Carter, you want yesterday's video, right? I saw that video this morning. Already organized and extracted all camera footage. Sending it to you now. The manager understood my intention. Speaking directly, then hanging up. I opened messages, seeing 2 videos arrive. One was the unedited original. The other was a version with the store and staff blurred, covering all faces. This manager's really smart. I laughed, then downloaded the video, slandering Lily online, along with the store surveillance. Sending both to the corporation's legal department head, Ms. Quinn. I attached a message, Ms. Quinn. This morning, please help me collect and preserve evidence against those who fabricated and slandered me and my sister. Prepare to sue them all. Let no one escape. Chapter 38. This little sister is somehow off, returning to school. Jasmine was showing Lily how to use the new phone. But Lily listened absent-mindedly, her eyes occasionally glancing toward the school gate. Seeing a car enter, she'd jump up and run toward it. I stepped out of the car, handing over the outfit I just bought at Riverside Plaza to Lily. Get in the car and change into this. In a bit I'll brush your hair. Accepting the clothes, Lily briefly hugged me, then quickly dove into the car. While waiting for her to change, I turned to ask Jasmine, is there anywhere you two want to go? In my past life I was just an ordinary worker. Never had experience dating girls. I thought dating was just eating, watching movies, walking around. Then everyone goes home? They just finished breakfast. Now's not the right time for movies or shopping. Can't jump straight to the final step. Jasmine thought briefly, then hesitantly said, I heard Lily mention before. She wanted to visit the zoo once. I estimated the time. It's only about 9 a.m. now. This afternoon I'm meeting the moving company. 3 hours of visiting should work. Youth is priceless. Let's go. Just then, Lily opened the car door, handing me a jade comb. She wore a loose white button-down shirt with a small bunny print, hugging a carrot. Below were baggy sweatpants, covering her long straight legs, revealing nothing. I noticed her waistband, tied especially tight, obviously from this morning's incident. She still carried psychological trauma. I accepted the comb, gently brushing Lily's hair. The soft strands slipped through my fingers, making me clearly see, on the scalp beneath, several patches showing white, obviously from hair being pulled too hard. Inside me, like a broken nail twisting endlessly. I couldn't understand. Lily is clearly such a good person. Why must the story torture her like this? Lily tilted her head slightly, enjoying the feeling of me brushing her hair, as if all the unhappiness was blown away by the wind. Is your belt tied too tight? Want to loosen it a bit? I asked. Lily looked at me questioningly, then lifted her shirt slightly, saying coquettishly, brother, help me untie it. Her flat, smooth waist appeared before me. I immediately turned away, avoiding eye contact. Let Jasmine help you. Hearing me say this, Jasmine quickly stepped forward, softly saying, Lily, let me retie it for you. Lily pulled down her shirt, pouting as she turned away. Don't need it. I scratched my head, embarrassed. Fine. Let me tie a bow for you. I swallowed, glancing around, feeling like someone doing something illicit. You should know, in my college entrance exam year, I solved the last math problem. But I've never untied a girl's belt. Getting closer, I realized how smooth her skin was. A light, clean fragrance lingered around her, nearly making me lose control. Probably fearing I'd tie it poorly, she silently lifted her shirt a bit more, Amidst blushing hearts racing, I finally finished tying the bow. My heart pounded, faster than running 1,000 meters in school. Standing up, I gently patted her head. Next time do these things yourself. Let's go. We're going out to have fun. I led the two to the Wild Hope Zoo in western Riverside. This place covered over 3,000 acres. The largest wildlife park in America. With diverse animal populations and various themed areas. I planned to take Lily to the small animal interaction area, letting those adorable creatures soothe her wounded soul. The three of us quickly arrived. Since today was a weekday, the park wasn't too crowded, but I remained careful, gripping Lily's wrist tightly, not letting her get lost. I led them straight to the baby animal area. Seeing countless cute little animals, both immediately melted with delight. Lily, look, that's a tiger cub. And over there's a baby panda. Here we can even feed them. Lily hugged my arm, walking and laughing, constantly swaying, pulling me around the area. Suddenly, my phone rang. I took it out to check. A message from Ms. Quinn in legal, young master. All evidence has been preserved. We can file suit anytime. I read the message, a cold smile curling my lips. Tonight, I'll launch a public opinion war. Let those bloodsucking bloggers know what it's like to be buried by social media. If they're smart and apologize publicly, I'll let it go. But if they're stubborn, I'll put them in prison sewing for life. Suddenly I noticed Lily's gaze, always resting on me. I asked, what's wrong? Her face reddened, whispering, brother, your phone wallpaper. I scratched my head, explaining, last time recording video, this shot was pretty. So I kept it. If you don't like it, I'll change it now. I like it. I really like it, Lily quickly replied. She took a deep breath, then gathered courage. Brother, let's take a photo together, I nodded, taking out my phone to prepare. Use mine. I want to keep this photo too, she said. I took Lily's phone, starting selfie mode. At that moment she was still holding a baby panda. 3, 2, 1, when the countdown ended. Lily suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissing my cheek lightly. I froze, eyes wide, blinking continuously, her gaze silently moving between me and the photo. Lily's face flushed pink. She snatched the phone, setting that photo as wallpaper, looking at my bewildered face in the photo. While she herself was being so brave for the first time, joy overflowed in her heart, impossible to contain. She looked at me, still dazed, whispering, brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get a bit closer to you. But the panda was too heavy. I couldn't keep my balance walking. I looked suspicious, glancing at the baby panda in her arms. This round ball of fluff didn't look heavy at all. Let me hold it for you. Lily handed me the baby panda. As soon as I took it, a heavy weight immediately pressed on my arms. Must be close to 20 pounds. Never expected this thing to be so solid. No wonder she could barely walk. Chapter 39. Miss Rachel probably doesn't know, right? Lily, look at this. They're selling chickens to feed the tigers, $10 each. Outside they're at least 30 each. It's lunchtime. Jasmine excitedly told Lily. Plus, I think the chicken here looks fresher than what we eat. Really much better. Lily just nodded slightly, looking somewhat distracted, secretly opening her phone to look at my photo. I smiled, interjecting, hey, are you planning to sneak extra chickens home? The animal feed here is limited. They do that to ensure their health. If you sneak 2 extra, tonight the tiger will have to report to management. Jasmine stuck out her tongue. Looks like my plan failed. After lunch, the three of us took more photos at the zoo entrance, then ended the brief trip. Looking back at the photos, I always felt something odd. Lily's gaze never looked at the camera, always resting on me. I shook my head. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. In the afternoon, since I needed to help Rachel move, I asked Jasmine's opinion, then drove her back to school first. Checking my watch, it was already 1:30. I'd scheduled the moving company for 2 p.m. So I hurried to Rachel's place. Actually, my apartment near Riverside High was fully furnished, just needed to bring some clothes to move in immediately. But I'd decided to pursue Rachel. So I'd use this opportunity to move all her belongings. Also canceling the rental lease. Then find a way to convince her mother to get treatment. After 7 or 8 turns. Finally, with Lily's guidance, I reached Rachel's house. Since moving today, she'd taken the day off. Now sitting in the yard studying. Wearing a white sundress. With a fitted waist design. Revealing her slender white neck and smooth shoulders. Full chest. 2 thin straps on her shoulders. Like carrying this small world. Could slip off with the slightest movement. I walked up, greeting with a smile. Joking. Dressed so beautifully today. Going on a date? Rachel looked up at me. Smiling and nodding slightly. Waiting for you to invite me. Lily immediately hugged my arm tightly. Taking a step forward. Standing between Rachel and me. Then also greeting softly. Rachel watched our sibling interaction. Smiling. Having a brother is so nice. I wish I had a brother like that. She joked, then hooked my other arm. Acting cute, Ethan tilde. Lily immediately released my arm. Then hugged my waist. Asserting ownership. Rachel, he's my brother. You can't take him from me. Seeing the little sister's jealous look, I laughed, gently patting her head. Then turned to ask Rachel. Finished packing everything? Rachel pulled my hand, walking inside. Calling loudly, Mom, Ethan's here, hearing her daughter. Her mother, Mrs. Liu, hurried down from upstairs. Carrying 2 large cloth bags wrapped in bedsheets. Full of household items. Seeing sweat beading on her forehead, I immediately understood. She was struggling through pain right now. I quickly stepped forward, taking the bags from her hands. Using the opportunity to check her pulse. The pulse showed. Besides the cancer, her body was extremely weak. Years of hard labor had left her body riddled with ailments, even showing signs of severe malnutrition. But fortunately, these conditions were still treatable, still at a curable stage. If we persist until Rachel finishes college entrance exams, then she can retire to the countryside and rest. Ma'am, I've already called the moving company. You two just need to tell them. Which items are yours? I said. Mrs. Liu frowned. Why trouble them like that? We can pack ourselves. It's only 3 more months until entrance exams. We're just borrowing a place briefly. Leaving this house empty is wasteful. Having people live there adds life. I heard from elders. Empty houses left too long aren't good for the structure. Plus those moving company workers are actually our family's employees. They're free anyway. Better to help people than sit idle. I smiled. Just then, a truck drove to the empty lot in front. 6 people in blue uniforms, wearing white gloves, filed out of the vehicle. The large man leading them saw me and hurried over. Young master, is this the house? I nodded, then turned to Rachel. Just tell them. What needs moving? For personal items, have the 2 female workers help pack. The burly man pulled cardboard from the truck, taping them into boxes, then began organizing and carrying items. Rachel, stay here and chat with your friends. Let Mom handle this, Mrs. Liu said. Ma'am, this house sitting empty for months is wasteful. Why not cancel the lease while we're at it? Before the exams, you both can stay at my place. After Rachel gets into college, you can move to wherever she's studying. Then rent somewhere else. That saves several months' rent. I interjected. Mrs. Liu hesitated. She wasn't sure her body could last that long. But canceling early saves a few hundred monthly. Enough to nourish Rachel. All right, I'll listen to you. Let's go find the landlord to cancel the lease. Mrs. Liu said. Ma'am, let me come with you. I replied. I glanced at Lily. Stay here and play with Rachel. Wait for me to return. Lily pouted, reluctant to leave me, but finally whispered, okay. The landlord lived in a nearby alley. Mrs. Liu led me along. Walking together, I walked beside her, asking softly, Mrs. Liu, do you know your health condition? Mrs. Liu's expression stiffened briefly. Then she spoke gently. These years I've worked continuously. My health really isn't what it used to be. Can't do heavy work anymore. I shook my head. Ma'am, I've studied traditional medicine. Currently you're not just ordinarily weak. You have cancer. Hearing me say this, Mrs. Liu fell silent. She sighed softly. Before, when working, I fainted. The traditional doctor in town said I might have cancer. I also know clearly I won't be with Rachel much longer. Now she's about to take entrance exams. That's her life's turning point. I can't let her be distracted. I couldn't give her a complete home. Can't let it affect her future too. Hearing her, I turned my gaze slightly, speaking softly. Ma'am, you also don't want Rachel to know about your illness, right? Chapter 40. Actually, I've liked her for a long time. Hearing me say this, Mrs. Liu immediately frowned, voice full of wariness. What are you planning? I shook my head, explaining, Mrs. Liu, actually your illness is still in early stages. With proper treatment, you can fully recover. I hope you'll cooperate with my treatment. Mrs. Liu exhaled softly, speaking gently. No need. Ethan, I know you're a good kid, but I can't owe you too much. My life's been enough. I sighed softly. I understood she feared owing me. Then later it would become Rachel's burden. I thought briefly, then continued, Mrs. Liu, actually, I've secretly liked Rachel for a long time. I sneakily glanced at Mrs. Liu's reaction, but she showed no surprise. Even had an expression like, I already guessed. Ethan, after Rachel gets into college, I won't stop her from dating, but now they're still students. College entrance exams are the opportunity to change her entire life. I don't want anyone or anything affecting her. I nodded, speaking sincerely. I absolutely won't affect her studies. And the fact that I like her. Please keep it secret for me too. Rachel truly has both beauty and gentle personality. But ultimately, we've only just met. This so-called secret crush is just an excuse for me to make Mrs. Liu more easily accept my help. A reasonable excuse. I only hope that one day Rachel and I can truly be together. At the wedding, I hope to receive your blessing. You also want to see your daughter the moment she walks into the chapel, right? I tried to appear infatuated, sincerely speaking those words. Mrs. Liu gently closed her eyes. In her imagination, the image of her daughter in a pure white wedding dress appeared. Ma'am, Rachel loves you more than you think. Later this illness will cause unbearable pain. You might even fall into a coma. If she discovers it then, do you think she could calmly watch you go? You also don't want, when you're unconscious, for her to earn money for your treatment and sell herself to some old man. In the original story, though knowing Mrs. Liu couldn't live much longer, treatment would only extend her life a few years. Rachel still accepted being kept to get money to save her mother. Mrs. Liu's expression filled with hesitation, constantly glancing at me. Finally she could only sigh helplessly. Ethan, I'll listen to you. I won't oppose you and Rachel dating. But I hope you'll wait until she finishes her entrance exams. I pretended to be moved, nodding. My lips couldn't hide my joy. Indeed, just as she thought. As long as I cure Mrs. Liu, the mother-daughter bond between Rachel and her will help me win her trust forever. Mrs. Liu thinks I'm blinded by love, but never expected I'm calculating very clearly. My businessman's brain has taken absolute dominance. Love is just the first step to greater advantage. When Rachel graduates, I'll bring her into Carter Corporation, not only eliminating all competitors, but also helping Carter Corporation develop to a whole new level. Arriving at the landlord's door, a white-haired old woman, hearing Mrs. Liu was moving today, couldn't help feeling regretful. She asked, You too found somewhere cheaper? Mrs. Liu felt awkward, not knowing how to answer. Reflexively, she glanced at me. If people around knew mother and daughter were moving to my place, there'd definitely be gossip, saying she was improper or selling her daughter. I stepped forward, smiling to explain, Ma'am, I know you care about Mrs. Liu. She just got a job at the medical center, doing delivery and receiving work. There's a storage room there. Adding 2 small beds is no problem. The old woman nodded. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm relieved then. If you're moving out today, have Rachel help me write a for rent sign. Then hang it at the door. After talking with the landlord, we both returned. I used the same reason to explain to the neighbors. When Mrs. Liu asked me to help move, I thought she was moving to a new house. I thought moving was a big deal. So I called a moving company. Who knew I misunderstood? I scratched my head, embarrassed. Actually, the neighbors, seeing me at Mrs. Liu's yesterday, today seeing the moving truck, had already started spreading stories about Rachel being kept, saying the big boss had come personally. Yet they showed no shame. Even smiled saying, "That's good. Moving everything clean and tidy. Must have cost quite a bit, huh?" I nodded. This time, a whole week's wages down the drain. Even took the day off to help. After all, she's my distant aunt. In this city, we have no other relatives. After a few humble words, I bid farewell to those gossipy people. Lily hugged my arm, asking confusedly, "Brother, why did you say that?" I glanced around, making sure no one was nearby. Then whispered, "These old ladies are too idle. Always gossiping about others. Mrs. Liu values her dignity. Though after moving we won't see them again. But if she hears bad rumors, she might refuse our help out of pride. Moreover, do you think those people asking her are truly concerned? Part of it's satisfying curiosity. The rest is finding opportunities to connect, so later they can ask favors." Before transmigrating, I worked at an e-commerce company for a while. During holidays, neighbors competed asking me to open stores for them. They thought e-commerce was like physical stores. Just post items online and count money. Luckily I was quick-witted. Said I'd caused the company to lose over 100,000. Still having to compensate. Making them immediately shut up, not daring to ask. After that, the village spread rumors I was deeply in debt. Returning for holidays still had to borrow money. Making my mom, whenever she went out to chat. No one wanted to talk with her. Afraid of being asked for loans. Because of this, my mom scolded me twice. Said I'd lost all face, making it hard to find a wife. Seeing Lily's contemplative expression, I gently pinched her nose. But me, I can tell at a glance. I'll never let pride make me suffer loss. Later if you succeed and say you'll support me. Even if you make me lick your feet, I do it. After speaking, I even licked my lips. Lily lowered her head, her eyes falling on her feet covered by shoes. Her face immediately flushed, shaking her head slightly, whispering, "That won't do, it's dirty." Chapter 41. Why's the room decorated so dark? I blinked in surprise. Shouldn't she be calling me a pervert right now? Couldn't help glancing at Lily again. Feeling like she seems to be seriously considering it. Did I corrupt this girl? I thought to myself. Returning to Rachel's house. Since they'd lived there for years. Many items they couldn't bear to discard. The moving company was helping sort, categorize, and repack everything. Seeing me return, Rachel walked over, smiling. "Ethan, I don't know how to thank you enough. Having them help really makes it so much easier." I sneaked a glance at Mrs. Liu, then joked. Earlier when I went with her to cancel the lease, she already agreed to our matter. Our matter? Rachel tilted her head, asking in surprise. Then as if suddenly understanding. Her face immediately flushed. I'll go help with those things." She frantically ran off. "Brother, when you two went out earlier, what exactly happened?" Lily released my arm, voice slightly sulking. I thought briefly. If I want to hide this from Rachel later, I'll probably need Lily's cooperation. So I told her everything. Lily lowered her head guiltily, gently tugging my sleeve, asking softly, "Brother, can we really help her?" I nodded. Lucky we caught it early. 3 or 4 months later, even I'd be helpless. Moving will take a while. Now I want to take her to the hospital for examination first. Coincidentally, this morning I promised Captain Thompson I'd take him to meet General Shaw. I looked at Lily, asking, "Want to come along?" Lily looked at me, then glanced at Rachel. "I want to stay with Rachel." I gently pinched her cheek. "You can't hide anything. If Rachel discovers it, can you handle it? Are your words reliable?" Lily hugged my arm. "Brother, then I'll go with you." I returned to Rachel, her face still flushed, pretending to be calm, continuing to pack. The house at Mrs. Liu's has been empty a while. I forgot to call someone to clean. "Can you help me clean a bit?" I said. "I can clean too. My mom can't do heavy work." Rachel interjected. I was about to find some excuse. When Lily stepped forward, Rachel. My brother and I will help too. Plus we can show your mom around the area. Otherwise by the time moving's done, it'll be dark. Tomorrow she won't know where to buy food. Seeing the caring eyes of me and Lily, Rachel still hesitated a bit. She looked at Mrs. Liu. Rachel. Cleaning takes little effort. Plus they're helping. When you arrive, you can start studying immediately. College entrance exams are the most important turning point in your life. You must try your hardest, Mrs. Liu said. After speaking, the three of us got in the car. As soon as the car started, I explained the purpose of this trip to Mrs. Liu. She sighed softly, then showed a worried expression. Ethan, I want to ask, how much will this treatment cost? And can it definitely cure me? If it costs too much, even if it can save me, I won't dare get treatment. I thought briefly then answered, Ma'am, don't worry about the cost. Most of the therapy and acupuncture I'll do myself. Medicine and equipment are from our family. Only charging cost price. That money can be gradually deducted from Rachel's tutoring fees. As for whether it can be cured, I can only say I'll do my best, the rest is fate. Hearing me say this, feeling the cost probably won't be too high, Mrs. Liu nodded slightly. As long as I can live. Later I'll work harder, then slowly repay that money. The car quickly stopped before Riverside Medical Center's gates. I was about to call Captain Thompson when I saw him sitting in the security room. I rolled down the window, waving, Captain Thompson. Get in, we'll go together. Looked like he just showered. Thompson wore a moss green uniform. Standing straight, several small medals pinned to his chest. In his hands he held a large bouquet of fresh flowers. Then got in the back seat. I raised my eyebrows, teasing, Captain Thompson. You're giving flowers to a man. Does your wife know? Thompson laughed warmly. All from my personal funds. All personal money. After you're married, you'll understand. On the way driving to the Healing Arts Center, I asked, Captain Thompson, have you interrogated those people? They said they heard rumors online. That's why they bullied my sister. Thompson said, that day I already got the surveillance footage. I hope tonight you can post an announcement to prove my sister's innocence. At the same time, also emphasize that online rumors caused school bullying, making my sister severely depressed. Let people understand the internet isn't lawless. Thompson nodded. After all, what I said was basically all true. He immediately called a colleague in Thompson's unit, asking him to prepare an announcement. The car stopped before the Healing Arts Center. The four of us walked through the long corridor. Entering the center, Mrs. Liu walked behind, looking anxious. She'd never known that in the medical center there was such a luxurious place. Just looking at the decor here, she knew the examination costs definitely weren't cheap. Lily noticed Mrs. Liu's tension, releasing my hand, then gently hooking her arm. My brother's just here to see a patient, not having doctors here examine you. Hearing Lily say this, Mrs. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Entering the Healing Arts Center, I told the traditional medicine doctor at reception to prepare several doses of medicine and brew them, and prepare an acupuncture needle set for me. Ma'am, please wait in that consultation room. Going deeper is a bit inconvenient. I smiled apologetically. Brother, I'll stay with Mrs. Liu, Lily said. I nodded, walking with Thompson deeper into the center's patient ward area. The patient rooms inside the Healing Arts Center were elaborately decorated, exactly like ancient palace quarters. All furniture custom made, though in classical style, still exuding refined elegance. Upon entering, a light sandalwood scent permeated everywhere, making one's mood immediately calm. Today the person recovering is General Shaw, along with my third sister, Grace Carter. Don't know why Drake is also here. He was trying to get friendly, smiling and chatting non-stop with Grace. Though she somewhat rejected Drake, she was still curious about what he said regarding traditional medicine, occasionally nodding in agreement. How could your brother treat you like that? Too much. If I had a beautiful sister like you, I definitely couldn't bear to do that. Already apologized. What more do you want? After all, we're family. Do you want her to kneel? Drake's tone full of pretense. Grace huffed twice, showing displeasure. Yesterday she rarely came home, wanting to apologize to me before our parents. But I still hadn't returned, making her think I was deliberately avoiding her. I wrinkled my nose slightly, taking several deep sniffs, sighing. This room's decorated really dark, thick with classical atmosphere. Among the dense sandalwood scent, can still smell green tea somewhere. Chapter 42. Do brain-damaged people get subsidies? Who are you calling green tea? Hearing me finish, Drake immediately jumped up. I rolled my eyes. If your ears are useless, then donate them to someone else. Ethan, why are you so rude? Grace frowned unhappily. Isn't it Dr. Liu? What's our relationship? To be so intimate? Forgot you called me a bastard yesterday? Quick to forget indeed. I mocked. Then glanced at Drake with a cold smile. Dr. Liu, planning to rob the cradle. A wandering quack, saying a few flowery words and you believe everything. He's a real doctor. Grace retorted. He has real medical skills? I looked at Drake with surprise. He didn't answer, just snorted coldly, looking arrogant. My lips curled up, revealing a satisfied smile like a plan succeeded. So that's why yesterday you made the old man disabled, wanting him to join you receiving disability benefits? I paused, then looked at Grace. Do brain-damaged people also get subsidies now? Drake's expression alternated between pale and red. He truly had the ability to cure General Shaw, but right now absolutely couldn't admit it before everyone. If you don't welcome me, I'll leave, Drake said angrily. I looked around, asking in surprise, did anyone ask you to stay? Drake ground his teeth, glaring at me. My previous words made him feel like a clown performing alone. Seeing Drake leave, I just frowned briefly and thought. I looked back at Grace, reminding her that if Drake truly had ability, his intentions certainly weren't simple. She should avoid that type of person. If he has no real talent, then he's a fraud. Even more reason to avoid him. Hearing my words, Grace's previously sullen face, her eyes suddenly brightened. Ethan, are you worried about me? I know I was wrong. Yesterday was all my fault. If you don't like that person, then I'll have security throw him out later. Ethan, yesterday I actually planned to come home and apologize. But I waited so long and you didn't return. I shook my head indifferently. If Grace teamed up with Drake getting information about Carter Corporation would be much easier. In the previous story, the business empire Drake built was sucking blood from Carter Corporation. Even if there's the slightest possibility, I must prevent it from happening. After all, in my past life I was a diligent worker. I understand clearly. Having wealth and status is most important. On the other side, Thompson stood facing General Shaw's bed, holding flowers, trembling slightly. Seeing his idol right before him, a man like him suddenly became flustered, eyes seeking help toward me. I walked to General Shaw's bedside, smiling. General, how's your health lately? General Shaw saw it was me, this kid Ethan. For a moment didn't know whether to feel grateful or angry. Grateful because I'd cured him. His wound had been seen by many renowned doctors. All just advised conservative treatment. Only I dared hold the scalpel. And the condition that stumped so many renowned doctors was truly cured by me. He truly valued me greatly. Even had the thought of adopting me as grandson. But never expected I'd refuse that proposal. Instead, having my father become his adopted son. General Shaw looked me up and down, observing the middle-aged man before him. Then asked, is this the person you want me to adopt as son? I quickly waved my hands. General, don't talk nonsense. How can I decide such a role reversal matter? Yesterday as soon as I got home, my dad beat me up badly. Looks like your reputation doesn't work anymore. General Shaw snorted. When I'm discharged, I'll personally visit. I want to see if my name still has any authority. I secretly rejoiced. If the general takes action, looks like I can get revenge for yesterday's beating. I turned to Thompson, introducing to General Shaw. This is Captain Thompson, in charge of security in this area. Captain Thompson here. He told me so many stories about your youth, General. General, you're truly amazing. leading troops to capture Harbor City, directly breaking the enemy's siege. For our nation, opening a complete and stable supply line. That merit alone is enough for me to toast you 3 times. While speaking, I pulled out several silver needles, aiming at General Shaw's acupoints and inserting them. General Shaw looked at me in surprise. He'd seen toasting with alcohol. He'd also seen toasting with plain rice. But toasting with silver needles was a first. Still, hearing my praise, his mood brightened considerably, especially after removing the bandage on his chest. His breathing became much easier. He nodded warmly at Thompson. Thompson saw this and stepped forward 2 steps, placing the flowers he'd bought in the room's vase, then bowed deeply to General Shaw. Though the old general lay in bed, he also raised his right hand in salute. Watching the elderly general's slow movements, Thompson's eyes began to well up. General Shaw, that year, watching the documentary about you, made me decide to walk this path. I don't really understand the romance between soldiers. After finishing the needles, I turned to Thompson. Captain Thompson, want me to take a commemorative photo of you and the general? Thompson looked at me emotionally, then turned to General Shaw, his eyes full of hope. General Shaw nodded slightly. I took the phone Thompson handed over, taking a photo of them both. In the picture, General Shaw lay in the hospital bed, advanced in years, his back slightly hunched, while Thompson stood straight, looking resolute, eyes fixed firmly ahead. I looked at the photo just taken, nodding in satisfaction. This photo is truly wonderful. Without the hardship and valiant fighting of the previous generation, their backs not bent by time, how could our generation today stand straight with heads held high? The originally ordinary photo, through my words, suddenly gained profound meaning. General Shaw looked at me, increasingly satisfied. He asked, Ethan, are you engaged yet? I looked at the general suspiciously, suddenly remembering the plot. General Shaw had a granddaughter named Sophia Shaw. In the original, she was also one of Drake's harem members. General Shaw had been grateful to Drake for saving his life. After several conversations, he felt Drake's character wasn't bad, so he had the idea of matching him with his granddaughter. But Sophia Shaw was at a rebellious age, very opposed to General Shaw arranging her marriage. Though she didn't dare contradict the general, she planned to defeat Drake to make him give up. However, Drake was a martial artist. Sophia Shaw was completely no match. They fought and became friends. Very quickly, they treated each other like siblings. Sophia Shaw was a loyal person. Once when Drake fought with the female lead, to comfort him, she ended up in that relationship. I looked at my thin arms and small legs. Really can't handle being tortured by Sophia Shaw. I quickly stopped him. General, I'm still not an adult. What are you planning? Chapter 43. I have someone I like. Like hitting a sore spot. He looked at me somewhat awkwardly. Never expected this kid to be so sharp. He smiled sheepishly, then said, young people should socialize more. Maybe you'll have common topics. Not to brag, but my granddaughter is a top-tier beauty. Compared to the girl you brought yesterday, she's not inferior at all. I nodded. In the story, descriptions of Sophia Shaw continuously emphasized her long legs. I'm also curious how long those legs really are. But I don't have the endurance like Drake. Honestly speaking, as long as Sophia Shaw dares lay hands on me, I'm ready to lie right down. Can't fight back, truly can't. I glanced around for help, but seemed like in this hospital room, no one could restrain the general. Mrs. Shaw smiled warmly at me. My appearance isn't bad. If I married her daughter, the baby born would definitely be adorable. Moreover, I have superb medical skills. Heard that. Last night doctors at the Medical Research Institute watched my surgery video repeatedly, constantly debating how I did it. They nearly pulled out their hair thinking. I ground my teeth asking, Captain Thompson, someone here wants to arrange forced marriage. Are you going to intervene? Thompson answered awkwardly. General Shaw, young Master Carter, I still have patrol duty. Excuse me. He hurriedly left, because both people here were ones he couldn't offend. Staying longer risked getting caught in the crossfire. I turned to Mrs. Shaw. You're planning to marry off your daughter? I trust my husband's judgment. Definitely not wrong. Mrs. Shaw replied with a smile. At this moment, she looked at me with a mother-in-law's eyes viewing her son-in-law. More she looked, more satisfied. Grace had mysteriously run outside earlier. Now in the room I stood alone resisting. No way. I already have someone I like. Just then, Lily suddenly appeared. She ran to my side, hugging my arm tightly, eyes warily watching General Shaw and Mrs. Shaw. Their gazes kept alternating between me and Lily. Yesterday they'd heard from Mrs. Shaw about my background, that I wasn't the biological son of the Carters, and my real parents had passed away. If I became a live-in son-in-law for the Carters, it wouldn't affect my current life. Maybe that'd be the best choice for me. I nodded slightly, gently patting Lily's head. I guessed she was referring to Rachel, truly worthy of being the story's biggest villain. Her mind is really sharp. But this intimate action, in the eyes of General Shaw and Mrs. Shaw, looked like two children in love. Lily's face flushed, standing on tiptoes, whispering in my ear, "Auntie over there has been waiting a long time." I nodded. "General, I still have patience waiting." "Excuse me." After speaking, I pulled Lily's hand, quickly leaving, watching our retreating figures. General Shaw hadn't given up his intention, ordering Sophia Shaw to come to Riverside. "If I can't lure you as my grandson-in-law, I'll lock away all the guns in my room." I went to the consultation room. "Ma'am, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's begin treatment now." Half an hour later, the acupuncture session ended. I took a deep breath. Lily pulled out 2 tissues, gently wiping sweat from my forehead. I'd never been treated like this before. My body suddenly stiffened, not daring to move. Mrs. Liu's face flushed as she hurriedly dressed, not knowing what to say. But after this acupuncture session, she felt her body much lighter. The long tormenting pain, now even without painkillers, had noticeably lessened. I looked out the window. Nearly school dismissal time. Rachel's side is probably finishing work too. Everything's almost cleaned up. Let's go. The medicine should be ready. I stretched my shoulders, standing up, walking to reception. The elderly traditional medicine doctor gave me the prepared medicine and silver needle set. Everything carefully prepared. He also handed me a small bag. Inside were several packets of herbal medicine. "This was specially prepared by the third miss for you. Plum juice she brewed herself. Just refrigerated too. Can drink immediately," the traditional medicine doctor said. I nodded. I knew this was Grace's way of trying to reconcile with me. Yesterday she'd scolded me terribly. Now with just a few packets of plum juice she wants me to forgive her? I thought briefly, then put on a pained expression. Speaking in a melancholy tone, "Tell third sister not to waste her efforts. I know I'm not part of the Carter family. But after all, Mom and Dad raised me for years. That nurturing grace remains in my heart. In my heart there's still a knot I can't untangle." I paused slightly, forcing a smile. Maybe with a bit more time, I'll be fine. After all, she's my third sister. Even if she doesn't accept me, she's still my sister. After speaking, I sighed softly, then left with Lily and Mrs. Liu. In the pharmacy, Grace still hid quietly in the corner, looking toward the reception desk. She wanted to know, when I saw the plum juice she'd personally made, what my reaction would be. Hearing what I just said, inside her, like hundreds of glass shards, stabbed her heart. So Ethan never blamed me, and still sees me as his sister. Yesterday I spoke so excessively. Now if he won't forgive me, that's only right. Everything is my fault. But Ethan, I'll definitely make you forgive me. Thinking of the scene, of me curled up under a cold blanket, she felt her nose sting, her eyes gradually reddening. But I'm no longer the original person, still immersed in the joy of unexpected wealth. If I could lie alone on an 800 square meter bed, never mind sadness, just rolling around a few times, before falling off the bed I'd be laughing till my stomach hurt. Leaving the Healing Arts Center, I immediately gave the plum juice to Lily and Mrs. Liu, 1 packet each. The plum juice came in sealed medical pouches, looking ordinary from outside, but taking one sip, the gentle sweet sour taste spread with fragrant osmanthus aroma. The cool sensation melting down my throat, chasing away late spring's heat. This was truly the best plum juice I'd ever tasted. Lily was also amazed by the flavor, her eyes lighting up. We got in the car to return. I drove Mrs. Liu around the neighborhood several times, showing her what shops were nearby, telling her to explore when free these days. Arriving at the arranged apartment, Rachel was lying sprawled, face down on the sofa near the door. "Mom, where did everyone go? Why took so long to return?" she grumbled. I only saw a pitch-black gap before me, my gaze immediately drawn to it, feeling like being swallowed whole. Lily also noticed. She yanked my sleeve hard, asking softly, "Brother, where are our slippers?" Rachel suddenly realized something. Her face flushed red, immediately sitting up straight, one hand covering her chest. I glared at Lily reproachfully. Obviously the slippers were neatly arranged by the shoe cabinet on the right. Chapter 44. She follows me into the new house. Mrs. Liu couldn't hide her joy, curiously opening each room to look. The belongings we brought were all neatly arranged in the storage room. Rachel, besides taking out toiletries and a few changes of clothes, hadn't opened anything else. I glanced around the apartment. Basic living items were all complete, only lacking some food. I looked at Mrs. Liu and Rachel. Though Rachel received decent wages, she'd probably save for college tuition. I approached her, still covering her chest, whispering, "Senior, didn't you say to wait for me to ask you on a date? Let's go to the supermarket to buy some things." Rachel's face flushed, sneaking a glance into the room. Then standing up, "Mom, I'm going to the supermarket with Ethan." Mrs. Liu quickly emerged from the room, looking at me. "Ethan, tonight you and Lily eat here." "Sorry to trouble you tonight," I smiled. Mrs. Liu nodded, taking from her pocket a handful of crumpled bills, then checking her pants pocket, taking out all remaining money, stuffing it all into Rachel's hands. "Remember to buy what Ethan likes. Tonight Mom will cook you both a good meal." Rachel huffed twice, acting cute. "Mom, I don't know who's really your daughter anymore." The supermarket was right across from the community's west gate, just a few steps away. The three of us went downstairs together. Lily immediately hugged my arm tightly, pulling me to stand between her and Rachel. Suddenly, two familiar figures appeared from afar. Emily was hooking arms with Violet, also heading toward the community supermarket. "Violet, this time Ethan went too far. We definitely can't easily forgive him. This morning you said he bought 2 latest peach phones to apologize. Even if he gives me one, I won't easily speak well of him," Emily said indignantly. "He even sold all my handbags. Unless he buys back all those bags. Otherwise I'll never speak to him again." Violet said angrily, "Impossible, my friend. That Ethan is truly shameless. Gifts already given, then demanding them back. He thinks giving gifts means people must be his girlfriend? How many people pursue you at school? All top students. While he just relies on family money. A playboy who doesn't study," Emily echoed. Suddenly she noticed a very familiar figure behind them. She exclaimed in shock, "Violet, isn't that Ethan behind us? His house isn't in this area." Violet frowned. Maybe Ethan deliberately found a chance to, coincidentally, meet me, intentionally following me. But even if Ethan comes to apologize now, I don't want to forgive him yet. She walked a bit faster. "Emily, let's go. Today he angered me. I must make him wait forever." Emily tugged her friend's hand gently. "Violet, something seems off. Ethan currently has 2 girls beside him." Hearing this, Violet immediately stopped, turning around. At this moment I was being held by one girl, while chatting with the other. The three of us looked incredibly harmonious. Moreover, comparing beauty, the looks she'd always been proud of, now standing beside those 2 girls meant nothing. Especially placed next to Rachel's full figure. Her body looked even more ordinary. I'd long since spotted Emily and Violet ahead, but since this morning we'd argued beyond reconciliation. Now I had no relationship with them. So I calmly walked around them. Violet quickened her steps, blocking our path, speaking coldly, "Ethan, You think pretending not to see me can attract my attention? She glanced at Lily and Rachel, saying contemptuously, even spending money, hiring 2 girls to act with you. You're so childish. If you sincerely apologize to me, I can give you a chance to pursue me. I looked at her questioningly, not understanding how her mind worked. Looks like the blind pursuer image the original left was too deep. Just one morning. Can't change others' impressions. I put my arm around Lily's shoulders, then wrapped my arm around Rachel's waist, smiling, thanks. But no thanks. I'm not so idle as to abandon a vast forest for one crooked tree like you. Lily blushed, naturally wrapping her arms around me, even nuzzling her head against my chest. I gently pinched her cheek. Truly worthy of being the story's #1 villain. Understanding situations so quickly, plus such amazing acting skills. Rachel stood aside like an outsider, both hands awkwardly clasped together, eyes unconsciously looking down at the hand on her waist. Violet ground her teeth in anger, glaring at Lily and Rachel. You think Ethan really likes you? He's just using you to provoke me. After he and I make up, you'll be dumped. Hearing the word, dumped, Lily's clear eyes widened, looking at me asking, brother, will you abandon me? I shook my head gently, smiling. I'll grow up with you. We'll never abandon you. Hearing me say this, Lily's heart felt struck, her eyes immediately melting. Violet glared at her furiously, snorting coldly, men's mouths, full of lies. You think about it. Why would Ethan bring you here? His house isn't in this area. This area is my home. He deliberately followed me, wanting a chance to apologize, begging my forgiveness. You two are just tools for his act. Only you would believe his sweet words. Lily stuck out her tongue teasingly. My brother isn't a stalker. And you clearly don't like my brother. So why block his way? She turned to look at me. Acting cute, brother. Let's go quickly. Auntie's still waiting for us to buy groceries and cook. I nodded, both arms around both sides, leading them toward the supermarket. Hearing Lily's words, Violet stood frozen, completely stunned. Emily stepped forward asking, Violet, could it be Ethan's mother? Wants to personally cook for those 2 girls? Ethan brings 2 girls home, yet his mother doesn't object at all. Rich people's private lives are so complicated. She paused, then asked, did Ethan ever invite you to eat at his house? Violet's face darkened. The original owner had invited her to eat, but always at fancy restaurants outside. Never mentioned bringing her home. She snorted coldly, stubbornly saying, with that look in his eyes, how could I agree to go to his house? His mother isn't a professional chef. What decent dishes could she cook? Chapter 45. I can boil water at most. Entering the supermarket, I pushed 2 shopping carts alone. Previously every supermarket trip, buying snacks, I'd pull out my phone to compare prices. If 2 items tasted similar, even different brands, could only choose one. But now it's different. As long as I liked something, take everything, not caring about prices. 2 carts. 1 cart filled with items I'd regretted in the past. The other I selected specifically for Lily and Rachel, snacks they liked. After buying snacks, we moved to the produce section. Rachel carefully selected seasonal vegetables. She also took some pork belly and a small piece of beef. Tonight we can render pork fat, stir-fry greens, make braised pork, plus a small dish of beef with ginger. She glanced at me, unsure if telling me those dishes would be considered too simple. But at this moment, my eyes were drawn to the fresh seafood section, where fish and shrimp jumped about. I asked, finished choosing? I want to buy some seafood to release at checkout, because we bought so much. The supermarket manager even specially had someone help carry everything home. On the way back, looking at the bright moonlight, I sighed softly. Just now I realized, my so-called release was actually only $283. With just $283, I could be happy from the start of shopping until finishing all those snacks. Yet before transmigrating, I couldn't bear to spend that much, always having to restrain myself. Lily saw I seemed sad, asking, brother, What's wrong? I shook my head, smiling, just feeling. Life now is so good. It's becoming a bit unreal. Lily also nodded continuously. She these past days also found life so strange. She suddenly hugged me tightly, looking up, eyes sparkling like containing a sky full of stars. Brother, can you feel me hugging you? Now it feels real, right? I gently patted her head, not understanding what the original owner was thinking. To bear bullying such a lovely girl. I smiled. Walking like this, you look like a crab. We'll probably fall over in a bit. Rachel watched us with a touch of envy. How nice it would be if she had a brother like that. Without noticing, she gently hooked my arm, whispering, Ethan, why not bring that seafood home to eat? It's a bit expensive. My mom doesn't know how to cook it. If we waste it, that'd be unfortunate. I shook my head, speaking confidently. Premium ingredients like that usually just need simple cooking to taste good. Fresh seafood like this, just steam it. If you two don't know how, leave it to me. Not to brag, just a boiling water. I have decades of experience. A 5-star chef probably can't boil water as well as me. Hearing me joke like this, all three of us laughed. Arriving home, Mrs. Liu sat on the sofa fumbling, not knowing how to turn on the TV. TVs nowadays were completely different from her youth. Back then, just turn it on and there'd be programs. Now pressing buttons repeatedly yielded no channels. Seeing us return, she immediately stood up, taking the bags. I'll cook you all a good meal right now. Let me help, I said, before Mrs. Liu could refuse. I'd already carried the seafood straight to the kitchen. Lily was accustomed to housework, so she quickly followed me. Rachel saw everyone going to the kitchen. She felt awkward staying in the living room, so she followed too. The kitchen was quite spacious. Even with 4 people, not cramped at all. I watched everyone work skillfully. Some cutting vegetables, some slicing meat. Compared to them, my clumsy cooking skills really weren't worth showing off. I opened the bag, taking out over a dozen fresh oysters from Nushan. I took an oyster knife, starting to shuck each live oyster. These can be eaten raw directly. Each costs $39. I pried open the shell, inside revealing plump white oyster meat. Squeezing on some lemon juice, then gently slurping, the oyster meat slid down my throat. The ocean's saltiness mixed with lemon sourness, with a hint of creamy richness. That flavor made my eyes immediately brighten. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Previously, if craving them, I could only eat garlic grilled oysters. $10 for 8 near home. The taste then was also great. Whether there were actual oysters didn't matter. After eating 2, I started feeding the other 3. Everyone praised them endlessly. Only Mrs. Liu and Rachel, after eating 1, didn't dare eat more. But that didn't stump me. With Mrs. Liu, I just softly threatened a few words. As for Rachel, wasn't this a rare opportunity? To be intimate with a beautiful senior with an alluring figure? I deliberately teased her a bit, making Rachel's face flush red enough to drip water. She didn't dare refuse anymore, obediently opening her mouth for me to feed her. As for Lily, at first when I offered, she'd obediently open her mouth. But after seeing Rachel also start eating, she stopped eating. I guessed she wanted to save her portion for her senior. So I didn't insist, instead feeding Rachel several more. After the smooth and pleasant dinner, I helped clean up everything, then prepared to leave with Lily. Ethan, didn't you say you'd tutor Lily? Mrs. Liu asked in surprise. Tonight I still have some matters to handle. Starting tomorrow is fine too, I answered. Earlier checking my phone, I discovered Thompson had sent me an announcement. Blue background with white text. Stamped by Captain Thompson's unit. This matter originated from me, yet dragged Lily into it. Clearly she did nothing wrong. Why should she bear their slander? I drove home. By now it was past 8 p.m. Seeing no parents in the living room. Only a young girl lying on the sofa, wearing an orange crop top and short athletic shorts. The girl's name was Summer Carter, my 4th sister. Hearing the door open, Summer immediately sat up, but seeing it was me, she lay back down. Oh, it's you, Ethan. I thought Mom and Dad were back. Fourth sister, aren't you at college? Why are you back today? I asked. Summer sat up straight, legs folded. Her full chest pressed by her long, slender legs. Becoming distorted. Isn't it because of that damn elective course at school? I chose a course on free media. They're making us create self-media accounts. For a semester. 1,000 followers passes. 10,000 gets excellent. Heard there's a really hot barbecue place in Riverside yesterday. I planned to film a short video there. Who knew so many people checking in? Couldn't get in no matter how I tried. I asked curiously. Which place? If you like it, next time I'll buy takeout. Wait a moment. Summer pulled out her phone, tapping it, pointing at the screen. This place. On the phone screen, a masked guy sat playing guitar and singing. Walk with me on Riverside streets. Chapter 46. I pretend to be myself. Hearing the singing from the phone, Summer froze slightly. She looked at me, then looked down at the guy in the video, then looked up, face full of surprise. She frowned, lifting my chin up, examining me closely. Finally sighing deeply. Seeing Summer's complex expression, I could only stay silent, dark lines appearing overhead. I roughly guessed what she was thinking. Probably initially doubting whether I was the guy in that video. But thinking carefully, how could I have the ability to compose such a good song? So she probably concluded it's just similar looks. I remembered in the original story, Summer in this assignment filmed a short dance video, attracting over 100,000 followers, becoming a minor internet celebrity. Actually, Summer wasn't good at dancing, but that video fully displayed her innocence and sexy figure, her clumsy movements, and half-hearted attitude, especially when filming. She even enabled location, showing a remote small town, where housing cost only $2,000 per square meter. A stunning beauty in a desolate countryside. Immediately attracted countless guys' attention. But later, when netizens exposed her true identity, her entire image collapsed. She became a target of attacks for a long time, leading to depression. At that time, Carter Corporation was also declining. Everyone worried. People all thought her depression was just pretending weakness. Finally unable to bear social media pressure, she chose to end her life. In the original owner's memories, Summer and he were both spendthrift types. The siblings could be said to be very close. Only Summer often got scolded for overspending, while he got spoiled, almost never punished. I thought briefly, deciding to reveal my identity and help Summer complete her assignment. This way avoiding the image problem, also preventing her from being cyberbullied to suicide. But before I could speak, Summer's eyes suddenly brightened. She immediately hugged my thigh tightly. Ethan, I have a once-in-a-lifetime request. Summer pleaded. Hearing that phrase, I felt the original owner's memories seemingly rising. My whole body couldn't help trembling. I remembered last time Summer said this was when I bought a book, Beyond Limits, ending up discovered by parents, making the original owner take the blame. The old couple pointed at him, lecturing about continuing the family line. Seeing that book, they almost beat him into the hospital. I tried pulling my leg back, but Summer held too tightly, pulling me off the sofa entirely. Let go. When you say that, it's definitely nothing good. I ground my teeth. Won't let go, unless you agree first. Summer firmly answered. The commotion downstairs startled Lily, who'd just finished bathing. She hurriedly ran down from upstairs. Seeing our position, she asked suspiciously, "Brother, what are you two doing?" She wore a white bunny pajama set with puffed sleeves. On the hood were two soft, fluffy bunny ears. Below was a matching puffed skirt, with a round puffy tail attached to the back. Her hair still wet, holding an old hair dryer. Seeing Lily rush down in panic, I could only sigh helplessly. Fine, I agree, but you have to trade your hairdryer. Summer giggled, immediately running to her room, bringing out a light purple hair dryer. I kept my face cold, sternly lecturing Lily. Next time going downstairs, don't run so hastily. Still holding things. What if you fall from up there? Lily lowered her head, but her lips couldn't help curling up. Though being scolded, inside she felt warm. All right, Don't be sad. Come here, I'll dry your hair. I softened my tone. This hair dryer is precious. Because your brother sold himself to trade for it. Summer's hair dryer was powerful, yet didn't damage hair. In just a moment I dried Lily's hair. I gently lifted her freshly washed hair. A light shampoo scent wafted around my nose. Lily's body swayed slightly. She turned to ask Summer, "Fourth sister, is there anything I can help with?" "No need. Let your brother help." Summer looked at us in surprise. She remembered very clearly. Previously Ethan always hated Lily. How were they so close now? She shook her head, then said, "Only you can help with this." I pouted, accepting fate. "Don't beat around the bush. Just say it. What is it?" "Actually, it's nothing big." Summer reached into her pocket, pulling out a crumpled mask. "Just need to wear this mask and film a short video with me." I immediately understood. So Summer wanted me to pretend to be the guitar-playing guy in that video. Initially I'd planned to tell the truth, but thinking again, this situation seemed quite interesting. Indeed, a good opportunity to tease her a bit. "Come on, Ethan, hurry and try on the mask. Let me see if it matches," Summer urged. I nodded, unfolding the crumpled mask. A pleasant fragrance immediately spread. On the mask was a faint lipstick mark. I raised my eyebrows slightly, looking at Summer, thinking, respecting elders, cannot refuse. Even if she's a half-sister, she's still an elder. I just finished mental preparation, putting on the mask, when Lily suddenly snatched it from my hands. "Brother, I have a spare mask. Let me go get it." A light fragrance passed by. Lily ran quickly upstairs. Moments later she returned, holding another mask. Coming downstairs, she remembered my instruction. Looking carefully at each step, careful not to slip, I took the mask, looking at her questioningly. This mask, though not crumpled, had the nose bridge slightly bent. Obviously it had been used. "Brother, I don't have new masks," she said softly. "You don't mind, do you?" I patted her head. Judging by this mask's condition, she'd probably only worn it briefly. After all, it's just filming a short video. Won't take much time. I put on the mask. Summer looked back and forth between me and the guy in the video, then nodded satisfactorily. "Ethan, from now on you should weld that mask to your face. Definitely many girls will like you." I pouted. "Fine. Film quickly, finish early, rest early." Summer fetched a guitar from her room, handing it to me. "Just need to strike a few poses. I'll edit the guitar audio in later. When filming the video, remember to keep a 45-degree right angle. Tilt your head down slightly. Otherwise it still won't look similar enough." I sighed deeply, already having to pretend to be myself, yet still criticized for not looking authentic. Lily saw my helpless expression. She sat on the sofa nearby, hugging her knees, gently swaying. She'd also watched yesterday's video. Earlier while bathing, she'd listened to that song repeatedly. She guessed fourth sister wanted to capitalize on the fame, and also knew I hadn't told fourth sister my true identity. Right now the entire internet was searching for the real identity of the guy in the video, but only she knew the truth. The feeling of keeping my secret made her heart itch strangely, like a seed being planted, sprouting in her chest, then blooming into a brilliant flower. Chapter 47. What can I use to keep you? The video took half an hour to film. Finally considered passable. I looked completely drained of energy. A 1-minute video requiring over 30 takes. Never expected pretending to be myself would be this hard. Lily sat beside me, one leg propped on the chair, head resting on her knee, the other leg gently swinging, obviously in a very good mood. I walked over, pulling up her hood, then roughly tousling her hair, watching her hair stand up like a bird's nest. Only then feeling satisfied, she looked up at me, gently biting her lip, eyes moist, looking at me as if wronged. I scratched my head embarrassed. "Go comb your hair. After I finish showering, we'll film a video together." Hearing I also wanted to film a video, Summer raised her eyebrows provocatively. "Ethan, you planning to steal your sister's spotlight? Or after filming you discovered you really do look like that guy? Need me to teach you more? Otherwise I think you're Still missing that certain quality. I shook my head fearfully, immediately grabbing Summer's guitar and running straight to my room, just breathing a sigh of relief. When little tail Lily came pattering after me, she entered the changing room, taking out the gray wolf pajamas from last time shopping. She said, "Brother, wear this." I nodded, then carried the pajamas into the bathroom. Probably this morning, when choosing clothes, she considered this her mission. I thought to myself, unable to help smiling. 10 minutes later, I finished showering, preparing to start filming. Lily sat on the floor beside the bed, leaning against the bed frame, holding a small comb. I put on the mask, adjusting the phone's angle toward us both. While combing her hair, I recounted everything that had happened. To make the video more meaningful, I held the guitar, singing a song opposing school bullying. After filming, roughly editing the video, I immediately posted it on the platform. When will Big Brother release a new song? It's been over 24 hours with no activity. Even pigs in production aren't this lazy. After hearing the Riverside song, I feel entertainment music isn't appealing anymore. Can't he release new songs daily? I've listened all day repeatedly. I even told my boss I wanted to visit Riverside tomorrow. Ended up getting scolded. So excessive, though I'm only 2,000 miles from Riverside. My songs were never converted to audio files, nor uploaded to music platforms. Fans could only watch that short video repeatedly, watching while commenting below, urging me to release new songs quickly. Suddenly an update notification appeared. Over 2 million followers clicked simultaneously. In the frame was me, recounting how a seemingly harmless video led to serious school bullying. I even showed Captain Thompson's announcement as proof that this was real. How can such despicable people exist? Daring to strip a girl in public. Isn't that trying to destroy her entire life? Fortunate the blogger saved his sister in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. His sister will definitely carry severe psychological trauma. School violence really needs serious handling. There are always those who rely on being minors to act recklessly without restraint. If anyone dared treat my daughter like that, I'd risk my life dragging them to hell. I'm just wondering, why were so many people there? Yet no one stood up to help that girl? Then I picked up the guitar, using a low voice, beginning to sing. You forgot the cold wind once slashed through wounds. You believe no pain, no itch means lifelong peace. Why when seeing snow fall do you want to sing? Why when letting go do tears fall? As this verse played on screen, videos of school bullying victims appeared sequentially. News bloggers also shared widely. Just the atmosphere feels rather heavy. I seem to feel what victims experience. Those children must have been so desperate. Clearly they did nothing wrong. My voice on screen continued. Because we once obsessed over his light. Also because we once endured his decay. People say don't love, yet can't leave. So this life is bitter as a song. The comment section kept refreshing continuously. Truly Brother Lang, too amazing. Blogger, can't you sing happier songs? Life's already tiring enough. Midnight and you make me cry? I feel like I just got bullied by your music. Life's too bitter. Blogger is the bad guy. But can't bear to unfollow you. My room is very dark. The night wind so cold. On the balcony only me. Is anyone beside me? Suddenly the music style in the video changed, becoming more upbeat. Do you want to see flowers bloom? Do you want to see swallows return? If everything can't come back, then who do I exist for? The melody was powerful, yet lyrics still carried vague pain. Only, the story's protagonists seemed to find their direction. Everyone watching the video felt something churning inside, like seeds in their hearts, waiting for heavy rain, craving to break free from darkness's chains. The song gradually reached its conclusion. Must see flowers bloom, you must wait for swallows to return, thinking they'll come back. I swear to live for all of it. This song of mine awakened the beast caged in everyone's hearts. They'd endured workplace oppression too long, life's injuries, until accustomed to enduring this moment. Like everyone shouting inside, Blogger, I'm kneeling, really too amazing. Looking forward to tomorrow's song. Who just badmouthed Brother Lang? Come out and talk. Life's bitter. But we exist. For those beautiful moments. May I ask if blogger likes pink sacks? I was once bullied. If back then I had a good brother like you. Then now I probably wouldn't be too scared to leave home. At this moment I was lying on the bed with Lily. Both eating snacks. Seeing this comment, I clicked reply. Be brave once. Come to Riverside, I'll show you around. As soon as I responded, the entire internet exploded. The blogger really appeared? I just got fired by my boss. Can I come along, sister? Please, remember to photograph the blogger. I'm so curious. By then my pink sack will appear online. Blogger, you must sing every day. The account named Big City Ethan. After the song was posted, followers surged from over 2 million to 4 million. Still trending toward 5 million. Lily lay sideways on the bed, looking at my profile, her eyes welling with tears. Tears falling endlessly. She sniffled, then wanted to burrow into my arms again. Seeing her reddened eyes, I grabbed a wet tissue from the bedside, leaning over to wipe for her. Knock knock. Suddenly 2 knocks sounded. After a brief silence, Summer boldly pushed the door open. Ethan, this is my once-in-a-lifetime request. Chapter 48. And you dare slander? Seeing both people in the room frozen in shock. Lily's face, still flushed with pink. Summer gave a meaningful smile, evaluating them both, then casually sitting beside me. Ethan, that blogger just posted a new video. She turned, resting her head on my shoulder, holding up her phone between us. Let's film something like this too. That way my semester grade will definitely be enough. I felt my elbow clearly touching somewhere soft, while the video on screen, I couldn't concentrate on it all. Lily frowned, unhappily saying, Fourth sister, I want to watch too. Summer nodded, then reached toward Lily, thus her entire body pressed completely against me. Lily also reached her hand between us. This way, fourth sister, holding the phone will tire your arm less. Summer seemed to awaken. Indeed, high school students' minds are quick. I sighed softly, eyes somewhat suspicious, looking at Lily sitting obediently between us. Feeling something wasn't quite right. I shook my head, guessing I was overthinking. The video ended. Summer's expression darkened. Never expected something like this could happen in Riverside. That girl is truly pitiful. Fortunate the blogger arrived in time. If only I also had a brother protecting me like that. How nice that would be. She exhaled softly, adjusting her mood. Then looking at me, Ethan, plans changed. Let's recreate this video. She suddenly paused, eyes dropping to my clothes. Then looking at the video. What a coincidence. Your pajamas are exactly like that blogger's. She stood up again, looking around my room. Then comparing with the video's setting. Her face suddenly flushed. She pounced forward, directly pinning me to the bed. Grabbing a pillow, hitting my head repeatedly. Great, you dared deceive me. Did you always want to see me laughed at? Lily tried rushing to intervene, but was also pushed onto the bed by Summer. She shouted, You also conspired with your brother to deceive me? Hateful. I quickly pulled Lily into my arms, yelling, Hit me if you're hitting. Summer's pillow was extremely soft. Hitting people only felt gentle, not painful at all. Lily's face flushed red, her hands originally covering her chest, suddenly bravely reached back to hug me. After a chaotic struggle, Summer finally sat up off me. I also realized this position was rather strange. After all, both were lying on the bed, while I was pressing down on Lily. Summer quickly pulled me up, then hugging Lily lying on the bed, her face red as beets. Summer said indignantly, How pitiful, bullied outside by others. Coming home still oppressed by your brother. My poor seventh sister. I scratched my head embarrassed. Lily truly had lived in that situation before. Brother didn't bully you, she whispered in protest. Summer helped smooth her hair. Then turning to me, What do you plan to do next? Though mom and dad haven't accepted seventh sister. But we Carters can't let her be bullied like this. I nodded, speaking up. Those who bullied Lily today were all arrested by Captain Thompson's unit. As for those spreading rumors online, I made clear in the video, giving them 3 days to come forward with corrections and apologies. Ms. Quinn already preserved all evidence. If they don't post videos by deadline, we'll sue legally. Summer nodded. Then her eyes suddenly brightened. Then remember to have your fans follow me. This semester I won't need to attend class and still pass. My mouth twitched twice. Is studying just for credits? Not for knowledge? Summer rolled her eyes. At least I got into college on my own. While you, Mom and Dad paid for high school. I opened my mouth, but didn't know how to refute. After all, the original owner truly was worthless. Lily sat in Summer's arms, watching me get shut down. Couldn't help but laugh. My video spread extremely fast. Especially the anti-school bullying theme. Extremely fresh. Immediately creating waves online. Many famous bloggers with millions of followers also participated, calling on schools, parents and even Captain Thompson's unit to care about student psychology, not letting violence tragedies repeat. Many bloggers also, tears streaming, recounting their own bullying experiences. But fortunately, they could still stand before cameras to recount it, while countless other children didn't have that chance. A few bloggers who believed baseless rumors finally followed what I said in the video, sincerely posting public apologies. They said one should verify sources carefully and confirm information authenticity, whether sincere or fake, at least on the surface. They'd cleared Lily's name for me. However, many netizens still didn't understand my actions. They're clearly also victims, deceived by big bloggers, already misled. Why force them to apologize? They just silently deleted comments and videos they'd posted, starting to pretend mute. At that time, at Riverside University's fashion boutique, Jennifer, who'd filmed that chaotic scene, just finished watching my video. Previously she'd posted another video, harshly criticizing Lily, saying just for small benefits, she dared sell herself cheaply. Such behavior staining and humiliating women must make her kneel and apologize. That video went up, gaining her 20,000 followers immediately. Now meeting requirements to livestream sales. Just finished a livestream, earning nearly 3,000. Seeing my explanatory video, her eyes flashed. Immediately an idea struck. She felt her opportunity had arrived, while the entire internet was busy apologizing. If she could create a counterattack, she'd definitely attract countless more viewers. So she began studying each frame in the video, analyzing each lyric line, then writing commentary and posting online. Friends, actually I didn't plan to speak about this matter, but if I don't speak, no one will dare tell the truth anymore. Let's look carefully at the video's beginning. Blogger, Big City Ethan, says that guy is him. But everyone compare. Are they truly similar? Moreover, in the on-scene footage, everyone clearly heard the price that girl stated. Something as precious as a girl's purity. How could it be used for slander? I don't deny this blogger's talent. Musically, I admire him greatly. But honestly, him clearing matters unrelated to himself is wrong behavior. And that girl in the story, what did she sacrifice to escape? I also hope school violence will end. But this blogger, using his influence to distort truth, isn't that depriving everyone's right to truth? Isn't this also a form of bullying? Chapter 49. The whole nation is my dad. Jennifer's video was quickly posted, riding my popularity. She immediately climbed trending searches. Netizens not knowing the truth split into two clear camps. Sister, I support you. If you hadn't spoken, how would everyone know? That blogger is actually a hypocritical beast. And that girl is nothing special. Selling herself then. Seducing men to clear her name. Both greedy and fake. Only I noticed when filming. That girl's actions were strange. Is it really an almost marrying age girl? Still clinging to her brother? Making him comb her hair? Let me be fair. The songs are good. But composing complete songs daily. How is that possible? Then what are entertainment industry singers doing? Being useless? Probably his songs are all plagiarized. Someone with such character can do anything very quickly. Someone actually edited video clips, comparing each line in my songs, pointing out which song each line resembled, then posting online claiming I plagiarized. Other netizens also spoke up. Even if you don't trust Ethan, can't you trust Captain Thompson's announcement? That blogger sounds so certain. But where's the proof? Just empty words. In Riverside probably only idiots would believe. The plagiarism video you edited. Just a few similar melodies and you dare call it real evidence. I even have a whole dictionary here. Why not say he plagiarized the dictionary too? Seeing fierce rebuttals, those netizens got angry again. Captain Thompson's announcement only said that girl suffered school bullying, but didn't prove she was innocent. She did that, then got bullied. Isn't that deserved? You want to study with that kind of person? Exactly. Don't you men all like that type of girl? Under this comment, many people echoed. Heaven is witness, I swear never to share the sky with such people. Jennifer watched followers skyrocket, nearly reaching 100,000. Inside she was ecstatic. With 100,000 followers. Just accepting one ad monthly. Already living better than workers all year. Even without ads, just opening a few live streams. Would earn tons of money. As for that slandered girl, who could guarantee she was truly innocent? At most she'd post an apology video later. After all, she only stated her own speculation. Never confirmed. That girl actually did anything. Everything was netizens' imagination, even if things died down later. Over time, everyone would quickly forget everything. As for me, I was helping Mr. and Mrs. Carter with massages. Mom, Dad, why'd you return so late today? Mrs. Carter closed her eyes, groaning comfortably. My Ethan is so much better now. Previously at this time he'd still be out playing. Now not only coming home daily, but caring about parents working hard. Mr. Carter also nodded in agreement. Our boy just developed slower than others. Playing enough, he'll naturally mature. Mrs. Carter wiped her slightly moist eyes. Then huffing toward Summer. When will you be like Ethan? Both eldest daughters, yet still refusing to grow up. Mom, I'm still here, Summer said indignantly. She sat on the sofa beside them. Both feet propped against each other, sitting cross-legged casually. She glanced at me resentfully. As if just betrayed. Clearly both were troublemakers before. Yet I suddenly changed, becoming diligent. Making her look more thoughtless. Mom's speaking for you to hear. At marriageable age, yet sitting without any ladylike manner. When your age, Mom already gave birth to your second sister, Mrs. Carter said coldly. Summer shrank back, quickly closing her legs, sitting properly on the sofa. Mom and Dad still haven't told me why you returned so late today. I asked again. Mr. Carter sighed. Projects in Riverside are almost complete. If the corporation wants further development, must expand to other cities. Recently projects in those places encountered some trouble. I nodded understanding. Carter Corporation was very large, but real influence was only limited to Riverside and surrounding areas. Expanding to other cities was like stealing others' food, being obstructed by local forces. Creating difficulties was normal. Mom, Dad, we're already so rich. Why not go elsewhere to enjoy comfortably? Why find trouble ourselves? Summer interjected. Capital's nature is profit-seeking. If unprofitable, it'll eventually be eliminated. For example, if other cities all raise worker wages, only Riverside stays the same. Who'd want to work here anymore? I added my thoughts. Mr. Carter looked at Mrs. Carter in shock. Mrs. Carter also seemed extremely surprised. Hearing me finish, Summer immediately jumped up, running to her room. She knew staying longer would not only seem thoughtless, but expose her real stupidity. Mr. Carter nodded satisfactorily. Indeed, very reasonable logic. He suddenly asked my opinion curiously. What do you think we should do? Then recounting current difficulties of Carter Corporation. The corporation was building a tourist resort in another city. Initially contracts were signed. Villagers had all moved out. But when construction was halfway, land prices rose. Villagers gathered demanding compensation difference, otherwise obstructing construction, though reporting to local police. Captain Thompson's unit only went through motions. After all, villagers were all elderly. Couldn't arrest them. Just touching them lightly, they'd lie down. I recalled the original novel's content. In that story, Mr. Carter got mildly ill over this. Later treated personally by Grace. Without my intervention, Grace would have already allied with Drake. This matter naturally would be leaked to Drake. He'd use connections with the Shaw family, resolving the issue smoothly, but taking 3 shares of the resort. Those 3 shares, equivalent to nearly $1 billion. I immediately rolled my eyes. An idea striking immediately. If Drake could do it, so can I. This problem is actually very easy. In 2 days, my adopted dad will visit. You two treat him well. Don't embarrass me. If we establish this connection, won't remaining matters be easier to resolve? Hearing me finish, Mr. Carter's face darkened. He just praised me for maturing, now wanting to explode with anger. Get out now, you rebellious son disrupting proper order. You mean, every time expanding to a new city, you'll adopt another father? Then won't the whole nation be your dad's? Chapter 50. Want to sleep in my room? After a painful, education with love session, I returned to my room clutching my rear. Not understanding why the original owner was rarely beaten. Barely heard harsh words a few times. Yet I'd only transmigrated 2 days and already taken 2 beatings. Could it be? Parental love truly fades? Moreover, Comrade Mr. Carter's awareness is too low. Can't he be like me? A man's principle is knowing when to advance and retreat. I returned to my room, seeing Lily hugging a pillow, rolling around on the bed. Hearing the door open, her face flushed red. With a whoosh, she jumped up, kneeling properly on the bed. Second brother, you're back? She peeked out from behind the pillow, eyes glistening like water looking at me. I nodded slightly, whispering, it's late. Go to bed early. Okay. Lily answered softly, voice full of grievance. She slowly crawled off the bed, head lowered, shoulders trembling slightly, dragging heavy steps toward her room. Before leaving the door, she paused, turning to look at me deeply. Her room was in a corner, originally the maid's room. Inside were piled, full of temporarily unused items. Among that mess, she'd cleared a small space, neatly arranging all her belongings. The faded old school uniform, a worn backpack with torn corners, shoes with soles peeling apart, and a potato chip can, containing all her savings, totaling $132.50. Just 2 days ago, she'd planned to use that money to leave the Carters and live independently. All her old belongings just needed a small desk crack to store. But now, she had to reorganize for more space. These 2 days I'd bought her many things. Half of today's snacks were also given to her. When she was about to push the cardboard box beside her bed against the wall, the door suddenly knocked. Lily approached suspiciously to open it. Since she'd come to the Carters, besides the maid, no one had ever entered her room. I scratched my head, standing awkwardly outside the door. When I saw you leave the room, I felt something was wrong. I'm afraid you haven't recovered from this morning's mood. I vaguely remembered hearing somewhere. People who've been bullied need comforting. Otherwise they easily overthink. Even might end their lives. Sensing the concern in my words, Lily's eyes immediately reddened, tears falling continuously from her eyes. Oh, why are you crying? You shouldn't cry. You should smile. Now you have a brother who cares. You should be happy. She thought silently. But the more she thought this way, the more tears fell. She kept wiping away tears. I grabbed Lily's wrist, pulling her into my arms. I didn't know how to comfort girls. Just felt at this moment she needed a shoulder to lean on. I sighed in relief silently. Lucky I noticed earlier. This little one was off. Otherwise, she'd be under the blanket now, crying alone. I tilted my head slightly, curiously looking around Lily's room. Couldn't help frowning. The Carter family's maid room, compared to my rental before transmigrating, was much better. But compared to my current room, the difference was significant. How about sleeping in my room? I hesitated a long while before speaking. Then, what about you? Lily sniffled, voice choking, her cheeks gradually reddening. Images of my large bed flashed through her mind. Big enough for two to sleep together. Her hands placed behind my back, unconsciously clenching tighter. I raised my eyebrows, excitedly saying, "My room also has a gaming room. You know what? I just checked the specs, absolutely top tier. Tonight we can watch movies together. Eat some snacks. You sleep on the bed, I'll lie in the gaming room." I'd already planned. After she fell asleep, I'd seize the chance to game all night. After all, tomorrow morning just need to take her to school. Then return to catch up on sleep. Hearing me say this, Lily's whole body stiffened slightly. Though sleeping in the same room, but not the same bed. She didn't understand why she felt disappointed. But thinking about eating snacks and watching movies with me, her heart trembled with anticipation. She rubbed her head against my chest, whispering, "I want to see the gaming room." The room in hazy light. I fumbled for the switch. Suddenly, a six-pointed magic circle appeared on the floor, immediately glowing brilliantly. Blue and pink light streams ran along the magical patterns, then spreading up the walls, gathering into a soft hazy glow. The entire room instantly tinged with cyberpunk haze. I glanced at Lily, embarrassed, scratching my head. Never expected I'd have such childish moments. On the left was an adjustable height desk. On the desk sat a massive curved monitor. Looking at that screen, I felt like at my home. I could clearly see others' homes. On the right was a wall-mounted TV. Could connect to various devices for movies. The two remaining walls. One side had shelves displaying character figures. The other had rows of gaming consoles. The remaining half was cabinets full of snacks and drinks. I glanced at the wall-mounted TV, then turned to admire the massive curved monitor. The thought of fictional action briefly crossed my mind. Let Lily watch movies herself, while I entered Summoner's Rift for a satisfying killing spree. I glanced down at my hands. The Demon King statue on the shelf seemed to give encouraging looks. However, looking back at the pitiful little sister sitting beside me, finally, familial love triumphed over instinct. I took my phone, connecting to the TV, preparing to choose a Stephen Chow comedy. Ding dong. A message notification popped up. Lily's eyes, immediately glued to the TV screen, reflecting my phone. She immediately recognized. That was a girl's profile picture. The message appeared. "Violet, tomorrow want breakfast sandwich at school gate. Family combo." Seeing Violet's name, I was briefly surprised. Previously, the original owner always messaged her first. Never had she initiated. I didn't think much, opening the chat. "Which class are you skipping tomorrow? Need me to message the teacher so you won't worry about distractions? No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng." Seeing my message, Lily giggled. All earlier worries immediately vanished. "Brother's truly mischievous," she glared at me. I patted her head gently, smiling. "All right, sit properly on the sofa. Let this servant serve the princess." I selected a classic Stephen Chow film. Tang Bohu points at autumn fragrance. Then poured a pile of snacks on the sofa. Also taking a large cup, filling it with ice. Pouring full of happiness water. "Princess, please drink." I handed the cup to Lily, smiling teasingly. Her face flushed. "Brother's so annoying," she pouted. Chapter 51. Love you 3,000 times. Not knowing how long the movie had played, Lily's movie watching position started with hugging her knees, gradually leaning on my shoulder. I didn't think much, casually pulling her into my arms. After all, today she just experienced bullying. Being a bit scared was normal. 2 hours later, the movie ended. The clock approached midnight. Good children should sleep, I said. Now I just hoped this little one would sleep early, so I could enjoy observing neighbors' houses from mine safely. Lily tilted her head looking at me. "You're not sleeping?" "Of course I'm sleeping," I answered, eyes slightly evasive. Obviously words didn't match mood. Inside I was eager to battle, just wanting a satisfying game. "I don't believe you, I'm not sleepy either," she huffed, saying. Just finishing, she yawned long. rubbing her eyes. The bunny ears on her pajamas trembling slightly. Looking adorable as a soft little bunny. And you say you're not sleepy? Your eyelids are about to fight. Tomorrow still have school. Without proper studying, who'll support me later? Now, be good and sleep. I'll sleep later, I said, while pulling her hand, leading her to bed, carefully tucking her in. Sleep well, brother. Love you, she whispered softly. Then immediately pulled the blanket over her head. Under the blanket, her face burned hot, heart pounding, the beating echoing throughout her chest, like a small train running. In her world, I nodded, replying habitually, sleep well, love you 3,000 times. Hearing the gaming room door close, Lily immediately opened the blanket, gasping, breathing the cool air. Thinking back on what I just said, she covered her burning cheeks with both hands. Her small feet couldn't help kicking wildly under the blanket. I turned on the computer, logging into the original owner's league account, checking the champion list. This account truly had all champions, all skins. I immediately opened ranked mode. Tonight must sweep Summoner's Rift. Half an hour later, seeing the penalty notification appear on screen, I stayed silent a long while. Detected player intentionally dying. Account banned for 2,400 hours. Can't play. Really can't play. The entire match. Just dying, or on the way to dying. I sighed deeply. A silver IV player, wanting to reach diamond, was truly delusional dreaming. I took out my phone, opening the app, wanting to check how tonight's incident spread. Just opening the app, a flood of cursing comments appeared. Tisk tisk tisk, still claiming to be siblings. Playing like this must be more exciting, right? Blogger, haven't you seen women before? Any trash you pick up? I followed you for your songs. Never expected your character to be this garbage. Really wasted my sympathy for your songs. Now I just feel nauseous. Patched together plagiarized songs called original? His patching skills are so good. Why not become a tailor? I frowned, confused. Are these people sick? Nothing better to do than curse me? I curiously scrolled through videos, coincidentally finding Jennifer's clip without evidence, but slandering me. Seeing the hypocritical face on Jennifer's screen, I immediately felt nauseous enough to vomit. I opened the comments. Below were all praises for that blogger's courage, not fearing power, daring to speak truth, plus many netizens not knowing the truth, casually cursing and slandering me mercilessly. I'd originally planned to directly ask him if blood-soaked buns tasted good, but thinking again, if I really did that, it'd just increase his popularity. I was hesitating, not knowing how to handle it, when the gaming room door gently opened. Lily carried a pillow and small blanket. Tiptoeing at the door, she saw the lights still on, asking softly, "Brother, you're still not sleeping?" Seeing Lily's appearance, I immediately understood. She came to bring me a blanket. I took a deep breath, stabilizing my mood, smiling. Going to sleep now? Or should I sleep on the bed with you? My bed's really big, enough room for both of us. Lily pressed her lips, whispering softly. Huh? I gasped in shock, feeling my head explode with a boom. In my past life I had no siblings. But at our current age, sharing a bed was definitely not okay. Moreover, we weren't even that close. Even the relationship between Lily and the original owner was terrible. I scratched my head, flustered, occasionally glancing at her, not understanding what this situation was. Lily sniffled, saying softly, "Brother, I'm scared." Hearing those words, I immediately snapped alert. So after this bullying incident, she carried deep psychological trauma. Now she didn't dare sleep alone, afraid of darkness and empty rooms. And in this house, the only person she could rely on was me. My bed was quite large. 2 people lying there wouldn't touch. Lily obediently lay on one side, facing me, gently reaching out, lightly holding my sleeve. I lay still on the bed, mind still thinking how to get revenge on that blogger. If just reporting to police, having Captain Thompson arrest him for slander, it would definitely take a long, drawn-out time. Ultimately, most likely, just forcing him to post corrections then publicly apologize. During that time, that blogger could completely seize this opportunity for massive engagement, pulling numerous new followers. The internet had no memory. After some time, people would forget everything, while he'd have a hot account with hundreds of thousands of loyal followers. I wouldn't let that blood bun eater escape comfortably. He must pay dearly. Drowsy with sleep, I suddenly felt something soft, warm, fragrant, burrowing into my arms. I immediately became alert, entire body stiffening. Earlier I'd almost spread my legs, clamping that body pillow. Looking down, seeing Lily curled in my arms, I gently brushed hair from her forehead, shaking my head helplessly. Never expected this little one rolled around so much sleeping. Looks like I need to help her reconcile with her sisters at home. Otherwise, continuing to sleep like this, I'll be the one scared to death, I thought silently. Lily squeezed her eyes shut, eyelashes trembling slightly, her heart beating fast enough to hear clearly. Seeing I didn't avoid or push her away, her lips curled up slightly, probably dreaming a sweet dream. I smiled softly, whispering, "Those messy things leave to me." Chapter 52. Why so clingy? Next morning, when I woke up, Lily was no longer in bed. I stretched, entire body aching. Had the feeling last night seemed like sleep paralysis. Couldn't move at all. By the bedside hung a shirt with Nick Wilde print and loose blue jeans. Probably Lily woke early, chose clothes for me, then returned to her room to wash up. I changed clothes and left the room, not knowing how long she'd been waiting at the door. She wore a shirt with Judy Hopps print, the hem tied in a cute little knot, slightly fitted, revealing her slender waist. Below were tight jeans, accentuating her beautiful long slender legs. By breakfast time, Mom and Dad had already gone to the company. Summer bowed her head, hair messy as a bird's nest, using chopsticks to poke the bun before her, eating mechanically, without interest. Seeing the clothes Lily and I wore, her eyes immediately brightened, face full of gossip, saying, "Ethan, what are you two wearing?" I looked down at my clothes, asking in surprise, "What's wrong? Any problem?" Last time I took Olivia and classmates shopping for these. Summer raised her eyebrows, a sinister, nosy ant smile appearing. I glared. These are Zootopia-themed clothes. That day Olivia's friend also bought one. Flash the Sloth said later all three would wear them out. Photos would look better. I pulled Lily's hand, sitting at the table with her fourth sister. "When are you going back to school?" I asked. Summer immediately deflated. "Right after eating. Have an early shift today." She suddenly looked up at me. "Ethan, did you see that online video yesterday?" I nodded, expression cold, saying softly, "Saw it. Let the bullets fly a bit longer. If he wanted blood buns, I'll make him unable to earn a living." Hearing me, Summer nodded seriously. Yesterday when she saw that video, she was also furious. Finally, with great difficulty, everything was clarified, helping Lily restore her honor. Yet one baseless fabricated clip ruined everything. She held up the chopsticks poking the bun like a mic, pretending to interview me. "May I ask, Ethan, facing such slander, what do you plan to do?" I bit into the bun she offered, then cleared my throat, my scripts ready. I turned, looking at Lily with lowered head, eating bun in small bites. As for the female lead, I asked, "Are you ready to take the stage?" Lily was still dazed, not understanding, still looking down at Judy Hopps on her shirt. Suddenly asked by me, she looked up, confused, then silently offering the bun in her hand to my mouth. I was so frustrated I bit the bun, never expecting Lily thought I was craving her bun. But that bun was only half left. "Oh, that's not right." She lowered her head, face red as an apple, then sipping milk softly. I scratched my head embarrassed, eyes looking at the remaining food. Summer glanced at us, lips curling up, had the feeling these two made people want to ship them. After breakfast, the three of us, all prepared for school, passing the school gate. Lily saw the breakfast sandwich stall, crowded at the entrance, saying softly, "Brother, I want to treat Jasmine to a breakfast sandwich." I nodded. Previously I always mooched breakfast from Jasmine. Now she probably just wanted to reciprocate. I bought 2 family combos. One for Lily and Jasmine. The other to treat the group's fatty. After all, yesterday he helped a lot. Though really dumb, still a good person. Entering class. The breakfast sandwich aroma filled the room. Jasmine waved at Lily. "Your seat's here." I looked at her seat. Conveniently to the right of mine. Lily sat down excitedly. Starting breakfast with Jasmine. I glanced around the room. Discovering Fatty hadn't arrived yet. So placed the remaining sandwich on the desk. Ethan really pisses me off. Yesterday I clearly messaged him I wanted breakfast sandwiches. Yet he asked which class I'm skipping. Even said he'd message the teacher for me. Violet complained indignantly to her best friend Emily. Emily kept nodding. "Girl, you're too nice. Yesterday he secretly followed you to your neighborhood, deliberately bringing 2 other girls to provoke you. If it were me, I'd have cut him off. Yet last night you still initiated conversation, giving him a way out. Yet he still won't apologize. You're pretty, smart, and so kind. Someone like Ethan doesn't deserve you." Violet nodded angrily, secretly deciding never to initiate messages to Ethan again. Just entering class. Emily immediately smelled the breakfast sandwich aroma. Curiously looking that direction, seeing right on my desk. A large steaming breakfast sandwich. She laughed mockingly. "Looks like yesterday he was just being stubborn. Today still bought breakfast sandwich for you. Plus he didn't have someone else buy it. Probably he's regretful." Violet just snorted coldly. "He thinks just personally buying me breakfast once I'll easily forgive him?" She walked straight to my desk, slamming her hand down hard. Noticing Violet approaching, Lily quickly pulled her chair, sitting close to me, eyes wary, looking at her unfavorably. Violet glanced at Lily, frowning slightly, voice mocking. "This vixen, why's she still clinging to class? He clearly said he likes me. You're just tools, understand? Don't see that other girl also gave up? Why are you so shameless?" She suddenly seemed to understand something. Nodding, voice disdainful, "Right. Besides the rich young master title, what else does Ethan have? For people like you, as long as there's money, even 60, 70-year-old men won't be spared." I yawned long, annoyed, looking up at her. "Are you clingy as sticky candy, won't come off?" Violet snorted. "You think you're funny? I'm giving you 3 minutes. Say whatever you want quickly." I turned to look at Lily, asking softly, "What should I say now?" She shook her head, then offering the remaining half sandwich to my mouth. "Brother, I can't eat anymore. Shouldn't waste it." I pouted. "Next time I won't buy this big." I took the sandwich, eating while talking. Suddenly pausing, looking at the sandwich. No wonder this place is so crowded. Even the last bite still has so much filling. Violet's eyes began reddening. She stood angrily before me, watching our intimacy, feeling like a complete clown. Just then, Mason walked past me. I casually patted his butt, then handed him the remaining sandwich. "Reward for you." Mason accepted, stunned. "Really, Godfather?" Chapter 53. Which door did God close for her? Seeing me give the sandwich to Mason, Violet's tears immediately overflowed. "Ethan, you've gone too far." After speaking, she turned and ran to her seat, head down on the desk, shoulders trembling in waves. Looking utterly aggrieved, Mason glanced at Violet, snorting contemptuously. Inside he had no goodwill for this type of girl who took brother Ethan's money, yet spoke harsh words. He looked at Lily. "Brother Ethan, your sister transferred to our class today?" I raised my eyebrows. "My biological sister," I corrected. "If calling her, use her full name, Lily. No nicknames. Just tell me if you need anything from her. I'm her manager." Mason shrugged. All right. Respecting you for this breakfast. Today I'll listen to Lily." Lily, hearing this, smiled slightly, nodding in greeting. That morning, with new transfer students, the homeroom teacher let Lily briefly introduce herself to the class. I noticed the knot at her shirt hem had been undone. The loose shirt completely hiding that proud figure. Still, her gentle face and cool temperament, though her voice was cool during introduction, still left listeners dazed. Student Lily, since enrollment, has consistently ranked first in her grade. Hope everyone learns from her to work harder, the homeroom teacher added. Hearing this, the entire class gasped in shock. Huh, she's the top student? Don't top students have to wear thick glasses and greasy hair? How can she be both smart and beautiful? Which door did God close for her? Oh no, I think I've fallen for her. Violet frowned, eyes looking at Lily with jealousy. She'd originally thought Lily was just a vixen, clinging to Ethan. Never expected she was smarter than herself. She turned to glance at me. I was slumped over the desk, eyelids drooping. She shook her head disdainfully. Truly useless, even I don't like him. Much less Lily, who's better than me. Now she was more convinced. Lily was just someone I hired to provoke her. The homeroom teacher clapped twice, signaling Lily to return to her seat. Then starting class. Just hearing, study. I immediately became hypnotized, collapsing on the desk. In drowsy sleep, I felt someone gently touch my cheek. Brother, school's out. Lily's soft, sweet voice rang out. I yawned long, stretching hard, groggily looking around, still looking sleepy. Lunchtime already? I asked in surprise. Lily smiled, hooking my arm. Yes, brother, let's eat together. I rubbed my eyes, then turning to Mason. Let's go, sworn brother, Godfather's treating today. I looked at Jasmine. Come on, let's have a feast. Riverside High's cafeteria had 2 floors. First floor for students, second floor for teachers. Principal Howard, to ensure student meal quality, stipulated that all teachers and students ate the same type of food. Teachers would get meal trays on the first floor, then bring them to the second floor to eat. Just entering the cafeteria, Mason proactively said, Brother Ethan, you and everyone go find seats first. Let me queue up. Just then, Violet walked past us. She looked at me then commanded loudly, Ethan, I want my usual dishes. After ordering, bring them to my table. Today I'll allow you to sit across from me. I looked at her suspiciously, but still smiled, nodding. All right, I'll bring it over. Violet glanced at Lily, eyes full of provocation, like declaring ownership. Hearing that, Mason sighed. Thought brother Ethan finally escaped those 2 Violet bowls. Never expected just being allowed to sit across from her. You fell back into the trap. Brother Ethan, just sit first. I'll get her portion too. Lily lowered her head, face showing a flash of sadness. She hugged my arm tighter. Brother, let me queue up, she said softly. Not letting brother queue himself was the only way she could think to save face for me. I tugged Mason's shirt gently, smiling. With our status, why should we queue? I told everyone to wait here. Then walked straight to the service counter. Mason swallowed, staring dumbfounded at my figure. Truly worthy of my brother Ethan. Thick-skinned beyond comparison. No, should say aura reaching the skies. Among so many people, yet daring to cut to the front. Surrounding students all stared wide-eyed, seeing me casually walk straight to stand at the front like nothing happened. No one thought in school someone would dare do that. Hey, you there, are you cutting in line? Which class are you? Everyone's queuing properly, don't you see? Truly shameless. Ma'am, don't serve him. Otherwise we'll report directly to the principal. The server frowned, speaking sternly. Student, don't delay others. Go queue up properly. I didn't care what they said. Looking up, calling loudly toward the kitchen. Chef Lou, 4 dishes 1 soup, bring to the private room. The chef named Lou poked his head out of the kitchen. Seeing me, immediately came out quickly. Young Master Carter, what brings you to the cafeteria today? If you'd told me earlier, I'd have prepared better ingredients. I smiled replying, haven't had Chef Lou's cooking in a while. Really missed it, just dropping by. Chef, cook whatever you like. If it's too much trouble, I can queue. Chef Lou quickly waved his hands. No trouble at all. Just lead your friends to the private room. I'll bring it up after cooking. Thanks, Chef Lou. I said. Then turned looking at those who'd protested. Lips curling in a half smile. I strode proudly. Walking toward Lily and everyone. Raising my hand in a victory sign. Let's go. Second floor, eat like nobles. All students queuing froze. Watching the scene in disbelief. Wait, Chef Lu's attitude. Why so respectful? Respectful my ass. Forgot last time someone criticized his cooking. Almost got beaten? Now I know there's a private room for eating. The next student in queue. Looked up, only leftover dishes remained. Nothing appetizing. Gathering courage, shouting, Chef Lu, can I have a plate of stir-fried pork with peppers? But immediately, those words haunted him forever. Chef Lu didn't even show his face. Yelling loudly, still want stir-fried pork with peppers? I think you already look like stir-fried pork. Want me to chop you up for eating? Chapter 54. Turns out it's not that Chef can't cook, but that I'm not worthy. At lunchtime, all teachers and students gathered in the cafeteria. The kitchen's ventilation wasn't very effective. The aroma from Chef Lu's cooking spread throughout the dining hall. Just hearing the sizzling sound, like hot oil poured on fish. Then the scent of pepper, dried chilies, mixed with fresh fish aroma, wafting everywhere from the kitchen. Spicy water cooked fish. Definitely spicy water cooked fish. This flavor is truly authentic. Not long after, from the kitchen came the sound of wok frying. Then the strong aroma of spicy bean sauce, mixed with rich pork fat. Wait, isn't that the stir-fried pork with peppers you just ordered? A student laughed mockingly. The student who ordered stir-fried pork sniffled, sadly saying, turns out it's not that Chef can't cook, but that I'm not worthy. Hold on, I think I saw small prawns too. Plus that fragrant garlic aroma. My God, smells incredible. Our school's chef is this good? Students in the cafeteria, smelling the rich aroma from the kitchen, looking back at their bland soup, couldn't help sighing, such bitter fate. At this moment Principal Howard finished his work, also entering the cafeteria, smelling that enticing aroma. He approached the window, calling into the kitchen. Chef Lu, what's cooking that smells so good? Give me a portion too. Chef Lu awkwardly poked his head out. Principal, this is specially prepared for young Master Carter. The principal's mouth twitched. Could only silently queue for food like a student. Ha ha, brothers. You didn't miss out. If you can't eat it, the principal can't either. So you're even. Worthy of Chef Lu. Even the principal gets no special treatment. Who exactly is that student? Even the principal dares not touch his food. Hearing students gossip, the principal just shrank his neck, pouting slightly. Clearly I'm the one in charge here. Fine, I admit I'm scared, let that young master eat. On Riverside's side, every table was packed. Moments later, Chef Lu carried a large tray out from the kitchen. The kitchen had only one exit, right at the corner opposite the cafeteria stairs. Stir-fried pork with peppers, garlic prawns, spicy water-cooked fish, light stir-fried vegetables, and West Lake fish soup, 4 dishes 1 soup, fully arranged on the tray, crossing the entire cafeteria, under countless envious red eyes. The food tray finally reached the second-floor private room. I sat in that private room with 3 others. This room was only used to receive the school's distinguished guests. Normally students weren't allowed. I flicked Lily's forehead lightly, speaking sternly. You're grown up now. Later if you have a boyfriend, don't hug so tightly, understand? Lily lowered her head, covering her forehead with her hand, just releasing my arm, then quickly covering her chest. Face flushing red, she mumbled softly, because you're my brother, that's why I hug like this. I gently pinched her cheek. Let me teach you some legal knowledge. In cases of assault on women, the rate caused by acquaintances is many times higher than strangers. Caution is still necessary, so from now on you must learn to sleep alone. Use the bathroom alone too, I said while singing teasingly. From today, I'll use the bathroom alone. Mom and Dad, don't underestimate me. Lily hummed along a few lines. Anyway, it's still early. If too scared at night, at most sneak knock on brother's door. Hearing me, tell her to sleep alone. Jasmine frowned. Lily was so innocent and pure. She feared someone would deceive her, even if that someone was me. But hearing the later verse, Jasmine relaxed, guessing I was just joking. Brother Ethan, what weird song is that? Mason laughed teasingly. He paused, then asked, about Miss Violet. You're not really buying food for her? I shrugged. Didn't I say I'd only bring it if I could get what she likes? But I couldn't get it. Forget it, she won't starve just because I didn't help buy food. Lily laughed. Brother, you're getting worse. I patted her head. This afternoon I have to see Patience, Auntie and that old man. Stay good at school, understand? I looked at Mason. Eat plenty at lunch. If anyone causes trouble, call me. I'll come back and deal with that bastard. Mason thumped his chest, guaranteeing. Godfather, rest assured. Leave it to me. Lily pressed her lips, softly answering, yes. I smiled. Study hard. Don't be like me, playing around not studying. Just spending parents' money. Even dreaming of little sister earning money for me. Understand? Lily nodded repeatedly, smiling. Later when I earn money, I'll give it all to you. Suddenly remembering something, she suddenly looked down at her feet. Then asking softly, brother, does that count as me supporting you? I nodded repeatedly, of course it counts. Hearing her words, I felt my heart strangely light. Worth it. All my pampering of Lily. Finally seeing some results. Just then, the private room door opened. Chef Lu brought each dish to the table. Young Master Carter, if not enough, just tell me. Whatever else you want to eat, just say. Chef Lu smiled. I nodded. Then turning to everyone, Chef Lu's cooking is top tier. Today everyone's truly blessed. I looked at Chef Lu. Then asking, Chef Lu, I remember your granddaughter Gia is starting elementary school, right? Haven't seen the little one in a while. Chef Lu sighed, shaking his head. She doesn't have local registration. Has to study back home. I'll probably work one more month then return. My granddaughter alone back home. I'm not at ease. I thought briefly, then asking, what about Riverside Elementary number 2? That school's near ours. More convenient for you to care for her. Hearing me, Chef Lu's eyes immediately reddened. For his granddaughter's schooling, he'd run around countless times. Even begged the principal. But the registration issue had no solution. He looked around the room, finding a beer bottle in the corner. Young Master Carter, I don't know what to say. He used his teeth to pop the cap, then tilted his head back, draining it. Chef Lu, what are you doing? I said helplessly. When the time comes, tell Gia to prepare. Take the entrance exam at elementary number 2. If she passes, she can stay. Otherwise she won't keep up. If I force keeping her, it'd only harm her. Chef Lu nodded vigorously. Gia will definitely pass. She's very smart. If she doesn't pass, I absolutely won't dare trouble young Master Carter again. I nodded, waving at Chef Lu, looking at the food before me, then watching his departing figure. I couldn't help sighing inwardly. Money truly is wonderful. What others struggle with, spending so much time unable to accomplish. Just one sentence from me can solve everything. I patted Lily's head, gently instructing. Later must study diligently. Keep improving. Don't think random thoughts. Your heart's already weak. Just keep several $100 billion in the bank. Live a simple, peaceful life. Chapter 55. Maybe he truly doesn't know. Don't think messy thoughts. Lily froze, tilting her head looking at me, then shaking her head slightly. Inside thinking, maybe he still hasn't realized. I looked at her, silly expression. Also just shook my head. So foolish, Lily. Just peacefully be the little princess of the Carters. Don't dream of stealing my wealth and glory. Lily used chopsticks to pick up a small prawn, sucking some sauce then offering to me. Brother, peel it for me. I took the prawn, skillfully peeling the shell, then dipping in sauce again, placing in her bowl. Thank you, brother, Lily said, voice sweet as honey. Looks like brother truly doesn't know, she thought. A while later, all 4 dishes and soup were completely clean. Even the prawn sauce was mixed with rice by Mason and eaten. Brother Ethan, I never expected our school's Chef Lu Could cook this well. Flavor was amazing. He praised. I nodded. Chef Lu was originally a star hotel chef. Only because he wanted to stay and care for his granddaughter. Did he quit that job? Otherwise, in Riverside, which school cafeteria beats ours? After the filling lunch, everyone went to wash hands together. Brother Ethan, I'm going to pee. Mason raised his eyebrows. Go ahead, I said while entering the restroom. Mason leaned close, whispering, Brother Ethan, your sister's amazing. You don't know, while you slept at noon, over a dozen guys asked for her contact info, even guys from other classes. I frowned. Did she give it? Mason shook his head. No. Face cold as ice. Didn't talk to anyone. After school just sat doing homework alone. I'm guessing that's why before she got bullied. But you two siblings have great chemistry. I saw her occasionally sneaking glances at you. Plus when beside you, she smiles and talks naturally, much cuter. I glanced warily at Mason. Why are you observing so carefully? Don't even think about it. I won't approve. Mason pouted. Forgot I sit right behind you two? Think I don't know? During class you even opened the app watching those girls in black dresses. I looked at him with disgust. Why not watch the board but watch my phone? Now I understand why you never improve. To motivate you to study harder. This afternoon I'm getting a privacy screen protector. Hearing that, Mason's smile vanished. Hey, brother Ethan, you're such a bastard. Thought you'd study properly. Never expected what she thought was how to guard against me. I raised my eyebrows, smiling. Studying hard? Sounds like I'm talking to my brother. Are you guys done? Lily's clear voice rang from outside the restroom. My whole body trembled slightly. Thinking carefully, Lily's voice was truly sweet. Exactly like a gentle little girl. I thought briefly. When Lily talked with Rachel, and Jasmine too, all had the exact same tone, combined with her usual intimate actions. Last night scared, demanding to sleep together. A flash of understanding struck me. Suddenly comprehending everything. Lily, this little girl, could she see me as her best friend? I sighed softly, helplessly shrugging. As long as I could monitor her. Even if she saw me as her best friend. I didn't mind. After lunch, I bid farewell to everyone. Lily lingered reluctantly, gently tugging my sleeve, softly asking, Brother, will you pick me up tonight? I nodded, patting her head. Sister, rest assured. After school, go study with Rachel first. I'll bring some food. Have Auntie cook for you both. Tonight we'll film videos at school. Lily nodded. Brother, be careful driving. I glanced at Mason and Jasmine. Softly instructing, she's in your hands. If anything happens, call me. I'll return immediately. After all, I just treated them to a lavish lunch. Both nodded vigorously, watching me drive away. Lily felt somewhat sad. She returned to her usual calm, cold demeanor. Let's go back to class. Lunch break's almost over. On my end, I drove to the apartment complex where Rachel lived. I stopped by the supermarket buying cooking ingredients. Carrying several bags. Going to Rachel's home. I knocked gently. Soon after, Mrs. Lu opened the door. Ethan, why'd you buy so much? I frowned answering, Auntie. Tonight my sister and I are eating here again. My sister's been spoiled. Needs something tastier to eat. I casually made up an excuse. Then sneaking glances around. Discovering Lily wasn't nearby. I sighed in relief. A top-ranked honor student. I'd slandered as a poor student. Now adding the crime of being spoiled. Mrs. Lu nodded. After all, Lily and I were from wealthy families. Eating fastidiously was normal. Auntie, we get out around 6 p.m. Please cook a meal for us then. I said, while entering the kitchen, storing all the ingredients in the fridge. Taking the chance to glance at the table. On it, only leftover food from yesterday. And a small dish of pickles. When I stepped out of the kitchen, Mrs. Lu sat on the sofa, looking worried. The TV across from her was on, but stopped at the channel selection screen. No program playing. Seeing my gaze, Mrs. Lu said embarrassed, Ethan, I'm so clumsy. Like a pig. This morning just wanted to watch TV. Tried forever but couldn't turn it on. Today you need acupuncture again, right? Let's start quickly. Don't waste your time. I took a deep breath. Shaking my head, Auntie, let me teach you to use the TV first. No need. How can I waste your time? Tonight have Rachel teach me. Mrs. Liu declined. But I insisted. Step by step showing her how to operate. Over half an hour later. Finally Auntie could find programs she wanted on TV. Seeing her face both excited and slightly embarrassed, I felt truly accomplished. Auntie, I know some bakeries. Evenings they don't sell all their bread and milk. They throw everything away. When the time comes, I'll tell them to bring a few portions daily. Seeing Mrs. Liu about to refuse, I continued, ingredients kept overnight. We can't sell them. Otherwise it affects reputation. We'll lose customers. Actually only slightly less fresh. They're being thrown away anyway. You don't mind, do you? Mrs. Liu kept shaking her head, thinking of them this way. I don't know how to thank you enough. She looked at me more carefully, sighing softly, thinking children's matters should let them handle themselves. All right. Tell the staff to bring it conveniently. Auntie, lie down. Let's start today's treatment. Chapter 56. Sister looks at me strangely. Over an hour later, the acupuncture session ended. I wiped forehead sweat, instructing, Auntie, your body's still weak, plus still recovering from serious illness. Must supplement nutrition. I bought plenty of extra ingredients. You can cook and eat them. Without enough nutrition, the illness won't fully heal. Medical costs would be wasted. Mrs. Liu lowered her head guiltily, knowing when I entered the kitchen, I'd seen her meager meal. Ethan, I can go buy things myself. Mrs. Liu whispered. She felt before me, completely losing an elder's dignity. But how I handled everything was so thoughtful. She couldn't feel displeased. Auntie, how much can a girl eat? She's just picky. But about grocery shopping, I can't buy half a crab, or 2 or 3 shrimp. Shop owners won't sell. Just cook Lily's portion separately. You two eat the rest. Food kept overnight won't be fresh. If Lily eats it and gets stomachache, that's bad. Mrs. Liu stood stunned listening. She'd heard rich people often had weak stomachs. If eating stale food, within minutes they'd need emergency hospital care. Thank you so much. Ethan, I know you truly want to help. So I won't be polite, Mrs. Liu said emotionally. I waved dismissively, smiling. When the time comes, have Rachel tutor Lily. That's enough. She's about to enter senior year. Her grades really should improve. Auntie, I have things to do, leaving first. From now on I'll come around this time daily. Other times you can go out for walks. After speaking, I turned leaving. Getting in the car, sitting in the driver's seat. Thinking back on falsely accusing Lily. A girl called a poor student. Also spoiled, pampered, picky, with stomach problems. I couldn't help laughing. The car drove along the main road, then quickly reaching Riverside Central Hospital. Following the small path in the yard, I reached General Shaw's hospital room. Today's caregiver was Tiger Shaw, while Grace sat beside, reading an ancient book. General, your precious grandson has come to visit, I called loudly. General Shaw saw me arrive. His face immediately broke into a kind smile. Ethan, troubling you to treat this old man again. Tiger Shaw snorted coldly. Though I'd saved the general's life, he still clearly remembered how I'd instigated the general to belt whip him. Ethan, Uncle remembers you're in 11th grade, right? This time, don't you need school? He asked. I smiled brightly answering, immediately cutting in, Uncle. What are you saying? This is also studying. General's health is more important than school. I'm his biological grandson. Must be conscientious about caring for him. Why doesn't Uncle think of the general? Look, General sees me and brightens up. Sitting beside you, his face sour as bitter melon. General Shaw snorted coldly, stand at attention. Hearing this, Tiger Shaw immediately jumped up, standing straight in standard military posture. He glared at me. His intention was, after I finished school at night, then treat the general. I quickly stepped forward reassuring him. General, actually Uncle really cares about you. I took out my phone, finding the video from after the last surgery, showing Tiger Shaw kneeling by the operating table, sobbing and begging, looking utterly miserable. That scene made General Shah's face flush with anger. Tiger Shah shrank back, never expecting that day's video I'd kept. The general angrily said, "You wanted me dead?" Then huffing, "Tomorrow carry 50 pounds running cross-country 20 miles. Tiger Shah pouted, weakly answering, "Yes, father." I spoke up advising, "General, I know your body can't handle intense exercise yet. I'll record uncle's punishment for you. I saw online people selling small leather whips for physical therapy rehabilitation. When the time comes I'll bring one for you to try. Real cowhide, very durable." General Shah looked at me suspiciously, not thinking about beating Tiger Shah again. But words already spoken, plus it'd speed physical recovery. Then consider it doctor's orders. Tiger Shah looked at me with resentful eyes, not understanding why he brought this upon himself. Inside full of regret, shouldn't have provoked me. The atmosphere in the hospital room gradually became cheerful. Grace laughed softly. She'd cared for him all day. From start to finish he kept a stern expression. Yet as soon as I arrived, the atmosphere immediately livened. She felt very guilty. Seemed she'd never truly cared about this younger brother. She hesitated, then stepped closer to me, softly asking, "Ethan, do you need me to make more plum juice?" I glanced at Grace. Seeing her tension, I nodded slightly. After all, today in the hospital room, I didn't see Drake at all. She was probably trying to make amends. Should give her some hope. Otherwise later, hearing Drake, that damn green tea, say a few words, then betraying the Carters would be troublesome. Grace's face showed a flash of joy. She turned the ancient book upside down on the chair, quickly leaving the hospital room. After Grace left, I pulled over a chair, taking General Shah's pulse. General Shah wore his outer coat, face showing clear hesitation. I looked at him. "General, about to write, troubled, on your forehead." I said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't keep it inside and get sick. At your age, don't speak half a sentence then stop midway." General Shah pouted, thinking, this kid really can't be spoiled. He said, "Today, I keep feeling Dr. Carter looks at me very strangely." I looked at General Shah in surprise, shocked, saying, "Don't tell me you think you have Twilight charm?" "General, your imagination is truly rich. A young woman falling for an old man like you?" I reached to touch his forehead. "No fever. Why suddenly talking nonsense? Why not go to psychiatry for a checkup?" General Shah's face flushed red, swatting my hand away, retorting, "I'm the same age as her grandfather. How could I be obsessed with girls? I've been to battlefields. Just feel Dr. Carter seems off today." He seemed to remember something, asking, "Does our hospital have so few patients? I see Dr. Carter hasn't gone anywhere. Hasn't examined anyone else either." I thought briefly, guessing roughly what was happening. Probably related to Grace. In the original plot, she'd almost killed General Shah with acupuncture. Then for a long time didn't dare practice anymore. Though I'd changed the story's progression, Grace still nearly caused disaster for General Shah. So now certainly she had severe psychological trauma with needles. In the story, Grace was extremely stubborn about medicine. She had fierce faith in traditional medicine. Therefore, the person who helped her overcome psychological demons, Drake, became in her heart someone second only to traditional medicine. As for her looking at General Shah today, probably just trying to overcome her own fear. Chapter 57. Great grievance. Just thinking of Grace, I felt a headache coming. Actually being scolded, I didn't really care much. After all, Grace scolded the worthless former owner, not me. What did it have to do with me? However, after scolding someone, usually give a few million to make peace. Yet Grace only gave me a few packets of plum juice. This kind of disrupting market rules. How could I easily agree? Those hair salon and clothing shop owners outside, aren't they all idiots? But when would Grace understand? A few concerned words don't equal a large sum of money? Well, I didn't know what to do either. From now on, every morning still have to take Lily to school. Afternoons still have to spend time letting Grace compensate me. with these packets of plum juice. No idea how long I'd have to keep drinking them. General Shaw would be discharged in 2 more days. When that time came, I'd have no reason to visit the hospital anymore, leaving Grace with those psychological demons. If exploited by Drake or others, sooner or later would become a major disaster. While I was still hesitating, General Shaw asked, "Ethan, tell me, is Dr. Carter truly the hope of American traditional medicine?" I nodded. In the original story, Grace completely learned Drake's medical arts, even developed them further. With her own strength, she pushed the entire traditional medicine field forward. General Shaw thought a long while, also guessing the reason Dr. Carter became strange. Perhaps during treatment for him, she'd suffered severe psychological trauma, making her doubt her own medical skills. Whether she could still save people. He frowned, then asking, "I know you're sharp-minded. Is there a way to help Dr. Carter? America really needs someone who can push medicine forward like that. Consider it me begging you. Now is peacetime. My generation, all battles that needed fighting are fought. I think now I'm not as important as a genius who can push our nation's medicine forward." Tiger Shaw interjected, "Wasn't it just getting scolded a few times? Back in the unit, I even fought with that damn battalion commander. But fighting is fighting. Out on missions, we could still trust each other to watch our backs." I looked at Tiger Shaw, surprised. "My God, never expected you were once a genius too." Helping Grace overcome psychological demons didn't mean I'd forgiven her. Moreover, out of gratitude, she might feel even more guilty toward me. General Shaw frowned, asking, "How come I never knew? You fought with the battalion commander?" Tiger Shaw's mouth twitched, quickly forcing a smile. No. Was a friend of mine." General Shaw snorted, "A friend? Add 20 more miles then." Hearing that, Tiger Shaw quickly slapped his own mouth twice. "You grandfather and grandson are talking. Why am I butting in?" I glanced at Tiger Shaw, smiling smugly. Then saying, "General, Uncle said it was his friend's matter. We have no evidence to prove otherwise. Can't let personal feelings affect national development. As for third sister, let me think of something." General Shaw patted my shoulder, looking at his biological grandson, face full of pride. "See, Ethan knows how to think. Then look at your sorry state." "Fine." Since Ethan spoke up, those 20 miles are waived. Tiger Shaw nodded vigorously, praising, Right. Big nephew speaks righteously. I'll definitely study hard. Work to improve ideological awareness." Looking at me, he sighed inwardly. "Later, when accepting me as biological grandson, my position will drop even lower." I started thinking how to help Grace escape that psychological fear. In the original plot, Drake was once injured in a fight, fainting on the spot. Without timely emergency care, he could have died from blood loss. To save Drake, Grace had to pick up the long-abandoned needle set, finally successfully saving him. I looked at my small thin hands, then down at my legs, continuously shaking my head. My life is precious now. Can't risk it like that. Not worth getting mentally damaged myself, just to pull Grace out of trauma. Moreover, so many skilled traditional doctors around. Perhaps she'd seek out someone else first. I thought a while, suddenly remembering the emergency room at the main traditional medicine hospital. Patients brought there were all in critical condition, just needing to encounter a life-threatening case. With no other doctors around, Grace would be forced to act herself. Then I could stand beside observing, both preventing other doctors from interfering and supervising to ensure patient safety. Can't help Grace with psychological healing while endangering others. After finalizing the plan, I stood up, leaving the hospital room, going to the medicine preparation room. At this moment, Grace was brewing plum juice, her eyes vacant, staring at the flickering stove flame, as if lost in thought. "Sister, is the plum juice ready?" My deep voice startled Grace. She looked around, then quickly grabbed the cleaning cloth on the stove, continuously wiping the table. "Ethan, you're leaving?" I was about to reach to lift the pot lid to check the plum juice, when I quickly stepped forward, grabbing her wrist. "There's a cloth. Why use bare hands?" Not afraid of burns? Grace stared at her wrist I was holding. Lowering her head, eyes immediately reddening. The distance between us incredibly close. Her head lightly resting against my chest. Voice choking. Sorry, Ethan. Yesterday I overheard you talking at reception. Knowing you suffered much grievance. Sorry, truly sorry. Seeing Grace's sorrowful appearance, I felt no joy at all. Actually feeling somewhat guilty inside, she sniffled, wiping tears from her eyes. Standing on tiptoes, hugging my head to her chest. Gently patting my back, whispering, Ethan. If you feel wronged, just cry it out. It's my fault. All because I'm no good. Before my eyes darkened, my head pressed into somewhere soft, faintly fragrant. In the darkness, my thoughts became extremely clear. Thinking back now, being pointed at and scolded by a sister I'd lived with over 10 years. That feeling of grievance was indeed quite substantial. I felt like falling apart completely. Chapter 58. Why'd I feel even more aggrieved? The plum juice pot on the stove boiled vigorously. Boiling water overflowing, knocking the lid off. Grace immediately released me, hastily grabbing the cloth to wipe spilled water. Remembering her actions just now, her face flushed red. I turned away, not daring to look at her. I knew right now my expression must look strange. Hard to believe, with hundreds of billions cold in my account, head buried in a beautiful girl's chest, yet still maintaining such a sorrowful appearance. Not showing a lustful expression was my greatest effort. That was truly the limit of my composure. Grace looked at my head, almost completely turned away from her. Inside, a sense of disappointment rose. Ethan still hasn't forgiven me. I just forcibly hugged him like that. Probably only made him angrier. I took 2 deep breaths, adjusting my emotions, preparing to find a way to lure Grace to work at the main traditional medicine hospital's emergency room. Just turning around, I saw Grace's eyes reddened, her whole person looking about to shatter. I scratched my head, confused. Honestly, why did she look so aggrieved? Even hugging a pig's head wouldn't be this distressing. I searched through the original owner's memories. Grace had always disliked the original owner. After all, the original owner refused to study, relying on parental favoritism, causing the Carters many troubles. So now she both hated me, and felt she had to apologize. So she felt this wronged? I frowned. If Grace didn't like me, then I had no reason to shamelessly cling to her. Dr. Carter, come with me to the main hospital's emergency room, I said coldly. Hearing those ice-cold words, Dr. Carter, Grace's hand wiping the table, froze momentarily, her face showing a flash of suffering. She nodded slightly, adding ice cubes to the plum juice pot. After cooling, sealing it and handing to me. Seeing her appearance now, I suddenly felt uncomfortable, like seeing myself before transmigrating. That feeling of clearly hating someone, but having to try pleasing them. Whatever. Can't tease, then avoid. After General Shaw recovers. Best not to see Grace again. I thought silently. Both of us left the Healing Arts Center, walking straight to the main hospital's emergency room. Unlike the Healing Arts Center, where the air carried light sandalwood fragrance, at the main hospital, the strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. Though today was a normal workday, the number of patients seeking treatment was still crowded. Everyone wore tired, worried expressions. Hey, Director Lee, I'm feeling unwell today, so came to the hospital. No problem at all. I brought my laptop. The proposal you need, I'll send it in half an hour. No, 20 minutes is enough. Mom, I know my own body. A few more days and I'll be fine. These days in the fields we need to plant rice. Can't delay farm work. Working the fields all year. Still need to save money for me and Nee's schooling. Doctor, this imported medicine costs $20,000 a bottle. Will it really cure me? Or prescribe more ginseng, deer antler and other tonics? Lately I just feel weak. Not as strong as before. The hospital most clearly displayed human disparity. Some people spared no expense for health. Others could only sigh hopelessly at hospital bills. Hearing surrounding patients' conversations, I couldn't help sighing softly. Before transmigrating, I lived just at average level. But witnessing life's hardships each time felt sympathy rising inside. I glanced behind, seeing Grace silently following me. Just hoping. This afternoon we encounter a truly critical case. Taking that chance to help Grace overcome psychological traumas soon. Then quickly refocus on her passion for traditional medicine, thus pushing the entire traditional medicine field forward. Compared to Western medicine's expensive imaging and tests, traditional medicine just needed looking, listening, questioning, pulse taking. Much cheaper costs. Moreover, in treatment, traditional medicine's treatment costs were also much lower than Western medicine. If traditional medicine developed stronger, ordinary people would reduce medical burdens. That would be extremely beneficial for everyone. Both of us entered the emergency room. At this moment, an old traditional doctor was holding candy, coaxing a child with a dislocated arm. While the child was distracted by the candy, he quickly snapped twice. Before the child realized, the arm was already reset perfectly. "Doctor, how much does this cost?" the child's parents asked. The old doctor shook his head, "No charge." Then called the next patient in. "Dr. Zhang, a patient wants you to come examine them with me." I spoke up. Grace looked at me in surprise. "The patient Ethan mentioned, is General Shaw? If so, then no more chances to see Ethan. Just now I treated him like that. He must hate me now. Probably doesn't want to see me anymore." Grace bit her lip hard. Both hands clenched into fists. Dr. Zhang frowned, unhappily saying, "I can't go. Still many patients here." I pouted, answering, "No problem. I brought Dr. Carter here. Let her substitute for you briefly. That patient is quite important. Just follow me first." Dr. Zhang glanced at Grace, nodding slightly at her, then following me out. While Grace sat alone in the emergency room, I quickly explained the reason to Dr. Zhang. "Really sorry. Actually, Dr. Zhang has no patience at all. It's just my third sister. Once nearly caused a medical accident. Since then doesn't dare examine anyone. Doctor surely knows my sister's medical ability. Someone talented self-sealing themselves is just wasting their own abilities. So I want to ask doctor to cooperate with me." When first hearing me lie about having no patience, Dr. Zhang started feeling annoyed. But knowing this matter was to help Grace overcome psychological fear, he just sighed softly. "Half a lifetime practicing medicine. I've met many outstandingly talented doctors. Just because one accident case fell into self-blame, unable to escape, finally choosing to leave the profession they once loved to the bone. You two siblings have such good feelings." Dr. Zhang praised. "Of course. She's my half-sister." I smiled. With Dr. Zhang's help, we both mobilized surrounding doctors to work elsewhere, also specially arranging a janitor to wait until Grace saw doctors, to tell her all doctors went to a meeting. I wore a mask, hiding in the small room beside the emergency room, silently observing incoming patients. Dr. Zhang removed his white coat, disguising as an old man seeking treatment, sitting right at the emergency room entrance. Chapter 59. Is this all you can do? Patients in the emergency room came and went continuously. I observed for over an hour. Mostly just minor emergency cases. Nothing too serious. I pretended to pass the door twice. When Grace treated others, her temperament completely different from usual. But toward needles, she still carried certain fear. Just a few needles could help patients recover faster. Yet she only glanced at the silver needles twice, then lowered her head, continuing to prescribe medicine. "Dr. Carter, your condition is quite serious," Dr. Zhang said. I nodded, apologizing softly. "If today, still no emergency cases, then the next few days will trouble doctor again." Dr. Zhang waved dismissively, smiling. "What trouble? Not working yet, still getting paid. I'm happy. Someone like her becoming like this. Such a waste for Dr. Carter. Her condition probably won't last long. Just needing opportunity. She'll quickly regain spirit. My third sister truly loves medicine. Never defeated by small failures," I said firmly. Dr. Zhang glanced at me. not expecting such trust in Grace. If everyone had family support like you, perhaps they wouldn't choose to leave the profession. He sighed inwardly. Time passed longer. Suddenly, rapid footsteps sounded from the entrance. Both Dr. Zhang and I looked out. A middle-aged couple, carrying a boy around 7 or 8, rushed into the emergency room. "Doctor, save my son. The boy fell from upstairs, unconscious. Please save him." The woman's voice choked urgently. Dr. Zhang and I immediately ran to check, both glancing over, frowning. Without timely emergency care, the boy could very likely die on the spot. Grace also realized this. She immediately stepped forward, kneeling beside the boy, taking his pulse to examine, discovering the child's internal organs had suffered various degrees of damage, especially the heart area, had a blood clot pressing on nerves, obstructing blood flow to the brain, making the child fall into a coma. Grace looked toward the needle set on the table, just needing to clear that blood clot, restoring blood circulation. The child would quickly wake up. As for other internal injuries, for children, just using medicine to nourish, a few months could completely recover. "Doctor, how is my son? Where are the more experienced doctors?" the father asked frantically. Grace grabbed this lifeline, quickly standing up, running to find help. Dr. Zhang and I quickly lowered our heads, rushing into the empty room beside us. Grace searched through 2 nearby examination rooms, but found no doctors. Just then, the janitor approached saying, "Drive. Carter, the hospital has an important patient admitted." All doctors were called by the director to a meeting to discuss treatment. Grace bit her lip, slightly looking up toward the Healing Arts Center. If doctors from the Healing Arts Center could definitely save this boy. She immediately turned, running fast toward the Healing Arts Center. But if I run to bring the old doctors back, the boy will have brain oxygen deprivation too long, leaving severe sequelae. She clenched both fists, eyes suddenly becoming determined, then immediately running back into the emergency room. "Where are the other doctors? Where are your hospital's other doctors?" The man saw. Behind Grace no one followed. His voice immediately rose sharply. "Does your hospital have no conscience? Leaving someone who knows nothing on duty here, trying to kill my son?" The woman held the boy tightly, sobbing. The man grabbed the stethoscope from the table, throwing it hard to the ground. "If my son dies here, I'll make you buried with him." The commotion here immediately attracted waiting patients' attention. "Impossible. This person knows nothing? Then why did she prescribe me medicine earlier? Truly immoral. Even scamming an old person like me. I remember there was an older doctor here. Why's it now this young girl? Could this girl have driven that doctor away? No skills yet staying at the hospital. Isn't that trying to harm people? Just go home if you know what's good. People killer. A living child harmed to death by you now." Outside the emergency room, Dr. Zhang frowned. "Ethan, let's go in. Otherwise this incident will greatly affect the hospital." I glanced at the surrounding crowd, nodding slightly. I know this time I probably failed. Just as I was about to enter the emergency room, Drake's voice suddenly rang out, "Drive. Carter, why are you here?" He glanced at the middle-aged couple and the boy in their arms. "You planning to treat him? I'd say if you don't act now, this boy won't make it." Grace looked at the needle set on the table, then looking at Drake, though I'd warned her to avoid him. But now the only one who could save the boy was him. "Please, save this child." Grace grabbed Drake's wrist, bowing her head, pleading. Drake smirked, holding her arm, helping her up. "Drive. Carter, saving people is our duty." He glanced around, then asking, "Where's your brother? Shouldn't he be beside you now?" He's busy." Grace stammered. "What could be more important than you? Those who truly care about you all see clearly you're not well. How could they leave you alone like this?" Drake's voice somewhat displeased. Grace's nose stung. "Clearly I'm so sad. Yet Ethan doesn't care at all." Drake knew he'd touched her psychology. He turned looking at the middle-aged couple, speaking coldly. "You two can't manage your own child, yet blame everything on the doctor. Even demanding the doctor's life? Lost all shame? Do you two know How skilled a doctor she is. Do you know she just knelt apologizing? If you don't get out, then take the child away. I'm warning you. 5 more minutes, even if saved. The boy will have severe sequelae. The couple looked at each other. Then kneeling on the spot, sorry, doctor. Please save our child. The man even slapped himself. It's my fault being too hasty. Please be magnanimous. Save my son. Drake glanced at Grace. Then snorting coldly. Lay the boy flat on the floor. Cut off his clothes. Just then, Dr. Zhang and I stepped through the crowd. Looking at Grace, I said disappointedly, your love for traditional medicine. Is this all you can do? Stop making a fool of yourself. Go home and be Miss Carter peacefully. I glared at Drake. You fraud. Last time nearly crippled someone. Still dare come to our hospital? Want to kill this child too? Only a fool like you would hold hands with him like that. Chapter 60. So your love runs this deep. When did I cripple anyone? Don't slander me, Drake retorted. I snorted coldly, telling the middle-aged couple before me. He's not a doctor at our hospital. If you still want him to treat your child, please go to the public area. And any consequences won't relate to our hospital. Hearing me finish, the couple glared fiercely at Drake. Then turning to Dr. Zhang behind me, pleading, Doctor, please save our son. He fell from upstairs unconscious. It's been too long. Dr. Zhang sighed softly. Ethan, seems you trusted the wrong person. When a patient's life hangs in critical balance. Yet the doctor lacks courage to act. No matter how skilled, it's useless. He turned looking at Grace. Once a medical genius, now reduced to this haggard state. All light on me vanished. Miss Carter, young Master Carter is right. With her status, no need to waste time at the hospital. She lacks courage to bear patients' lives. Best to obediently go home and be her young lady. The hospital isn't where she belongs. Seeing Grace criticized again, Drake interjected. What do you people know about me? Do you know how much I love traditional medicine? Ethan, don't you understand what really happened? We're still blood siblings. Yet she doesn't care about me at all. Raising her versus raising a dog. What's the difference? Dogs at least know to please their masters. She just has some psychological shadows. Why must you pressure me like this? Drake looked at Grace, showing deep infatuation, his yearning gaze moving others' hearts. Just follow your own pace. She just needs time to adjust. Even if everyone opposes, I'll always support you. I crouched on the ground, right hand still taking the boy's pulse. I laughed coldly, then telling the surrounding crowd, everyone sees now. Must watch your daughters carefully. Don't let them choose boyfriends later. And pick this type. Empty pockets. Mouth full of honeyed words. Isn't this the type who cons money and love? I looked toward an aunt who'd cursed Grace earlier, mockingly saying, Ma'am, step back a bit. He's looking at you like his eyes could melt. Probably thinks you're still quite charming. Careful or you'll lose your dignity in old age. Hearing my words, Drake ground his teeth in fury. Fists clenched uncontrollably. Seeing his angry appearance, I smirked. You damn green tea. Stop meddling in others' business. A perfectly able person, sneaking into the hospital 3 days straight. Who knows what you're planning? Earlier even pretending to be our hospital's doctor. Who knows what you really are? Dr. Zhang turned to security. Check if any patients recently reported missing life-saving money. Drake snorted coldly. He knew he couldn't argue back. He turned to Grace, speaking softly, gently. Grace, don't stay here anymore. Let me take you out for something to eat. Change your mood a bit. I laughed coldly. Go then, don't come back. At most later. I'll find a way to convince Mr. Carter. Arrange some blind dates for Grace. Hearing their conversation, Grace lowered her head, biting her lip hard. She desperately wanted to leave with Drake. But she knew once leaving here, perhaps she truly couldn't return. Why? Why must you pressure me like this? Her eyes full of pain. Is it because you hate me most? Hearing her words, I sighed softly. Seems the pressure was too much. Already breaking her down, I turned to Dr. Zhang. The rest is yours. I shook my head helplessly. quickly leaving. Drake's face showed a villain's triumph. Grace. I know a newly opened bakery nearby. Their strawberry milk crepe is delicious. Let's try it. Grace raised her head, taking a deep breath, stabilizing her emotions. After my attack, she understood clearly what she truly wanted. What she loved was only traditional medicine. She glanced at Drake, toward someone who just advised her to quit. She had absolutely no interest. Please don't call me by name directly. Or you can call me Dr. Carter. Her voice ice cold, looking at Dr. Zhang ahead. Just finished sterilizing the needles. She stepped forward. Drive. Zhang. Let me handle this. I must prove my abilities. Age and gender cannot define my medical skills. Finishing. She took the needle set, beginning acupuncture on the child to clear blood stasis. She quickly located the clot position. After just 2 needles, the boy's complexion returned rosy. The child's awake. Really waking up. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. The middle-aged couple immediately knelt before Grace, choking with emotion. Who said the young doctor couldn't do it? Come apologize. This girl is both beautiful and has a great figure. Such incredible skills. Didn't someone say if she didn't study medicine, she'd just go home to inherit wealth? Such good family background. My heart aches. Cupid struck me. Can I marry her? Grace walked to the desk, prescribing medicine for the middle-aged couple. Follow this prescription for 1 month. Return for follow-up after a month. The couple continuously agreed, again thanking Grace for not holding grudges. The commotion here gradually settled. The watching crowd dispersed. Drake also somehow already left. Dr. Zhang looked at Grace before him, full of confidence. Spirit radiant. Praising. Drive. Carter. You have a brother who truly loves you. Grace frowned slightly, asking Dr. Zhang why he said that. Without me pressuring her, she truly couldn't have recovered so quickly. But calling me a good brother really doesn't count. Dr. Zhang enthusiastically recounted our small scheme this afternoon. Young master kept saying all afternoon, "You're just temporarily unwell. We'll soon recover like before. He always believed in you. Do you know, when seeing the patient brought to emergency, how tense young master was? He kept pacing at the door. I worried you'd discover us." The surrounding doctors were also moved by him. He knew early on, you'd definitely seek other doctors' help. Moreover, you certainly didn't expect. Even the janitor was bribed by young master. As for that boy, do you remember young master's appearance when talking with you then? Grace's eyes reddened. Tears already couldn't be held back, falling. She remembered my appearance when talking with her. My hand always placed on the child's wrist, waiting for her awakening. Now she understood. When I told her that her love for traditional medicine was only this much, then go home and be third miss. How disappointed I was. Clearly I love her so deeply. Yet she misunderstood it as hatred, making my heart ache, aching until I couldn't breathe, only choosing to leave. Chapter 61. Seems truly well matched. On the way to the Healing Arts Center, I sneezed hard. Who's badmouthing me? I rubbed my nose, muttering suspiciously, thinking back on Grace's expression earlier. Perhaps I'd pressured her too much, until her spirit nearly collapsed. Perhaps only like Drake, coaxing first, waiting until later when she forgot this, then gradually leading her back to traditional medicine, was the right approach. I shook my head slightly. Do rich people have such weak tolerance? Remembering my past life, just after graduation, after a social gathering, the boss asked me to drive him home. Back then I'd just gotten my license, but hadn't touched the wheel in 2 years. Not convenient to refuse his request. I downed 2 bottles of liquor straight, psyching myself up. Result was scaring the boss half to death. Had to call a substitute driver home. After that, though he mocked me daily, I could still endure for half a year. Yet now Grace just got a few straight words from me. Moreover, going home to be third miss, living in luxury. Wasn't that worth celebrating? Yet she still suffered so. But having chosen Drake, I could only activate the backup plan. I scratched my head, thinking how to convince Mr. Carter to arrange some blind dates for Grace. I entered General Shaw's hospital room. A light sandalwood scent wafted in the air, making my mood calmer. Seeing me enter, General Shaw quickly sat up. Ethan, has Dr. Carter recovered? My eyes slightly averted. Probably, almost recovered. General Shaw, third sister, has severe psychological shadows. Perhaps needs someone to care for her well. Look, my sister alone in this hospital. Every day only around old men. No chance to meet young people. While she's not that young anymore. Now's the time to find her a partner. General, do you have any grandsons? Introduce one to third sister. I'm not asking much. Just someone who likes giving his wife money. General Shaw's mouth fell open. This old man really couldn't keep up with youngsters' thinking anymore. Weren't we talking about helping Dr. Carter escape psychological shadows? How'd we switch to blind dates? Last time, I'd schemed to find a father for my father. Only 2 days passed. Now starting to find boyfriends for my sister. If this continues, won't I start finding companions for him too? He shook his head vigorously, absolutely couldn't let me say more. Otherwise, his remaining years would be ruined. General Shaw, do you have anyone suitable? I asked seriously. This is my first time arranging blind dates for others. Though Grace doesn't like me. Can't ruin her whole life. General Shaw smiled, eyes crinkling at me. Grandson. What are you saying? My eldest grandson, isn't it you? I froze. Then burst out cursing. Great, damn old man. How dare you scheme against me? System notification detected. Host has altered original plot, rewarding skill. Thick skin. I looked at this reward in surprise. Could this be hinting? This old man is actually right? I stayed silent a long while. Setting aside personality. Grace was both beautiful and well-proportioned. Also a doctor. Now she wasn't afraid of domestic violence. Plus had top medical abilities. Also not afraid of anyone poisoning her. Thinking carefully, seems truly well matched. Just this relationship. Why must it always use me? As the premise? Vast heavens, oh fate. I looked up sighing. Are there only 2 paths, either endure violence, or part with this damn wealth? I haven't even been to nightclubs to experience decadent luxury. Haven't hosted bikini parties on yachts. Most importantly, I'm still not of age. Just thinking this. The hospital room door suddenly burst open. Grace appeared at the door, eyes red. Having run straight from the main traditional medicine hospital to the Healing Arts Center. Her hair was somewhat disheveled. In my eyes, Grace right now was like a demon crawling from hell. Coming for my life. General, save me, I yelled. But before anyone could react, Grace immediately lunged, a standard tackle, directly pinning me to the ground. She gripped my waist tight, burying her head in my chest, sobbing, Ethan, it's all my fault, all because I misunderstood you. I didn't know you always believed in me, even silently supporting me behind the scenes. I didn't know you loved me so much. Everything's my fault. I'll make it up to you. Please forgive me. I fell sitting hard on the ground, about to grimace in pain. Then discovering, it didn't hurt at all. My chest felt soft warmth. A pleasant fragrance entering my nose. I hesitated, then gently wrapping my arms around Grace's shoulders. From her earlier words, I roughly guessed what happened after I left, and for the first time realizing. So my feelings run this deep. Warmth spreading across my shoulder. Grace's whole body trembled slightly. Ethan, have you forgiven me? She looked up, voice choking. The plot reversal was truly too dramatic. I momentarily couldn't react, face still blank as a statue. Sorry, I was too hasty. Grace wiped tears from her eyes. Can you give me a chance to make amends? Deceiving an innocent girl like this. My conscience truly ached. I hesitated, deciding I should tell her the truth. Actually, I never blamed you. Hearing my words, Grace's eyes immediately brimmed with tears again. Seeing her reaction, I suddenly understood. So misunderstandings just happen like that. Whatever. The result's good anyway. Who cares? I thought. Grace sniffled, face slightly flushed. She glanced at her disheveled hair, hands awkwardly clasping together, placing on her chest. Ethan, can you help me brush my hair? I saw you brush Olivia's hair so skillfully last time. I scratched my head. Really hard to refuse. A girl with moist eyes. Nose and cheeks slightly pink like this. Who could bear to refuse? I took the comb she offered, helping her brush her hair neatly. Ethan, do you think I look better with hair down? Or tied up? She asked me. Tie it up, I answered casually. Grace held the black hair tie in her mouth, skillfully gathering her brushed hair, then tying it into a high ponytail. Her hair swaying gently, highlighting her lively, confident air. Her pale, long swan-like neck, extending along delicate collarbone lines. My gaze, in an instant, fell into a bottomless abyss. Couldn't pull away. I quickly covered my nose. Truly, too beautiful. Chapter 62. This is my only request, too much? Seeing the deep sibling affection before him, General Shaw frowned slightly. I'm not the Carter's biological child. Logically, I could completely marry Grace. If these two siblings' relationship progressed further, wouldn't his biological granddaughter lose her chance? Though he planned to accept me as grandson. But that relationship was only nominal. If I became his actual grandson-in-law, wouldn't that be even closer? Feelings would also deepen. He coughed twice. Ethan, I think you're quite right. Dr. Carter isn't that young anymore. In the hospital, rarely meets people her age. I know a few grandsons of old friends. All quite decent. Young people together can interact and learn more. Hearing his words, I got goosebumps all over. I immediately objected. Old man, don't talk nonsense. Speaking randomly, slandering me. She's my third sister. Her marriage. Why would I worry about it? How could I do something so outrageous? Before, I was afraid Grace might be deceived by Drake. So I thought to arrange some blind dates for her. With her status and conditions. No need to debase herself like a dog to Drake. Now the situation's in hand. Why would I still arrange blind dates? That's truly inviting disaster. General Shaw pouted, muttering outrageous things. You've done plenty. I paused. Then continuing, moreover, what did you just say? What about third sister being old? My sister's only in her early 20s. In the most radiant years of life. If you can't speak properly, donate that mouth to someone who needs it. I looked at Grace, advising, third sister. Don't let this old man shake your resolve. We're still young. No need to rush. Waiting 7 or 8 more years is fine. Lifetime decisions must be careful. Grace glanced at General Shaw, then looking back at me, smiling gently. From my reaction, she confirmed. I must have mentioned this to General Shaw. Probably afraid I'd collapse beyond recovery. So planning to find someone beside me to care for me. She remembered my last words. We're still young. Then adding, wait 7 or 8 more years, or something. 7 or 8 years later, I'd be around 24 or 25. Then just the right age for marriage. She glanced at me. Right now I was passionately criticizing each person General Shaw introduced. All worthless people. Neck veins standing out clearly. She bit her lip gently, feeling her face burning, then patting her cheeks, making everyone in the room look over. I glared at the old man. Look what kind of people you're introducing. Made my sister blush. I only need a brother-in-law 50 meters tall, weighing 100 tons, with wings on his back, breathing fire and hand-molding nuclear bombs. Too much to ask? Just these requirements and you can't manage? Then how do you plan to help me? No, wait, help me find security. General Shaw pouted again. In this world, truly no one can meet this kid's requirements. Grace immediately recognized my little scheme. Smiling softly, Ethan, you want me never to marry? She looked at General Shaw. General, I plan to continue pursuing traditional medicine research. Temporarily haven't thought about this. She sneaked a glance at me, saying softly, perhaps like Ethan said. Wait 7 or 8 more years to decide. General Shaw nodded. Anyway, introducing partners to Grace. He just mentioned casually. Whether it worked out, still depended on us youngsters. He wasn't some old-fashioned type. And anyway, now it's clear. Grace had no such intention. His gaze softened, looking at me. Ethan, last time I told you. My granddaughter will arrive in Riverside in a few days. I'm not well now. Then trouble you to show her around Riverside. I stared in shock. This old man. Were you a matchmaker in your past life? Not worrying about finding someone for my sister. Now planning to set me up? I'm still not of age, old man. General Shaw laughed. Ethan. You must keep up with the times. Isn't marry first, love later popular now? You can get engaged to song first. Then slowly fall in love. Oh. I'm not old-fashioned either. I pouted. Never expected this old man was so worldly. Now I understand why the system rewarded me. Thick skin, skill. Turns out fearing after song arrives. She'll beat me to death. Young people's matters. Should let young people handle. Let's not interfere. Tiger Shaw interjected. Song is very promising. He didn't want to see his granddaughter corrupted by me. Right, General Shaw. Now Ethan should focus on studies. If arranging a fiancé for him. Afraid he won't have the mind to study. Grace also chimed in. I nodded continuously. Exactly. Old man, treating you. I've already taken days off. Last night, just to learn the going against the wind skill. I studied until 12:30. Do you know how diligent I am? Yet you want to use your granddaughter to bait me. Just making me lose focus on studies. General Shaw recalled my excellent medical skills. Guessing I usually studied very hard. Though not understanding what going against the wind skill meant. But it sounded like military tactics. He nodded repeatedly, patting my shoulder. When youth is strong, the nation is strong. Old man, then I won't force it. Wait until after college entrance exams to discuss engagement. He added. I sighed helplessly. Words already reached this point. With this old man, I can only delay one more year. General Shaw frowned again. But Song's already on her way to Riverside. She said recently hearing some song about strolling in Riverside. Has long wanted to visit. Grace nodded. I've heard that song. Really quite good. Moreover, the main singer sounds a lot like Ethan. If I didn't know he never studied music, I'd think the singer was him. She suddenly froze. She remembered. She'd also once thought Ethan never studied medicine. She shook her head slightly. Even with extraordinary talent, to reach that artistic level still requires much practice time. Where would there be time to also study music? To compose such a famous song? Grace took out her phone, opening the video she'd saved, playing it right in the hospital room. This song is truly different from what we usually hear. Tiger Shaw also nodded in agreement. This melodious tune is indeed not bad. Ethan, what do you think? General Shaw asked. Ethan, look, does this person resemble you? Grace shook her phone lightly. I forced a smile, casually saying, yes, yes. Very similar, very similar. Great, just great. Chapter 63. Forget the shares, just get through this. I suddenly remembered. Today still haven't done acupuncture for General Shaw. Old man. Today let third sister try treating you. I suggested. General Shaw looked at Grace, seeing in her eyes complete determination. He remembered he himself had caused her psychological shadows years ago. Probably Ethan wants her to regain confidence, so later she could become someone contributing to medical development. He ground his teeth. All right, Dr. Carter, you're in charge. Feel free to needle me. Even if you accidentally kill me, I'll accept it. My mouth twitched. Turns out this old man has psychological shadows too, no less than third sister. I teased the old man. Last time when I needled you, the needles hissed. Scared third sister into trauma. If she really kills you this time, that bit of confidence just regained will vanish completely. If you're really tired of living, let's change to another day. Don't make my sister harm someone. Listen to me. If you really can't speak properly, donate that mouth to someone else. General Shaw froze, awkwardly looking at Grace. Drive. Carter. I didn't mean that. Grace glared at me, shaking her head. General Shaw. Ethan's just teasing you. Last time was an emergency. I truly didn't take the pulse carefully, so didn't discover in your body there was still a foreign object. This time is just routine treatment. There won't be any problems. Saying so, she still placed her hand on General Shaw's wrist. taking his pulse for a long time. Then picking up the needles. Taking a deep breath, meticulously identifying each acupoint on General Shaw. He frowned tightly, watching her, like she was inserting needles in her hand, while cross-referencing with an acupoint book. General Shaw was so nervous he could barely breathe, feeling like riding a roller coaster that kept climbing uphill. Grace frowned, suspiciously turning to me. Ethan, does General Shaw have high blood pressure? I feel his heart beating too fast. I looked at her helplessly. Third sister, if you haven't needled yet, General Shaw's cause of death will be suffocation. I looked at General Shaw. The doctor locating acupoints. Can still breathe. Don't be so tense. Life passes in a blink. Think more openly. Tiger Shaw beside us laughed. Father, didn't you tell stories of being tortured for 3 days when captured, yet never spoke a word? Now it's just acupuncture, yet scared like a leaf. Just finishing. Tiger Shaw slapped his own mouth. Father, I didn't mean that. General Shaw's eyes immediately sharpened, glaring, shouting, don't call me father. I have no son like you. Words barely finished. His aged face flushed red, hearing his slip of the tongue. Tiger Shaw squeezed his mouth into a sausage shape, wanting to laugh but not daring. Face purple as liver, while I couldn't hold back, bursting out laughing. Old man, you and your son are definitely blood related. This mouth is true family tradition. Even donating it, no one would dare accept. General Shaw covered his face, clearly embarrassed, his dignified image destroyed by his unfilial son. Ethan, that leather whip you mentioned before. After I'm discharged, prepare 2 for me. I must beat this son to death. Grace smiled gently, her sparkling eyes glancing at me. Before, I never noticed that just having you there. The atmosphere seems filled with joy. After the earlier commotion, her mood was no longer tense. She quickly completed treating General Shaw. He only felt throughout his body a tingling, itching sensation running everywhere. Opening his eyes, he knew he was cured. I looked up at the sky. Almost time for school dismissal. Tonight, I still plan to take Lily to film a short video. Should probably leave now. I glanced at everyone in the room. Then saying goodbye. General Shaw, Uncle Shaw. Grace, I'm leaving first. Right before leaving the hospital room, she suddenly rushed to hug me tightly from behind. Referee, someone's fouling here. I thought silently. Ethan, thank you, I'll make it up to you. Grace whispered. Later the Cher's mom and dad planned for me. She paused, then shaking her head gently. Later I'll definitely love you more than mom and dad. I sniffled, tears almost falling. Forget the Chers. What I wanted most was for her to share those feelings with me. Sensing my emotions, her eyes also gradually moistened. Her arms hugging me tightened. She knew I must have been moved by this familial bond. Perhaps later could even develop into another kind of affection. Leaving the traditional medicine hospital, I sat in the Maybach, tears in my eyes, more than the rain when Chu Su Hang disappeared. About 10 minutes until dismissal. I wiped my tears, adjusting my emotions, then heading toward the classroom. I reached the hallway, like a proctor, looking into class. Lily sat properly, face so serious as if everyone owed her $200. She seemed to notice something. Head slightly lifting, gently turning twice, then tilting her head, hand propping her cheek, lips breaking into a warm smile. I felt my heart struck by this little one's beauty. My heart seemed to skip a beat. Worthy of the story's top beauty. Not even fully grown yet already this beautiful. I truly couldn't imagine, when Lily enters college later, what she'll become. I looked at Mason and Jasmine. Mason's eyes were already small. Couldn't tell if he was listening or sleeping. Jasmine looked at Lily, then following her gaze, looking toward the hallway. She ground her teeth, raising a fist, signaling, telling me not to disturb Lily's studying. I shrank back, both hands raised overhead in mock surrender, stepping back twice. Through the frosted glass, 2 more steps back, and I'd completely disappeared from her sight. Lily sighed softly, turning to look at the board, restoring her usual cold demeanor. Soon after, The clear dismissal bell rang. Monday ended. Chapter 64. You smell like someone else's perfume. Hearing the dismissal bell, Lily immediately packed her books quickly. Just as the teacher said, dismissed, she bolted like a horse freed from its reins, shooting out of the classroom. Her speed leaving class, even faster than when the teacher arrived. Lily stood before me, asking in surprise, "Brother, did you miss me this afternoon?" I kept sneezing several times, my eyes slightly averted. Missed you, of course I did. Could badmouthing someone really make them sense it? I thought silently. Seeing me like this, Lily immediately knew I'd definitely done something wrong to her. But as long as brother came to pick her up on time, she was already happy. Lily stepped forward, about to link arms with me. "Brother, let's hurry to Rachel's house to study. Who knows, maybe we can help Mrs. Liu with something." Suddenly she frowned slightly. When approaching me, she caught a faint powder scent. That fragrance could only come from a woman. "Brother, who did you meet this afternoon?" she asked curiously. "Oh, I did acupuncture for Mrs. Carter. Then treated General Shaw too." "Oh right. Last time third sister needled him and blood spurted everywhere. Made her afraid to treat patients. I spent the whole afternoon pulling her out of those psychological shadows. See how good I am," I said proudly, while Lily kept nodding, eyes full of admiration and clarity. "Brother's amazing. I really admire you." I raised my index finger, scratching my nose. Being praised so directly felt a bit embarrassing. Lily smiled gently, then hugged my waist, burying her head in my chest. Voice somewhat aggrieved, "Brother, though classmates are very friendly, I'm still scared. Whether they're like those friends before. Who hurt me?" I sighed softly. After all, only one day had passed. Not escaping psychological shadows was normal. I gently hugged Lily's shoulders, patting her shoulder lightly. She leaned into my embrace, her small nose sniffing twice. In this fragrance faintly disinfectant smell, definitely from third sister. But third sister already has so much. Why must she compete for brother with me? Brother can only be mine. Lily bit her lip gently, thinking silently, as she leaned closer to me, suddenly noticing at my mouth corner a faint red mark, like remaining lipstick traces. Did third sister also hug brother like this afternoon? Lily looked up, clear eyes staring at me, unhappily saying, "Brother, you smell too strongly of traditional medicine. What exactly did you and third sister do this afternoon?" I didn't really care. Just recounted the whole afternoon's events, from beginning to end. Third sister said she'll treat me better from now on. And I've already loved the house and its crow. So definitely will treat you well too. I smiled. Lily covered her mouth, face full of surprise. "So later I'll also have sister's affection?" I nodded reassuringly. "Later all the sisters will like you. Only by letting Lily feel family affection. Would she not leave the Carters and cause this family's collapse like in the story?" Lily obediently nodded. "I'll listen to brother completely." But then she frowned slightly. "But brother, your clothes smell too much. Here in the hallway with wind it's bearable. But if we go to Mrs. Carter's, in that enclosed space, this smell is really quite strong." I lowered my head looking back, checking my clothes, shrugging slightly, pulling my collar, sniffing. A disinfectant smell mixed with traditional medicine, plus a hint of sweet fragrance. "I think it smells fine. Especially smelling this." I remembered Grace lunging to hug me this afternoon. But seeing Lily frown slightly, I scratched my head. Perhaps this smell makes others uncomfortable, if in a closed room. Afraid Mrs. Carter and Rachel would just endure silently. Not convenient to say. I patted Lily's head, messing up her hair completely. "You're truly thoughtful. Let's go buy temporary new clothes. Mrs. Carter's probably waiting for us. Before starting dinner, let's not waste more time." Just as both prepared to leave, Violet came huffing and puffing before them. She yelled straight at me, "You bastard. Didn't you promise at lunch to help me get food? I waited all lunch, yet you never appeared. Do you know how sad I was? Do you know I didn't eat lunch? Almost fainted?" She glanced at Lily, then continuing, Isn't it because of her that you became like this? Let me tell you, that little one's just pretending. She's a damn green tea. This afternoon in class, she wasn't like that at all. Wouldn't talk to anyone, just acting in front of you. Pretending pitiful like a meowing kitten. I glanced at Lily with interest. Teasing. Never expected you had two faces. Lily panicked slightly, lowering her head, both hands clasping together tensely. Will brother hate me? Will brother think I'm also just pretending? Just thinking about being hated by brother. Her eyes already reddened. I lifted her face, smiling. Doesn't that prove you're only special like that with me? My God, seeing her reddened eyes. I was truly flustered. Why is this girl so fragile? I glanced around, looking for tissues, when Lily lunged straight into my arms, rubbing her head on my shirt, then using my shirt to wipe tears. I said helplessly, "This little one really uses my shirt as a rag." Lily looked up, smiling brightly. "Who told you you're my most beloved person?" Right then, Violet leaned against the doorframe, slowly approaching the three of us. She glanced at me resentfully, then gently tugging Violet's sleeve, face full of grievance. "Tiffany, don't say more. I'm hungry. Let's go." At lunch, I waited forever but he never came to get food. Originally planning to go hungry a bit, to make me feel guilty. She didn't believe I'd lost feelings for her. Perhaps just because recently she'd gone too far. Waiting until afternoon, when I felt guilty, she'd pretend more pitiful. When I saw she'd suffered enough, I'd forgive her. Conveniently, she could make me apologize for what I'd said. Violet imagined everything beautifully, but never expected I wouldn't come to school this afternoon. She'd prepared a whole act with no audience. Chapter 65. Your clothes smell too. After Violet and Tiffany left, Mason yawned, stepping out of class. Just seeing me, eyes widening in surprise. "Brother Ethan, you came back?" He glanced at Lily. Having a sister really is different from ordinary people. Wish I had a sister like that. I warily pulled Lily behind me. "Don't dream about my sister." Mason grinned. "If I had a sister as pretty as Lily, the first person I'd guard against is you, brother Ethan." He looked around, discovering Violet wasn't nearby, then gossiping quietly. "Brother Ethan, you don't know. After you helped her get food, she really skipped the meal. This afternoon seeing you didn't come to class. Her face turned pale green. And that damn Ryan. Seeing you two fight these days. Thought he had a chance. Bought her tons of snacks." Ryan was one of Violet's pursuers. Family also well off. During his pursuit, had spent quite a bit on her. I waved dismissively. "Forget it, don't probe me. Even if they're really together. It's none of my business. Being a simp can't compare to raising a sister." I looked down at Lily's head. A light fragrance wafting. Truly very pleasant. I sniffed twice gently. Then continuing, "Moreover, even if Violet came back with that personality, we couldn't marry anyway. The effort and money I spent just helping someone else raise a wife. Better to spend that money on my own sister." Lily looked up, face flushed pink, secretly glancing at my profile. Her heart beating wildly like a little deer. Emotions surging endlessly. I grinned widely. "So how many sisters can I support?" The little deer in her heart immediately got hit by a truck and died. Lily lowered her head, then gently resting her head against my chest softly. I hadn't finished laughing when her surprise attack made me jump. Mason said gleefully, "Brother Ethan, karma's here." I patted Lily's head, smiling. "Give me another chance." "Let me rephrase that." Lily huffed twice, even raising her small white fist threatening me. Seeing that tiny fist, I suddenly felt wanting her to call me brother while hitting me. Could I have developed some weird preference? I thought to myself, then quickly shaking my head hard, driving out those strange thoughts. Clearing my throat, speaking more seriously, if spending money on other girls. Not sure she'd become my wife. Might even see me as a simp. But spending on my own sister. She'll forever be my sister. Mason raised his eyebrows teasingly, "Not necessarily." "Hey, you damn Mason." I raised my leg, about to kick his butt. He laughed, dodging aside. Brother Ethan. I'm leaving first. I patted Lily's head. Be good. From now on we'll spend money together. I did all this only to prevent Lily from going astray and leaving the Carters. Yet that damn Mason dared mention that. Whatever. Let it pass. Lily rested her head on my chest, swaying gently with my steps. Mood seeming very happy. She looked up. Brother. Let's hurry buy clothes, or Mrs. Carter and Rachel will be hungry. The siblings left school together, going to a nearby clothing store. Lily chose a white dress shirt for me, then picking a round neck t-shirt for herself. Brother, look, she held the shirt before me. The shirt was quite loose. She tied the hem into a small knot. The once loose shirt now fitted, accentuating her body's soft curves. I couldn't help raising 2 thumbs. Beautiful. I really like seeing it. Then suddenly remembering something, I asked suspiciously, wait, my clothes smell. Why are you changing too? Lily stuck out her tongue, explaining, because I hugged you too long. So my clothes smell too. She held out her just changed shirt toward me. Don't believe me? Smell it. I reflexively took the shirt, a warm sensation spreading through my palm. I brought the shirt near my nose, sniffing lightly, saying doubtfully, that's strange. No smell at all. Actually smells nice. I sniffed twice more. Does the housekeeper wash your clothes too? What detergent do you use? Why does it smell better than mine? My face immediately flushed red, quickly using the shirt to cover my face, then running straight out of the store. Lily's face blushed pink, eyes sparkling, watching my panicked fleeing figure. She also hurried chasing after. Youth is truly wonderful. The clothing store owner, watching the 2 youngsters with their shy awkwardness, couldn't help sighing with emotion. Running to the store entrance, I carried the clothes we'd both just changed from. Face red, walking ahead. Getting outside, I realized the shirt I'd used to cover my face was the shirt Lily just changed from. Though I'd lowered the shirt, I still felt, even breathing carried that sweet fragrance. Floral scent, definitely flowers. Probably just this area has many flowers planted. I reassured myself inwardly. Lily lowered her head, taking small steps behind me, occasionally mischievously jumping on my shadow. Clearly in a very good mood. Annoying. All because of this little one. I suddenly stopped. Lily couldn't react in time, her head bumping hard into my back. She rubbed her head gently, sneaking a glance at me. Lily's eyes were very large. When stealing glances, the whites showed even more clearly. Seeing her careful appearance, I raised my hand, messing up her hair completely, turning neat hair into a bird's nest. Next time wanting new clothes, just say so directly. It's not like I won't buy them, I said helplessly. I guessed she just saw the store's clothes too beautiful, so while choosing for me, conveniently picked one for herself. Then, afraid I wouldn't agree, made up an excuse, saying her clothes smelled as a reason to buy. Lily took from her bag a small comb, stuffing it in my hand, raising her hand, making a swearing gesture, guaranteeing she'd absolutely never tease me again. I looked at her doubtfully, eyes carefully observing her face. On her lips was a mischievous little devil smile, as if saying, I was wrong. While thinking, I'll dare do it again, I could only shake my head helplessly. At least now Lily had some innocence, liveliness befitting a young girl. Thinking this felt good. After all, just small pranks. I looked at the shirt in my hand, still faintly fragrant. If there were a few more times like this, it'd be fine, I suddenly thought to myself. Chapter 66. Minority obeys majority. Since tonight I still planned to visit school, I didn't go get the car, but walked straight to Rachel's neighborhood. Reaching the entrance, faintly, already hearing clattering cooking sounds from the kitchen, I knocked gently. Moments later, shuffling sounds from inside. Mom, let me open the door. You handle cooking, Rachel's voice rang out. Okay, the door opened. Hello, Rachel. Good evening. I smiled, politely greeting. Rachel, I'm here to study. Lily also poked her head from behind me. Rachel quickly stepped aside, letting both in. Tonight she wore a loose black t-shirt. Below were extremely hot short denim shorts. The shorts seemed a bit tight, making the thigh flesh squeeze out plump and visible. She wore black framed glasses, bangs clipped neatly up, revealing a smooth, bright forehead, truly carrying a genuine, academic goddess aura. Finally you two arrived. My mom saw you two taking so long, so she stir-fried another dish. But before you came, I hadn't even tasted it. I'm starting to doubt whether I'm her real daughter. Rachel pouted. I scratched my head, smiling awkwardly. Let me talk to Mrs. Carter. You're a college entrance exam student. Can't let you go hungry. A few minutes later, Mrs. Carter brought out a plate of stir-fried clams with scallions and a plate of stir-fried pork with garlic shoots. Coming from the kitchen, she'd just heard her daughter's words. Then sternly teaching. These dishes were bought by Ethan. You two haven't sat at the table. How dare you eat first? Rachel shrank back, then quickly hiding behind me, hand lightly clutching my shirt. Ma'am, if you two are hungry, eat first. No need to wait for us. She's a college entrance exam student. Studying on an empty stomach, how can she concentrate? I advised. Mrs. Carter showed hesitation. Of course she didn't want her daughter studying while hungry and weak. But these dishes were all bought by Lily and me. If letting herself eat first, then letting Lily and me eat leftovers, Mrs. Carter would feel very guilty. I said, Mrs. Carter, how about this? School dismisses at 6 inches. If by 6:30 we haven't arrived, you and Rachel eat first. Lily and I won't come eat every day. Yesterday my parents said, it's been too long since seeing us. Plus, studying hungry, how can one concentrate? If it affects Rachel's college entrance exams, that's bad. You don't want her to fail, right? Then tricked by me into having 8 kids. I joked. Hearing my words, Rachel's cheeks immediately flushed red. She huffed twice, awkwardly tugging my sleeve gently. Lily glanced at my profile, though knowing it was just joking, still puffed her cheeks, annoyed. Mrs. Carter could only shake her head helplessly, smiling. All right. From now on I won't be polite with you two. Then she sighed softly. If my daughter could find a husband as good as you, I could die content. Mom, what are you saying? Rachel blushed, gently scolding. She turned looking at me, saying softly, Ethan, Mom's just joking. Don't take it seriously. But, seeing the interested smile on my lips, her voice grew smaller, face also redder. Finally her hands clasped together, raised to block my view. Seeing her embarrassed appearance, I rolled my eyes. Then joking, Senior, I agree. Mrs. Carter agrees too. Only you haven't agreed. By minority obeys majority principle. Just follow me. Have 8 kids. Rachel's face burned hot, like a steam engine about to explode, her head seeming to smoke. She stammered, No, not like that. Don't mean that. I pretended, seriously nodding. Oh, so Senior wants 10 kids? Rachel panicked, quickly hiding both hands behind her back, her whole person dizzy, completely losing thinking ability, only able to mumble, Later I won't be greedy anymore. Won't sneak food either. Lily glared at me annoyed. Then walking beside Rachel, linking arms, saying firmly, Brother, I don't agree either. Now it's 2 against 2. Hearing that, Rachel sighed in relief, bending down, hiding behind Lily, but still sneaking her head up, glancing at me worriedly, not knowing if I was angry, just seeing me smirk, eyes mischievous. I leaned near Lily's ear, whispering softly, Lily, your brother is truly wicked. Lily glanced at me, then nodding in agreement seriously. After several teasing exchanges, Rachel almost didn't dare look directly at me. During the meal, constantly lowering her head, only daring to eat small bites, not daring to look at anyone. I looked at the girl before me, with a bowl of white rice, who could gnaw through 3 pork knuckles. Thinking back to earlier, those short denim shorts squeezing her thighs, I understood the reason. Lily asked curiously, Is that pork knuckle so good? She picked a small piece, using white rice to absorb the oil layer, then biting the lean part, Seeing the fat remaining on her chopsticks, she transferred it to my bowl, saying, "Brother, eat this." I flicked her hand. "Don't be picky next time." After the meal, the three entered the study room. Rachel stood by the window, catching the evening breeze. Mood gradually stabilizing. From somewhere she pulled out a clear ruler, raising it like a pointer at the board, left hand adjusting her glasses, right hand tapping the ruler on the desk. "Ethan, who told you to bully me? From now on, we'll begin formal tutoring." I raised my eyebrows, raising my hand. "Teacher, why aren't you wearing a vest, short skirt and black stockings? Are you sure you're a professional tutor?" Chapter 67. Never expected I'm an academic genius. Over 10 minutes later, the study room door opened again. Rachel had changed outfits. A fitted black vest suit, with a tight short skirt, white legs wrapped in thin black stockings. Everything I'd done for mother and daughter, she knew clearly, heart full of gratitude. This afternoon after school dismissal, seeing her mother sitting on the sofa watching TV, she felt extremely amazed, hadn't even realized that her mother in an unfamiliar environment must be so lonely. Ethan had truly treated them wholeheartedly. So as long as not having 8 kids, changing outfits like this, she was willing to do for me. She patted her blushing cheeks, pushing back the black-framed glasses. She tensely gripped the ruler. Clearly before when secretly working part-time, I wore this too. Yet somehow, standing before him, felt so embarrassing. She cleared her throat. "Student Ethan, can we begin tutoring now?" I walked around Rachel once, then nodding satisfied. If teacher's back then all dressed like this, I might have dared apply to Tsinghua. "Teacher, my thirst for knowledge has exceeded limits. Please, punish me freely," I said excitedly, making Rachel smile and nod. "Then let's start by taking out today's homework. Whatever you don't understand, ask me." I tilted my head looking at Lily, confused. "Wait, we have homework? Why didn't anyone tell me?" Seeing the two sitting close together, Lily pulled over another small chair, squeezing between them while sitting. "Brother, you never do homework anyway. To keep your desk always clean. The teacher doesn't even give you papers." I raised my eyebrows, huffing. "Even if I don't do it, she can't not give them. I still pay tuition. If not needed, give to that fat guy. Or whoever dares bully you. I'll give him a whole problem set. One wrong answer, one slap. Let him understand. Knowledge is power." Lily moved, hugging my waist tightly, snuggling in my arms, though knowing it was a joke, still sensing my genuine desire to protect her. She looked up, voice soft. "Brother, I have one assignment unfinished. Want to help me?" My face darkened, raising my hand flicking her forehead. "Everyone does their own work. I don't need knowledge power. Just need hand faster than brain skills." I shook my head slightly, thinking silently, this Lily is truly silly and loves acting spoiled. Trying to trick me into doing homework? Dream on. Going home I'll make you do 2 more sets. Hearing my shameless teasing, Rachel could only lower her head smiling, inside feeling a bit jealous of my close sibling bond with Lily. At this moment, she'd just taken her homework from her bag, initially planning while I worked to write her remaining portion. But after thinking, she asked, "Which subject do you want to improve most? Following that, I'll review the textbook with you. All books you're studying, I have. My notes can be used too." Without thinking I answered immediately, "Physical health." Rachel's face flushed red. That subject doesn't exist." Lily, who'd been swaying gently in my arms, hearing this immediately looked up, hitting my head hard, angrily saying, "Brother needs to cultivate most moral ideology." "Rachel, don't mind him. We already told Mrs. Carter. You're here to teach me, not teach him. If I don't understand, I'll ask you. Don't let him bother you." She interjected directly. I could only pat the little one's head, never expecting the girl would shut me down. "Fine. You two do homework. I'll play games." Both Lily and Rachel were genuine academic geniuses, working fast as wind. I sat beside, chin propped, watching them write intently. Lily's figure was slender, proportionate, but due to long-term malnutrition, still looked a bit thin. Perhaps in a few months, her beauty would become even more striking. As for Rachel, raised well by Mrs. Carter, her figure was fuller than Lily's. Where it should be full, it was full. Where it should be slim, it was slim. Especially those soft thighs made me almost unable to resist reaching out to touch. Just I noticed. Why were they both writing with faces red as beets? Could the questions be that heated? I looked up, checking Lily's problem. Just then, Mrs. Carter brought in a plate of pre-cut fruit. I cleared my throat, pointing at Lily's test paper, saying, "This question, just apply brushstroke technique, combined with classic works, plus Bach's Old Testament, will produce a secret that cannot be told." I turned my head, pretending just noticing Mrs. Carter, quickly standing to take the fruit plate. "Ma'am, this is too much trouble." Mrs. Carter didn't understand what I said, but hearing so many technical terms, she just felt I was truly talented. "No problem at all. Eat some fruit, don't study too hard." She glanced at Rachel. "Ethan's here to help Lily study. Don't keep bothering him." I shook my head. "Ma'am, this question, the three of us are analyzing approaches together. Rachel even helped me think of many new ideas." Mrs. Carter huffed. "My daughter. I know her personality well. Fine. I won't disturb your studying." She turned to Rachel, adding, "Be more proactive. Don't make Ethan worry so much about you," then closing the door. I turned around, still holding the fruit plate, seeing both girls looking at me with resentful eyes. Rachel pouted, whispering, "Now I'm doubting whether I'm her real daughter again." Lily's eyes widened. She finally understood why brother was so beloved by adults. Clearly at first, parents didn't trust him. Even Mrs. Carter initially looked at him with wary eyes. Yet only 2 days already turned to cherishing him so much. She suddenly remembered. At dinner, when I teased Rachel about having 8 kids, Mrs. Carter showed no objection. She glanced at Rachel, then at me, silently crying, "Oh no. Brother's too loved. What should I do? Feels like the whole world wants to steal him from me." I scratched my head, smiling awkwardly, placing the fruit plate between them. Then joking, "They haven't said anything yet. Why are you two looking at me? Is the question so hard it shows on my face?" Chapter 68. Plush rabbit and 2 fruit pieces. I'd just eaten 2 pieces of fruit when both girls kicked me straight out of the room. I shrugged helplessly. Well, at least I'm free now. In the study, besides watching them work, I had nothing else to do. Moreover, they were both so excessively beautiful. Staying longer, I might start thinking of 8 kids' names. Leaving the study, seeing Mrs. Carter had finished cleaning the dining table, sitting watching TV in the living room. "Ethan, why are you out here?" she asked. I smiled, joking. "Inside. They kept staring at me. Wouldn't look at homework at all." "Don't mind me, ma'am. I'll play on my phone. Wait for Lily to finish studying, then go home. The bread and milk boxes around 8 p.m. will be delivered. Remember to put them in the fridge." I reminded again. "These are just for home use. Absolutely don't give to anyone else." Before, an employee gave leftover bread to a homeless person. Result was they ate it, then claimed stomach pain. Demanded the store pay $2,000. Hearing this, Mrs. Carter nodded, angrily saying, "Truly outrageous people. Don't worry. I won't let you get in trouble." Seeing Mrs. Carter understood, I stretched out on the sofa, completely relaxed. Taking my phone, opening the app. A moment of light lag passed. Immediately, countless cursing comments appeared like snowfall. Before these netizens following rumors, I truly didn't know what to do. Just wanted to reach through the internet, then pluck out each one's leg hair in rage. I randomly selected a few lucky keyboard warriors, screenshot their insults to keep as evidence, just happened to use as material for tonight's video. While selecting the next victim, a message window popped up with a new notification. The account, Flora, messaged me. "Brother Ethan, I believe that blogger's slanderous video has absolutely no evidence, just using emotions to deceive viewers. I've identified that person's location. Dormitory 1, Riverside University. This is all the publicly available information I could find. I immediately remembered the name, Flora. This was the girl who'd commented last night, saying she'd been bullied. I remembered replying to her, inviting her to visit Riverside. Curious, I clicked on her profile. Inside were only 2 videos. One showed a girl, wearing a light pink Lolita dress, sitting at a computer desk, face not clearly visible, only showing about a third of her side profile. The computer monitor was quite large. The tower was a high-end model with RGB lighting. Rainbow lights, covering the entire frame, looking very modern. The computer wallpaper featured 2 large pink plush rabbits. On the desk sat an identical plush rabbit. The video caption read, "The plush rabbit he gave me. Isn't it cute?" The second clip showed that plush rabbit, torn apart, inside revealing white stuffing, and several short black wire pieces. The caption read, "Why did I want to die?" I went back to watch the first video. In the video, when the lens shook slightly, could faintly see in the rabbit's dark eyes a dim red light glowing. Seeing these 2 clips, I roughly understood what had happened to that girl. Sighing softly, I ground my teeth, cursing quietly, "Beast." Then replying to her message, "Let them celebrate one last time. Those wolves in moral clothing won't live peacefully much longer. Tonight, I'll make all of Riverside go silent." "Oh right. When are you coming to Riverside? I'll show you around the streets." Flora messaged me, "Are you really willing to show me around Riverside's streets?" I replied, "Anywhere's fine. Riverside's streets are tree-lined. Air carries pleasant fragrances." After a brief chat, I learned what happened to Flora afterward. To delete the secretly filmed video of herself, she'd had to drop out mid-term, spending much time learning network technology, though eventually deleting that video. But the incident back then had caused quite a stir locally, making her face pointing and gossiping every time she went out. So she resolutely stopped going outside. Utilizing her network skills, she found a job related to cybersecurity, but from staying indoors too long, her parents worried greatly about their daughter's mental state. Her mother was originally middle management at a large company, about to be promoted higher. Yet for her daughter's sake, she quit that job. When hearing my song, she finally made up her mind, wanting to overcome past psychological demons, not making parents worry anymore. Hearing Flora's story, I felt extremely fortunate, lucky that back then, I'd arrived at the scene in time, saving Lily in time. Otherwise, truly didn't know how deep her psychological wounds would be. Bullied before the whole class, then filmed. That clip could even be posted online. Flora at least had loving parents, while Lily had no one to rely on. I took a very deep breath, then inviting Flora again, but after waiting several minutes, she still hadn't replied. Perhaps she needed more time to prepare mentally. I opened the short video app again, though most clips online were cursing me, but now as long as videos had pretty girls. The background music, almost all used my 2 songs. After watching over 10 minutes, suddenly a livestream interface appeared. In it, that malicious rumor spreader Jenny sat behind a large desk. On the desk, displayed a whole row of various cosmetics. "Welcome, darlings, to my livestream. I'm the anti-school violence movement pioneer, host Jenny. New viewers, remember to follow at the top left." I frowned, then clicking on Jenny's profile. The pinned post at top was the video slandering me. That video now had over 80,000 likes. And Jenny, relying on the title, #1 anti-school violence advocate, had gained over 150,000 followers. I exited her profile, then returning to the livestream. Jenny was holding an eyebrow pencil, speaking reproachfully. "What do you mean expensive? Don't talk nonsense. I negotiated so hard with suppliers. This is already wholesale price. Just giving benefits to you all. Remember, a man who won't even spend $79 on an eyebrow pencil will never be sincere with you. Make those simps reflect on themselves. How many years, any effort, working hard, salary increased?" After a tirade of teachings, I watched the card display. From 1,000 items quickly becoming sold out. Just now frowning. Now Jenny smiled bright as a chrysanthemum. Darlings, this eyebrow pencil is sold out. Now let's move to the next product. Whoever likes it, hurry and order immediately. Chapter 69. What are you doing behind me? Next I'll introduce this body lotion. Apply it and skin becomes smooth as water. Jenny took from the desk a small sample bottle, holding it before the lens. Actually, that eyebrow pencil just now was only worth $9.90. Just with that item, she'd profited nearly $70,000. By tonight's livestream end, she estimated total income could reach $100,000. Thinking about this morning's roommate going to interviews, while she just sat here talking, and in one night, earned 2 years of their salary. Excitement filled her face. Her voice introducing products grew more enthusiastic. Just opening the sample bottle cap, applying to her hand to demonstrate the lotion's effects. Then realizing products just listed were swept clean instantly. Thank you, darlings, for your support. Now let's move to the next product. She'd just finished setting up new stock. Before introducing, it sold out again. She frowned at the back-end statistics. Though a few popular items could also sell out this fast. But today she was selling unpopular items. All warehouse overstock from factories. Basically dead inventory. Purchase price extremely low, but still branded with major labels. Selling price also quite high. So her commission was also very large. In the management system, all products were purchased entirely by a user named Ethan, who bought everything clean. Seeing that Ethan ID, her eyebrows raised excitedly. Just from yesterday's video exposing blogger Ethan for distorting truth, she'd gained over 100,000 followers. Wait until tonight's livestream ended. She'd edit video clips saying Ethan maliciously placed orders. Then filming a refund clip, conveniently complaining that she was bullied by blogger Ethan. She calculated this time followers would definitely exceed 300,000. Life with food and comfort seemed to be beckoning her. But to keep the broadcast uninterrupted, she put the Ethan account on the blacklist. Sorry, darlings. Just had a small glitch. Now I'll continue introducing this foundation, plus giving you all a tiny sample. At this moment, on my phone screen, a notification suddenly appeared. You've been blocked by the livestream host, and automatically switched to another channel. I reopened the order management interface, immediately selecting full refund for all purchased products. Then confirming processing. Looking at the clock, nearly 8 p.m. I stepped onto the balcony, looking up at the sky. Night wind gently blowing past. Drifting clouds dimly covering half the moon. The entire city sinking in dark gloom. Dim moonlight, cold wind, perfect for killing. I said softly. Tonight's sky, as if also reminding me. Time had come to punish those people eating wolves with words. By my ear suddenly rang laughter and playful voices. I looked toward the sound. Coming from the study. Probably they finished homework. Quite late already. After filming the video, let's go home, I thought. Then walking to the study door. Knocking gently. Suddenly hearing inside surprised and panicked cries. Waiting for the sounds to quiet, I pushed the door open. Lily lowered her head, back turned to me, silent, while Rachel pressed her lips tight, eyes awkwardly avoiding mine. What were you two secretly doing behind me? I asked. Nothing, Lily stammered. I glanced around the room, seeing on the desk an uncapped lipstick. Lily seemed to notice too, her small hand immediately snatching the lipstick to hide it. I could only shake my head helplessly, guessing these two girls finished homework, then sat playing with lipstick, doing makeup on each other. Recently, whenever seeing me, Lily would run close. This time the makeup must be disastrous. I took out my phone, opening the camera, thinking silently, this historically ugly moment of the two prettiest girls at home must be recorded. Lily, brother has his phone, Rachel quickly reminded. When speaking, her tightly pressed lips slightly opened. The strawberry red lipstick under the light sparkled like glass. Looking at it, Just made one want to taste it. Just as I was mesmerized by those lips, Lily suddenly covered her face with her hand, then lunging into my arms. With a thud, I was pushed backward, hitting the just closed door. Had to admit, that thick skin skill was truly useful. I sensed that her lunge was definitely to prevent me from capturing that embarrassing photo. The impact force at least 17 years of power. Lily hugged my waist tight, burying her head in my chest, rubbing hard. I patted her head helplessly. Come on, wake up. I put the phone away. Don't rub anymore. Careful, you'll wear down my 8-pack abs. Lily ignored me, stubbornly rubbing twice more before stopping. Then turning to look at Rachel. She awkwardly avoided my gaze. Clearly at first was supposed to teach Lily, but ended up doing makeup together. And got caught by me. Rachel. Lily called softly. Rachel reflexively responded, her face immediately flushing red. She turned to Lily, admiring the clumsily lipsticked face. Nodding gently, Lily sighed in relief, lowering her head, smiling shyly, eyes glancing down at my white dress shirt, covered in lipstick marks she'd rubbed on, lips curving up mischievously. I looked down at my newly bought shirt, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just worn a few hours. Already smeared red and white by this girl. Dare use my shirt as a rag? I flicked her forehead. You're washing this shirt for me. Lily rubbed her forehead, looking up at me, her voice carrying excitement. Really? Let me wash it? Brother, did I hear wrong? Why did I feel in her voice? There was even some anticipation? Impossible, can't be. No one likes washing clothes for others. I shook my head several times. Probably heard wrong. The grievance in her words, I mistook for anticipation. I said seriously, that's right. You should know how hard washing clothes is. Lily lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing her reaction, I nodded. Sure enough, I misunderstood. Seeing her current appearance, perhaps realizing her mistake. But I'm a good brother. Can't just keep spoiling my sister. Otherwise it becomes excessive pampering. Must train Lily to become a well-rounded sister in virtue, intelligence, physique, beauty, and labor. I huffed lightly. Even knowing you're wrong, you still must be punished. Chapter 70. Director will teach you how to act. Help me wash clothes. Help brother wash clothes. Lily stood dazed. She didn't quite hear what I said, her body still swaying slightly. I stared stunned, seeing her shoulders trembling slightly. Don't tell me she's crying? Just washing the shirt she dirtied. Not worth being this upset. Only a few days. Already became such a spoiled girl? Adapts so fast. No, can't allow this. Must be firmer. But thinking this, looking at the small girl before me, I still softened. I poked her shoulder gently. Fine, I'll let it go this time. But next time don't do it again. Lily suddenly looked up. I dirtied your shirt, brother. I should be punished. I'll wash it. When she looked up, I also froze momentarily. Her peach blossom eyes, eyelids slightly tinted light pink. Her gaze so gentle that even looking at a dog would warm people's hearts. Let alone looking at me. Worthy of the story's most beautiful girl. Brother, don't look anymore. She shyly covered her face with her hand, then hurrying to the bathroom to check the mirror. Seeing her reflection, not as disastrous as imagined. Thinking of my gaze earlier. Her lips couldn't help curving up. Using cold water to wash off the lipstick. Then returning to the room. She lightly touched her water-dampened cheeks. Then suddenly hugging me from behind. Rubbing on my back, carrying warm moisture. I could only pat her head, thinking helplessly. This little one. Using my shirt as a towel again. First wiping face, now wiping back. But whatever, she's washing it anyway. Do whatever she wants. I thought silently. I looked toward Lily, then asking, did you finish today's homework? Lily nodded. Brother, didn't you say tonight we'd film at school? Let's go early. I smiled. My leading lady and Rachel. We're leaving first. Rachel stood up, preparing to see them out. When we left the study, on the dining table sat newly delivered milk and bread. Rachel and Lily's eyes, immediately drawn to those bread bags. Ethan. Today's bread and milk arrived. You and Lily take some to eat on the way," Mrs. Carter said, voice somewhat hesitant. Then turning to see Lily's eager eyes. I smiled. "Want some? Take it, but only one piece. Leave the rest for Rachel's breakfast tomorrow." No being greedy. Lily nodded repeatedly, then hugging Rachel's arm, walking together to the dining table. On the table sat 7 or 8 different types of bread. She looked and wanted to try everything. After hesitating, she chose a French croissant. Not because she liked it most, but because, among the delivered bread, there were exactly 2 of that type. This way, Rachel could also taste it. Seeing her choice, I was moved to the point of sniffling. Never expected. I'd once doubted she was spoiled. A sister who thinks of others like this. Spoiling her wouldn't matter. Leaving Rachel's home, Lily held my arm, head lowered, walking while taking small bites of bread. Oil on the bread sticking to her lips. Under streetlights sparkling soft light. She licked her lips gently. Then glancing at my shirt. "Don't think weird thoughts." I quickly stopped her. "Lipstick and water are fine. But if the shirt gets oil on it, it's ruined." Lily pouted, puffing her cheeks. Softly, ing. The school campus at night pitch black. Cold wind threading through the silent space. Making me feel somewhat eerie. Little Lily, taking advantage of the fear, buried her head in my stomach. I thought silently, my shirt's about to get another oil stain. Finally I reached the parking spot. I took from the Maybach a tissue pack, giving it to Lily, telling her to quickly wipe the oil from her lips, not to use my shirt again. I opened the car door again, taking out a medical diagnosis report, then handing it to Lily. She curiously opened the paper. Seeing the words, she asked puzzled, "Brother, is my mental state really that stressed lately? When did I get examined? How come I don't know anything?" If a few days ago, seeing this diagnosis, Lily might have truly believed her mental state was under great pressure. But these days, she'd been happy every day, even excitedly anticipating tomorrow. I shook my head slightly, explaining, "This is fake. Just a filming prop." I opened the Maybach's rear door, excitedly saying, "Don't hesitate. Leading lady, get in. Director will personally teach you how to act." We both sat in the back seat. I shared the prepared script, recounting it all to Lily. "Anything you don't understand? Need the director to teach again?" Lily thought a moment, mentally reviewing the entire plot. Then shaking her head gently, but still somewhat hesitant, she asked, "Brother, is doing this really okay? Will they be attacked by netizens?" I pinched her cheek gently. "My silly sister. I'm just being generous. If my account had less money, I'd have jumped off a building." I opened the Douyin message section, the screen full of curses and insults. Seeing those lines, Lily's expression also darkened. "They can slander you however they want. But why must you suffer online mob attacks?" I nodded, "Because when they lie, no one teaches them a lesson. They just make up stories to gain followers. Followers mean money. They don't care about right or wrong or truth. Just need traffic. At most when things are exposed, they delete or hide the video. Otherwise cry a few lines, saying they were also deceived, playing victim themselves, then claiming depression. After some time, they return to make money. These fabricators, don't they know their lies can cause great harm to the people involved? Just because the fire hasn't reached them, they don't bother caring." I patted Lily's head. "Moreover, being slandered is already infuriating. Being slandered this badly is even more hateful." Chapter 71. Really dangerous. Almost blurted out. Scene 1. Take 1. Action. In the dark school campus. I held my phone, running along the empty corridor. By my ear was night wind whistling past, and rapid, labored breathing. The classroom door opened. Inside no one. The shot switched to the teacher's office. After searching around, still empty. Classroom, office, restroom, flower beds, athletic field. I ran through everything, but found nothing. Both sides of the frame began moving slower. Breathing growing heavier. Could clearly see my stamina, nearly depleted. After a brief pause, on screen, showed me bracing hands on knees, resting. in hand still holding the hospital test slip. The lens shaking with each breath, but still capturing the words. Patient shows signs of severe mental stress. A short cut. Then the shot continued moving, returning to the initial classroom. But this time leaving the room. The lens pointed up at the moon covered by dark clouds, capturing that moment. Just as the camera turned toward the corridor, the shot suddenly cut back. Lens aimed at the rooftop of the opposite building, faintly showing a girl, standing by the railing edge, night wind blowing through her hair. Immediately the shot shook violently, racing through the corridor, up the stairs, stopping before a tightly closed door. The door burst open. Lily stood on a desk, face showing a flash of panic. My camera angle was perfectly precise, though Lily only stood on the desk on the rooftop. Through the lens perspective, looked like she was right at the railing edge. At the video's end, Lily spread both arms wide, eyes sorrowful, then falling backward. I dropped my phone, rushing forward to catch her tight. I pinched her nose gently, voice half angry, half worried. Didn't I say not to really fall? Do you know how dangerous that was? Actress adding her own scenes. What's that about? Lily pressed her head against my chest. She held me tight, not letting go, not saying a word. Seeing Lily's current state, I sighed softly, then hugging her back, though just filming a video. Perhaps in that moment, Lily truly thought, if that day's bullying had continued, perhaps she'd have really jumped from here. Feeling the warmth in my embrace, and the pounding heartbeat, Lily's eyes reddened. When first climbing onto the desk, she felt like truly standing on the rooftop railing. When falling backward, in that instant, she truly had suicidal thoughts. She wanted to kill her weak past self. Brother, I'm so scared. I'm afraid this is all a dream. I'm afraid if I wake up, you'll have a girlfriend, and won't love me anymore. What should I do? She took a breath, looking up at my profile. Borrowing fleeting courage, she pleaded softly, brother, can you? Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Her just gathered courage, shattered by that sound. I looked awkwardly back, the phone vibrating vigorously on the floor. Then looking at Lily, momentarily didn't know what to do. Probably she didn't finish speaking earlier. Must want me to help with something. And perhaps it's quite important to her. I guessed. Lily took a deep breath, hugging me tighter, voice coquettish, brother, carry me over there. I patted her head, smiling. Can't blame people for liking sisters. Sisters are soft, cute, and smell nice. Who wouldn't like that? I wrapped my arm around her waist, pulling her to where the phone was, bending to pick it up. The screen displayed a voice call from Summer. I frowned slightly at the screen. The original owner was quite close to Summer, but normally she wouldn't call. I felt something wasn't right. Thinking a few seconds, finally I answered, Ethan, you finally picked up. What were you doing? Why took so long to answer? Did your sister not let you answer the phone? Hearing her voice, I could only smile awkwardly. After all, this was a call from dear sister. I had to use one hand to hold the girl in my arms, the other hand answering the call. Summer's voice somewhat reproachful for my slow answer, showing clear displeasure. Lily's face flushed red. She buried her head in my chest, not daring to make a sound. No, nothing, I stammered, glancing around, briefly thinking, did Summer install surveillance cameras? Unbelievable, she said, then immediately sending a video call request. A new message popped on screen. I just want to check your future girlfriend for you. If you refuse, means you're guilty. Defaulting to you doing shady things with your sister. Then, remember to send me a clip under 800 frames. Thanks. Seeing those tiger and wolf words, I could only surrender. Lily's face turned purple red, like about to emit smoke. She released my waist, but still gripping my sleeve tight. I helplessly opened the video call. On the other end, Summer hugged her knees, lying on her dorm bed, her small pale legs gently swaying in the air. She tilted her head looking around the screen. Why's it so dark on your end? Are you stealing something? Where's your sister? Not beside you? I sighed helplessly, handing the phone to Lily. She spoke in a tiny voice, Fourth sister, good evening. Hello. Summer saw her and reminded, little sister. Where are you two now? Why's it so dark around you? If Ethan dares take you to a secluded forest, absolutely don't follow, understand? Then call me immediately. I'll help you call the police. Lily glanced at me, seeing my face black as ink. She shook her head gently, sister. We're still at school. Brother said he wanted to film a video. Summer nodded, then be careful. Brother's using the director excuse, saying they'll personally teach you how to act, then taking you to a closed room or car. Remember to run immediately. Lily's eyes wavered slightly. She suddenly remembered. Earlier brother also said he'd personally teach her how to act, and took her into the car. I immediately snatched the phone. I heard everything Summer said. If letting her say a few more suspicious lines, the good image I'd worked hard to build would be completely destroyed by her. On screen, as soon as my face appeared, Summer's tone immediately changed. Ethan, yesterday I asked you to film a video with me. You kept delaying, planning to ignore me? Turn around and take your sister to dark places to film videos. Want to be a director? Can't I be your leading lady? My assignment for 10,000 followers still isn't done. Tonight probably need to visit your room, then sleep with you. Summer pretended to look aggrieved. For course credits, I can sacrifice a bit. Chapter 72. Showered with gifts. Hearing Summer's teasing, tempting words, Lily grew alert, pressing closer to me. I scratched my head, somewhat embarrassed. Why does Summer know about last night? The leading lady sleeping with the director? Did Summer install tracking devices on me? I cleared my throat lightly, then switching to a serious expression. Fourth sister, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm hanging up. You calling me definitely isn't with good intentions. Whatever you want, just say it directly. Summer cleared her throat, answering. Ethan, tonight did you see that live stream selling products? I just watched and got blocked by him. I said. Tonight, I also watched that live stream. Even bought quite a lot. Right after the live ended, I refunded all the orders. Now the money's frozen. They said wait 1 to 3 business days to return to account. Summer replied. I nodded, not expecting she'd done the same as me. Summer was now lying flat on the bed, head lowered, hands spread wide before the lens. This is my only lifetime request. Ethan, give me some gifts. I'm doing this for you. You can't abandon me. I raised my eyebrows. Fourth sister, if you only have one life, yours is really short. These 2 days, already 3, only requests. Even mayflies live longer than you. Summer covered her mouth, giggling. This time is different. Without money, I'll truly starve to death. Then it really will be my life's final request. I shook my head helplessly, immediately transferring her 10,000 in gifts. Hearing the gift notification in her account, Summer held up her phone, blowing me a kiss. Love you, Ethan. I hesitated slightly, asking back. Did you and the others film a video today to condemn that person? What good does condemning do? I already posted evidence, yet still slandered as usual. Moreover, I'll film an MV as a gift for him. Let him get really famous. Tonight when I post the video, let's see if he dares show his face again. I said, then you won't sleep tonight. Wait to see your video posted first. Summer immediately hung up the video call. Lily gently tugged my sleeve. Brother, does fourth sister video call you often? I shook my head. Don't you see, every time I transfer gifts, she hurriedly hangs up immediately. Those initial greetings are just preamble. The important part is extracting gifts. I paused, then asking, by the way, what were you going to ask me earlier? Lily looked at me, then closing her eyes, seeming to have lost all courage. She asked softly, brother, can you go with me to the old hometown? I patted her head, small matter. Let's go together this weekend. Oh wait, I suddenly remembered school was off this weekend. Then Friday afternoon, just a few days. General Shaw and Mrs. Carter have been busy these days. Moreover, before Dad meets General Shaw again, not sure he'll take this seriously. At most just drop by briefly. Then decide whether to beat me up. Now was the critical period. deciding whether Dad could once more feel fatherly affection. Thinking this, I smirked cunningly. Comrade Mr. Carter, the debt from beating me these days. I'll definitely repay double. Night had deepened. I led Lily quickly back home, entering the bathroom for a quick wash, then preparing to go to the game room to edit video. Lily held a small nightgown, face flushed red, sitting dazed on the bed. Aren't you going to shower? I asked. I want to shower in your room, she answered softly, and help you wash clothes, she added. Before I could react, Lily had already run straight into the bathroom. Wait, hold on. I sat down hard on the bed, stunned. The sound of water in the bathroom began. Thinking about the clothes, socks, towels I'd changed from. All still in there. I just wanted to slap myself twice. Truly inviting disaster. Why punish her with this? Now the one suffering is me. A moment later, Lily's face bright red, hugging the changed clothes, rushed back to her room. I stepped into the bathroom to check. My white dress shirt had been washed spotless, hung neatly on the clothes rack beside. I opened my mouth to say something but didn't know how to start. Could only sigh deeply, slapping myself twice to calm down. Then heading straight to the game room to start editing. This game room probably never imagined in its lifetime that one day I'd actually use it for studying. I spliced together the filmed video segments, adding footage from the hair salon's surveillance camera, plus Daniel's clarification announcement, and online attacks against me, all simply connected together, then adding appropriate background music, and uploading to Douyin. At the same time, Jenny was also editing tonight's filmed footage, then posting on Douyin, with the title, "Everyone, I'm being bullied by a million-follower blogger." In the video, Jenny covered her reddened eyes, then beginning to sob, because I exposed the true face of a million-follower blogger. He went crazy seeking revenge. Tonight, during my livestream, not only calling his fans into my room to curse, but also personally, maliciously placing orders, then simultaneously refunding everything. He's a famous person with millions of fans, while I'm just an ordinary person. My followers are all very gentle, unable to withstand attacks from extreme netizens. She took a deep breath, eyes showing determination. When I stood up speaking for bullied people, I knew sooner or later I'd become a victim. Each person not daring to speak. I believe they're also good people, just scared. But even if bullied, I won't change my determination. Won't abandon my position from fear. Absolutely won't submit to bullies. I believe justice lives in people's hearts. Justice may arrive late, but will never be absent. I'm the first on the entire internet to stand against online violence. Immediately after, her video was posted. Title, First Person Against Online Bullying. Plus the story of being bullied by a million-follower blogger. Quickly climbed trending searches. Sisters, don't be afraid. You're not alone. Blogger, you must stay strong. We'll always support you. Those returned items, just sell them in the next livestream. We'll definitely support you. Let's crash that person's comments together. Let him taste what bullying feels like. Where's that bastard? Thinks he's someone. Brothers, follow me. Charge. Chapter 73. Really want to love this world. Many extreme netizens followed the blue link at the comment top, flooding into my Douyin account. At that moment, I just finished uploading my newest video. The video's opening was pitch black. Against the black background appeared text. 10 large characters clearly printed. I already caught him. Brothers, is this the person? If confirmed, I'll start precision strike. Wait, look carefully. What's written on screen? Give the suspect a chance to explain. Brothers, let's watch first. Then the scene switched, showing me running throughout campus searching for Lily. What's this guy looking for? Didn't go home last night either. He doesn't have a home? So it's from lacking family love that he bullies others. I told you, those who bully others are all fathered, but not raised. Amid heated comments, the video changed scenes. Light music played. The person in video leaned back on sofa, eyes vacant, hair disheveled, yet still radiating the longing to live freely like a movie protagonist. On screen, I continued searching relentlessly for Lily, not seeing her shadow anywhere. In the flashing footage, briefly appeared a white hospital test slip. What's that? Think I just saw depression. No. It's severe mental stress. That's basically depression anyway. My God, this late at night. Still haven't found the person? If it were me, I'd go crazy. Netizens flooded comments. As time progressed, the shot transitioned. At this moment, Lily stood on the railing, arms spread wide, as if wanting liberation. Once thought of leaving. Because of those words, those looks, those wounds. The images combined with the song's melody made netizens freeze. Wait, she's not actually going to jump? Falling from that height must hurt. Damn, so that bully is actually that person. Brothers, retreat. Return quickly. That bastard used us. Blogger, we're sorry. So you're the real good person. Ha ha. Why did everyone almost kill him? He's so young. Why are there people who could bear to bully such a young girl? She clearly still has a beautiful future ahead. Plus a brother who loves her so much. You're absolutely right, brothers. Let me finish watching the blogger's video. I want to curse those bastards writing poetry about blood-soaked buns. Then the screen began replaying video clips I'd posted before, containing all evidence I'd previously released. Though duplicate content, these were all officially verified materials, representing the entire truth. At this point, the video's song also reached its climax. Don't want to leave. Perhaps when loved, people learn to look up toward the future. Let wounds stay in the past. Letting go can receive something better. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Under such supreme musical talent, this climax pierced straight into the hearts of everyone watching this video. The emotions suppressed within them, with each note, erupted violently like a volcano. With such clear evidence, who dares contradict it? You people must wait until the girl actually jumps before waking up? Today, this blogger stood up defending justice. Whoever dares talk nonsense again. Any troll speaks up, I'll curse them to death. Dare come fight. 10,000 swords return. Come here. As the video neared its end, the curses I'd received also appeared on screen line by line. My voice in the video carried deep sorrow. Speaking and singing softly, once thought of leaving. When sunlight was swallowed by dark clouds. Never expected you'd try so hard to dispel it for me. The scene switched again, returning to the initial black frame. I should have caught her hand in time. Watching this, emotions just released through the song's climax suddenly compressed deep down again. No one dared imagine how much pain I must have endured. Clearly I'd grasped my sister's hand. But ultimately, because of those bastards wanting blood buns, it was they themselves who pushed the girl off the rooftop. Damn, that blogger is no longer human. No way. Today must deal with a few writing blood buns for satisfaction. Brothers, who dares go with me? That round one, blogger named Jenny something, dares call herself first anti-online violence advocate? Clearly she's the ringleader bullying others. Everyone look at her face. Looks like the type in elementary school who tattled to teachers. This blogger's not wrong at all. But why'd I want to cry? Great one. Can you post the instrumental version of this song? Please. The account, Ethan's Journey, thanks to this video, saw followers jump from 5 million to 8 million in moments. And that number kept rising. Right after, I posted another video. The video background completely black. But at the song's ending, I added a short clip, person hugging sofa, eyes dreamy, hair disheveled, red sunset sky, and soft singing, it's you who answered my last call. On the black background, golden text appeared. This song, for those still trapped in darkness. Reading those words, everyone was moved to speechlessness. This blogger is truly a treasure. Never expected I'd believe slander against him. He even revised the song's ending. It's truly healing. Healing what? That blogger can never answer his sister's phone again. Do you know how much he's suffering? Everyone cry for me. Blogger, thank you. I was diagnosed with depression this afternoon. Didn't know what to do. But hearing your song, I feel I can overcome it. On my end, after posting the video, I opened the game interface. Originally planning to play a Yasuo match proving myself. But the account was still locked for another hour. Lily, after running to her room, drying her hair, secretly snuck into the game room, her eyes still moist. Upon entering, sat down on the sofa, hugging me tight. She played on repeat on my newly bought phone the song I'd just sung. I glanced at the countdown clock on screen. Still 50 minutes to coax my sister. Lily obediently leaned on my shoulder. In my head right now, a whole battlefield had formed. Imaginary league. An EQ, then flash knocking up 5 people. Then ulti for pentakill. Brother, why does hearing you sing make me so sad? Lily pouted, voice full of grievance. The video I made used the simplest editing. But this very clumsiness fully reflected the panic, tension and despair of those involved. All netizens empathized with that story. If their daughter was bullied, if they'd searched throughout the entire school, time after time, unable to find the girl's shadow, and when finally finding her, she jumped right before their eyes, anyone would feel ultimate despair. I patted Lily's head gently, looking at the wall full of figures of cute characters in the room. I said softly, the only place to cry is the bathroom. But in my arms, you can cry freely. Chapter 74. Trash game ruining my youth. Lily looked up, showing a disgusted expression. Ew. What are you saying? So creepy. Ethan awkwardly turned away, thinking carefully. What I just said was indeed a bit creepy. But being looked at by Lily with such disgusted eyes, why did I feel slightly thrilled? Seeing my flustered appearance, Lily lowered her head slightly, rubbing her head on my pajama top, whispering, but when snuggling in your arms, I won't want to cry anymore. I felt my heart like being hit hard. Maybe tonight I should also properly assemble that computer. Then I can play support tanks for her. I thought silently. Lily's face slightly flushed, eyes somewhat avoiding, asking softly, should you go to sleep? I looked at the clock, nearly midnight. Really should sleep. Go to your room early. Lily showed a slightly hurt expression. Brother, can't I sleep in your room? Fine. You sleep on the bed early. I'll sleep here temporarily tonight. I said, just like camping at an internet cafe overnight. Not like I haven't done it before. I glanced at the countdown clock on screen. Tonight must avenge last time. Lily then knelt on the sofa, looking at me angrily. Clearly I've hinted so obviously. Why don't you understand? I looked again at the screen. Must be this damn game stealing you from me. Seeing Lily's cheeks puffed like a pufferfish, my eyes still reflecting screen light, I hesitantly asked, want to try playing around? I immediately called my teammate asking for his account and password. My teammate's account was at gold rank, slightly better than my old account. I opened the game, simply introducing the gameplay to Lily. These little minions, as long as you deal the final blow, you'll receive gold. Gold can buy equipment. Finally destroying the enemy's crystal means victory. Since letting Lily play tonight, I chose the easier to control Annie. Starting to guide her, Lily watched my operations on screen, asking surprised, brother, didn't you say killing minions gives gold? Why aren't you taking the gold? Don't you like it? My face flushed. This is called enemy baiting tactics. All tactics. The enemy, seeing I can't even kill minions, won't come catch me. While speaking I nodded, pretending it was true. But before reaching level 3, the enemy Yasuo, with an unstoppable combo, killed me on the spot. I glanced at Lily, originally planning to solo kill the opponent twice, to reduce difficulty for her learning. I said, somewhat embarrassed, enemy's too strong. Give me another chance. Lily's eyes remained on me, only occasionally glancing at the screen. Seeing me about to cross the river, she pointed at the screen reminding me, brother, seems the jungler's coming. Not scared, I just respawned and enemy hasn't recalled. 1 comes I kill 1, 2 come, before finishing. The screen immediately turned gray. I sighed. This round's a hell start. I said hesitantly, let's open a new match. Lily nodded, brother, let me get familiar with controls first. She wanted to see, what's so good about this? That could steal her brother. After 5 minutes she solo killed the opponent. 7 minutes later the enemy jungler came but she killed both. 15 minutes Annie hid in bush. Flash ulti stunning 5 people, pentakill. I looked at the screen. Mouth corner twitching constantly. Shocked, asking, "Really your first time playing?" Lily nodded. "Brother, am I playing too badly?" Seeing the screen display, "Victory." I avoided her eyes slightly, saying hesitantly, "You still need more practice. Open a new match. I'll teach you some quick win tricks." About 10 minutes later, seeing Annie already had 3 major items, I grabbed the mouse from Lily, clearing my throat, telling her in quick matches, "Must know how to support teammates. This is team play. Must coordinate." But just going to bottom lane, I was ambushed by the enemy jungler, gifting the enemy ADC 1000 gold bounty. The bottom lane duo with slight advantage immediately got crushed. The tide reversed in an instant. Over 10 minutes later, seeing the screen show, "Defeat," I felt like I'd aged 10 years. Seeing my miserable state, Lily said obediently, "Brother, I understand. The enemy team coordinated really well." Ethan clutched his chest, feeling like about to cough up old blood. Losing the game is fine. But getting mocked by Lily, trash game. Ruining my youth. Seems can't let her play anymore. Better uninstall. Seeing the uninstall interface on screen, Lily nodded as if pondering something. Then from now on, will you have more time to be with me? I thought silently. I flicked Lily's forehead. Look what time it is, still won't sleep. Not sleeping will make you dark and ugly tomorrow. Plus get pimples. Lily covered her forehead dissatisfied, leaving the game room. Seems tonight can't have him hold me to sleep. Lying on the large, cold yet soft bed, she turned her back toward the game room angrily, wanting to show him she was upset. In drowsy confusion, she felt like she'd returned to that classroom. She remembered being grabbed by Sandra, hit on the hand then bag thrown away, even having the trash can dumped upside down on her desk. She'd told the teacher, but got scolded instead. The scene gradually changed. She was led by Sandra and others to have her clothes torn. Finally climbing to the rooftop. Jumping down with no one caring. Suddenly no one sad for her. On the other side, I saw the game reinstalling. Standing up to use the bathroom. Clearly the teammate's fault. Tomorrow must definitely surprise that fat guy. Walking past my bed, I saw Lily curled up in a ball. Her body still trembling constantly. An indescribable frustration rose in my heart. Only then remembering, Lily had hinted to me so many times. Can't let her say directly, "Brother, I want to sleep with you." I angrily slapped my head twice, considering whether to wake her. Suddenly remembering Lily's earlier words. "Just snuggling in your arms. Won't want to cry anymore." I gently lay down beside her, carefully embracing her. In sleep, Lily seemed to smell familiar scent. Her eyebrows relaxed slightly, snuggling closer into me. In the dream, scenes began rewinding rapidly. Right when Sandra was tearing her clothes, a light like a deity descended, leading her away from that filthy, dark world. Chapter 75. Good morning, my silly one, Day 4. Lily drowsily opened her eyes. Last night, except at first, having a small nightmare. Afterward slept very well. Seeing my face so close, she kept blinking, cheeks immediately flushing red. What's this? Why did you suddenly appear here? Didn't you say last night you'd sleep in the game room? Sensing movement beside me, I also yawned big. I gently patted Lily's head. Good morning, my silly one. Lily lowered her head seeming to emit smoke, whispering, Brother, good morning. She felt like 10,000 squirrels were screaming in her heart. Ha ha. If every morning could be like this, how wonderful. I sat up from bed, stretching, instructing. From now on, if you're scared sleeping alone, remember to tell me. Lily nodded repeatedly, obediently saying, I know. Brother, I'm getting up first. Finishing, she opened the blanket, hurriedly running from my room, running to her own room. She buried her head in the blanket, rolling around twice, throat-making purring sounds like a kitten. Her long, slender legs, still excitedly tapping the bed. She guessed. Perhaps last night I discovered her having nightmares. So secretly held her. Brother, hee. My brother is so good. After waking up, I washed my face in the bathroom while scrolling my phone. Opening Douyin. A series of comments flooded like an avalanche. Seeing sincere apologies. Above that, were all curses against me. I just found it funny. The video I filmed was staged. But in real life, quite a few people were cyberbullied by these people. And chose to end their lives. I thought a moment, then posting another new video on Douyin. The video contained only text. You don't need to apologize to me. You just want to make yourselves feel better. Why should others use their lives to exchange for fake apologies from you? I won't choose forgiveness. Carry the sin of driving others to death and repent. Though still quite early, but my follower count was truly massive. This incident's popularity also extremely high. Right when I posted that short text, millions had already seen it, including many who'd cyberbullied Lily and me, then pretended to apologize. Many keyboard warriors originally thought this was mutual understanding between me and them. They apologized to me. I'd forgive them. Then they'd help me criticize those blood bun eaters. But never expected I wouldn't save anyone's face. Want peace of mind from me? Dream on. At the same time, at the Riverside dorms, Riverside University. After a long beauty sleep, Jenny finally slowly woke, seeing the empty room. Everyone had gone to internships. Only she could sleep until naturally waking. A bit of smugness rose in her heart. She yawned, turning over and opening Douyin. Wonder how many followers I gained last night? Hope those famous bloggers can make some small moves. Maybe this time can ride their views. Become a 1 million follower blogger in a month. These 2 days when free. She often opened her Douyin, checking if followers increased. Why won't it open? Domestic phone quality is so bad. Whatever. Earned over 100,000 last night. Might as well get a better phone. She thought while standing up. Going to wash and brush teeth. Just opening the shopping app. Browsing new purses and phone models. While heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. On the way to the cafeteria, Jenny noticed people around seeing her. All showed quite puzzled expressions. As if recognizing her, but not believing it was really her. Could last night's video have gone viral? Walking on campus. So many people recognizing me. Thinking this, her mood couldn't help getting excited. She opened her phone again, clicking the Douyin icon. The phone still had no response. Piece of trash. She cursed quietly, straightening up, adjusting her clothes, face showing a fake gentle smile. Many bloggers like posting secretly filmed videos of famous bloggers to gain followers. She wasn't a beauty blogger, but if photographed badly, later would be hard selling cosmetics. And cosmetics commissions were highest among all products. Reaching the food counter. Not peak hours yet. The cafeteria didn't have many people. She said, "Ma'am, 1 bun and bowl of soy milk." She told the server. The woman just finished scooping the bun and soy milk, placing them on the counter. But upon seeing Jenny, the smile on her face immediately vanished. She set things down hard. Soy milk splashing out considerably. "Swipe your card," she said coldly. Seeing the bowl half empty, Jenny glared at her, but thinking she was now a famous blogger, must watch her words. She softened her voice thanking her, turning around, huffing coldly, muttering curses. What is this? Spending whole life doing such lowly service work. Sitting at a table, she ate breakfast alone. Again surprised to discover surrounding tables had no one sitting. Are fans nowadays so aware? Knowing idols must keep distance from fans. Knowing she just wants their money, not their love, she placed her phone on the table, again tapping the Douyin app several times. With all today's signs, last night's video definitely went viral. Now I just want to know how many followers I gained, whether I can achieve financial freedom. When she lowered her head eating the bun, suddenly 3 girls approached. The 3 of them frowned. constantly comparing the person eating with the so-called #1 anti-bullying advocate on screen. Photo editing is really excessive. So at first they didn't recognize her. Just thought somewhat similar. Jenny felt somewhat annoyed, being scrutinized, but thinking they must be her fans. Fans meeting their idol for the first time. Probably too moved to believe it. She looked up, smiling at the three. I am Jenny, the #1 anti-bullying advocate. Do you want to take photos with me? Want photos together? Chapter 76. I'm done pretending. I'm telling the truth. Just after she finished speaking, the somewhat noisy cafeteria immediately fell dead silent. Everyone around hearing her just spoken words also immediately gathered around. Jenny swept her eyes around. Fans nowadays are so enthusiastic. Already formed 3 layers inside and out, surrounding her without leaving a path. So I'm also a major internet celebrity? From now on going out must wear sunglasses and masks. Being famous is truly troublesome. She calmly pulled out a tissue, wiping the remaining traces from eating the bun. Face showing a confident smile. Already recognized by you all. Then I won't pretend anymore. I'll say it straight. I'm the leader of the anti-online bullying movement. If you want photos together, please line up in order. She took out her phone, glancing at the clock. Pretending to be busy. Soon I need to edit videos. Only taking photos with the first 30 fans. The gathered students looked at each other, everyone's face showing doubt. Who wants photos with someone constantly fabricating and slandering others? A blogger casually accusing others like that? Take photos together? For personal gain. Forcing that girl to prove her innocence by dying. Someone just told me. That blogger named Jenny studies at our university. I thought she was cursing me. How can she bully others like that? Yet still so confident. No wonder she can make a living from self-media. Thick-skinned beyond compare. Even dares ask fans to take photos together. Can we ask her to put her head on the ground, so I can place my foot on her head for a photo? Jenny heard the surrounding discussions. Couldn't help frowning, feeling something was off. Bullying then taking photos with foot on my head. Could they be my haters? The famous attract gossip. Truly unlucky. When her video first posted, quite a few people supported her, but many also doubted. She was falsely accusing that blogger with alternate accounts. Just a bunch of students. The video I updated yesterday. The other party already brought out evidence of bullying me. Clearly I'm the victim. Yet only I am just a bad singer. Yet supported like blind crazy fans. A bunch with brain problems. She looked around again. People weren't competing for those 30 photo spots, but wanted to detain her right there. Her eyes changed color, pulled out her phone starting to film. The first person leading anti-bullying online. Because I exposed that alt account's bullying behavior. That blogger sent people to turn the tables. She straightened her chest, adjusting her posture ready to fight. With appropriately confident attitude, to face these small-time haters. She could imagine. When today's video was edited and posted online, that blogger with the alt account would definitely be heavily affected. And she'd climb on that blogger's ruins. Becoming a major internet celebrity. You're the one the whole internet calls the #1 bully. The blogger who forced that person to jump to prove innocence. Is that Jenny, right? The 3 of them angrily asked. Jenny just prepared her moving speech. But the opponent's first sentence already stunned her. What? Forced someone to jump? Did that blogger with the alt account actually commit suicide? Just condemned her for malicious ordering. Only allowing her to do such things. Not allowing others to speak? Truly stupid. At this moment she suddenly understood. Why this morning so many people looked at her with such strange eyes. But now things were truly troublesome. After all, the opponent was a million-follower blogger. And extremely talented. She thought a moment. If that blogger committed suicide, how would they know? Someone must have filmed that blogger jumping, then uploaded using that blogger's account. Very likely this is just staged. She shook her head helplessly, looking at those students with innocent eyes. Being used by others as a gun, yet still maintaining such soft innocence. She snorted, refuting. I'm the leader of the anti-bullying movement online. As for the jumping incident you mentioned, Anyone with a brain knows. It's definitely stage. You think being students means you can go out without brains? She spoke clearly. Evidence of bullying behavior against me is clear. Only allowing her to do those things. Not allowing me to expose her? About that suicide, I can only say I'm very sorry. But I absolutely cannot because of this. Yield to her. The psychological shadows she caused me won't disappear because of this. Even if today I'm insulted and cursed by you all, even beaten, I absolutely won't apologize to her. Her righteous-sounding words left everyone around confused. They'd never seen anyone with such twisted values. Even if someone lost a child raised together wouldn't be like this. How could they force that young girl to jump? She still acts like a messenger of justice. Looking at the students before her, everyone was convinced by her rhetoric. No one could speak a word. She laughed coldly, then immediately began mocking. Wasn't it just a few words? How was I to know? Her psychology was so fragile? If that fragile, don't do those stupid things. Want to play fake, yet act noble. Truly disgusting. Moreover, who hasn't been scolded by parents at home? Blamed by teachers at school? Scolded by bosses at work? Why are others all fine? Only she thinks of jumping for you to save? Are bloggers so precious? She strode aggressively toward the cafeteria exit, seeing the dense crowd ahead. Students using phones to record her arrogant words just now. She snorted contemptuously. What are you gathering here for? Planning what? Bullying me? If I truly did wrong, let the law punish me. Don't pretend to be justice heroes. That self-righteous type is truly fake. I warn you all, right now you're violating my freedom rights. If you don't move aside, I'll call the police. Then let them record you all. Forget about civil service exams later. The gathered students glanced at each other, all reluctantly making way. After all, the shameless are invincible. Her values were twisted to this extent. Completely impossible to reason with. No need to ruin our futures. For someone with such warped character. The cafeteria floor had anti-slip red plastic tiles. Jenny stepped up, enjoying the following gazes of surrounding students. Feeling like attending some film awards ceremony. Taking arrogant steps looking down on everyone. She raised her head leaving the cafeteria with haughty bearing. Inwardly screaming with satisfaction. Chapter 77. Follower count skyrockets. On the way back to the dorm, Jenny could feel quite a few people secretly watching her. But she completely didn't care. Just 2 more months. After defending her thesis, she could graduate. If not for dorm fees included in tuition. And her roommate almost never returning to the dorm. She'd have moved out long ago. Anyway, the dorm was too cramped. So much equipment. And her product samples. Barely any space to place them. Especially these past 2 days. Many merchants successively sent samples. Queuing for collaboration. Later, if wanting to pursue full-time streaming, must definitely rent a more spacious place. To rebuild her own livestream area. Graduation season approaching. Looking at the dorm lived in 4 years. She couldn't help feeling somewhat emotional. This small room had witnessed her transformation from unknown streamer to someone famous everyone knew. When today's video, as edited and uploaded, she believed the engagement would sufficiently guarantee a prosperous remaining half-life. Only one thing ruined her mood. When reminiscing about her difficult past, the dorm door was knocked on endlessly, the sound echoing annoyingly. She snorted contemptuously, then pulled out her phone, transferring the just-filmed video to computer, preparing to record a direct statement video. To continue complaining. In the video, she pretended panic and fear, accusing that the blogger's corporate alt account sent bread truck drivers to surround her in the cafeteria, disguised as students to encircle her. Even now hiding in the dorm, still continuously harassed, but she'd grit her teeth and endure. Absolutely wouldn't submit to that bullying behavior. After filming and editing the video, she looked at her phone. The platform app finally opened. On the phone screen, continuously appeared a series of fan comments. Due to the massive quantity, only displaying each person's ID. Seeing so many comments, she eagerly wanted to know her follower count. had increased to what extent? 80,000, a full 80,000. She couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Though this morning bothered by haters, now she felt completely light and comfortable. From the initial 20,000 fans, skyrocketed to 80,000. In less than a week, this achievement excited her tremendously. She immediately uploaded the just edited video, estimating after this video posted, she'd leap to become a 1 million follower blogger. Seeing the video successfully updated, she thought a moment, deciding today to answer some fan comments. Playing a fan-loving blogger, she opened the first comment, "Killers must pay with their lives." She forced others to jump to prove innocence. Someone like her still has the face to live? I followed her just to watch her apologize. Don't misunderstand. I'm afraid of missing her apology video. Damn blood bun eater. From now on, whenever she posts new videos, I'll help new fans know her true face. I recall my glorious achievements. But Jenny frowned. Why opening all these videos cursing her from haters? She scrolled through several more videos, watching several consecutive clips. In the screen's reflection, bloggers were all posting apology clips to Ethan's alt account. She couldn't help raising her eyebrows. This situation really resembles the first time. She felt her opportunity had come again. She hurriedly opened Ethan's alt account homepage, cross-referencing with last night's posted video, preparing to meticulously study every detail. In the video, Lily seemed to have found liberation. She fell backward from the rooftop railing. The phone fell to the ground. The spinning shot made her eyes dizzy. Her head buzzed, like exploding. Must be staged. Definitely staged. How could she jump? She angrily knocked all cosmetics off the desk. She collapsed her head to the floor. Is she crazy? What did I say to her? Yet she went and jumped. How could she jump? Is she really crazy? Damn. 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 Jenny knew all her 4 years' efforts. The account she painstakingly built, all turned to smoke because of Lily's jump. Everything collapsed in an instant. Luxury cars, villas, dreams of getting rich quick also burst like bubbles, becoming nothing in one night. After one night earning over 10,000, she couldn't accept having to work hard daily just to earn 3,800 monthly. She's so stupid. Want to die? Don't know to die somewhere far away? Not jumping early or late. Had to wait until someone was there to jump. On the Douyin platform, the last video she posted still continued spreading. Comments all severely critical and abusive. Netizens couldn't find comfort from me, so could only vent anger by cursing those who'd previously instigated them to reduce their own guilt. Outside the dorm occasionally rang violent door knocking. She felt a cold chill running from tailbone straight to her head. At the same time, the comment section of Riverside University's official Douyin account was also crazily attacked by netizens. The teacher managing the official account hurriedly closed the comment section, then calling the principal, reporting the current situation. Right now, college entrance exams approaching. If not handled carefully, this year's enrollment numbers would sharply decline. Though Riverside University's account was heavily attacked, other schools took the opportunity to mock. Many young female students in JK uniforms started posting videos walking with her around campus. Plus many male students competing to show off muscles, demonstrating determination to protect campus justice, and resolutely opposing school violence. Seeing other schools so blatantly, Riverside's principal turned red with anger. Just finished scolding, not knowing which school taught students to leech off others' pain like that. Truly immoral. Turning back to look, discovering the joke was himself, he hurriedly convened an emergency meeting. This student absolutely couldn't be kept, but must also quickly discuss methods to salvage the school's reputation. On the other side, I scrolled through more short videos. Many quick reacting bloggers had filmed apology videos overnight, those apologizing earliest this time, however sincere. Comment sections still full of curses, while other bloggers hurriedly hid all videos that had previously smeared me, though their comment sections were flooded by netizens, everyone demanding immediate apologies. They remained silent as death, like venomous snakes hiding in darkness. waiting for the heat to pass before striking again. I felt somewhat annoyed. Clearly I did nothing wrong. Why does Douyin want to punish me? I scrolled another 7 or 8 minutes. Not seeing any videos of girls in black stockings dancing. Not a single one. Right then, Lily ran into the room. Today she wore a light pink top, paired with a pure white pleated skirt. Below were flesh-colored thin stockings. She tied her hair high, in a small bun at the back, then spinning quickly before me. The skirt hem slightly lifting. Looking extremely happy. Ethan, do I look pretty today? She smiled, asking me. Chapter 78 Inches. Even old uncles can't resist such attraction. Seeing Lily finally willing to wear skirts again. The youthful breath of a young girl, like rushing straight at my face. I raised 2 thumbs, praising endlessly. Beautiful, so beautiful. I love seeing it. Wear them more often. Since being bullied, Lily stopped wearing skirts. Now she's willing to wear them again. Perhaps that also means she's stepped out of darkness a bit. My straightforward praise made Lily's face slightly flush. She lowered her head, nervously grasping the skirt hem. The hem slightly lifting, revealing a bit of the shorts underneath. I stared wide-eyed. Between people, no basic trust remains. Fine, don't want to see anymore. Lily glanced and immediately recognized my mood, seeming to deflate by half. She tilted her head, expression puzzled. Then following my gaze, looking down at her legs in flesh stockings. Thinking silently, doesn't he like these stockings? But last time, when I saw Rachel wearing flesh stockings, his eyes were glued to her. She squeezed her thigh gently, thinking a moment, telling herself it's probably because she's too thin. From now on must eat properly, to become the appearance he likes. I covered my nose, coughing twice lightly. When she lowered her head, I felt something was off. Could my expression be that obvious? After eating breakfast casually, we two went to school together. Lily and I bought a breakfast wrap at the school gate, preparing to eat with Jasmine. Lily also bought one extra for her best friend, while I wasn't stingy, so decided to buy one for Mason. Sir, one wrap. Roll another one inside. Thank you, I said. Yesterday Mason dared say, Lily might not always be my sister. Hearing that made me furious. To prevent that from happening, I'd worked hard until now. Daytime running around for the Carters. Nights enduring exhaustion. Not even time for games. All just to keep this reputation and wealth. Truly not easy. The vendor with over 10 years experience. First time hearing someone ask to roll another wrap inside a wrap. He looked up at me shocked. You're not filming short videos? He asked tentatively. I shook my head. No, sir. My family's really poor. Just craving food, wanting to eat more. The vendor nodded. All right. Then I'll add a sausage for you. Study hard. Later pass college entrance exams, get a job, you'll be fine. I continuously refused. Didn't even want an egg added. But the uncle thought I was saving money. So not only cracked 2 eggs for me, but also added a sausage, sprinkled meat floss, and added lots of lettuce. Seeing the overflowing wrap in hand, I took a deep breath. Big profit, Mason. Then holding the wrapped wrap, stepping onto my McLaren. When my car slowly entered campus, the vendor stood mouth agape, then angrily cursing. Whose immoral kid is this? Even cons people for a breakfast wrap. Arriving at class slightly late, Mason already sat at his seat. Here you go. I tossed the wrap on his desk. In Mason's eyes, golden light gleamed. He tapped his left shoulder twice, then shouting, Yuan Piao Ling. Half my life regretting not meeting a wise lord, if brother doesn't abandon me. Jasmine lost. Brother Ethan, why does your wrap have another wrap inside? I laughed. See, yesterday you stirred trouble between me and Lily. Now karma hit. No meat in the wrap. This is just the beginning. Later when you buy instant noodles, won't have seasoning packets. Mason pouted, huffing, Brother Ethan. Then I curse you. Later buying instant noodles only gets seasoning packets. I stared. Why would I buy instant noodles? He gaped, speechless, stuck, sighing. Whatever, eating this. Beggars can't be choosers. Lily watched us bicker and smiled softly. Seeing the wrap nearly finished, she pulled her chair closer. Brother, I can't eat anymore, help me finish. Right then, Violet also approached, placing 2 buns on my desk. I looked at the 2 white buns on the desk, confused. Thinking, what's this girl up to? Violet, why are your 2 white buns on my desk? Hearing me finish, the whole class burst out laughing, everyone looking over with meaningful smiles. Violet's face flushed red. She grabbed the 2 buns, running back to her seat. I shook my head, taking the wrap Lily offered, eating it, watching me eat her remaining portion. She held her chair, whole body swaying nervously with excitement. I pulled out a tissue, giving it to her. Here, wipe your mouth. Your mouth's covered in oil. I frowned. How do you eat so messily? Sesame seeds even flew to your head. I casually helped her remove sesame stuck on her cheek. Lily lowered her head, obediently sitting back, face red as a beet. Brother Ethan, Violet probably wants to get back with you. You must hold firm, Mason reminded. Hearing this, I suddenly remembered. Before, the original had begged Violet for so long, just hoping she'd bring him breakfast once. After the original bought her a $50,000 bag, Violet reluctantly agreed to bring it once. Next day she really brought him 2 buns, saying other items required queuing. Before, the original was typical love brain, blindly stupid. What he liked most eating was white buns. I shook my head slightly. Just bringing 2 buns, trying to bribe me? Truly no old cadre can resist such temptation. I paused, muttering quietly, but if someone really brought 2 white buns to bribe me, this old cadre might not resist either. Mason rolled his eyes. Whether someone brings 2 buns to bribe others, or brings 2 buns to bribe you, don't go back being her simp. He glanced at Lily, reminding, you better watch brother Ethan carefully, or he'll be ruined. Lily heard us talking, face blank, understanding nothing, but still seriously nodding. She glanced around, then leaning close to Jasmine, seeing his cheeks flush red, asking quietly, do you know what the 2 white buns my brother and his friend are talking about? Jasmine immediately waved hands. Don't know, I know nothing. But unable to resist Lily's curious pleading look, he leaned near her ear, quietly explaining a few sentences. White smoke seemed to rise from Lily's head. She lowered her head, face flushing so red it could drip water, her hands lightly patting her chest. Not small, but not to that extent either. Then sighing softly, in my head suddenly appeared Rachel's image, eyes flashing with slight joy. Tonight at tutoring, ask Rachel. Chapter 79. Impossible. You even know about such things? The class bell rang. I collapsed on my desk as usual. Must admit, last night holding Lily sleeping soundly felt truly very comfortable. Today didn't feel sleepy at all. The teacher on the podium saw me, rarely not dozing off, his eyes full of excited recognition. So he lectured more enthusiastically. I originally planned to doze a bit. Now forget about napping. I propped my chin looking at the board, in my head thinking about the original novel's plot. In the story, Drake grew up on a mountain since childhood, learning martial arts from a master, cultivating extraordinary abilities. When the master felt he'd learned enough, let him descend the mountain, told him to experience ordinary life. After descending, Drake had no money, so went around hospitals, finding destined people to heal. While treating a critical patient, he won Grace's affection, and through the Carter's connections entered Riverside High School. At that time, Lily had been expelled by the Carters, suffered much harm. However, she didn't give up studying. She understood clearly only studying was the only path for revenge. Drake met Lily, seeing her weak, pitiful appearance, devoted himself to caring for her, while Lily had never been loved. So from initial wariness, gradually, fell into his gentle trap, called a gentle trap, because while caring for her, he simultaneously cared for Grace, helping her overcome psychological trauma that nearly killed her, then also fighting intensely with Song. Thinking this, I could only sigh, worthy of the protagonist. Truly a time management master. But now General Shaw's illness I cured. Grace's feelings also redirected to me. Lily avoided the script of being hurt. Every day sweetly calling, brother, brother. Thinking of her appearance then. Exactly like a version of Li Gui forcing up Liang Mountain. Just regret I didn't film that scene. If showing her now, would be hilarious. I tilted my head, glancing at Lily. She sat with legs crossed in flesh stockings. Knee pressed against the desk leg. Toes gently exerting force. Moving the desk bit by bit. Then scooting her chair following the desk's movement. Absorbed in this like her own little game. Tirelessly. I looked forward and back. Her desk had shifted out a large section. Yet she thought she was hiding well. Ancient times had foolish old man moves mountains. Now there's Lily moves desk. Watching her slender legs continuously moving the desk underneath. On her face. Acting calm as if nothing happened. I just found this sister adorably irresistible. Couldn't help reaching out, pulling her desk hard. Right beside me. The two desks immediately stuck together. In Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains. Finally heaven sent two gods to move the mountain for him. While in the Lily Moves Desk version, I took action. Directly pulling her desk close. The desk moving sound wasn't very loud. But since the whole class was silently working, the sound still rang out clearly. All eyes immediately focused on me. Lily froze a moment. Expression blank, not understanding what happened. Clearly she was so discreet. Still discovered by me. She noticed the whole class's eyes focused on her. Both cheeks immediately flushing red. But she quickly pulled her chair close. Sitting right beside me. I obediently sat still. The teacher on the podium glanced over. Discovering I did it. Then sighing in relief, saying nothing more. He coughed twice lightly, keeping the class quiet again. Telling everyone to continue thinking about the board problem. That problem. The teacher just explained one solution. But too complicated. Almost no one could understand. Lily looked at the distance between us. Now just slightly leaning. Could rest her head on me. Just regret still in class now. Otherwise she'd have rushed to hug me. That thought flashed through her mind. She took a scratch paper. Looking at the diagram on the board. Then bowing her head sketching a few strokes. Trying to find a more concise solution. I yawned. Looking at the solution on the board. The teacher filled half the blackboard. Just getting the correct answer. Still hadn't thought of a more simplified method. The teacher was still thinking. How to explain so students could understand best. I glanced at Lily's scratch work. Clearly she was influenced by the teacher's complex method. Thinking constrained in that direction. Just wasted the whole class's time. I stood up, slowly walking to the podium. The teacher thought I was going to the bathroom. Even quietly stepping aside letting me pass. I took the chalk and eraser. Then starting to explain my own solution. I erased the auxiliary lines the teacher drew. Then elsewhere, I drew a new auxiliary line. This way, the initial verification would be slightly harder. But the subsequent calculation was extremely simple. The whole class of students all stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Isn't this guy supposed to go to the bathroom? Why's he still standing there? Probably brain lagged, or been away from school so long. Forgot where the bathroom is. Need the teacher to draw a map. Look at him, doesn't he look like he's discussing the solution with the teacher? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who's ever seen him study? If he solves this problem, I'll eat 10 kilos of shit on the spot. Write a pledge. Say it, do it. You serious, brothers? Trying to con food and drink again? Even the math teacher stared at me stunned. Though teaching many years, he understood clearly with my family background. However rebellious I was, no one dared do anything. As long as I didn't cause chaos in class. He'd just turn a blind eye. Never expected today. This guy who sleeps during class, skips after waking, was now lecturing to the teacher himself. The situation was truly bizarre. I on the board, briefly explained the solution once. Then turning to look at the teacher. Discovering he wasn't listening at all. I coughed twice lightly. Sternly teaching. Not paying attention in class? What are you daydreaming about? Did I teach you this way? You wasted 1 minute. The whole class of 30+ people will lose 30+ minutes. Why are you looking at me? Does the problem grow on my face? Look at the board. The entire class held their breath, stunned at the scene. The math teacher's eyes full of pressure. He looked like a student caught chatting. Face flushing red, hurriedly looking up at the board. I drew 2 simple auxiliary lines. Then seeing the teacher still staring blankly at the board, I burst out laughing. Why look at the board? Can the board lecture to you itself? Listen to me here. I tossed the chalk on the desk, wiping my hands on a wet cloth. Then sighing deeply. Teacher, you're truly among all the teachers I've met, the most incompetent one. Chapter 80. I'm studying. Hearing me say this, the teacher's face showed clear embarrassment. He kept feeling. My words sounded so familiar. Coughing lightly, then turning to continue explaining to the class the solution I just showed. I believe everyone will be as surprised as I am. Ethan isn't lazy as you all think. Through this problem, I can see he's been working hard silently. Violet turned to look at me, expression surprised. Initially she looked down on me, thinking I only relied on wealthy family status. Not studying at all, but now it seemed, at least regarding mathematics, if I seriously did problems, my scores definitely wouldn't be low. Academic ability can't improve in one day. Perhaps I'd truly only recently gotten involved with Lily. Probably before because of myself. Quietly working hard all this time. Violet looked at the 2 buns on her desk. Sighing softly. If she'd known earlier, she should have accepted the bag I gave. Then gone to eat a meal with me. The dismissal bell rang. Tyler ran to Violet's side, taking her water bottle to refill it. Before, things like this were always done by me. Violet looked at Tyler before her. He wasn't as handsome as me. His studies were just average, mid-level. Especially these past 2 days. She'd clearly hinted that her bag was taken by me. Yet he had no reaction. Violet shook her head slightly. Tyler. From now on, I'll get my own water. Finishing, she stood up snatching back her bottle. Before getting water, she deliberately walked around to my spot, wanting to conveniently get my water bottle too, to ease the atmosphere between them. However, I came to school without even bringing water, let alone books. Lily acted exactly like a cat smelling catnip. Right after class dismissed, she rushed over hugging my waist, rubbing a few times. Ethan, never expected. I thought you went to the bathroom. When did you study secretly from me? Mason's eyes widened in admiration. My bro is super amazing. Lily chimed in. Right, my brother's the best. I patted Lily's small bun, guessing this little one feared being stolen away by Violet, so held on tight, refusing to let go. Yesterday the 2 of us even hugged each other sleeping all night. Now sitting this close hugging a moment didn't feel awkward. I was originally a top student before transmigrating here. In college, once worked as a tutor at a test prep center. Initially even planned after graduating to stay there working. Never expected before graduating. That entire industry collapsed. No development path left. I patted Lily's head lightly. See? Near ink, you get black. Near light, you get bright. What do you think you and I are doing? Knowledge. It flows from concentrated places to more diluted places. This is called learning. Mason shook his head, laughing helplessly. I won't even bother exposing your sister complex nature. Lily was the top student in the grade. Mason guessed it was because she had been privately tutoring me. With such a cute sister teaching like this. If I were you, I'd also study well. Lily hugged me a bit longer, then letting go, starting to work diligently on the newly distributed math problems. Tonight there was something very important. Must carefully ask Rachel. Can't let homework obstruct studying. This morning, I was half asleep, rarely reliving the feeling of being a high school student. Lily saw I brought no books, so pushed 2 chairs together. The 2 of us sitting closely side by side studying. The teacher lectured very well, but my mind wandered elsewhere, thinking about other things. Yesterday, Lily showered in my bathroom. We even used the same body wash and shampoo. Yet her lingering scent remained. Truly couldn't understand. The more I thought, the more mysterious. Until the dismissal bell rang. I stretched my back, yawning long. Preparing to eat. Just stepping out of the teaching building. Saw Chef Lu from the cafeteria. Standing in the hallway with a little girl. The girl had pigtails on both sides. Big round eyes. Chubby face. Looking exactly like a cute little porcelain doll. All passing students. Couldn't help glancing at the girl. I approached closer, bending down. Gently pinching her cheek. Soft as pudding. Making me not want to let go. Za, long time no see. I smiled saying, Big brother's back. Thank you, brother. Za stretched her arms hugging my neck. Then kissing my cheek. Lily's expression immediately changed. Both cheeks puffing out, clearly upset. But thinking again. This girl was only 6 or 7. Couldn't possibly steal her brother. So she sighed, deflating. I lifted Za up. Looking at Chef Lu. Then smiling to everyone around. Today we're in for a treat. Uncle Lu definitely prepared ahead. Chef Lu smiled awkwardly. He was still thinking how to invite me down to the cafeteria for a meal. Yesterday afternoon, he'd taken my words to Riverside Elementary School number 2. The teacher in charge of admissions, after reporting to the principal, agreed to let Za come this afternoon for entrance testing. Just to get this test opportunity. He'd been running around for months without success. Finally, with just one word from me, it was resolved. He had no other abilities. Only some cooking skills. So wanted to invite me for a meal to thank me. Jasmine couldn't resist Gia's cuteness. Edging closer to me, pleading, let me hold her. Please let me hold her. Za was slightly shy. Hugging my neck tight, turning away, not letting him touch her. Jasmine got rejected, but still didn't give up. Pulling out some snacks, trying to coax Za. Lily saw both my hands were occupied. Starting to feel annoyed inside. I held Za a bit longer. Then setting the girl down. Holding her small hand. Lily reacted extremely fast. Immediately hooking my other arm tightly. Jasmine beside us saw this and stared jealously. I also successfully held Gia's other hand. Mason standing nearby watched the scene before him. A harmonious picture no different from a family of 4. He sighed, don't envy immortals, don't envy couples. Only jealous of brother Ethan's daily life. Lily hugged my arm tight. Then turning to look at Za. Feeling the girl was truly adorable. She curiously looked up at me. Brother, how many children do you want later? Finishing, she even placed her hand on her stomach. I glanced at Za. Frowning. What good does wanting children do? She wouldn't give them to me. Lily stared. Feeling I was truly a bit stupid. I mean, how many children do you and your future wife want to have? Hearing this, I jumped. Quickly shaking my head. I'm still a kid. Why think about having children? Mentioning wife. Za suddenly looked up smiling brightly. Brother Ethan. When I grow up, I'll be your bride. Chapter 81. Indeed, Ethan understands me best. Hearing Gia's tender voice. I laughed, patting the girl's head. Good girl. Don't grow up. The adult world isn't as fun as you think. Za understood nothing. Big round eyes staring at me blankly. I glanced around. Just happened to see Mason wearing a backpack. I told him to take out this morning's homework. Seeing the thick stack of tests. Gia's expression immediately changed. Though the girl didn't understand what I said. Just seeing that pile. Knew it wasn't anything good. Seeing my teasing. Lily giggled softly. Brother. Don't scare the girl. She bent down telling Za. That's just half a morning's homework. This afternoon there's even more. Thought that was it. Never expected, even more. Gia's lips trembled, face drooping. The joy of staying in Riverside vanished completely. I raised my eyebrows slightly. Really unclear whether Lily was innocently telling the truth or deliberately scaring Za. Arriving at the private dining room. Chef Lu had prepared all the food since morning. In less than 20 minutes, 8 dishes were served. This much, we definitely couldn't finish. I invited Chef Lu to sit and eat together. Then also calling Principal Anderson. This matter was also for face and connections. Principal Anderson just entered the room, immediately smiling and asking, "Young Carter, heard from teachers you solved the final college math problem?" I said seriously, all thanks to the principal's wise leadership and the teacher's dedicated instruction. I could only achieve this small accomplishment. Really not worth mentioning. Finishing, I even acted modest. Though knowing I was joking, Principal Anderson was still extremely pleased. He immediately smiled brightly, replying, "That's also because young Carter is diligent and hardworking." The entire lunch, I was the one livening the atmosphere. Though the principal sat there, the atmosphere remained very pleasant. Except Zaza, still worried about the mountain-high pile of homework. Everyone ate comfortably, happily. Poor Zaza picked up a tomato-sauced shrimp, watching everyone laugh and chat around the table. Her heart felt only noise. Tiny hands touching her forehead. She sighed softly, "Highs. Is this the trouble of growing up?" After lunch, I drove the McLaren leaving school. By habit, I stopped by Rachel's house first, to give acupuncture to her mother, Mrs. Carter. Then I drove to the nearby shopping center. Today was General Shaw's discharge day. At least must prepare some gifts to celebrate. Before, I said I'd give the old man a small leather whip, but until now still hadn't found one satisfactory. Leather whips. I had been searching these past days. Just the online samples didn't look quite right. The old man had been a soldier all his life. Feared that gift would make him uncomfortable. So I switched to buying several small cowhide belts. That was much better. I bought 3. One to wear, one for backup. The remaining one to keep beside, for encouragement. I felt probably no grandson was as thoughtful as me. Since it was still early, I strolled another round through the streetside shops. On a weekday, wandering outside like this, though doing nothing, felt strangely relaxed. Walking along, I discovered a cane shop. About 15 square meters. Inside neatly arranged with all types of canes. Estimated about 1,000. The shop owner was an old man wearing old workers' clothes, wearing old copper-rimmed glasses. Seeing me enter, he only slightly raised his head, then bowing down again, continuing, meticulously polishing the wooden cane in hand. General Shaw was quite old, if normally walking unsteadily, easily falling. A suitable cane, prevention better than cure. Using it as a discharge gift was most appropriate. I estimated General Shaw's height, then seriously selecting the most suitable cane for him. This one won't do. Hitting with it wouldn't hurt enough. That one also not good. Breaking would be heartbreaking. This one's just right. I picked up a moderately long cane. Comfortable grip, very solid. Swinging it once, even heard wind whistling. I chose immediately 3 identical ones. In case the old man broke one, still had replacements. No need to search urgently. Carrying gifts, I arrived at Riverside Central Hospital. Pushing the ward door open, I cheerfully called, "General Shaw, see what your precious grandson brought." Today was General Shaw's discharge day. Patricia and Marcus Shaw were both present. Grace sat by the bed, reading traditional medicine books while chatting with the old man. Hearing my voice, General Shaw's originally stern face immediately softened. My right hand held 1 cane. Left hand tucked 2 more. Hopping on 1 leg while entering the room. Don't know why. Just holding the cane. I felt like I couldn't walk anymore. So had to use the cane for support. "Ethan, you're not injured, are you?" Grace stood up greeting me. "I'm fine, third sister. This is the discharge gift I prepared for Grandpa." I smiled answering. Grace nodded, taking out a warm towel and chilled plum water prepared earlier. Giving them to me. I wiped sweat, drinking a sip of plum water. The stuffy feeling immediately vanished. Turning back, saw Grace pulling a chair beside me. She handed me the towel and empty cup, asking softly, "Ethan, want another cup?" I shook my head, taking the chair, sitting before General Shaw, checking his pulse. His physical condition had recovered almost completely. Just needed to rest at home. No need to stay hospitalized. All good, now just need proper rest. I said. Hearing this, Patricia and Grace stood up to handle discharge procedures for the old man. I took the 3 small cowhide belts, plus 1 cane, giving them to General Shaw. Congratulations on your recovery. This is my discharge gift for you. Though General Shaw's body was still strong, not yet needing a cane. But since it was my sincere gesture, he silently accepted. Seeing my expectant eyes, though he didn't need a cane, still pretended to tremble, using the cane to stand up. Just standing, he discovered Marcus Shaw, holding the other 2 canes, one on each side tucked under his arms, trying to stand using both hands, but fumbling around, couldn't do it. The room echoed with quite loud noises. General Shaw's blood boiled with anger, swinging the cane, striking Marcus Shaw's back hard. A crisp, crack, sound. He looked at the cane in hand, then at me, nodding. Really fits perfectly. Indeed, Ethan understands me best. Chapter 82. What's wrong with you all? Being hit unexpectedly. Marcus Shaw froze. Dad, why hit me? He thought hard but couldn't understand what he did wrong. Could standing in the hospital room also be a crime? Probably Uncle still has childish tendencies. General Shaw, don't be angry, I quickly said. Like when kids misbehave, dads also give loving slaps. Look now, how mature he's become. General Shaw glanced at me, then looking at Marcus Shaw, feeling, maybe when young, hit too lightly, so angrily raising the cane, striking Marcus Shaw again. Marcus Shaw gritted his teeth, glaring at me. This brat. Revenge once or twice is enough. How many times now? How many times now? He glanced at the gifts I brought. 3 cowhide belts, 3 canes. These weren't gifts for the old man, clearly prepared to hit him. Just now thought I was thoughtful and considerate. I also never expected. This discharge gift was actually my idea. Seeing Marcus Shaw's fierce eyes, I quickly tattled to Grandpa. Grandpa, look, Uncle's even glaring at you. Truly a grave sin. Hearing me say this, Marcus Shaw's eyes immediately became clear. Dad, I just want to be closer to Ethan. His emotions were somewhat agitated, voice trembling while speaking. Those words made me suddenly remember. Helping comrade Mr. Carter find lost father-son affection was today's most important matter. Grandpa, my 3rd sister and Patricia already handled discharge procedures for you. Grandpa, see tomorrow morning. Or tomorrow afternoon, come visit my house. General Shaw pursed his lips slightly, looking at me, expression like thinking, this kid's quite clever. Only giving 2 choices, tomorrow afternoon, alright? Then I'll be bothering you. I'll see how it goes. If you want me to adopt a son, must see what he's like first. He glanced at Marcus Shaw, but if he turns out useless like this one, then forget adoption. I'll just accept a godson like Ethan. I thought a moment. If letting my dad, Mr. Carter, become General Shaw's adopted son, then Dad could rely on connections with him, expanding cooperation for the Carter Corporation. But if making me a godson, I was just a young master enjoying life. Didn't need to suddenly grow an extra grandfather. Moreover, connections with General Shaw, only when I took over Carter Corporation, or when the company faced major crisis, should be used. I glanced at Marcus Shaw again. Though just hit twice with the cane, he still clutched both canes under his arms, trying hard to lift both feet off the ground. Just this time with smaller movements, not causing loud noises like before. Seeing Marcus Shaw's foolish appearance, I thought of my own dad. After all, he built an entire massive business empire. Couldn't possibly look that stupid. I nodded slightly, confidently saying, anyway, Grandpa, the most important person remains. This story's main actor, my dad. Seeing me trust my dad so much, General Shaw also grew curious, wondering what my dad was really like. These past days, being idle, he often chatted with Dr. Carter, learning quite a bit about our family. The maternal family had 6 daughters, except the 4th, Summer, with ordinary personality. The remaining 5 were all excellent in their fields. Even the just-returned youngest, Lily, reportedly had extremely good academic performance. While I wasn't the Carter's biological child, my personality was somewhat unusual. But General Shaw still remembered clearly. When I photographed him and Daniel, I'd said, "Without your generation's sacrifice, how could there be today's prosperity?" Not mentioning my superior medical skills. Just having such upright thinking already impressed General Shaw deeply. Seeing all the Carter children so talented must be thanks to their parents' education. Except Summer, truly an exception to that education. Shortly after, Grace and Patricia returned to the ward. "Dad, you can discharge now. Remember to rest more these coming days. Take good care of yourself and you'll fully recover," Patricia said, then turning to look at me, eyes full of gratitude. "Ethan, Auntie truly doesn't know what to say. Besides thanking you. In a few days, Sophia also arrives in Riverside. You kids should get along better. But Ethan's still young. Now's an important time for studying," Grace interjected. General Shaw also nodded in agreement. "The kid's matters, don't rush. Wait until he passes college entrance exams. Then let them get engaged, not too late." Grace looked at me, seemingly not knowing what to say. I quickly nodded repeatedly. "Grandpa, rest assured. I got through high school all thanks to my parents paying for everything. College entrance exams, definitely failing." General Shaw's mouth twitched. Initially thought I'd yield a bit. Never expected this brat, just to avoid engagement with Sophia, resolutely declared abandoning college entrance exams. This kid. Patricia shook her head helplessly. She opened her phone, finding Sophia's photo. In the photo, Sophia wore a sports tank top and shorts, hands wearing boxing gloves. The pose when photographed was beautiful. Exactly the moment she threw a punch, hitting the punching bag. The bag dented significantly. Sophia's face showed clearly, extremely beautiful, but carried cold, strong features. Just those long legs made others unable to look away. Just regret the photo didn't capture that part fully. I looked at the punching bag, then at my own small frame. If meeting her in person, she'd probably see me as a real punching bag. Thinking this, I stared intently at Sophia's face in the photo, wanting to memorize it well, so next time meeting, I'd know which way to fall down begging for mercy. Patricia, seeing my reaction, smiled with satisfaction. She'd always been confident in her daughter's beauty. General Shaw saw my mesmerized expression, also chuckling inwardly. Just now stubbornly refusing engagement. Now just seeing a photo. Eyes lighting up. Indeed, my granddaughter has charm. This marriage matter must be carefully prepared. Grace saw me, staring at the photo, sighing helplessly, then turning to General Shaw, taking from her blouse pocket several small sachet pouches. "General Shaw, these are sachets I made for you. Help reduce fatigue, calm the mind, sleep easier." She also gave Marcus Shaw and Patricia one each, then holding the last one, standing beside me. I looked away from the phone, staring at her blankly. "Huh, what about me? None for me." Grace handed the last item to me. I received the suitcase from her. Patricia seemed to remember something. She took from her shopping bag a dark blue Tang-style outfit. "Change into new clothes, Dad. We should leave the hospital." General Shaw nodded lightly. Since dischargeable, no need to wear patient clothes anymore. He changed into the new clothes his daughter brought. On his belt still hung the sachet Dr. Carter made, in hand holding the notebook I gave. He looked at me, holding the sachet, sniffing the fragrance, face full of intoxication. Then sighing deeply. A boy grown from running around naked at home. Seeing General Shaw's appearance, his face showing disappointment that iron wouldn't become steel. I pulled Grace's hand, together leaving the ward. Before going, I even thoughtfully closed the ward door. When the door shut, sunlight couldn't shine in anymore. The room became somewhat dark. Like General Shaw's current expression, pale, heavy. Initially he still thought his son was a man, not good at expressing emotions. So his personality was somewhat rough, not caring about details. But since meeting me, he realized his son truly lacked brains. I leaned against the hallway wall outside, holding the sachet Grace made, bringing it to my nose. A light jasmine fragrance mixed with lemon and mint, spreading a fresh, cool scent, making my mood much lighter. Third sister, any more sachets? I've been stressed lately. Smelling this. Feel more relaxed, I said half-jokingly. Grace glanced at me, eyes slightly reproachful. Then taking from her bag a backup sachet. Thanks, third sister. I accepted the sachet. Then asking her, tomorrow afternoon Grandpa's visiting our house. Will you come back? The traditional medicine clinic isn't busy lately. I'm thinking of returning home once. Just about little sister. When did you two become so close? Grace asked curiously. Back then she'd even suspected me. Having Marcus Shaw attack me. Only Lily dared stand before me. That moment had deeply imprinted in her memory. So my favoritism toward Lily, though she felt unwilling, also felt it was reasonable. I laughed jokingly. We're all blood siblings. Growing up together from running around naked. Being good to family. Need a reason? I sighed. Just regret now all the sisters have grown up. Can't return to those days. Grace giggled softly. You didn't grow up naked with me. Her face immediately flushed red. Lightly scolding. Improper. I froze momentarily. Then also feeling my face heat up. I was just reminiscing about the past. Those days when the whole family was happy and noisy together. How did it become suggestive words? In her mouth? I sneakily glanced at her. Afternoon sunlight shining on her flushed cheeks. A few stray hairs swaying in the wind. Glowing with gentle pale gold. Looking truly beautiful. I smiled inwardly. Actually, reminiscing a bit about old times wasn't wrong. Just regret having grown up. Can't return anymore. Isn't this precisely the vague sadness that growing up brings? I rubbed my forehead, sighing softly. Not long after, the ward door opened. Grandpa wearing the dark blue outfit. Spirit refreshed, stepping out. Marcus Shaw lowered his head, leaning on a cane, following behind. He looked very dejected. Just now, he experienced again the childhood shadow from years ago. Compensating for the gap afterward. No longer getting to eat bamboo fried pork. Patricia originally intended to support Grandpa. But he held canes in both hands. Clearly looking full of vigor. I looked at his appearance. Thinking no man could refuse. A straight cane that's also somewhat stubborn. I glanced at Marcus Shaw. After all, he'd be my son-in-law later. So I intended to say some good words for him before Grandpa. Grandpa, see how sad Uncle looks now. I'm not sad at all. I'm very happy. Marcus Shaw immediately refuted. Now he feared my mouth most. I rolled my eyes. Then continuing. Probably Uncle feels he's old. Hitting people isn't as strong as when young. Marcus Shaw stared at me blankly. Last time didn't he argue he wasn't convinced? Now changing his words. General Shaw glanced at Marcus Shaw. What are you happy about? Because I'm old. Can't control you anymore? He sighed lightly. Then turning to look at me. Well, Ethan, I'll head back first to handle some matters. Visit tomorrow afternoon. Grace and I saw everyone to the car. Until the vehicle turned at the next corner. We finally left. Ethan, will you still come to the traditional medicine hospital? Grace asked me. After General Shaw left, I thought I probably had no reason to continue visiting the traditional medicine hospital. My heart felt somewhat restless. If I kept coming, perhaps because I wanted to see her. But if not coming, then what should I do? I pondered silently a moment. Mrs. Carter's condition later still needed medicine for recuperation. So definitely I'd come again. Anyway, third sister's plum water was truly delicious. The sachets also needed ingredient replacements. Later I'd probably visit her often. Looking up at the sky. Still quite early. I planned to go to the company finding Mom and Dad. The person I found to adopt as father was visiting tomorrow. If Mom and Dad weren't present, this adoption matter would definitely fail. These 2 days returning home evenings, I haven't seen Mom and Dad. Perhaps they were delayed by resort matters. Just phase 1 of the resort tourism area. Carter Corporation already invested $3 billion. Yet at the construction site, a group of local villagers came causing disturbances, making project progress severely delayed. Moreover, those villagers were all elderly. Local bureau chief Daniel also had no action. At that resort construction site, daily about 2,000 workers worked. Average wage per person 300. Each day delayed meant losing 600,000 more. Third sister, any more sachets? I want to get more for mom and dad, one each. Plus big sister should also have one, I said. Grace feared I didn't like the sachet style. When making, she'd prepared many different types ahead, immediately giving me 3 more. I received the sachets from her hand, saying a simple goodbye, then driving to Carter Corporation headquarters. Carter Corporation headquarters, located in a 32-story office tower in the city center. I parked the car, then stepping into that 100-meter-tall building. The building entrance had 16 card scanning gates, requiring facial recognition to pass through. To enter inside, just entering, I glanced around. The work area here was very spacious. Each floor about 2,000 square meters. I suddenly remembered my previous life's startup company work experience. An office barely 30 square meters. 6 guys cramped in a room without air conditioning. Every summer, the stench in that room was truly unbelievable. The first floor elevator continuously opening and closing. Many office ladies in short skirts, vests bustling back and forth. The scene extremely busy. I even saw many new intern employees wearing ID badges around their necks, in their eyes filled with clarity and hope for the future. I entered the executive elevator, going straight to the building's top floor. Just stepping out of the elevator, approaching Mr. Carter's office, I heard his angry shouting. Chapter 84. So young yet already carrying so many troubles on your shoulders. I gave you all so much time. What exactly have you accomplished? Just handed me an analysis report, saying we must pay more money to those villager thugs? The contracts are already signed. They're demanding unreasonable price increases. And you actually agree? So why did I hire you all? For spending money. Doesn't my son know how? Mr. Carter shouted angrily. I listened, face darkening. Clearly nothing to do with me. But why feel like getting cursed along? The team leader was a cold-faced girl who spoke up, Director Carter. At the resort area, over 800 villagers are collectively protesting. Not only severely affecting construction progress, even workers' safety is threatened. Many workers reported windows being stoned at midnight. We've negotiated with each household. On average, just 30,000 more per household, only costing $25 million to settle everything. Construction progress is slowing. Higher-ups have already started complaining and pressuring us. That girl was Natalie, my eldest sister, currently holding the CEO position in the corporation. I suddenly recalled from the previous story. Natalie had both strong career and family responsibility. Very strong. When facing Lily splitting up Carter Corporation, she fought back, but at critical moments couldn't bear to strike. Ultimately, Carter Corporation fell into ruins. All the younger sisters rushed into Drake's arms, together attacking Carter Corporation. In despair, she was forced to declare bankruptcy, fulfilling the sisters' wishes. After the corporation's bankruptcy, she led the original owner leaving Riverside, doing the hardest labor to maintain their impoverished lives. Hearing Natalie finish, Mr. Carter slammed his fist on the desk. Back then, they begged our corporation to invest. Now something happens, they take no responsibility. With this business environment, no wonder the economy can't develop. Even if all $3 billion I invested there is lost, consider it thrown into the river by my son. I absolutely won't let those people take another cent. I blinked several times. Why am I involved again? No wonder my neck always aches. So young yet already carrying so much. Initially I planned to wait until they finished meeting, then enter the conference room. But hearing inside, all circular talk with nothing new. The senior executives all knew. Mr. Carter absolutely wouldn't abandon that $3 billion investment. Also knew he worried those villagers, after benefiting once, would gather causing trouble again. But they had no better solution. After all, those old folks couldn't even earn $10,000 yearly. Now just causing trouble a few months might earn several years' worth. Those old folks also knew their advanced age. Bureau Chief Daniel couldn't control them. A large corporation like Carter's couldn't prolong the standoff with them. Finally would have to compromise. I darkened my face, pushing open the meeting room door, looking at Mr. Carter, asking, "Dad, heard I spent tens of billions?" Mr. Carter was furious. Hearing that froze, looking somewhat guilty, eyes looking at Natalie seeking help. Natalie glanced at the others. Today's meeting ends here. Everyone returned to work. When everyone left the room, Natalie stepped before me, frowning unhappily. Doesn't school have class today? Why come to the company? Moreover, we're in a meeting. You barging in interrupting. Is that appropriate? I smiled, scratching my head. Haven't seen eldest sister in a while. Mom and Dad come home late lately. So I wanted to see if something happened at the company. Natalie looked at me helplessly. She rubbed her forehead lightly. Fine. Go make me coffee. I obediently nodded. Before leaving the meeting room, I glanced at Dad. Dad. No worries. Just calmly reorganize your words. After making coffee, I gave Natalie the sachet Grace made for her. She placed the sachet under her nose. The light flower fragrance calmed her mood. Later you'll probably visit Mom? She took from the desk 2 document folders. When you get there, have Mom sign and stamp these for me. She glanced at Dad, then at me. Today's matter, let it go. Go home and study properly. Mom and Dad are getting old. Can't let you keep misbehaving. I nodded repeatedly. I always had a very good impression of this eldest sister. The one who shouldered the entire corporation during bankruptcy. Still raised the original owner through hardship. Though her voice was somewhat cold, her words still showed concern. Natalie, seeing my expression, found it increasingly strange. Before, I always showed her annoyed, uncomfortable attitudes. But today, truly as Mom and Dad said, I'd matured considerably. Well, you two keep talking. Finishing the coffee, she hugged the documents leaving the meeting room. I pulled a chair, sitting beside Dad, lightly patting his shoulder. Dad. No worries. Anyway, I'm your biological son. Shouldering a few things for you. What's the problem? Mr. Carter glanced at me, wanting to see if I truly thought that. After all, last time I massaged him, nearly made him become his son's father. So now he still felt somewhat afraid. I continued, Dad, about today's matter. Anyway, you wronged me. Tomorrow I'm inviting someone home. The person I found for Dad to adopt as father. Tomorrow afternoon they're coming. Can Dad host them? Mr. Carter, originally bending down from guilt, now immediately straightened up. Don't even dream. How can Dad go find another father? If Grandpa dreams about this at night, not beating me to death would be strange. Even if he helps you solve the resort matter. I asked back, then what? Mr. Carter originally intended to refuse immediately. But thinking of those villagers' greed, he hesitated. I sighed, Comrade Old Carter. Dad's ideological awareness is too low. In this world, only Dad is best. Without Dad, I'm like roadside weeds. Why does Dad think I'm always so cheerful and comfortable? Because I have a wonderful father. I see Dad's under too much pressure lately. So I want to share some burden. That's why I found Dad another father. Everything is for Dad's good. Why doesn't Dad understand? Could your son possibly harm you? Seeing Mr. Carter's hesitant expression, I continued, moreover, does Dad think everyone wants to adopt you? He only agreed to save my face. How much effort did I spend? Finding a suitable person for Dad? Letting Dad, at this age, still compete with others over who has more fathers. I had to sacrifice myself. Becoming his grandson, even almost marrying his granddaughter. Mr. Carter's mouth twitched. Someone willing to meet to save my face. Probably wasn't anyone significant. Moreover, eagerly wanting to marry off his granddaughter to our family. Probably wanted to ride the Carter's coattails. But since I'd already invited them, at least must meet once properly, so that night could decide whether to beat me with a cane or whip me. He sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Fine. Then I'll come home. Chapter 85. Do you have something on your mind? After persuading Mr. Carter, I hugged the documents, finding Mrs. Carter. Her office was on the 20th floor, in the finance department. The finance department didn't allow outsiders to freely enter. I just stood outside calling twice. Mrs. Carter immediately rushed out looking hurried. Ethan, free to visit mom today? No class today? I scratched my head. Somewhat embarrassed. Mom, these evenings I haven't seen you. So I missed you. These are documents eldest sister asked me to bring for your signature. And this is a sachet third sister asked me to give you. Third sister's been busy lately. Otherwise she'd have delivered it personally. Mrs. Carter gently patted my head. Your third sister. Mom knows that girl. You asked for it yourself, didn't you? Still my son's the best. Caring about mom and dad. I glanced around seeing no one. Then quietly saying, Mom, the person I found is father for Comrade Old Carter. Tomorrow afternoon we'll visit our home. If mom's free, please come by. Mrs. Carter looked at me surprised. Mom originally thought my earlier words were just jokes. Never expected I'd actually invite someone home. You're not asking mom to help stop dad? Tell mom quietly who it is. So mom can see if there's a way to convince your dad to go easier. I smiled confidently, not mentioning General Shaw's status. Just his newly acquired skill alone. Thick skin. Absolutely nothing to fear. Telling you removes the surprise. Plus I see mom working so hard. So tomorrow I want to show mom dad's entertainment. Mrs. Carter nodded. All right. Tomorrow mom will come home with dad. She paused, then suddenly remembering something. Ethan. Mom noticed lately you're spending much less. Something wrong? I thought about recent expenses. Besides what I charged to Ms. Muse's card. I'd bought 2 phones. Ate 1 lavish seafood meal. Visited the zoo once. Plus gave Summer 10,000 gold coins. Together adding up to nearly 30,000. Less than a week, spent 30,000. Yet mom said it's little? Could being a rich kid have spending quotas? Don't say I have troubles. Actually I'm quite happy, but since mom said it's little, then little it is, for peace. I rolled my eyes, sighing softly, then saying, I just feel. Mom and dad work too hard. Especially lately so busy, no time to come home. I thought if I spent less money, maybe mom and dad would have more time home with me. Hearing my words, Mrs. Carter felt her heart being squeezed. Honestly, if others heard this, would think it's a joke. But only a mother would believe it's true. Mrs. Carter's eyes moistened. Ethan, when mom finishes work, mom and dad will definitely come home early with you. Talking a while longer, I said goodbye to mom. Then leaving Carter Corporation headquarters. Stepping outside breathing fresh air. I silently swore. Never letting mom worry over such trivial matters again. Returning to school. Just in time for dismissal. The last period was self-study. Lily was bowing her head doing homework. Right when I just reached the classroom door. She seemed to sense something. Looking up toward the door. Her gloomy mood from earlier vanished like smoke in an instant. I also noticed, when Lily just turned her head, many eyes in the class also focused on me. I walked confidently, sitting at my seat, simultaneously casting a cold glance around, sweeping past surrounding students. These people in the story didn't even have names. I thought silently, NPCs, don't even think about touching my Lily. I sat down, expression like a protective shield. Seeing my appearance, Lily gathered her books, then turning to hug my waist tight, resting her head on my shoulder. Her mood seemed very good. Both legs swinging lightly in the air. Suddenly I smelled a light floral fragrance, emanating from her in my arms. My expression immediately darkened. Brother, where did you go this afternoon? Her voice trembled slightly, eyes also reddening. A feeling of grievance and sourness welling in those eyes. She lowered her legs and released her hands. Lily laid her face on the desk, sobbing softly. I panicked momentarily, not knowing what to do. Did I just do something wrong? I gently shook Lily's arm. But once a sister gets angry, harder to coax than a New Year's pig. Lily's shoulders trembled slightly. She brushed my hand away. Chapter 86. Really not eating grilled sausage? The dismissal bell rang. Classmates gradually left the classroom. The fat guy walked past us, even whistling teasingly, conveniently, dragging the worried Jasmine along. I ground my teeth. Damn fat guy. Seems living too comfortably lately. Tomorrow I'll give you 2 buns in your hand wrap. Lily still lay face down on the desk, her shoulders trembling continuously. I gently patted her back, but each time I touched her, she shrugged, showing displeasure. Seeing her so sad, Tyler and Nathan approached. Nathan was the class's top student. Before Lily transferred, he always ranked first in class and top 5 in the grade. During the days I wasn't at school, Nathan often pretended to accidentally pass by Lily, using homework questions as an excuse, then finding reasons to chat. This afternoon, he originally planned to sit in my seat to discuss a math problem with Lily, but she glared at him, then blocked the seat with books. Tyler, meanwhile, thought this morning's actions by Violet were clear rejection. Another prettier girl in class, better at studying, Lily herself. Then why keep clinging to Violet like a fly? Thinking this, he also approached. Ethan, you're such a bastard, Nathan angrily shouted. Don't curse my brother. Though still face down on the desk, Lily responded. Hearing her say this, Nathan's anger flared higher. What did you do to make a good girl like Lily cry like this? I shrank my neck guiltily. Could I say honestly I just teased her during class, then accidentally made her cry? Heaven and earth witness. I only wanted to check if she had a hunched back. Tyler squatted beside Lily's desk. Lily, don't be angry. At most, just stop talking to Ethan, or let me treat you to grilled sausage at the school gate. $3 1 stick, $5 2 sticks. You won, me won, fair deal. Hearing this, Nathan seemed to wake up to something. Right? Just ignore Ethan from now on. I'll help you change seats. While speaking, he started pulling Lily's desk away. I realized Lily's 2 legs were bracing hard against the desk legs, but her strength was still too weak. The desk was gradually pulled away. I suddenly remembered this morning, when she carefully moved her desk close to mine, then happily when the 2 desks merged. During class, she'd lean slightly, deliberately brushing against me. I immediately pressed my hand on the desk, shouting, Nathan. Damn it, let go. What happens between me and Lily is none of your business. I took a deep breath, then trying again to hug Lily. She only struggled slightly, then burying her head in my chest, just using her small forehead, gently pushing against my chest, showing displeasure. Seeing her current state, Nathan felt his chest heavy. Lily, if Ethan bullies you again later, I'll beat him up for you. Finishing, he left angrily. Tyler also stood up, but didn't forget to say, really don't want grilled sausage? The shop at the school gate is really good. Crispy outside, smoky fragrance. 1 bite. Meat juice floods your mouth. He swallowed. If you give me 1 sausage, even shooting Ethan, I wouldn't regret it. Hearing his description, I licked my lips too. But just hearing the last sentence, my face immediately darkened, especially when I heard Lily giggle softly. I'm not your dad. Why'd I need your pity? I was truly baffled by Tyler, not understanding if he actually liked Lily, or was just simply hungry. Tyler sighed, but before leaving, still turning to ask again, really not eating grilled sausage? After those 2 left, Lily pushed me a few times again, wanting to turn back and lie on the desk. How could I let go? I held her tight in my arms. The faint sunset glow, shining through the window onto the floor. The entire classroom bathed in warm honey-colored light. The evening breeze brought coolness, curtains swaying gently in the soft wind. Distant echoes of students' dismissal noise. Occasionally cars passing on the road ahead. Amid this peaceful scene, Lily gathered all her courage, leaning close to my ear, asking softly, Brother, am I not good enough? Just finishing. Her cheeks flushed red again. The small heart in her chest beating wildly, uncontrollably. A warm breath by my ear, making my head slightly dizzy. What's not good enough? You're great. Like a little calf. Just now I couldn't even pull you. Hearing me finish, Lily ground her teeth angrily. That small heart practically stopped beating. When she was about to push my hands away, I softly said, I'm sorry, just now I shouldn't have. Casually touched you. Without asking first. But you're slightly hunched. Before, no one protected you. From now on, you can hold your head high. Don't need to keep bowing down. Lily's small head froze. So brother wasn't blinded by lust. But checking if I had a hunched back. Lily, oh Lily. What were you just thinking? She took a deep breath. A light floral fragrance spreading in the air. She pressed her lips, asking again softly, brother, where did you go this afternoon? I just went to treat Mrs. Wilson as usual. Then handled General Shaw's discharge. Today also visited the company seeing mom, dad, and eldest sister. Oh right. Today third sister specially made several sachets. Probably because Dragon Boat Festival is approaching. I searched my pockets. Then taking out a sachet. Third sister's sachets help calm the mind. Reduce fatigue. Help sleep better. I specially asked for one for you. Lily lowered her head, lightly biting her lip guiltily. Silently accepting the sachet from me. Then putting it in her pocket. Seeing her expression gradually calming, I took out a wet cloth. Helping her wipe her eyes. Then patting her head gently. I smiled saying, still quite early. Before going to Rachel's house. Want to eat a grilled sausage? Lily nodded slightly, holding my wrist standing up. I conveniently grabbed her packed school bag. Then using my bottom, pushing back the desk Nathan had pulled away. When the two desks fit together again, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Chapter 87. Our reporter brings the first news, must say. No wonder Tyler was so obsessed with grilled sausage. This flavor was truly delicious. I'd barely left the vendor 20 meters. When the sausage in my hand was finished, Lily saw me finish it in 3 bites. She silently offered the remaining 1/4 sausage. Near my mouth, I took a big bite. She withdrew her hand, then taking small bites. Indeed, after studying hard, sausage tastes exceptionally good, she thought. Looking at Lily's slightly flushed cheeks, I felt something was off. Do girls mind eating what boys left behind? Arriving at Rachel's house, on the way, Lily saw no trash cans, so stuffed the bamboo stick into my hand. Then sitting at the dining table somewhat embarrassed. Mrs. Wilson had prepared dinner, waiting for us. Today Lily seemed a bit strange, so I paid her more attention. Discovering while eating, she often glanced at Rachel. Moreover, every time picking food, whatever Rachel picked, she picked the same. Sometimes unable to eat fast enough, she'd pick it aside in her bowl for later. Lily seemed to realize I was watching her. She stuck out her tongue making a funny face. This world was truly strange. And she was truly adorable. Seeing her mischievous appearance, I couldn't help smiling inwardly. After dinner, Lily and Rachel went to the study reviewing together, while I lay on the bed playing on my phone. Opening Douyin, Flora's message immediately appeared. Big brother Ethan. How's your sister? Is she still being treated? Seeing those worried words, I intended to tell Flora the truth. But thinking again, if this news spread, the next person attacked by social media would be me. Not worth taking such a risk. I shouldn't gamble on others' goodness. I'm fine, no worries. I messaged back. On the other side of the screen, Flora sighed in relief. Big brother Ethan. Your song is truly wonderful. From your voice, I gained so much courage. I want to change my current life. I don't want my parents worrying about me anymore. I want to visit Riverside next week. Next week, are you free? Can I meet you? I wasn't particularly busy anyway. So replying, just let me know 2 days ahead. Anytime you come, you're welcome. Ending the conversation with Flora. Summer's video call immediately popped up. I frowned, feeling nothing good was about to happen. After the call connected, Summer adjusted her wind-blown hair. Then speaking. Must admit, her looks were quite high. Plus carried that characteristic lazy allure. I raised my eyebrows. Fourth sister. Are you using me as a mirror? Summer made her hand into a microphone shape, clearing her throat twice, then seriously. Summer's evening news here. Today, due to a viral short video, a senior female student about to graduate from Riverside University was expelled by the school. Now, our reporter will bring the first news from the scene. The camera turned toward the girls' dormitory. In that cramped room, over 20 people gathered inside. 3 school leaders, together presenting the expulsion notice. To Jenny cowering in the corner. Around a dozen other students, all holding phones filming this scene. When that group of students finished filming, the school leaders left the room. Then, another group entered filming again. Summer was in the second group. She hid my small window, then turning on screen recording, so I could witness everything. When the lens zoomed closer, I saw Jenny, face pale as death, like a lost soul. She still focused on her phone, not bothering with the surrounding crowd. After everyone finished filming, the principal turned back saying, "This incident greatly damaged the school's reputation. Hope everyone can finish editing videos by weekend. After completion, please submit to the school for review before posting. If anyone has other ways to help restore the school's image, the school will fully cooperate and support. For those with positive contributions, significant contributions, we'll provide appropriate rewards, including but not limited to cash, exemption from some elective courses, or priority admission to the school's graduate program. If wanting other rewards, can also propose to the school." Hearing this, I immediately understood what Summer was planning. This matter was originally stirred up by me. If I filmed a video promoting Riverside University positively, would be more effective than their disciplinary videos. Never expected this. Salted fish. Summer actually had graduate school dreams. The lens turned back. She smiled alluringly. "Ethan, see if I'm your sister?" I laughed. "That depends on what you're about to say. Then I'll decide whether to expel you." "Little brother Tilda." Summer sniffled pitifully. "Ethan, this is my only lifetime request. Last night you said the exact same thing." I rolled my eyes. "Ethan, you've changed. When we were little, we even bathed together. Blood siblings growing up together. If I get into graduate school, I'll definitely introduce you to a great brother-in-law. Don't you want your sister to be happy?" I frowned, turning to look behind me. Sometimes I truly suspected whether Summer had surveillance cameras on me. I sighed helplessly. Fine. I'll think of something for you later." Hearing me say this, Summer sighed in relief, then kissing the screen with a smack. "I love you to death, Ethan." Then she tilted her head left and right looking around. "Huh, where's little sister? Isn't she beside you?" I found her extra tutoring, now studying in the study room. I answered. "Impossible. In a closed room like that without supervision? Who can study that diligently?" Summer said doubtfully. "Think everyone's like us too?" I laughed. "Lily and Rachel are both top students. Not like us too. A pair of salted fish. Just eating and lying around." Seeing Summer still doubtful, I said helplessly, "Fine, I'll prove it to you." I stood up, holding my phone, sneaking to open the study door. Just cracking it open, a loud bang sounded. The door immediately slammed shut. Even the video call disconnected. Chapter 88. Sorry. I didn't know you two had that kind of relationship. Oh my. What the hell did I just see? The moment I opened the study door, I saw one of Lily's hands on Rachel's thigh, the other hand holding hers. Rachel's face flushed red, but her actions were identical to Lily's. I stood frozen, returning to the living room, plopping down on the sofa. Never expected, truly never expected. No wonder it felt strange all along. Lily was also truly strange. Just now while eating, she kept staring at Rachel, guarding against 100 things, only remembering to guard against men. Never expected to need guarding against women too. I couldn't help frowning. In the original story, there didn't seem to be this plot. What was going on with Lily? After all, she liked boys. Could it be because I transmigrated here that the plot changed? Or was Lily originally bisexual? Mrs. Wilson noticed my strange expression, curiously asking, "Ethan, what just happened in the study? Could it be Rachel didn't teach Lily well? I'll go talk to her right now." I quickly stood up, stopping Mrs. Wilson. "Just that I haven't seen Lily study so diligently before." Initially I planned to quietly slip out, but momentarily got a bit emotional. The door closing sound was a bit loud. Mrs. Wilson nodded, comforting me. Lily's a good child. Her grades will definitely improve quickly. After consoling me, Mrs. Wilson left. I looked at my phone screen. Messages from Summer kept popping up. Ethan, why did the video suddenly disconnect? I already told you. No one can study diligently without supervision. Ethan, what exactly did you just see? You didn't burst into the bathroom looking for your sister, did you? Tell me quickly what you saw. Otherwise tonight, I'll lose sleep from curiosity. Please, this is my final lifetime request. Please tell me what you saw. Summer's messages kept appearing. I helplessly replied one sentence, you know. The turtle that the security guard at our school raised died. Don't know, so what? What does that have to do with me? Summer replied, right. What does that have to do with you? I finished texting, then tossed my phone aside. I felt I definitely saw wrong earlier. How could Lily like girls? After all, these past days, she's always stuck to me. But thinking again, maybe because she doesn't like boys. She doesn't feel disgusted being close to me, or this little one. Just sees me as a sibling, so she's affectionate. The more I thought, the more confused I became. Definitely saw wrong. Haha, how could that be? This is ridiculous. Muttering to myself, I walked toward the study. On the other side, Lily and Rachel. After I slammed the door, both their cheeks flushed red. Rachel, it's all your fault, if only you'd taught me sooner. Lily pouted, speaking with dissatisfaction. Rachel also felt wronged. She only heard others say, playing together since childhood, so she told Lily about it. Never expected she'd even ask about techniques. Though she'd never experienced it, she still tried following her imagination, telling Lily how to do it. Who knew while they were practicing? I suddenly burst in. Rachel lightly bit her lip, saying softly in grievance, clearly you wanted to know the secret. She gently pinched Lily's cheek, saying, who are you learning these things for? Unless, her face flushed red. Besides me, she truly couldn't think of anyone else. But weren't we siblings? Lily quickly jumped up denying. I didn't. I'm not like that. You're talking nonsense. She stepped forward, lightly pinching Rachel's waist, then tickling her side, trying to redirect attention. Ha, dare to tease me? Watch how I deal with you. Rachel grabbed Lily's wrist, pulling her into her arms, then placing hands on her waist, fondling. Right at this moment, the study door opened once again. Lily was sitting on Rachel's lap, facing each other, hands wrapped around each other's waists, looking at each other, eyes meeting in the air. This time I clearly confirmed I didn't see wrong. I'm sorry for disturbing. I didn't know you two had that kind of relationship. But this time I was much calmer. The door closing sound was also much gentler. Facing Lily's special preference, I truly didn't know what to do. Could this be the power of the plot? Rachel, the reason she was pulled in by Lily, besides friendship from high school, was because she used the honey trap. Didn't screenwriter Yuan Shuna say, such important scenes cannot be omitted? If not, maybe I'll try using a handsome man trap. Who knows, might make Lily return to liking men. The two originally entangled, Lily and Rachel, now had no mood for playing. Both looked at each other, faces flushed, slowly standing up, separating. They also never expected I'd return for another surprise attack. Rachel, what do we do now? Lily panicked to the point tears nearly spilled. Brother seems to have misunderstood our relationship. Rachel also felt equally troubled. Should we call Ethan in to explain everything? No way. Lily immediately refused decisively. I've already been shot dead by brother once. If I have to explain the reason for this, he'll shoot me dead again. She thought a moment, eyes suddenly brightening. She remembered this afternoon I'd touched from her neck down to her lower back. Rachel, we were just doing a health check. Because study pressure's been too much lately. Feeling chest tightness, hard to breathe. So just now we were just checking each other's health. Rachel also nodded continuously. Right. We were just checking each other's health. Really? Should we call Ethan in to explain? The two now fell into an awkward situation again. Lowering heads, sitting facing each other. They still didn't want to see me. On the other side, I finally prepared myself mentally. After all, I was someone who transmigrated here. Such strange matters. If I could encounter them, what couldn't I accept? Times have changed. Boys or girls are all the same. Having accepted this setting, I felt my heart brighten. Even listing out 3 benefits of Lily and Rachel being together. First, compared to ultimately being deceived and abandoned by men. At least in the original story, Rachel always stayed by Lily's side. Until the very end, Lily would no longer suffer emotional hurt. Second, I also needn't worry about losing my cute adopted sister to someone else. Wouldn't have to see her acting cutesy, clinging to other boys. Chapter 89. Though I don't understand, I respect it. The study door gently opened. I pulled a chair sitting before them. Clearly prepared my words. But seeing them, I felt extremely awkward. For a long while not knowing how to speak. Seeing them like 2 children who'd made mistakes. Lowering heads silently, I cleared my throat twice. Just now I shouldn't have barged into the study. It's all fourth sister's fault. She said she didn't believe you two were really studying. Actually, you two don't need to mind this too much. True love is invincible. I'm not some old-fashioned person. Just hope before college entrance exams. Don't neglect studies because of love. I rubbed my forehead. Right now, why was I starting to care about their studies? Loving someone isn't wrong. Feelings are both vague and unreasonable. Times have changed. Boys or girls are the same, though I don't understand. I still respect your choice. Wish you both happiness. Just finishing. I slapped my forehead twice, asking myself what I just said. Feeling my handsome face, now burning hot enough to fry eggs. Lily and Rachel bowed their heads even lower, heads nearly burying into their chests. Lily's face flushed so red, like about to drip water. She suddenly raised her head, pointing at Rachel, saying first, "It's Rachel." She said study pressure was too much. Chest tightness, hard to breathe. Asked me to check for her. Rachel looked up at Lily shocked. Didn't we just say checking each other? Hearing it now seemed to become just her seducing me. She bit her lip, glancing at Lily, but meeting her pleading eyes, she could only sigh softly. Then going along with her words, "Right, exactly. Just now Lily was helping me check, then accidentally fell. I intended to help her up while checking her body." My mouth twitched. I had a friend who once said, "Many stories start from health checks like this." Now I felt lucky I knocked early. If a bit later, wouldn't I have witnessed an 18+ scene? I was only 17, still a few months until legal age to watch. Exactly, Lily quickly affirmed. "Brother, don't you believe us?" I looked at Lily, then at Rachel. Both their eyes shone with pitiful pleading. I rubbed my forehead again. Now I truly understood why you must knock before entering. That was important. Shouldn't gamble with Summer. A bet with no reward. Gambling truly harms oneself. Just this time I accidentally ruined Lily's good moment. Wonder if she'd hold a grudge. I scratched my head. Anyway, it already happened. At most later, I'd try creating more private opportunities for them. I sighed softly. I sat down beside Rachel, taking her wrist, checking her pulse. Though this might just be an excuse they made up, but health couldn't be taken lightly. Checking the pulse didn't take much time. Feeling Rachel's pulse, I glanced at them with resentful eyes. Rachel's body was completely healthy. She never expected I knew pulse reading. Bewildered, turning to look at Lily. Lily just now suddenly remembered. I knew medicine. She lowered her head, somewhat guilty. "I heard you say chest tightness?" I asked again. Rachel's face flushed red, only gritting teeth to endure. "Maybe study pressure's been a bit much lately." Pressure? Could pulse reading detect that? I raised my head, eyes unconsciously stopping at Rachel's full chest. Sensing my gaze, she quickly covered her chest with hands, whole body leaning back slightly. Was I planning to examine directly? Done for. Why did I agree to Lily's suggestion? But if he really touched me, what then? How should I refuse? But he treats my mother so well. Always thoughtful with me. No, no. Must refuse. I truly can't do it. But, if later our child took the name Wilson, sounds nice too. In Rachel's head, like a train running wildly. Lily felt unhappy, then squeezing between us. Dissatisfied saying, "What are you looking at? You pervert. Can't bully my Rachel." I could only sigh inwardly. Seems my sister truly thinks I like more developed women. Later if she learns from Rachel, she'll probably lock the door carefully before studying. I withdrew my gaze, turning toward the study desk, saying, "Rachel's body has no problems. Probably just clothes don't fit, a bit tight." Hearing me say this, Rachel lowered her head looking at her clothes. Today she wore a loose t-shirt. Absolutely no possibility of being tight. Suddenly she remembered something. The wildly running train in her head immediately braked. Huge amounts of steam, like rising from her head. I checked my watch. Stores still hadn't closed. "Come, I'll take you both shopping for some things." Having said this much, to avoid suspicion, Rachel blushed, nodding slightly. The three of us drove to a nearby shop. I stood outside the door, bored kicking pebbles, waiting for the two girls to call me in to pay. When leaving the shop, I discovered shocked. Lily's originally loose outfit suddenly became much tighter. This shop was truly too obvious. Must resolutely boycott such scams. Noticing my gaze, Lily immediately puffed out her chest, even proudly huffing softly. Seems brother indeed still likes bigger chests. Later I must secretly buy more supplements, she thought to herself. After seeing Rachel upstairs, we siblings also returned home. I quickly showered, then starting my professional esports player journey. Lily not only changed to new underwear, but also padded something inside. She lay on the bed, deliberately facing away from the esports room, planning when I came to bed to suddenly hug me from behind, scaring me. But until nearly midnight, I still hadn't left the gaming room. She irritably opened the esports room door, charging straight inside. At that moment I was frustrated, because the fat guy's account lost 5 straight matches. Don't know what to tell him tomorrow. Seeing Lily enter, I felt like seeing a victory goddess. Extremely delighted, quickly calling her over, "Come help me." Lily, unhappy, plopped right down on my lap. She grabbed the keyboard and mouse, starting to control. I planned to sneak off the chair to retreat, when I heard her cold voice ring out, "Don't move." I hesitated, then deciding to wrap my arms around her waist, resting my head on her shoulder. Watching her play. Truly watching others play was more interesting. Feeling my warmth, Lily's cheeks flushed slightly, her body also trembling lightly with each movement. She felt like she'd found a way to grasp brother's weakness. Suddenly I felt something touching my arm wrapped around Lily. "What's this?" I curiously squeezed lightly, feeling soft and strange. Lily's expression immediately flushed. She clutched her stomach, jumping up and running away. No time left to think. I immediately seized the keyboard and mouse, staring at the screen where the gold team was pressed to the wall. "Your emperor has returned." Chapter 90. Prepared and ready. Early next morning, I woke up very early. Last night after losing that gold match, seeing the rank on screen drop from gold to silver, I suddenly found this game no longer interesting. Don't know when, Lily had crawled into the blanket, curling up into a small adorable ball. Sensing movement beside her, I patted her head. She tilted her head, smiling softly. "Good morning, brother." "My morning is full of lily flower fragrance," I smiled back. Hearing me say this, Lily's expression immediately flushed red. She said angrily, "I don't like Rachel." She froze, then stammering, "No, I mean, anyway, not the kind of liking you think." All right. Get up early. Today we must tell the housekeepers to clean and redecorate the house. To welcome General Shaw." I sighed helplessly. Is admitting you like girls that difficult? Anyway, to me this wasn't a big deal. Seeing I still looked unconvinced, Lily suddenly hugged my waist tight, saying, "Brother, this still doesn't make you believe?" I was sitting on the bed edge, center of gravity unstable, Being hugged by Lily like this. I fell backward onto the bed. I patted her head. Hey, stop fooling around. Get up already, Lily pouted. Seems we've been hugging too much lately. So she didn't know how to prove. She truly liked boys. She propped herself up on her hands, eyes unconsciously looking at my lips. Morning light penetrating the thin curtain, spilling into the bright, tidy room. The air faintly carried gentle grass fragrance. Occasionally outside, birds chirped melodiously. She lightly bit her lip, heart starting to beat faster. If I kissed him now, he'd definitely understand my feelings. But what if he hates me? No. Haven't even brushed teeth this morning. But beside brother, more and more other girls appearing. She took a deep breath, tucking fallen hair behind her ear. Just when she was about to lean down kissing me, the door suddenly burst open. Summer's eyes red, shouting loudly, Ethan, what exactly did you see yesterday? Wait. The door slammed shut faster than it opened. I could only sigh, face full of black lines. All right, now I truly believe. Yesterday was truly accidental. After washing up, I went downstairs preparing breakfast. Summer still looked at his siblings with suspicious eyes. Don't you have class today? Why come home? I asked back. What exactly did you see yesterday that was so strange? Even scared my sister into sleeping together? Summer grew more curious. Wasn't it a misunderstanding? I helplessly said, not what you think. Lily nodded slightly. Then smiling softly, you saw correctly. Exactly as you thought. I pouted. Now I understood what having a mouth but unable to argue meant. Seeing me teased speechless. Summer originally had matters needing my help. So suppressing curiosity. Speaking up to ask. It's about the video. Promoting Riverside University. Must submit this weekend. My admission slot depends entirely on you. Seeing her clasped hands pleading. I could only sigh. Just as I'm coming home. Let me call Dad. This afternoon Dad will come home. We'll prepare together. Summer looked at me bewildered. What are you saying? I understand individual words, but together I'm lost. You're saying, call who? I'm calling Dad to find another father for Dad. Huh? What? Will your dad agree? Or do you want me to share the beating? I snorted coldly, running into the study, taking out Dad Mr. Carter's rare coin collection book, flipping to the old $50 bill with printed images of 4 famous generals from the founding era. I pointed at the middle-aged man with stern features. Here. This is the father I'm finding for Dad. Summer gaped. The person in the picture, still alive? She frowned thinking. Seems Grandpa used to be a soldier under this general. She pulled me to the storage room. On a display cabinet, still preserved relics Grandpa left behind, including a commemorative badge representing their military unit insignia. I remembered in the original story. Dad, Mr. Carter, greatly respected old General Shaw. Never expected they had such a connection. Leaving the storage room, my mood suddenly grew heavy. Silently lamenting how hard one current peaceful life was. I composed myself, then calling all remaining housekeepers home. Everyone, quickly clean the rooms and garden. Mr. Zhao, please help me check. Can we use the theme, remembering bitterness, recalling sweetness? Make a meal in that style. You understand, remembering bitterness, recalling sweetness, right? Don't make it too delicious. Summer, tonight help me edit the video old Carter filmed before. Remember to include many scenes of him hitting me. Also, remember to contact Mom and Dad. Tell them to come home early. Hearing me say this, Summer's eyes brightened. She immediately knew I'd thought of something interesting. Brother, what about me? Today I don't want to go to school either. I also want to stay home welcoming General Shaw. Lily just finished speaking. I immediately said, go find some old revolutionary songs. Play them on loop in the living room. Plus those black and white films from that era. Show them on the living room TV for atmosphere. Lily nodded seriously. Leave it to me. Seeing everyone had started working, I drove to the Carter's wedding planning shop, having them prepare some balloons, then delivering them to our villa. With special ability support, in just 3 hours, the villa entrance had finished hanging welcome banners, and was full of decorative balloons. All preparations were complete. Time approached noon. Then Grace called me, saying she'd come home with General Shaw. Around 1 o'clock afternoon. I just called Mom and Dad. Seems they'll also return around that time. Summer came beside me saying, "Old Carter, why's he hiding at such a critical moment?" I frowned, pulling out my phone calling Dad, Mr. Carter, to urge him home early. When the phone just connected, I realized the other side wasn't car sounds, but noise like being in a shopping center. "Where are you, Dad?" I asked. Driving, he answered vaguely. "Boss, this leather whip must be calf leather." Right. Plus a good quality hiking stick. Have sandalwood or rosewood?" Wolf baton? That's too dangerous." "Fine, get one. This place has great stuff. Everything available." Mr. Carter seemed to remember something, saying into the phone, "Okay, hanging up. Almost home." Chapter 91. "Can I get your autograph?" Just ending the call with Dad. My expression immediately darkened. "Old Carter, if you're unintentional, don't blame me for being ungrateful," I thought silently. Summer pouted. "Dad bought so many weapons. Should I buy you some painkillers?" Lily hugged my arm, gently shaking. "Brother, really all right? In this house I had no power. Couldn't stop Mom and Dad." I patted Lily's head. "No worries. Honestly, who could refuse becoming family with someone printed on money?" I turned asking Summer, "Is the video of Dad hitting me finished editing?" Summer immediately stood at attention, shouting loudly, "Report, Commander. Everything's ready." I checked my watch. Nearly 1 o'clock afternoon. I led the two girls to the villa entrance, preparing to welcome General Shaw. Soon after, a Hongxi car slowly approached from afar. After the car stopped, Thank you. General Shaw, Marcus Shaw, Patricia, and third sister Grace all stepped out. Today Grace wore a white tiered spaghetti strap dress, with a light yellow belt at the waist. Her chest full, supported by the straps, the yellow belt accentuating her slender waist. Below was a flowing fairy-like skirt. "Wow, third sister looks so beautiful today." Summer smiled brightly approaching. Grace nodded slightly at her, then opening a sun umbrella. Walking straight to me, raising the umbrella, shading me, she took from her handbag a wet tissue and a thermos cup filled with cold grass jelly. "Ethan, wipe your sweat. It's hot. I made grass jelly for you." Grace's gentle voice rang out. I accepted the tissue, wiping sweat, then about to stuff it in my pocket. "Give it here." Grace took the tissue I just used, then conveniently putting it in her handbag. Summer pouted, looking dissatisfied. Third sister's playing favorites. "Where's my tissue? Where's my grass jelly?" Grace looked at Summer, asking softly, "Don't you have class at school today?" Summer shrank her neck guiltily, eyes glancing at the grass jelly in my hand. "Ethan, last night I couldn't sleep. I'm overheated." "No worries, we have coptis at home. I'll make some for you," Grace said, standing in the sun over 20 minutes. I was indeed thirsty. Opening the thermos lid, tilting my head back drinking in one gulp. The grass jelly was slightly bitter, but the aftertaste was sweet, mixed with cooling mint and faint osmanthus fragrance. "Third sister makes it so well," I praised. "If you like it, later I'll make more bringing to your house." Grace smiled gently saying, seeing me eat so happily. Summer licked her lips. "Ethan, this once in my life." Before finishing, I'd already handed the half-drunk grass jelly to her, placing it straight in her hand, breaking that enchantment. "Are you a fish that surfaces? Not planning to leave any for Lily?" Summer obediently accepted the thermos, also drinking half, then giving the rest to Lily. Lily frowned slightly, looking at the faint lipstick mark on the cup rim. She clearly remembered brother also drank from that exact spot. After finishing the grass jelly, I walked before the car, opening the door for General Shaw. Today he wore a green military uniform, chest covered with gleaming medals. The moment the car door opened, I almost thought I was dreaming. "Grandpa looks so majestic today," I praised. "Truly, military uniform is the best beautification method for men." General Shaw stepped out, still holding the notebook I gave yesterday. Hearing my praise, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Ethan, you don't know, today because of you, I deliberately dressed up carefully. Normally only wear this on extremely important occasions. Patricia smiled, saying. General Shaw tapped his cane on the ground, looking at me asking, "Where's your father? Last time didn't you say you'd adopt him? Then he beat you. I want to see if this old man's face is useful." I rolled my eyes, replying, "My dad has now truly realized his mistakes. He wants to follow the ancient example of General Lien Po, removing armor to plead guilty, currently running around buying execution tools for himself." Hearing me finish, Summer laughed, her heart silently pitying the poor father. She stepped forward, obediently saying, "Grandpa, I'm your beloved granddaughter, Summer. This is my first time meeting a living historical figure. Can I get your autograph?" Just finishing, her face already flushed red. Hearing this, General Shaw, his mouth also twitched slightly. On the way, Grace had briefly introduced each family member. He immediately understood. This girl before him was the defective product of the Carter's family education. He nodded slightly, greeting Summer. Then smiling, "Well now, this old man has stood in the sun enough. Let's go inside." I spoke up. "Right, it's very hot outside." Lily also peeped out from behind me. "Hello, General Shaw. Ms. Patricia, Uncle Marcus." "Good afternoon." General Shaw remembered that time anxiously waiting outside the operating room. This little girl gave him candy. He smiled at her. "Little one, why didn't you visit me these past days?" Lily glanced at me. "I wanted to, but brother wouldn't let me come." I looked at her surprised. This girl, already backstabbing on opening her mouth. Lily stuck out her tongue, making a teasing face. I could only shake my head helplessly. Then casually lying, "Lily's been doing poorly in school. Missing one day means falling behind. I even hired a tutor for her. She studies day and night, just to catch up." Lily was about to protest, when I placed my hand on her head. "Lily, you must study harder from now on. Learning more useful things, so you can contribute to the country later." Lily avoided my gaze, mumbling, "Yes, brother." Seeing such family harmony, General Shaw nodded with satisfaction. He didn't want adopting a son to bring more trouble. His eyes looked toward the path leading to the Carter's home. Only one thing unsatisfying. The host still hadn't appeared. Right as he thought this, from the distant corner, a middle-aged couple approached. Mr. Carter held armfuls of items, excitedly showing Mrs. Carter. He swung a leather whip twice. The air rang with frightening whistles. "Mrs. Carter, look, this whip feels great." Then pulling out a thin rubber cane. Each swing, the tip trembled with life. "This one's good too. Hitting with this will leave beautiful marks. Plus this club. With Grace here, nothing will go wrong." Chapter 92. Mr. Carter blinded. Hearing Mr. Carter's voice, everyone and I turned, looking toward Mom and Dad. Summer, Lily, and Grace all stood beside me, just turning slightly, inadvertently completely blocking the old man's view. Looking from afar, Mr. Carter only saw the tall Marcus Shaw and Patricia standing nearby. Seeing Marcus Shaw's gentle face, even a few years younger than himself, he suddenly thought, the club I bought today might still be too light. "Dad, I have something." "Wait half an hour." Mrs. Carter also sensed something wrong, quickly pulling Mr. Carter's shoulder. Then rushing over, standing before me. Getting closer, she finally saw the person we'd been blocking, General Shaw. Seeing his chest covered in gleaming medals, she froze. Mrs. Carter's father had been military, also received medals, but compared to General Shaw, truly nothing. Moreover, looking carefully at the man before her, she immediately recognized his identity. The general who achieved great military merit during America's founding era. Her idol now appeared before her eyes. She was extremely excited, exactly like a 17 or 18-year-old fangirl. I immediately winked at her. "Mom, quick, get your phone and record." Mrs. Carter looked at me. Eyes moved, slightly reddening. During those chaotic war years, they were survivors. Who built such great enterprises? For them, internet stars or celebrities had no attraction. Those they respected most were precisely the heroes who contributed to building and developing this nation. But people like that couldn't be met just with money. Mrs. Carter hugged me, gently patting my head, her heart clearly extremely satisfied with this son. She sneakily glanced at General Shaw again, then quickly taking out her phone, starting to record this meaningful moment. Seeing the cameraman ready, I smiled broadly. Dad, why standing there dumbly? Our honored guest arrived. Dad won't invite them inside for a tour? I taught you yesterday. Mr. Carter's mouth twitched, thinking silently. This son is truly beyond saving. Reversed order. Truly outrageous, especially when he just saw Mrs. Carter's excited expression. Long time since he'd seen her so moved. He glanced at Marcus Shaw again. This guy only had height advantage. Mr. Carter's expression darkened. A terrible thought flashed. Could my son be introducing a rival to my wife? Old Carter, why still standing there? Planning to let honored guests wait outside? Mrs. Carter said irritably. Mr. Carter sighed, glaring at me and Marcus Shaw, then entering the courtyard first. General Shaw, seeing my expression, remembered last time, when Mr. Carter heard he'd adopt him as son. Then beat me. Definitely today I was plotting something. So he was also interested. Cooperating with me and everyone. Avoiding Mr. Carter's line of sight. Marcus Shaw, seeing this, immediately understood the situation. Turned out not only he was tricked by me, even my dad got played. His heart suddenly felt much better. Even stepping forward several steps. Standing between Mr. Carter's view and General Shaw. Entering the villa courtyard. A red carpet stretched from the gate to the house entrance. Heard you disagreed about this adoption matter. Even beat Ethan? Marcus Shaw opened first. Mr. Carter holding armfuls of weapons. Glaring at Marcus Shaw. Now he only hoped to quickly finish receiving guests, then send them all home. So he'd have time to give me a truly memorable, loving education. He snorted coldly. HMPH, how can I adopt an enemy as father? Anyway, I'm Riverside's richest person. How many people wish to be my son? Now someone wants to be my father? Truly shameless. I'll say this clearly. Today, even if hit by a car or jumping from the roof, I'll absolutely never accept another father. Summer quickly hugged Mr. Carter's arm, cooing, Dad, don't say that. If Dad dies, brother and I, who will we leech off? Mr. Carter's mouth twitched. Shouldn't you be in school? Always just goofing around. Should I arrange a matchmaking date and marry you off? All day just following Ethan causing trouble. As a sister, don't even know how to teach your brother. He glanced at Marcus Shaw. If these two annoy me to death, then you'd be their adoptive father. Summer shrank her neck, trembling. Why does everyone ask about school? Now she only regretted not copying more videos of Dad hitting me to use as evidence. She quickly ran to me, squeezing past Grace, hugging my arm. Dad, I don't want matchmaking. I want to stay with Ethan forever. After all, I held Mr. Carter's supplementary card. Plus was favored by General Shaw. I was now a hot streamer. With nearly 10 million followers online. She had to grip this golden straw tightly. Lily stared seriously at Summer. Lily pouted unhappily. Fourth sister's so annoying. If I'd known, this morning I'd have acted faster. She tugged my sleeve lightly, saying softly, Brother, I also want to stay with you forever. Grace interjected dissatisfied, all grown up. Sometimes cooing with Dad. Sometimes acting cute with brother. Summer stuck out her tongue teasing back. Third sister plays favorites. Prepared wet tissues for Ethan. Even made grass jelly for him. I'm also your cute, lively sister. But got nothing. I looked at her wearily, pulling my hand from her grasp. No way, I refuse. Your lifetime's too short. I have to revoke you 3 times daily. I patted Lily's head, saying softly, yes, forever together. Hearing my gentle voice, Lily bowed her head deeply, both cheeks flushing. She covered her flushed face with hands. She knew her expression must look ridiculous now. Her mouth couldn't help curving to her ears. Ha ha, brother, brother, she hugged my arm tight. Like a drunk kitten, shaking my arm lightly, then looking up at Mr. Carter. Dad, I said teasingly. Dad came home late today because shopping for these weapons. Mr. Carter snorted coldly. Thinking back, seems I bought too little. Thought Mom and I noticed. You behaved a bit better lately. Never expected same old habits. I nodded, missing one whip. Thought Dad bought these because of beating me before. Wanting to follow, removing armor to plead guilty. You brat, dare you hit Dad? Truly reversed order. Let me see if I won't freeze your card. Chapter 93. Don't sow discord between father and son. Hearing Dad finish, I couldn't help laughing. This comrade old Carter still doesn't understand the situation. Now if Mrs. Carter wanted to freeze his card, she couldn't freeze my own card. Mom, look, I immediately tattled. How capable. My mother, Mrs. Carter, glared. If you dare freeze Ethan's card, from now on, you sleep alone in the living room. She spoke decisively, showing no mercy. Mr. Carter opened his mouth to argue, but could only sigh deeply. Grace glanced at me, seeing me smiling smugly, unconsciously feeling some sympathy for Dad. She stepped forward 2 steps, asking, Dad, let me help carry these. Mr. Carter now felt surrounded on all sides. This world, everyone opposed him. He huffed, just now held an umbrella for Ethan. You're all the same. Grace looked at Dad with pitying eyes. Sighing softly, Dad, handle it yourself. Then she turned standing beside me. I immediately grabbed her wrist. Third sister. How can you betray the revolution? Grace smiled lightly, hooking my arm. If it's already like this, doesn't count as betrayal anymore. Crossing the finely decorated garden. Ahead was a bright red balloon archway. With words, Welcome General Shaw to visit our humble home. 2 strings of military green balloons, tied diagonally from the villa roof down to the archway. From inside the house echoed sounds of lively revolutionary songs. General Shaw, seeing the welcome balloon display, hearing the singing inside, knew immediately this was my preparation for him. He nodded slightly. The more he looked at me, the more satisfied. Mr. Carter read the words on the banner, suddenly feeling confused. General Shaw's name, he knew very well. After all, his father had once been a soldier under General Shaw. When young, he often heard father tell about those military days, especially mentioning General Shaw. His father's eyes always shone with respect. Thus influenced, he became extremely admiring of this old general. Years ago during National Day, he personally went to the capital, just to glimpse his idol once. He looked carefully at Marcus Shaw again, suspiciously asking, How old are you? Already promoted to grandfather? Marcus Shaw shook his head helplessly, thinking Mr. Carter was truly naive. Never expected he'd mistake me for my father. No wonder Ethan spins him like a top. But, Ethan, when did you manage to get the old man involved? Making me nervous too. I sighed softly, not knowing in Dad's eyes what IQ he thinks I have. Marcus Shaw was barely 40. Yet he thought I'd call him Grandpa. Come on Dad, stop standing there. Let's go inside. Hearing this, Mr. Carter seemed to wake. Right, let's go inside. He pushed the door, entering first, standing inside waiting for everyone. Everyone surrounded General Shaw. When entering, Mr. Carter completely failed to notice an extra person in the crowd. Now he only thought of one thing. Must quickly shut the door, so later I couldn't escape. While surrounded by everyone, I quickly escaped. After entering, I called everyone to the dining table. On the table sat only a small plate of rice, a few wild vegetable stems, plus some barley flour cooked into thin porridge, and half a frozen potato. The rice was slightly yellow, emitting the smell of aged grain. The porridge was so thin, no different from plain water, not mentioning appearance or taste. Just this amount of food alone. Even one person couldn't eat their fill, let alone 9 people currently in the living room. My mother, Mrs. Carter, seeing the food on the table, couldn't help frowning. She turned toward the kitchen calling Chef Zhao. Today didn't Ethan tell you? We have honored guests for dinner. How can we eat with so little food? Quick, prepare another proper meal. My dad, Mr. Carter, after locking the door, seeing everyone hadn't sat down. Not smelling any food. He looked toward the dining table surprised. Seeing what was on the table, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Face full of excitement. No need to remake, no need. Now our lives are good. But can't forget those difficult days. Come, come, come. You too, sit down and eat, this is all for you. He looked up, about to call Marcus Shaw to sit and eat. Finally he saw that person. Standing at the front of the crowd, General Shaw. General Shaw leaned both hands on the table, looking at the food, his whole body trembling slightly. Eyes reddening. If back then we could have eaten a meal like this. Don't know how many comrades could have held on. He said softly, seeing the man in green military uniform before him. Chest covered with medals. My dad, Mr. Carter, gaped in shock. Hearing clanging sounds. The weapons in his hands. All fell to the living room floor. His eyes looked at me. In extreme shock mixed with excitement. This is who you found to be my father? I frowned slightly. Sighing, Dad, I know you don't want to. You just said even if you die, you won't adopt an enemy as father. I still count on you to learn elderly care. Then forget this adoption. Dad, what nonsense. I didn't say that. My dad quickly denied. You mischievous brat. Don't sow discord between me and Dad. He rushed forward quickly, pushing through to General Shaw, shoving me aside. Even wiping his hands on himself several times. Helping the old gentleman sit in the main seat. Chef Zhao, quick, 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 prepare another proper meal. How did I usually teach you? No matter who, regardless of status or position. Anyone entering our home must be properly hosted. Also, bring that Moutai I've saved 30 years from my room. He stood up walking behind General Shaw, lightly massaging his shoulders. Then asking, Dad, do you smoke? Seeing General Shaw shake his head, he said again, don't smoke? Well, you can learn. He suddenly paused. Changing topics, Dad, how did you meet my son? General Shaw frowned thinking. The more he heard, the stranger this question seemed. 3 sentences killed the atmosphere thrice. My dad helplessly looked at me for help. Right then I was holding Mom's phone, projecting the video of Dad just entering onto the TV screen before the dining table. I'd even roughly edited it. On screen looping Dad's words. Today even if hit by a car. Or jumping from the roof. I'll absolutely never accept another father. Chapter 94. Those who know the times are wise. Watching the video loop on screen. My dad's mouth twitched. He glared at me angrily. Is this my biological son? How dare you expose me at the dinner table? Dad, look, is that person on screen you? I prefer Dad's arrogant manner from before. I smiled saying. My dad forced a smile, indeed. Things change. Ethan. Today Dad will teach you an important principle. In America we have an old saying, those who know the times are wise. Before General Shaw's great achievements, our accomplishments mean nothing. Before the old general, how dare I be arrogant? I'll forever remain a humble student. I nodded slightly, acting as if I understood. I looked at General Shaw, asking, Grandpa Shaw, before. You told me, that year you were captured by enemies, right? Mentioning those old days. General Shaw's eyes showed reminiscence. That's right. Then the enemy used all sorts of cruel torture. But I gritted my teeth and endured. Tortured for 3 days straight. Yet never uttered a word. I raised my eyebrows asking. Did they tell you some old American sayings to persuade you? Mentioning this, General Shaw slapped his thigh, right. Their favorite saying was this old American saying. Those who know the times are wise. General Shaw's voice gradually lowered. Just finishing. The atmosphere immediately fell into awkward silence. I picked my ear looking at Dad, Mr. Carter. Just now what did Dad want to call me? Seems I didn't hear clearly. Hearing me say this, everyone in the room tried suppressing laughter. Until everyone's faces turned red. Marcus Shaw kept slapping his chest. Nearly bursting into laughter. Seeing me play with my dad. His mood instantly lightened considerably. He glanced at me, silently determining never to provoke this brat again, or he'd truly go all out, leaving people nowhere to hide. Lily also gently rubbed her head on my shoulder, giggling softly. Brother, teasing dad like that is so bad. But I find you so adorably bad. I patted Lily's head, smiling. What a coincidence. I also really like this bad side of myself. Lily froze, huffing, then saying, temporarily don't like you anymore. Summer hugged her stomach, falling on the sofa, laughing while continuously pounding the cushion, imitating the Colonel's tone. In America we have an old saying. Those who know the times are wise. Oh no, can't take it. Dying of laughter. My dad glared angrily at the four girls, saying, can't control Ethan. Can't I control you girls? Summer, I see you're grown now. Tomorrow freezing your card. Let you experience how hard mom and dad work for money. The smile on Summer's face immediately vanished. She sadly ran beside me, pulling my arm, shaking it, cooing, Ethan, look at this. Grace immediately interjected, right. You should learn to appreciate mom and dad's hard work. Lily also poked her head out, echoing, exactly. Sister always spends wastefully. Last time asked brother for 10,000. Summer felt completely betrayed. Never expected third sister and seventh sister wouldn't defend her. She clasped her hands, grabbing mine, placing them on her chest. Ethan, you'll definitely help me, right? I quickly pulled my hands back repeatedly. Okay. As long as you stop demanding I hug gold daily. I turned off the video of dad in the yard, acting arrogant, switching to an old black and white war film, signaling everyone to sit and eat. After everyone sat, I stood again, clearing my throat twice, saying, let me say a few words. Today, very honored to invite old General Shaw to visit our home. The old gentleman came, also to see our family atmosphere, see if our families have fate to become in-laws, especially that Comrade Carter. I've praised him endlessly. To Grandpa Shaw, today he must perform well. Don't make your son, me, lose face. These dishes are called remembering bitterness to know sweetness, to help us remember our ancestors' difficult struggle years. Know to cherish today's hard-won life. The main dishes will be served after we finish these. Everyone enjoy. Hearing me finish, my dad's mouth twitched. If not for me just embarrassing him, the atmosphere wouldn't be so awkward. After all, he built his empire from scratch, constructed a massive business empire. These social matters, doesn't he know them perfectly well? Seeing me just sit down, he cleared his throat twice, also standing up saying, Ethan spoke well. Dad will add a few words. I slapped my forehead, quickly lowering my head. A peaceful family dinner. He turned into a group meeting, making it ritualistic. My just spoken words still fresh. Dad started embarrassing me again. I sighed softly, now completely lacking energy to complain. My mother, Mrs. Carter, also held her forehead under the table, immediately kicking Dad's leg hard, making him finally shut up and sit down. After my dad's speech, the just lively atmosphere quickly turned awkward again. My dad also realized something was wrong. Clearly during employee meetings, everyone was enthusiastic. Why now doesn't work at all? He quickly looked at me for help. Noticing Dad's gaze, I only looked back with a weary expression. Having such a father truly made this son have a headache. I only wanted to be a normal young master. Why so difficult? I rolled my eyes looking around, suddenly spotting in the living room corner a dusty antique piano. I stood up, walking to the piano, smiling at General Shaw, Grandpa Shaw. To welcome you home today, I specially composed a battle song for you. Hearing me finish, everyone felt released from the forced atmosphere, eyes simultaneously focusing on me. My dad looked at me with grateful eyes. No one ever knew I could play instruments, let alone compose a battle song. Probably I was just planning to embarrass myself, to ease the awkward atmosphere in the room. My precious son is so bold, he thought silently. Mrs. Carter and Grace looked at each other, both faces showing doubt. They didn't know when I learned instruments. Summer reacted fastest, quickly opening her phone's recording function. Pulling a chair sitting right beside me. Lily was a beat slow. Couldn't get the best viewing position. She irritably puffed her cheeks, finding another angle. I cleared my throat twice. Long, slender fingers placing on black and white keys. Next. Please accept, breaking formation at Gwangan Palace. Hope everyone enjoys. Chapter 95. Who taught you so simply? Breaking formation at Gwangan Palace was adapted from Above the Moon. Mainly presented in symphonic style. Sounding extremely magnificent. Overwhelming momentum. Though my memory was excellent. But with just piano alone. It was indeed somewhat monotonous. Nevertheless, everyone could hear the powerful strength hidden in the music. My mother asked softly, "When did Ethan learn piano?" Grace looked doubtfully at Mom. She also couldn't understand, frowning, saying softly, "Seems since Ethan fell down the stairs, he started changing. Could the head injury give him spiritual powers? Though the person before her now, compared to the foolish Ethan before, was vastly different. More mature and steady. But she still hoped it was the son she personally raised." Grace thought a moment, then saying, "The human brain is actually very mysterious. The world has had such cases. When the brain is severely injured, some people suddenly awaken special talents. In medicine, this phenomenon is called acquired savant syndrome. Globally, only about 40 cases recorded. Perhaps Ethan is one of them. Could that affect his life? Should we take him to the hospital for checkup?" My mother asked worriedly. Grace shook her head. "I'm not sure either. Later cases weren't fully documented. But I've already checked Ethan's health. His body is completely healthy. If Mom's still worried, I'll check his pulse again later." My mother sighed softly. She turned looking at me, eyes sharply glancing at Lily, the little girl who made me fall down the stairs that day. Head injuries are no joke. Yet that troublemaker still stands beside my son like nothing happened. Grace also looked over. Her eyes fell on me bathed in sunlight. She suddenly remembered, if I truly could play instruments, then that account with nearly 10 million followers online, Ethan of Ethan Corp, was precisely me. No wonder every time watching that person's clips, she felt strangely familiar. So that's it. Marcus Shaw suddenly stood up, walking beside General Shaw, whispering a few words in his ear. General Shaw looked at me, then at my dad, nodding slightly. Right then, the music entered its climax. The TV screen suddenly changed scenes, showing the video of me getting beaten, combined with the magnificent music. The scene of Dad hitting me looked even more intense. Grandpa Shaw raised his eyebrows momentarily. Couldn't distinguish if I did this intentionally or just an accident. Now he understood why, upon arriving home, this grandson caused such a scene. Turned out there was a reason. Right after, the footage switched to Summer's edited video. All scenes of me getting beaten compiled into a continuous series. Seeing those images flashing on screen, everyone simultaneously lowered their heads, quietly eating the rice on the table. My dad's face flushed red. Initially just slightly embarrassed, now embarrassed enough to want to burrow underground. He wished he could use his toes to dig into the ground, making a 3-bedroom apartment, then hide inside forever. When the music ended, I looked at the awkward atmosphere around the table, scratching my head, asking Grandpa Shaw, "Did I play badly?" General Shaw's mouth twitched, turning to say, "Not bad at all. Combined with that video of your dad beating you, the more I watch, the more climactic." While he still didn't understand what was happening, Grace gently tugged his sleeve. He looked in the direction she pointed, and saw the video Summer edited. Must admit, this girl who escaped family education had true talent for video editing. Her editing skills reached divine level. Ordinary people couldn't do it. She captured my dad's hand-raising moment from security footage, then taking a screenshot. Afterward, continuing to capture Dad hitting my bottom, then screenshotting again, combining the two images, copy and paste continuously. The result was creating a complete video of me getting beaten, especially when Dad hit me then. I still hadn't learned the thick skin tough flesh skill, so when getting hit, My facial expressions were somewhat distorted. Summer worried people couldn't see clearly. She even thoughtfully added a big head effect for me. The result was the entire video made me look extremely ridiculous. I turned off the TV, bowing my head, sitting back at the table saying, "Mom, Dad, I think we should freeze fourth sister's card. Right now the most important thing is for her to focus on studying well." I sighed helplessly. I let Summer edit the video of me getting beaten. To embarrass my dad once. Who knew it'd backfire on myself? Plus that damned big head effect. I felt even more embarrassed than Dad. My dad sighed deeply, saying, "Mom, later remember to sign her up for extra classes." Watching this video, he knew for certain Summer edited it, though I just made some sarcastic remarks. A bit embarrassing, sure, but at least eased the atmosphere. While Summer's edited video only brought deadly awkwardness. Summer bowed her head, heart full of guilt. Her eyes looking at me full of remorse. She never expected the editing would turn out like this. General Shaw raised his head, glancing around the room. Ultimately still had to step in saving the situation. He looked at me asking, "Ethan, that battle song just now, can you consider donating it to the nation?" Earlier, when Marcus Shaw heard this music, he'd rushed to General Shaw's ear, whispering about it. Current battle songs mostly originated from past war times. Due to era limitations, then the military lacked modern weapons. Battle songs mostly praised human strength. But with the nation's development and defense modernization, now desperately needed a battle song fitting the new era's spirit. I took a deep breath, adjusting my mood. This song I originally composed for the modern military, and it's especially suitable for presentation in symphonic form. General Shaw looked at me, nodding slightly, appearing extremely satisfied, though he didn't understand composing. But he knew writing such a magnificent piece certainly required tremendous effort. Probably these past days after treating him, evenings I still had to go home catching up on studies, reviewing medical knowledge, then still making time composing this song. He looked carefully at my eyes, discovering around my eye sockets already showing obvious dark circles of fatigue. He said the national reward he'd request himself. As for his personal reward, he'd give me 1 million. General Shaw finished speaking. I shook my head saying, "Grandpa, this song I'm voluntarily donating to the nation. The Carters don't lack that reward money. Can't take the nation's benefits." I glanced at my dad, voice suddenly rising. I used an announcer's voice saying, "All thanks to my great father's strict teaching." Normally Dad always instructs his son with the firmest words, though the conversation turned rather abruptly. At least it pulled the topic back to today's gathering. My dad sniffled, heart swelling with pride. This boy finally matured. Truly Dad's excellent son. Chapter 96. How can this be called leeching? After several awkward moments, my dad finally calmed down. He took the precious Moutai he'd saved 30 years, pouring wine toasting old General Shaw. The old general just finished surgery, only sipping lightly, then replacing wine with tea. My mother, Mrs. Carter, worried I was tired. Had Grace sit beside me checking my pulse. "Mom says you seem very different lately. Mom worries you're tired or something's wrong," Grace explained. I said helplessly, "Mom, I also know some medicine. My body is completely fine." My mother still looked worriedly at Grace. Seeing her nod confirmation, she sighed with relief. "From now on, come see third sister once weekly, so she can check your pulse. Understand?" Then Mom turned instructing Grace, "If Ethan truly has any health problems, don't hide it from Mom." Hearing Mom's voice full of worry, my eyes involuntarily stung. Voice choking, I said, "Mom, what are you saying? I still need Mom and Dad supporting me in old age. How dare my health have problems?" Hearing me finish, my mother froze slightly. "Shouldn't you say you'll care for Mom and Dad?" I just smiled, shaking my head saying, "The money Mom and Dad earn is originally for me to spend. How can this be called leeching?" I picked the best piece of fish, placing it in Mom's bowl, smiling saying, "Love Mom most in the world. You're truly this little one." My mother ate the fish. Eyes also reddening. Grace finished checking my pulse. Then remembered earlier summer holding my hand affectionately. Her cheeks slightly flushing, saying, "Ethan. Recently mom read in ancient books. Some hand massage techniques that nourish blood and chi. Let mom try, okay?" Before I could say anything, mom already gently grasped my hand, beginning to massage the large and small muscles in my palm. Must say, when mom's slender white fingers like scallions glided lightly across my palm, my heart suddenly beat much faster. Lily tugged my shirt lightly. "Brother, I just watched Third Sister Massage, I learned it." "Okay then, after all, we're family. Can't play favorites." I placed chopsticks on the table, extending my right hand toward Lily. Half a minute later, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Tilting my head looking at Grace, puzzled. Grace also tilted her head back, eyes carrying the same confusion as mine. I withdrew my gaze. If Grace wasn't wrong, then Lily certainly wasn't wrong either. Yet just because sisters held my hands massaging, my heart beat wildly. Definitely I was wrong. Probably just held the wrong position. However, Lily's hands were softer and smaller, while Grace's were slender, warmer. Both hands held felt truly soft. Feeling the gentle force from my hands transmitting, both simultaneously bowed their heads, faces slightly flushing. Summer worried, eating the last lunch uneasily. She knew after today, the Carters would have no place for her. Her eyes darted everywhere, wanting to find a way to turn the situation. Finally her gaze stopped on me. Seeing the atmosphere among the three a bit strange, Summer carried her bowl and chopsticks, walking around behind me, two white arms like lotus stems threading through my neck. She said softly, "Ethan, what do you want to eat? I'll feed you." Electrical currents spreading through my head made me dizzy. I quickly withdrew my hands saying, I can eat myself." Summer moved quickly, grabbing a grape from the table, stuffing it straight into my mouth. She tilted her head confirming I'd swallowed. Then cooing, "Ethan, I don't want extra classes. This lifetime I'm only asking you one thing. Please tell Dad for me. Since you already ate my grape, help me this once." I rubbed my forehead, face burning hot. Summer truly underestimated her own influence. When she pressed close cooing like that, I completely forgot how to write, refuse. Head only contained, "Okay, I agree. Fine. I'll tell Dad to stop wasting money." I sighed helplessly. Summer immediately giggled. "Love Ethan most." Then the meal continued. Everyone at the table nearly finished eating. I looked at General Shaw, asking, "Grandpa Shaw, have you thought it through? Though my dad's a bit unpredictable, his respect for you is genuine. I also hope our two families can become in-laws." My dad set down his wine glass, looking at General Shaw sincerely saying, "General Shaw, my father, William Carter, was once a logistics soldier in your army. Just a small cook. That year crossing the snowy mountains, my father nearly died in the snow. You shared half a pepper with him, saving my father's life." My dad took a deep breath, then kneeling down before General Shaw, saying emotionally, "If any of the other three generals came, I'd absolutely never consider adoption. I respect them equally. But with you, besides respect, I feel kinship. Seeing how you treated my family today, I'm even more certain that back then, my father chose the right path." He wiped his reddened eyes, tears continuously falling. My mother quickly rushed over, kneeling beside my dad, taking tissues wiping his tears. Hearing my dad's words, General Shaw's eyes also reddened. He said softly, "So your little cloth bags, son." William Carter. Back then he often carried a worn cloth bag on his back, containing all his belongings, so everyone in the army called him by that nickname. General Shaw quickly helped my dad stand, looking carefully, then laughing heartily, "Excellent. Truly William Carter's good son. Grown to this extent." That year crossing the snowy mountains was our army's most difficult period. 6 days and nights of forced march, having to cross 5 mountains averaging over 3,500 meters. Throughout that journey, all logistics and cooking soldiers, except little cloth bag, none survived. Those young soldiers couldn't light fires. Had to tear cotton from coats to burn. Nothing to eat. They just grabbed snow, putting it in their mouths. Then one by one they fell. General Shah choked, recounting. He took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Little Cloth Bag, back then, was the youngest in the cooking squad. When I found him, his lips were already purple. My dad kept wiping tears, too moved to speak. Dad cried until speechless. He recounted that year General Shah took off his coat for him, also stuffing half a pepper in his mouth. Thanks to that, he survived returning. General Shah sniffled, voice hoarse. I should have recognized sooner. I wronged him, didn't I? Chapter 97. Dad. Why did Dad buy these things? Hearing the conversation between them, I felt my heart heavy. If standing in the present looking at the past, we all know clearly, they'd ultimately win victory. But if standing in that era, then any enemy, were all much stronger than their army. Don't know how much courage and faith they relied on to fearlessly fight to the end. I stepped forward, saying softly to General Shah, Sir, today's prosperous era is what they once hoped for. You have no fault toward them. General Shah took a deep breath, composing his emotions, then saying softly, prosperous times indeed. Finally peace has come. I suddenly remembered something, saying, Sir, I have another song wanting you to hear. General Shah frowned slightly. In this mood, didn't know if any song could touch his heart anymore. But since I actively suggested, he still nodded gently. I helped him sit beside the piano, signaling to Lily to hold the phone recording a video. My fingers placed on the black and white keys. As melodious music rang out, I sang softly, those distant mountains calling us. Blood spilled thousands of times on mountainsides, grasping the warship like trumpet players charging. After that victorious battle returning, no longer seeing hometown trains passing, only peaceful songs echoing forever. When the song ended, General Shah patted my shoulder lightly, sighing deeply, his voice carrying some melancholy. After each battle, how many comrades never returned? I stood up, taking back the phone from Lily. On screen was the video of me and Grandpa Shah sitting chatting intimately. In my head immediately composing narration. Congratulations on receiving a protective talisman. Using this talisman avoids 99% of troubles and stray bullets. Increases communication efficiency with superiors by 100%. Under the name of sharing video, I created a group chat for everyone at the party. Then adding everyone, carefully renaming the group, Loving Family. I looked at Dad, currently drunk, thinking silently, Dad, I can only help you this much. Right when I was about to post the video, on screen suddenly appeared a small gray line. Comrade Old Carter changed name to Mr. Carter. I helplessly rubbed my forehead, quietly changing the group name back, turning to ask General Shah, Sir, after all, you saved my grandfather's life. So the Carters exist today. Then I cured your illness. Consider this closing a circle of fate. Between our families truly is special destiny. So we can sit together like this. Though father and son are a bit useless. But it's buy one get one free. Don't demand too much from the gift. My dad's eyes widened looking at me. So I'm just a free gift. But he still knelt down, sincerely saying, General Shah, I want to care for you until the end. I poured a cup of tea, handing it to my dad. My dad bowed his head, respectfully raising that teacup. Every gaze in the room focused entirely on General Shah, just waiting to see his decision. General Shah sat upright in his chair, both hands leaning on his cane. His expression became serious. Logically speaking, today I originally planned to adopt Ethan as grandson. Incidentally, seeing how you all usually treat him, I heard Ethan isn't your biological son. I frowned slightly, thinking why did he bring this up at this moment? Truly showing no mercy. No, Ethan is our biological son. But my mother, Mrs. Carter, immediately answered. Though he's a bit mischievous. But we're happy seeing him improve daily. General Shah nodded, looking at my dad saying, seeing my grandson living happily in your home reassures me. I also realized, he genuinely cherishes you two as parents. General Shah accepted the teacup, drinking it in one gulp. Considering your little cloth bags, son. Plus for Ethan's sake, I'll temporarily adopt you as son. My dad looked at the empty teacup, stunned. I succeeded? Right. Congratulations to Comrade Old Carter for officially paying full price, bringing home an adoptive father. I helped Dad stand up. He still hadn't recovered from shock, standing frozen in place, both scratching and pinching his own face, mouth grinning foolishly, seeing Comrade Old Carter, after recovering from illness, still smiling, dumbly drooling. I smiled wryly, reminding Dad, if Dad stays this dumb, Grandpa Shaw will demand a return. My dad shuddered, then taking 2 deep breaths, my dad quickly regained his usual calm, clear-headed demeanor, beginning to pour tea and water, serving Grandpa Shaw, occasionally turning to chat with Marcus Shaw and Patricia, getting acquainted to become closer. Seeing my dad now looking smug and confident, I also nodded, satisfied, then walking to the sofa behind, pulling out the props my dad bought earlier, all laid out before everyone. I brought everything before Grandpa Shaw. After all, before officially adopting, tattling to Grandpa would be useless. Now officially adopted, Grandpa naturally had the right to manage Comrade Old Carter in my house. I wasn't vindictive. Any grudge, I'd report immediately, just out of respect for Comrade Old Carter still being my dad. So I went easy for a few days. I picked up the small leather whip, swinging it lightly, making cold whistling sounds, then saying, Grandpa, look, father and son are most thoughtful. Before I searched forever but couldn't find this whip. Yet he already prepared it for you. This whip before. Marcus Shaw, chatting animatedly with my dad, suddenly shuddered. His whole body got goosebumps. He suddenly remembered I'd once said, to treat Grandpa, must bring a small leather whip. Though my dad might not be intentional, Marcus Shaw still felt stabbed in his dark heart. Done for. Could both father and son be targeting me? He thought silently, then looking around, seeing baseball bats, rubber canes, wooden sticks, even rosewood canes. Good heavens, even a spiked club. Comrade Old Carter, you've gone too far. I looked down at this pile. Only the iodine bottle could be considered a father's love. General Shaw looked at those tools. His mouth twitched. Other things were acceptable, but even a spiked club was too much. He began doubting, didn't know how his good grandson had been living in hellfire. In this house. I looked up at Dad, voice innocent, asking. Dad knew Grandpa Shaw was coming to adopt family. Why did Dad buy these things? My dad's eyes started wavering. He knew clearly. In Grandpa Shaw's heart, I was highly valued. So definitely couldn't say he bought them for me. I glanced at Marcus Shaw. Could Dad be preparing for Uncle Marcus Shaw? Hearing me finish, Marcus Shaw gaped, stunned. I'm dead. Both father and son truly are targeting me. Why does everything ultimately involve me? How many times is this already? Chapter 98. Dad's Good Son. My dad stole a glance at Marcus Shaw. Seeing that frightened expression, clearly he still carried deep childhood trauma. My dad smiled awkwardly, saying, Dad bought these just to play. Right, for playing. I held the leather whip, swinging it lightly. Never expected. Dad also knows how to play with this kind of thing. But this thing, one person can't play alone, right, Dad? Hearing this, my mother, Mrs. Carter, face flushed. She quickly interrupted, saying, Old Carter, don't tell me you're keeping a vixen outside. I was mortified. Never expected to accidentally shoot friendly fire. I wasn't as slick as Summer, quickly saying, Dad. When I entered, I praised Grandpa. That Dad knows right from wrong, a genuine good man. I noticed these days, Dad feels guilty about hitting me. Looking much thinner. Even has dark circles. My dad's mouth twitched. Actually, because he was busy with the resort project in Riverside. Not from any guilt. But he still went with the flow, saying, Right. Dad taught you since childhood to admit and correct mistakes. To be an upright, honest man. Standing tall between heaven and earth. Because of hitting you that time. Dad truly felt troubled. So many sleepless nights. That's why I look so bad. Marcus Shaw looked at my dad sympathetically. Clearly what I said was exactly the General Lien Po pleading guilty style, wanting to carry thorns to apologize. But now he didn't dare interfere with my affairs. After all, I truly held grudges. But standing from an outsider's perspective, I was hitting while cornering the opponent, leaving no escape route. Also extremely entertaining. No wonder my dad loved me so much. Well then, I lightly tapped my left chest saying, "Dad. No need to say more. I understand. These things Dad probably bought for himself. To carry thorns pleading guilty, right? But I'm filial. How could I do something against heaven, hitting Dad? Just don't want to see Dad losing sleep from guilt. Then getting sick would be bad." I looked at General Shaw, voice cheerful saying, "Grandpa. Say, isn't this coincidental? Now you're here. How about you discipline Dad for me? Shows my filial piety, while helping Dad feel less guilty. Dad, what do you think?" My dad's mouth twitched, then laughing. "You're killing me with laughter. Worthy of being Dad's good son. But, miscalculated. You've said this much, how can Dad dodge? Now I can only lie on the sofa taking it." I paused, then continuing, "Grandpa. You just finished surgery days ago. Now doing some rehabilitation is best. Also helps your body recover faster. After all, the Carter's filial piety, all inherited from Dad. For your swift recovery, father and son are definitely willing to sacrifice our own butts." I turned to my dad saying, "Dad, tell me, for Grandpa's health, are you willing to sacrifice your butt?" My dad sighed deeply. "Fine. This beating can't be avoided." Seeing my dad accept fate. But Grandpa Shaw still hesitant. I had to work hard on ideological persuasion. "Grandpa, if you don't act, it's like betraying father and son's filial hearts. Moreover, the Carters in Riverside provide jobs for 1 million people. If father and son get sick from guilt, how many will lose their jobs? For Riverside's people's livelihood, for the nation's long-term development and stability. Grandpa, please strike. Rest assured. With me and third sister watching. Strike freely. If accidentally too hard, we'll immediately stop you." Seeing me speak solemnly with righteous expression, Grandpa Shaw's mouth also twitched. Didn't know about my dad's filial piety. But my filial piety clearly had ulterior motives. Just to retaliate for getting beaten before. I even dragged national development into it. Truly no one could match me. Grandpa pondered a moment. After all, hearing my dad earlier say he wanted to adopt, yet he dared beat his own grandson. Then symbolically disciplining a few times. After thinking, he looked at me resentfully. Originally planning to just tap lightly. Twice for formality. But right then I'd already quickly replaced the stick with the spiked club and whip. Even carefully applied disinfectant. I nudged Dad's elbow saying, "Dad, can't you read the situation? Grandpa's ready. The tools are sterilized too. Why still standing there?" My dad helplessly glanced at Grandpa. Then obediently lying face down on the sofa armrest. Others in the room watching me orchestrate. Everyone choked with laughter, leaning sideways. They knew clearly. Grandpa definitely wouldn't really hit. At most just symbolic strikes. To embarrass my dad slightly, Grandpa held the whip approaching my dad, lightly striking twice. Then about to stop, Marcus Shaw standing beside gaped, blurting out, "Yesterday you didn't hit me this gently." Just finishing. He immediately covered his own mouth. I didn't say anything. I said nothing. Right then I was silently putting some wasabi in my mouth, preparing to perform a touching, loving father, filial son scene. To swallow that wasabi, I had to pick a whole piece of premium bluefin tuna to eat with it. Hearing Marcus Shaw finish, I pushed through the watching crowd, loudly saying, "Grandpa, though father and son aren't your biological children, but still family. Can't play favorites." The wasabi's spiciness made my voice tremble. Even tears spilled out, streaming down my cheeks. Seeing my appearance then, Grandpa Shaw looked down at the whip in hand. Never expected I'd value this relationship so much. He hoped this father-son bond wouldn't stop at words. My dad also looked at me shocked. Now he finally understood. My true purpose was strengthening the bond between Grandpa and Dad. Truly Dad's good son. General Shaw, seeing the realization on my dad's face, his eyes brightened. Seems I've gotten a good son indeed. Then I'll treat you exactly like my biological son. My dad smiled proudly, saying, "Go ahead. Strike. We're all family. If I'm wrong, strike, scold me. We're all grown men. Can't let young Ethan hear. Keep worrying about adult matters." Chapter 99. Brothers Not Dirty. Hearing Grandpa Shaw striking while nagging, teachings. I raised my eyebrows. Grandpa really got into character fast. Just adopted yet already hitting this hard. My dad remained tough as steel. Before his wife and children, still gritting teeth, enduring. Not making a sound. I quickly stepped forward, stopping him. "Grandpa. Don't hit anymore. That's enough. Dad's not like Uncle Marcus Shaw, such a crude person. If Grandpa still hasn't had enough, just let Dad lie down here while you practice more moves." Marcus Shaw, watching my dad get beaten, felt comforted inside, because finally someone else would share Grandpa's firepower. He laughed heartily, but just hearing me finish, the smile on his face froze. Grandpa Shaw wiped sweat from his forehead. Had to admit, hitting butts felt completely different. Very special sensation. Besides the first few strikes to discipline my dad, the rest were just adjusting hand feel. He turned, looking at Marcus Shaw, just catching his expression changing. He asked sternly, "What's so funny? From now on, you must treat him as your older brother. Seeing your eldest brother punished yet so happy? Come here, lie down." Marcus Shaw resentfully glanced at me, saying softly, "How many times now? How many times, I ask you?" I felt somewhat guilty. Truly didn't intentionally harm Marcus Shaw. Just spoke casually. After the loving education session ended, everyone sat back on the living room sofa, chatting about home and old times. Listening to Grandpa Shaw recount past years. I sat right beside him, listening while being fed by Lily and Grace occasionally. Handfuls of shelled sunflower seeds. Must say, the Carter's sunflower seeds, completely different from cheap ones I'd eaten before. Chewing carefully revealed a light floral fragrance. Moreover, seeds shelled by Grace and Lily each carried different scents. I curiously tried shelling some from the table myself, but eating them didn't taste as good as theirs. I froze slightly. Clearly Grace and Lily's seeds also came from the table. I tilted my head looking at them, seeing Grace lightly biting a seed with her teeth, then using hands to remove the shell, while Lily's hands were clumsier, sometimes having to bite twice. The shelled seed slightly damp on one corner. Initially, I didn't notice, thinking my hands were sweaty, making the seeds wet. Who knew it was truly that? Both of them still bowed heads shelling seeds, concentrating so much, they didn't notice me watching. When they just finished shelling a batch, I reached out to receive them. Then suddenly both simultaneously blew 2 light breaths on the seeds in their hands. I froze, looking at my hand that hadn't touched them. Both girls blushed. This is for me to eat myself." Grace flushed, saying. She looked up, then quickly stuffing all the seeds in her hand into her mouth. Lily's eyes somewhat averted, glancing at the seeds in hand, then sneaking looks at me. Afterward she gently placed the seeds in my hand. "Here, brother, eat them." I found it both funny and helpless. Though they didn't really blow with their mouths, just gently breathing, still made me feel somewhat embarrassed. Seeing me not eating, Lily again gently grasped my fingers, bowing her head, lightly blowing 2 more breaths on the seeds, saying, "Brother, now they're clean, not dirty, eat them." I flicked her forehead lightly, then swallowing those seeds. "Don't fool around like this next time." Grace, seeing my action, sighed softly. If I'd known earlier, I should have persisted a bit more. As afternoon faded, Grandpa Shaw didn't plan staying for dinner, so taking Marcus Shaw and Patricia leaving first, my mother helped drunk Dad back to the bedroom to rest, while she drove back to the company for overtime. Grace had night shift today. Though somewhat reluctant, it was time to leave. "Ethan, remember to listen to Mom. She instructed me. I recalled her telling me to come for health checkups weekly. I frowned, saying, check what? Can I skip it? I'm a doctor. I know my own health condition. Grace huffed lightly, saying, if you don't come, I'll announce in the group chat. You have an awkward illness. So you're afraid of my examination. My mouth twitched, raising both hands, surrendering. Fine, fine. I'll definitely arrive on time. If she announces in the group that I have an awkward illness, where would my face be? Seeing me surrender, Grace blushed, suddenly burrowing into my arms, gently nuzzling my chest, saying softly, next time if you're coming, tell me an hour ahead. I'll prepare delicious food for you. I patted her back lightly. Then next time I'll give advance notice. But besides delicious food, third sister, don't overwork either. Grace took a deep breath. Then releasing me, a gentle smile bloomed on her face, saying softly, Ethan, I'm heading to work first. The villa's large door closed once again. After seeing Grace off, the once lively room suddenly became quiet. I suddenly felt somewhat empty inside. Just turning around, Lily suddenly pounced over, her whole body like a koala, clinging tightly to me, her slender legs hooking around my thighs, her small head nuzzling my chest continuously. I wrapped my arms around Lily tight, staggering while walking, finally sitting on the sofa. Initially I just intended to wipe away Grace's lipstick mark. But Lily sensed something strange in my mood. She looked up, asking softly, are you very sad? Her voice rang gently by my ear. I shook my head. Just after the lively atmosphere earlier. Suddenly so quiet. I feel a bit empty. Lily glanced at the empty living room. For her, previously almost no one treated her well. So being alone actually made her feel more at ease. She looked up at my profile, asking softly, like you won't see me anymore? My heart suddenly beat hard once. In the dim light, Lily's eyes sparkled like stars. Her lips reflected the light from outside the window, looking transparent, incredibly soft. Why did she look so innocent? Yet her words made my heart so chaotic. In the quiet space, her lips kept getting closer, closer in my view. I could feel her whole body hot in my arms, and her rapidly beating heart. Suddenly, click, the living room light turned on. Woohoo, finally just me home alone. Summer shouted happily, while singing Swan Lake, tiptoeing running to the sofa. Right when about to arrive. She even launched herself up like a clumsy pig. Chapter 100. Aren't they arms dealers? The entire room immediately fell deathly silent. Summer bowed her head, like a well-behaved young lady, sitting down on the sofa. Impossible, so embarrassing. Why were you two sitting in the dark room? What were they doing? Could I have just ruined their moment? Lily immediately slowly moved away from me, sitting properly beside me. She bit her lip lightly, eyes full of resentment looking at Summer, while I still hadn't recovered. Damn it, what was I just thinking? Right, probably because I didn't nap at lunch. So my mind got fuzzy. No matter how beautiful and obedient Lily was, she was still my biological sister with the same parents. I cleared my throat twice. Lily, didn't you say tomorrow you want to visit your old school? Then tomorrow let's buy some things first. Summer's eyes widened looking at me, saying, Ethan, I also want to go shopping. No, you don't, you just want to stay home dancing Swan Lake. I refused flatly. Summer pouted, fine, then I won't disturb you two dating. Just remember to buy snacks for me. I was about to protest, but Lily had already worn her crossbody bag, bowing her head, silently holding my hand. Seeing the strap mark on her shoulder, I involuntarily turned my face away. Her figure was truly too perfect. My head went completely numb. Lily leaned to the side one step, looking up at me, saying softly, brother, aren't you going? Summer propped her chin on the sofa armrest, face full of interest watching us, mouth even curling up in a meaningful smile. I felt somewhat flustered, grabbing a cushion from the sofa, throwing it straight at Summer. What are you laughing so loud about? Before she could react, I'd already pulled Lily, running quickly out of the villa. Riverside's night sky, blazing with lights. After 2 days driving the supercar, I finally realized two-seater cars were truly inconvenient in the city's heavy traffic. Besides attracting others' admiring gazes, there were no benefits. Speaking of practicality, still had to be our family's large ruling. I rummaged in the garage for ages. Even had to ask the butler to find that car. I remembered Lily once telling me her old school was in a remote rural area, surrounded by over 10 villages. Children all attended elementary and middle school there. The school's facilities were very poor. Students' family conditions weren't wealthy either. Almost daily the children had to walk 1 or 2 hours on mountain paths to reach school. I drove to the nearby wholesale market, preparing to buy some notebooks and pens to conveniently bring as gifts tomorrow. Seeing the long row of Woolings parked closely, I felt this truly matched our family's style. "Let's go, get out," I said, though the drive had 2 stalls. But must admit, driving this Wooling felt really good. Made me feel like preparing to race at Mount Akina. Lily's face drooped sadly. Initially she thought, like Summer said, she'd get to date her brother. But sitting in this dusty Wooling, arriving at the dimly lit, heavy-aired wholesale market, any romance vanished completely. I saw she still wouldn't open the door, thinking Lily didn't know how. So returning to the seat beside her, "The door lock is right above this window. Pull this latch up a bit. Then the door opens." I braced one hand on her seat, leaning over, helping Lily unlock the door. She trembled slightly, feeling my hot breath on her neck. Lily flushed, covering her face with hands, saying softly, "I know already." After getting out, her mood immediately brightened considerably. Looking at the Wooling, suddenly finding it quite adorable, we two held hands walking into the wholesale market. Just walking around, her eyes were already attracted to mouse-shaped pencils. "Brother, look, aren't these pens pretty? Let's buy this kind." I shook my head lightly. "Aren't they arms dealers? Let's get a different kind." She didn't understand what arms had to do with pencils. But believing in her heart, whatever brother said was right, she bent down again, continuing to choose other pens. While Lily was absorbed in selecting, I seized the chance to load boxes of black pens and regular notebooks into the car. Her old school had nearly 300 elementary and middle school students. Each box of black pens had 100. Notebooks also 100 per box. At least I needed to prepare 30 boxes of each. After loading, I rubbed my shoulders, sighing. If only these kids were college students. 1 box would be more than enough. By then Lily had finished selecting the remaining items. Pencils, erasers, colored pencils, handwriting practice books, all kinds of school supplies, filling the Wooling's trunk completely. Though already packed full, I still felt like something was missing. Unconsciously frowning in thought, I reached out, lightly pinching her cheek. "Didn't you say you'd cut ties with your old school? Later we can come back many times." She noticed that gentle action, face flushing slightly, suddenly stepping forward, hugging me tight, saying softly, "Thank you, brother. From now on, we must always be together." I patted her head. "This little one truly needs cherishing." I raised my eyebrows, teasing, "What about your future husband?" Lily looked up, grinning, revealing small white teeth. "As long as brother agrees, then he'll agree too." "What wouldn't I agree to?" I laughed. After returning home, Summer was sprawled on the sofa scrolling her phone. Hearing the door open, me and Lily holding hands walking in, she tilted her head, saying softly, "Ethan, the sofa's sealed me. Someone must feed me to get up." I sighed, placing the just-bought fried noodles on the table, eating alone. My mind recalled this body's memories, wondering if Summer had been this close to me before. Seemed only when needing me to take the blame she'd show a bit of sisterly affection. I shook my head, walking to the kitchen, getting warm water, pouring a small glass, then entering Dad's room. My dad was half conscious, hand fumbling for something at the bedside. I sat down beside the bed, holding the just-bought hangover pill, pouring some water into the glass, clearing my throat lightly, voice deliberately drawn out, "Mr. Yang, time for medicine." Chapter 101. Won't you praise me? After giving Dad his medicine, I left the room, returning to the living room, seeing Summer lying with her head pillowed on Lily's lap, mouth munching fried noodles. I stared at that scene, stunned. Could this little one have given up on Rachel, now planning to make a move on Summer? Summer nuzzled her head into Lily's stomach, patting her thigh lightly, saying, "Ethan, come here, come here. Lap pillows are super comfortable. Plus little sister smells good." She spoke while wiping her mouth. I looked at Lily, saying, "If you're being threatened, blink once." Summer burst out laughing. "Ha ha, she's my biological sister. Why would I threaten her? I just told her to carry me up and feed me. Then she let me pillow on her lap herself. And really fed me. Jealous yet? Jealous yet?" I rolled my eyes, saying, "You're not paralyzed. Why make others feed you? Should I chew it first then feed you?" Summer sat up abruptly, licking her lips, face challenging, saying, "You dare?" I snorted coldly. "What wouldn't I dare? You're acting like I'm the one who dares. I never chewed food for you. Tomorrow I'll buy sugarcane." I snatched the fried noodles from her hand, placing them on the table. Then grabbing Lily's hand. "Today you worked hard all day. Let brother take you gaming for a bit to relax." Early next morning, I yawned, waking from drowsy sleep, lightly patting Lily's head. She was curled up in my arms like a small cat, making me chuckle softly. She stretched lazily, her soft body even more radiant in the sunlight. Then walking to the dressing room, helping me choose a light gray athletic outfit, while she wore a matching white set. Last night she'd brought her toothbrush, cup, and personal items, all moving to my room. Fortunately, the sink was quite spacious. 2 people sharing didn't feel cramped. Perhaps because today she'd revisit her old school. I sensed her mood, unusually cheerful, while brushing teeth, humming softly, occasionally even bumping me lightly with her bottom. After washing up, thinking the destination was quite remote, I prepared extra things like sunscreen and mosquito repellent plus some emergency medical supplies. Coming down the stairs, I saw Summer listlessly, sitting at the dining table, one hand messing up her tangled hair, while yawning and gnawing a steamed bun. Seeing us 2 wearing matching outfits, she smiled drowsily. "Not wasted waking up early. Just seeing this scene is worth it." She looked at me, saying, "Ethan, when will you help me film the university promotional video? My future is all in your hands." I sat down opposite, frowning. That sentence, "Save it for your future husband." I thought a moment, saying, "This weekend. Today I must go to school." "You think it through. How you want me to cooperate?" Summer's eyes widened. "I still have to think?" I huffed coldly. "You alone must not only write the script, but also relearn proper video editing. Tonight I'm checking your homework. This time it's promoting Riverside University. If you still edit into that monstrosity like last time, then this world won't tolerate you anymore." Mentioning video editing, her face paled, stammering, I'll study seriously." After breakfast, I held Lily's hand, walking together to the Wuling loaded with school supplies. I didn't realize, days ago I only dared hold her wrist, yet now could naturally hold hands like this. The car drove over an hour on the winding mountain road, then another half hour on the village dirt road. Finally, on a hillside densely planted with young rice, we saw a small red flag fluttering. The uphill road was too narrow for the car. I found flat ground nearby, parking the car. Just stepping out, fresh countryside fragrance rushed in. Now was mid-March. Rice paddies just planted. Water in the fields reflected the clouds. Far away could be heard birds chirping and echoing study recitations. The feeling, my whole body suddenly lightened. Lily just got out, already immediately grabbing my hand, shaking my arm lightly, saying, "Brother, look. Long ago when I planted rice, it was prettier and faster than them." Even the principal praised me. I held her hand a bit tighter, not knowing what to say. But Lily seemed to notice the guilt in my eyes. She grabbed my hand, placing it on top of her head, saying softly, "Won't you praise me?" I paused slightly, then patting her head, smiling. You're truly the rice planting champion. The hardest working girl. Lily looked up, grinning brightly. Back then Mom and Dad always scolded me for planting slowly, being lazy. Later I learned. Turned out while I was planting rice, they'd all go play cards and chat with villagers. All housework was mine, yet they called me lazy. She nuzzled her head into my chest, rubbing lightly. Now brother who loves me most has praised me. Hee. I took a deep breath. Living in such circumstances. No wonder when first meeting her. Her eyes were both clear and sorrowful. We two held hands, walking up the hill to the school. Called a school, but actually didn't even have walls. Anyone could freely walk in. I even saw some parents holding hose, standing outside the gate watching their children. The kids seeing them immediately put down books, running out. I smiled lightly saying, my parents used to come find me at school like this. I worked so hard to be able to attend school, so I always tried working very fast. The principal, whom I affectionately called Grandpa, seeing my effort, not only waived my tuition, but often brought food to my house. Back then, my senior, Rachel, had the best family conditions in school. Her family was much wealthier. Mrs. Wilson never bothered her about studying. Instead, often brought her delicious food. Lily back then often hid in a school corner. Those days when I had no lunch, I'd often squat in that corner. Later every lunchtime, Rachel would bring food, waiting there before me. I'd eat the food she brought, while asking her about things I didn't understand in books. She paused slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. When Rachel graduated, I even secretly cried. She raised her hand making a leveling up gesture. That's a little secret between us two. You absolutely can't tell Rachel. Chapter 102. Qingzhou has crossed the 10,000 mountains. I lightly patted Lily's head. So there was such a story. No wonder this little one likes Rachel so much. The elementary school Lily attended wasn't very large. Only one school building. That building had 3 floors. Each floor had 4 classrooms. Each grade only had 1 small class. The rest were teacher offices and dorms, plus activity rooms. Today's weather was beautiful. On the roof hung several cotton quilts, white sheets swaying gently in the breeze. The schoolyard was just a flattened dirt area, where quite a few chickens and ducks ran around. I held Lily's hand, walking toward the ground floor classroom, the room at the far right of the building. Before entering the office, she released my hand, and loudly saying, "Report." A female voice rang out. A middle-aged teacher with a kind face quickly stood up approaching. Never expected just 1 year after graduating. The little girl became so beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. Lily smiled obediently. Ms. Liu. Today I brought my brother to visit the school. I nodded slightly to Teacher Liu. I'm Lily's brother. Thank you for caring for her all this time. Teacher Liu smiled at me, then placing her hand on Lily's shoulder, looking her up and down carefully. The teacher's eyes gradually reddened. Seeing you living well now makes me so happy. Back then I worried your biological parents would treat you badly. Lily lightly hooked my arm. My brother treats me very, very well. Is the principal at school today? We bought lots of things wanting to donate to the school. Teacher Liu nodded. That's good, that's good. The principal is teaching the last class. About 10 minutes until dismissal. Speaking, she again turned carefully examining Lily, continuously nodding. I already said, how could those people be your parents? A child like this, making you do such hard labor. Plus that bastard cousin of yours, only 8 years old and already trying to sell you. After hearing you were taken by your biological parents, I'd occasionally inquire how they were treating you. I looked at Lily surprised, my expression immediately darkening. Noticing my worry, she squeezed my hand tight. Fortunately Ms. Liu and the principal were there. They rushed to save me that very night. Right. That day we were terrified. Your foster parents were terrible. Even helping your cousin, trying to sell you to a 20-year-old fool in the next village. Teacher Liu said. I narrowed my eyes. Even my breathing grew heavy. Lily quickly looked at Ms. Liu, stopping her from continuing. Ms. Liu, those things are past. Qingzhou has crossed the 10,000 mountains. Teacher Lu noticed my emotions were unstable. Understanding I truly felt heartbroken for my sister. She softened her voice. Right. Qingzhou has crossed the 10,000 mountains. You've suffered too much. The days ahead must be happy. Lily held my hand tight, interlacing all 10 fingers with mine. She stood on tiptoes, leaning close to my ear, whispering, "Brother, the past is gone. Now I don't have to farm. Won't be sold away either. Most importantly, I have a brother who loves me dearly, cherishes me deeply." She raised our interlaced hands, shaking them lightly before me. Right then, the dismissal bell rang. Teachers gradually entered the office. Lily released my hand, bringing both hands forward, clasping them shyly. An elderly man with white hair entered. He looked about 70, square face, emanating dignity. The old principal just appeared. Lily immediately ran forward. When Principal Wu saw her, initially he froze slightly, immediately frowning. "Isn't today Friday? Shouldn't you be in class now? What are you doing here?" Being questioned sternly by the principal. Lily bowed her head low, both hands twisted together tensely, eyes clearly showing a plea for help. Sneaking glances back at me. Seeing Lily's obedient, scolded appearance, I couldn't help finding it amusing. I stepped forward, preparing to explain for her. Principal Wu noticed her pleading gaze, then looking me up and down. His expression flashed with anger, shaking his head. He looked at Lily disappointedly. "We teachers worked so hard teaching you. Isn't it so you could leave this mountain? Look what you've done. Going out, not focusing on studies, dating early instead. This year you're in 11th grade. Next year is college entrance exams. The most important opportunity in your life. How can you ruin yourself like this? Hold out your hand." Lily shook her head repeatedly. She quickly explained, "Principal, he's not my boyfriend. He's my brother." Though saying this, she still obediently extended her hand, even seeming to expect the principal hitting her palm. "Principal, this young man is Lily's brother. Heard the girl say today. The siblings came here to donate supplies to our school." Teacher Lu immediately interjected, explaining. I stepped forward. "Hello, Principal. I'm Lily's brother. My name is Ethan Carter. Though just now was a misunderstanding. I greatly admire your serious attitude toward teaching. Wanting to leave this mountain truly isn't easy for these children. Only through diligent study can they succeed. The outside world is very complex. Too many temptations for children like these. Very easy to lose themselves. Especially pretty girls. Innocent and simple like Lily. Now they're all at studying age. So must strive to study hard. To realize their life's value. Rather than depending on others. Otherwise, the body might leave the mountain. But thoughts remain imprisoned within." Principal Wu looked at me with shocked eyes. Never expecting someone so young could speak such profound words. He nodded lightly, then turning to Lily, instructing, "Your brother is excellent. From now on, learn more from him." A sweet smile bloomed on Lily's face. She quickly ran beside me. "Brother, the principal said I must learn from you." She leaned close to my ear, whispering, "I've never seen the principal so kind before, just for not finishing homework." He'd hit my palm. I was so scared. I lightly patted her head, whispering back, "Lucky to meet such a responsible principal." I turned to Principal Wu. "Principal, Lily and I brought some school supplies. Planning to donate to the school. The mountain road is rough, cars can't go up. Perhaps need you to arrange students helping transport." I led the principal and Teacher Lu out of the office, pointing toward my car parked at the mountain base, but saw a man in a suit, bending over, peeking through the car window. His eyes glued inside. Chapter 103. Fishing is my specialty. Just seeing that man's back. Lily immediately stepped back, hiding behind me. "It's him. He's the one who tried selling me," she said softly, voice trembling. I lightly patted her head, smiling coldly. "Been thinking how to teach him a lesson. Just happened to meet him. You wait here. I'll go provoke him a bit." Speaking, I quietly walked down the hillside, pretending curiosity. Approaching. "Hey buddy, what are you looking at?" I asked. The man was startled by me. Quickly standing up straight, shaking his head repeatedly, nothing. Not looking at anything. I assessed him from head to toe. The person before me was Kevin Young, the original owner's cousin. In the original story, I remembered he was a thug. Never expected today he'd wear a suit, looking somewhat presentable. Typical fake righteousness. Just his protruding belly was too large. Couldn't even button his pants, revealing a garish red belt section in the middle. I frowned slightly, shouting, "Not looking at anything yet, standing here? Planning to steal? Get lost out of my sight." Just finishing. I also bent over looking inside the car. The car windows had anti-peeping film, so couldn't see clearly. Just vaguely seeing some large cardboard boxes. Last time heard someone donated computers to the school. Never expected they'd arrive so quickly. I muttered softly, then starting to find small stones by the roadside. Turning back, I saw Kevin Young standing not far away, eyes probing me. Perhaps because my face looked too young. Completely didn't match this Wooling's steady appearance. I frowned, saying, "Didn't I tell you to get lost? Still standing here for what?" Kevin Young seemed to see through everything. "This car isn't yours. What the hell are you pretending?" I showed momentary panic in my eyes. "Who said it's not mine? This car is mine. I even know there are computers loaded in it." Just finishing. I paused slightly. Emotions suddenly became intense. "Damn it. Get lost. Ruining my business. I'll break your legs right now." Kevin Young laughed coldly, saying softly, "Hey. Can't be as stupid as you. So much stuff in the car. Can you carry it alone? How about we brothers cooperate, make some money together?" I showed hesitation, bending to look inside the car again. "Fine, but later let me choose first. Then you smash the window. I'll stand watch outside," Kevin Young said. I nodded, saying, "Okay, but you watch carefully. In case someone discovers and rats me out." I picked up a small stone, using my hand to tap the window, making sharp, tap-tap sounds. Seeing my clumsiness, Kevin Young couldn't help frowning. "You hitting like this? Soon the car owner will run out," he said irritably. "Fine. I'll smash it. You go stand watch." I nodded, tossing the stone in my hand to Kevin Young. Looking at that small stone, Kevin Young immediately knew I was a rookie. He bent down, picking up a head-sized rock, raising it high, about to smash down on the window. I quietly took out my phone, starting to record him smashing the car window. "Hey, what are you doing, mister?" I deliberately shouted loudly. He answered, full of anger. "Don't you see I'm smashing a window?" I pressed, saying, "Is this your car? And you dare smash the window?" He frowned, snapping, "If it's my car, why would I smash the window? I'd just open the door. Take the stuff inside and sell it," Kevin Young said coldly. I nodded, saying, "True. That makes perfect sense." I stepped forward, right when he raised the rock again, about to smash. I suddenly reached out, blocking. The rock slipped from his hand, falling hard on Kevin Young's head. He was in so much pain his teeth ground, eyes bulged. Before he could curse, I'd already kicked hard at his back, loudly shouting, "Damn it. Fucking thief. Dare steal from me? Catch the thief? Catch the thief." I beat while shouting. Some farmers finished planting rice, resting. Hearing the commotion, groups ran over to see. "Oh hey, isn't that Kevin Young? Caught stealing again, huh? Serves him right, all day doing nothing honest. Specializing in petty theft," he wanted to protest. But I kept punching. Each hit like a hammer, beating until he couldn't breathe. Only knew to hold his head, groaning. Some farmers, seeing me hitting too hard, stepped up, intervening, saying, "Young man, he stole your stuff, right? But hitting like this could kill someone. For trash like this, getting involved isn't worth it." I stopped my hands. Kevin Young immediately changed his tune, falsely accusing me. "What did I steal? I just saw a nice car. So came closer to look. Who knew I'd get beaten up by him? You must compensate me 50,000. No, 100,000. If not, I'll call the cops on you." I smiled coldly, playing the video I'd just recorded. In the video rang his clear words. "If it's my car, why would I smash the window?" The voice echoed crystal clear. Kevin Young glared at me. Only now realizing. So you deliberately set me up. I took a light breath. Opening the Wuling's trunk. Displaying everything inside for everyone to see. Saying resentfully. I've been an orphan since young. My mother also died 2 years before I was born. I grew up thanks to neighbors' meals. Just finishing, I silently recited. No, my mother is Mrs. Carter, my father is Mr. Carter. King of hell, don't mishear and write wrong names. At 13 I had to go to the city working odd jobs. Couldn't read or write. Do you all know how hard my life was? These years I worked desperately to save some money. Remembering those who gave me food. I just wanted to do something to repay them. All my wages these years. I spent buying these school supplies. Today's car is even borrowed from my boss. Yet never expected this beast would dare smash someone's car. Even planning to take all these supplies to sell. My boss's car got smashed. I'll work 20 hours daily to repay the debt, but he wants to steal the village children's books and notebooks, robbing their chance to study. This crime cannot be forgiven. Cutting off the village kids' hope for college. Just hearing about cutting off college hopes. Those who came to watch the commotion all fell silent. In their thinking, children passing college exams was big enough to record in family genealogy. Also the only path helping them escape farming. Uncles, aunties, folks of the village. Just some pens and notebooks worth nothing. Yet he wants to cut off your children and grandchildren's hope of leaving the mountains. If I were his father, back then I'd have hung him on the wall. Urgently hiring Uber driver, beat for hire. Kevin Young, you're truly conscienceless. Dare to steal anything. Why don't you go steal manure instead? If my kid fails college later, it's all your fault. All day just petty thievery. I say we should let Officer Chen arrest you properly. Hearing mention of Officer Chen, the villagers hesitated. Kevin Young in this village occasionally stole chickens or picked vegetables without permission. Villagers had reported to Officer Chen, but the amounts were too small, so he'd just get a warning. All neighbors, no one wanted trouble. Finally the village chief made him work for people to offset what he'd stolen. But later somehow, he found a girl around 10 years old, making the girl work in his place. The child was thin and small, though worked quickly. Everyone who saw felt sorry. I stepped forward, grabbing Kevin Young's arm, yanking hard then twisting, making his shoulder joint dislocate completely. He only felt intense pain, spreading from shoulder throughout his body. Face immediately paling, my mouth curled coldly. From that day forward, his arm would ache whenever moved, like it wasn't his own anymore. Afterward, I took out my phone, snapping a photo of Kevin Young, then sending it to Little Knife. Posting, hiring 3 Uber beat for hire drivers. Job description. Beat the person in the photo. Light beating every 3 days. Heavy beating every 5 days. Mainly mental torment, plus some physical torture. No hospitalizations allowed. No causing deaths. Salary 5 to 8,000. Accept both student interns and those over 35. Priority to those with medical or legal expertise. Benefits. Enjoy natural scenery. Flexible work hours. No attendance required. Only need to work 2 to 3 days weekly. No insurance or pension fund. Little Knife replied very quickly, immediately dispatching 3 brothers to care for Kevin Young. I transferred him a full year's salary at once. After teaching Kevin Young a lesson, seeing I didn't plan reporting to police, he quickly slunk away. I returned to the school, seeing Lily hiding behind Ms. Liu observing. She just saw me, immediately rushing into my arms. She buried her head in my chest, shoulders trembling slightly, voice choked recounting past grievances. Brother, he's so hateful. He made me farm for others. If I didn't go, he wouldn't let me attend school. Even told my foster parents I was useless, telling them to marry me off early to clear debts. I wrapped my arms around her waist, gently patting her back consolingly. Fortunately you met such good teachers. Lily looked up, softly humming agreement. Plus met a good brother like you. I smiled, nodding. Then looking at Principal Wu, Principal. Everything we prepared is in the car. Please arrange some students to help carry it down. Initially Lily planned returning tomorrow, to avoid affecting studies. But I think her missing one day of school can help hundreds of children get notebooks and pens one day sooner. That's worthwhile. Making up classes this weekend works too. Principal Wu sighed. You've worked hard enough. Fine. Leave these things for the school. Don't bother taking them back. Lily lightly pressed her hand to her chest, face pale white. I quickly explained, Principal. Earlier we just lied. I scratched behind my neck, smiling awkwardly. Actually, I'm from a wealthy family. Seeing my genuinely naive expression, Principal Wu gaped in shock, never expecting the city full of such schemes. But knowing we weren't truly struggling, he called 9th grade students, plus free teachers, helping each other move things into storage. Before morning dismissal, he gathered all students to the schoolyard to thank me and Lily for donating school supplies to them, then assigning teachers to help distribute. I looked down below. Most students' eyes shone brightly, full of thirst for learning. A few also, looking like Tang monk lost in the women's kingdom. Don't learn from that poor monk, don't learn. I took the microphone from the principal. He spoke very well. I stepped onto the stage, adding 2 sentences. Suddenly I frowned slightly. Was it the bullet before transmigrating? That hit right between my eyebrows? Before, I hated most when leaders said, adding 2 sentences. Now I'm doing the same. Previously I didn't like studying. Now going around advising others to study. Indeed, people can't avoid true fragrance law. Seeing the expectant eyes of students below, I cleared my throat twice, saying, I didn't study many years, don't understand anything, but now wanting to work at electronics factories. At minimum must graduate middle school. $18 an hour. 7 to 8,000 monthly. Now a phone costs 3,000, a computer 4,000. Work 1 month, can buy everything. But without middle school graduation, can only find small factories. $11 an hour, under 3,000 monthly. After food and lodging, 500 left monthly. Others monthly salary, more than what you save all year. Think about it, your close friends, then earning more in 1 month than you all year. Will they remember your father? I held Lily's hand, pulling her forward slightly, bringing her forward a bit. Moreover, what do you have to play with now? Running all over mountains, just to see which monkey's butt is reddest? No phones, no computers. Even girlfriends aren't as pretty as mine. Having that time. Work harder 1 or 2 years, pass middle school entrance exams. By then phones, computers, buy whatever you want. Even the girls you know will be prettier. Those rebellious students all stared at me shocked. This moment, they seemed to suddenly understand the true meaning of studying. Study to work at electronics factories. Then buy phones, computers. Meet pretty girls. They looked around at friends playing together, imagining a future with only 500 monthly left. So poor couldn't even eat properly. Then one day, the dragon returns. Slap. $5,000 on the table saying, shout once, spend freely. Right then, a tall male student told 7 or 8 boys gathered around. From today, Azure Dragon Gang disbands. Now establishing Azure Dragon Study Group. Our goal is passing middle school, working at factories. Lily's small face flushed red. She bowed her head slightly, looking at our tightly interlaced hands. Is he confessing to me? It's okay, after all, brother already announced before the most important teachers and principal that I'm his girlfriend. Thinking this, she burrowed into my arms, unconsciously hugging me tight, trembling slightly. The Azure Dragon Study Group members all had red eyes. Study, from today. Must study like life depends on it. Chapter 105. Why are you wearing pants? I patted Lily's head lightly. If you keep this up. The principal's looking at me strangely. Lily nuzzled her head into my chest, huffing softly, but clearly had no intention of letting go. Seeing Principal Wu's increasingly darkened face, I immediately understood the feeling of being hit with his ruler. How terrifying it was. I coughed lightly, switching to another direction. Continuing. The true meaning of studying is helping you see the world from different perspectives. For example, when feeling spring winds blowing, you might think, clouds resemble clothes, flowers resemble faces. Spring wind blows thick flower fragrance. I paused. Seems this describes women's beauty. I corrected myself, not right. You'll think, 10 miles of spring wind on Yangzhou Road. Jade curtains rolled up still can't compare. I held my forehead. Seems this also praises women's beauty. I rolled my eyes, saying reasonably, you won't be as embarrassed as me. So shameful. Can't even think of poems praising March spring breezes. Only know to say, this wind blows. Really, so refreshing. I returned the microphone to the principal, sighing with relief. Originally my first sentence, didn't study many years. Don't understand anything, was just modesty. Never expected it became truth. After distributing school supplies, I donated another 200,000 to the school to improve teaching environment and students' meals. I thought a moment, taking advantage of students' lunch break, calling some students over, cooperating with me filming a music video for Rice Fragrance. Beyond my expectations. In this simple school, they actually had instruments. In the teacher's office, I discovered a wooden guitar, an organ and several wooden flutes. These instruments were brought by a volunteer teacher when teaching here. Usually when free, that teacher taught the kids singing and playing instruments. Those teachers were all using their own ways, lovingly caring for these children. The kids had never filmed videos before, but they understood their video would be seen nationwide. Everyone's emotions became extremely excited. After filming the children's video, I also filmed myself playing guitar, plus the rice field scenery reflecting the blue sky. Seeing the finished footage, beautiful natural scenery, along with the children's pure smiles, I nodded satisfied. Wait until tonight to finish editing. Kansai Riverside University cooperated with me making this video. By then I'll write a small reflection, praising Riverside University's positive attitude in handling incidents, and the serious academic atmosphere there. Perhaps can salvage Riverside University's lost reputation. That way, the 200,000 I just transferred can be reimbursed by Riverside University. Rural elementary schools nationwide will also receive more attention from kind-hearted people. Moreover, who knows, might help that little salted fish named Summer gain official speaking qualifications. 1 arrow, 4 targets. I began admiring my own intelligence. Tonight must tease Summer properly. See what devilish schemes this remnant of family education comes up with next. March spring returns. Sunlight warming the body gently, accompanied by soft spring breezes and occasional bird songs. I couldn't help yawning. Right now Lily and I sat close together, behind the lecture hall, on the grass. Lily tilted her head, seeing me looking sleepy. She shifted over slightly. I brushed my pants, of grass bits clinging, brushing clean. Then she poked my shoulder lightly, patting her thigh. I stared at this scene before me. Couldn't help swallowing, thinking, could she want me to use her lap as a pillow? Lily bowed her head, face flushing, saying softly, brothers helped me so much. I also want to repay you a little. Moreover, without proper rest, driving this afternoon will be dangerous. She hesitated, continuing. Sister Summer also said it's very comfortable. Even said I smell nice. My face immediately burned hot. Head like white smoke rising hazily. I scratched behind my neck, then gently lying down sideways. After all, I'd helped Lily quite a bit. Her wanting to repay was normal. America has a saying, great kindness breeds great enmity. Favors too heavy that can't be repaid easily breed resentment. Today using Lily's lap as pillow, also giving her away to repay me, avoiding bad outcomes. Moreover, the road back to Riverside was winding. Driving while exhausted would be irresponsible to myself and others' lives. Books teach, practice reveals truth. This also verified Summer's words. Using Lily's lap as pillow is very comfortable. And, she smells nice. Absolutely nothing to do with me wanting to enjoy a beautiful girl's gentleness. Lily's figure was still somewhat slender. From the sensation on my face, reluctantly could give 9 points. The only deduction, today she wore fitted athletic pants. I took a deep breath, not knowing if it was the countryside's flower and grass fragrance, or Lily's scent, but smelling it truly felt pleasant. Her slender fingers, gently stroking my hair, softly recounting childhood stories. She pointed at the poultry shed in the schoolyard, saying the chicken and duck eggs they laid, teachers all collected to cook for students. Occasionally the principal even slaughtered chickens, making soup to nourish students. Remember back then, a teacher came from the county, criticized our principal, saying the schoolyard shouldn't be used for raising poultry, should be for students exercising. She giggled softly, but they didn't know. Rural kids like us lack exercise least of all. She pointed down at fields below the mountain. Those paddy fields were cleared by teachers and principal. From wasteland, principal sold vegetables grown in fields for money. If any family had difficulties, principal would use that money helping them. Back then I was saved that way too. Hearing Lily say this, my heart suddenly tightened. I turned my head, wanting to see what emotions she had now. Lily gently raised her hand, covering my eyes. Brother, rest earlier. Chapter 106. When we're old, can we be like this too? Not knowing how long I'd slept, slowly opening my eyes, welcoming gentle spring breezes, bathing in warm sunlight, looking up at half the sky. That half sky, brother, are you awake? From that half sky's direction, Lily peeked out. I stretched once, finally slept enough. Since you gave me your lap as pillow today, tonight I'll reward you with 3 rounds of Yasuo. I stood up. The school echoed with clear recitations. I glanced at my watch. Never expected sleeping over 2 hours. What did you do while I slept? I asked casually. Lily's eyes immediately averted, stammering, nothing. Nothing at all. How could she tell me? She'd secretly poked my cheeks and belly. Plus took a whole bunch of photos of me sleeping. I frowned slightly. Seeing Lily's expression made me more suspicious. I bent down, squatting before her. You look very suspicious. Our principle is honesty gets leniency. Stubbornness means prison and rot. Planning to challenge my interrogation skills? Lily raised her eyebrows slightly, giggling. Brother's different now. Won't bully me anymore. Hearing her say this, I scratched my head. Fine. Then let's prepare going home. I naturally extended my hand before her, wanting to help her stand from being a pillow too long. Lily's legs had gone completely numb. When standing up, both legs went soft, nearly falling to the ground. Seeing her staggering walk, I laughed, exactly like a young old lady. It's all brother's fault. Lily pouted dissatisfied. Fine, fine. Let me make it up to you, I said. Lily's eyes suddenly brightened. Will you carry me to the car? Or Princess Carrie? Have I gotten fat lately? Do you feel heavy? She bit her lip lightly, heart beginning to beat faster. The little fawn wrapped in bandages trembled, carefully leaning on crutches, cautiously peeking out, only seeing me lowering myself, arms circling back bent, posture like a real old man. Wobbling 2 steps, I coughed twice lightly, imitating an elderly voice. Now brother's also an old man. Let's walk together. The little fawn huffed softly. Indeed, as it predicted, silently retracting its head. Lily's eyes widened. Why are you usually so smart, but at times like this so dumb? Suddenly her eyes brightened. Old man and old lady. Aren't they a couple? So brother truly likes me. She suddenly stopped, falling half a step behind, then suddenly jumping on my back. My face flashed with panic. If not for my thick skin and sturdy body, plus some enhanced strength, I'd have nearly knelt before her. Ow, gentle please. Next time planning a sneak attack, warn me first. I'm afraid you'll make me faceplant. Then we'd both be embarrassed. Lily stayed silent several seconds. The romantic atmosphere like an idol drama, instantly shattered by my words. Hesitating a moment, she still gathered courage asking, brother, if later when we're old, can you be like just now? She imagined them both elderly, still able to hold hands, supporting each other walking, wobbling along the small path. I looked at her doubtfully. I think it'll be hard. I'm afraid by then if you sit down once, my back will just break. Reaching the car, I smiled. Arrived. Princess, please exit. Remember to give your boyfriend 5 stars. After leaving Lily's old school, I drove the Wuling toward Rachel's home. Must seize time before school dismissal to finish Mrs. Wilson's acupuncture. Now was late March. College entrance exams early June. Couldn't let Rachel get distracted at all. Arriving at the apartment complex, Lily and I stopped by the supermarket, buying some cooking ingredients to bring. Just entering the house, I went straight to the kitchen. Over a day since visiting. Must check how they'd been eating. Seeing 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, I knew even without me here, they still ate properly. I nodded satisfied. Mrs. Wilson recalled when first moving here, I was also the first checking the kitchen. She said somewhat embarrassed, Ethan, even without food, Auntie will buy some herself. Don't worry, I smiled, Auntie, I'm just checking if you too secretly ate delicious food without inviting me. Now it's getting late. Let's start acupuncture. Otherwise Rachel will arrive home. I looked at Lily. These 2 days she hadn't attended school. Go to the study room and review. If missing any books, I'll go to school getting them. On Lily's shoulders were the expectations of those remote mountain teachers. Couldn't let her become someone who didn't study like me. I gently patted Lily's small head. Wait until you pass college entrance exams. I'll make you a huge banner, hanging right before the school gate. Then setting off 2 strings of firecrackers, so the whole village knows you passed college. Just now still somewhat reluctant, Lily's eyes immediately became determined. Seeing her enter the study room, I began helping Mrs. Wilson with acupuncture. While performing acupuncture, chatting with her. This year I visited the old school in Qingzhou, where Rachel studied, from elementary through middle school. Only then did I know. As a child, Rachel cared for Qingzhou very much. No matter how I repay, it's not too much. Living here, if anything's difficult, just tell me. As long as I can help, I won't refuse. Mrs. Wilson shook her head lightly. Should be Auntie thanking you. These days drinking Chinese medicine and receiving acupuncture, I no longer wake in pain at night. Perhaps later, I can even see my daughter's wedding. She sighed softly. That child back then was thin as a baby chick. How could parents be so heartless? Thinking back now, turned out she wasn't our biological child. No wonder they could be so cruel. I sighed softly, then continuing, but that child now has finally escaped suffering, returning to her own home. Plus has a brother who loves her wholeheartedly like me. As a child she truly suffered too much. I nodded. That's right. Truly suffered, the time that was missed. From now on, brother will make up for it bit by bit. Right then Lily stood before the study room door. Initially she'd intended using the bathroom, but accidentally overheard their conversation. Her eyes fell on me, squatting beside the sofa performing acupuncture. Her eyes moistened, but her mouth kept curving upward. She felt something in her heart tightening. Not the suffocating feeling from pain, but that small heart being filled by something. Chapter 107. You'd better not blink. Click. The door opened. A pleasant fragrance spread through the air. What delicious thing did Mom cook? Rachel sniffed lightly, face full of excitement, just seeing me wearing a pink apron, holding a plate of beef tomato buns. Walking from the kitchen. Sit down. Haven't eaten yet, right? I smiled. Rachel's face immediately flushed. She bowed her head, sitting beside Lily. Why is Ethan here, even wearing an apron? Could this dish be his cooking? Smells so good. Lily's eyes stared fixedly at me. Feeling, brother looks so handsome in pink. Then tomorrow I'll wear blue. I placed the beef tomato bun plate before the 2 girls. Taking off the apron, sitting on Lily's other side, I reminded, careful, it's hot. Actually I wasn't incapable of cooking. Just cooked somewhat slowly. Occasionally had to recheck tutorial videos. The sweet sour taste of tomatoes, blending with beef's tenderness, plus a hint of white pepper spiciness. Just 1 bite. Both girls' eyes lit up. Brother, your cooking is delicious. I think I can eat 2 bowls of rice. Lily praised profusely. Rachel also nodded continuously. Boys who can cook are truly super handsome. I smiled. If you two know such sweet words, say more. After finishing dinner, to prevent the two girls from developing feelings beyond friendship, I joined them in the study room supervising homework. This time I pulled another chair, holding Rachel's ruler from before. Exactly like a strict proctor. Sitting behind watching both. Lily occasionally stole glances at me. Like this. How can I ask Rachel how to become the type brother likes? Brother, go outside. We need to talk about girls' private matters. Lily said coyly. Rachel blinked innocently. What private matters? Not like last time, right? She bowed her head, face flushing. I glanced at Rachel, then at Lily. Sighing softly. Daughters grown are hard to keep. Lily's face turned crimson. Brother, last time was just a misunderstanding. Not what you think. Right, we won't tell you our girls' secrets. While speaking, she pulled my hand, pushing me out of the study, even carefully locking the door. I could only sit on the sofa, quietly taking out my phone, discovering when still working. Free time just meant wanting to play with phone. Yet having money now, found phones no longer as attractive. I opened the app, Loving Harmonious Family. Chat log in the family group. I scrolled to the top, skimming through. At the very top, besides the video I posted, the first line below was Mr. Carter's message. Comrade Old Carter, Dad. Good morning. A beautiful day starts with greeting Dad. Below that line was an animated image. A rose blooming with sparkling effects. Also reading, good morning. Just reading those greeting lines, my whole body got goosebumps. Below were all trivial chats, each message spaced quite apart. Until around 4 p.m. Marcus Shaw posted the orchestral version of Breaking Formation at Gwangan Palace, performed by the National Symphony Orchestra. Immediately the group chat livened up. Mr. Shaw is truly impressive. Sounds so magnificent, embodies our great America's spirit. Followed by a string of praises. Mr. Shaw is truly extraordinary. Your grandson will be of age in a few months. You're all adults now. Conveniently both parents are in the group. Why not discuss something? I have a grand niece. Appearance and personality both excellent. This weekend the girl will come to Riverside. How about letting the two youngsters meet? General Shaw sent several casual photos of Sophie Shaw, besides one hitting a punching bag. Several close-up selfies. Must admit, Sophie Shaw's looks were truly not bad. Photographed from any angle beautifully. Just those important long legs weren't visible at all. Comrade Old Carter speaks correctly. Ethan really should consider this. I think the two are a match made in heaven. I continued scrolling down, reading the conversation, my expression darkening. Comrade Old Carter kept saying, Dad speaks correctly, ending sentences with roses, completely lacking personal opinions. Fortunately, the group still had third sister and Summer, both continuously helping me tactfully decline. Ethan's at a critical stage of high school. We don't need the child to achieve great things, but still hope he can focus on studying, not waste his youth. Ethan's still very young. Over 4 more years until marriage age. This matter needn't be rushed. Mr. Shaw. Back in our day, marrying at 15, 16 was normal. Ethan's grown now. Arranging engagement now. Marrying in 5 or 6 years works too. Comrade Old Carter speaks correctly. That year I was 16 years and 8 months. When I married their mother. Summer sent a message. Have you all considered Ethan's feelings? Seeing her message, I couldn't help feeling moved. Not wasted. My hard work climbing mountains, crossing fields, just to help her save face. Sister Summer doesn't even have a boyfriend. How can I feel at ease getting engaged? A 19-year-old girl in her prime. Aren't there handsome soldiers under 23? Sir, you can't play favorites. My mouth twitched. Indeed. Can't place expectations too high on Summer. I replied in the group, Mr. Shaw. Next checkup visit, you'd better not blink all session. Mr. Shaw laughed sinisterly. Both families can meet first. Tomorrow the girl arrives in Riverside. Tomorrow night or the day after. The two youngsters can hang out a bit. I sighed deeply. Seems this beating can't be avoided. But thinking again. Just need to explain clearly to Sophie Shaw. Probably no problem. Now Drake also doesn't know where he's gone finding his destined one. Without Mr. Shaw's connections, Drake wanting to approach Sophie Shaw certainly won't be easy. I sighed again. In one breath, feeling life after transmigrating truly like walking on thin ice. Always feeling someone wants to steal my glory. Then I opened TikTok. Hannah's notification popped up. Brother Ethan, can I visit you next week? Probably arriving Friday evening in Riverside. By then, can you show me around the city? If possible, let's hang out more over the weekend. Would that trouble you? I replied, just let me know an hour ahead. Seeing Hannah's message, I suddenly thought of something. Hannah was also a girl. Moreover, between us there's no special connection. Her situation was somewhat similar to Lily's recently. Lately Lily seemed strange. I have a friend. His sister's been acting strange lately. Chapter 108. Dog-headed strategist online guidance. Seeing my message, Hannah's heart stirred with joy. She understood but pretended not to. Then asking, how is your friend's sister strange? I thought a moment. My friend's sister recently encountered some bad things. Seems a bit scared. Every night sleeps in the same bed with me. Do you think that's strange? Ah no. Sleeps in the same bed with my friend. Not sleeping in my bed. That bed is very large. Seeing my message, Hannah chuckled softly. She recalled that time years ago, when she herself went through terrible things. Those nights were when she felt loneliest. If back then she'd had such a good brother, she'd probably also want to nestle against him feeling safe. She replied with sincere tone. Being bullied is very terrible. Back then I took very long to overcome it. If I'd had a brother like you beside me, I'd also want to be close seeking safety. You could try hugging her while sleeping. Maybe that way she'll overcome her fear faster. I awakened suddenly. So after being bullied, wanting brother's embrace was very normal. But, still need to report to police? I thought a moment. Every morning upon waking, Lily was always nestled in my arms. Seemed about the same already. I understand, Teacher Hannah. I'll tell my friend when sleeping. Should hug his sister. Also, my friend's sister, when going out with him, always holds my hand, sometimes even rushes into my arms. Is that strange? Hannah lay on her bed seeing my message, her long slender legs swaying lightly in the air. That year when bullied, she had to drop out midway, didn't finish middle school. Because of that incident's shadow. For many years she dared not talk with peers. Now not only were peers willing to talk with her, but it was the person she admired most. The topics they discussed were innocent youthful emotions. She quickly replied, holding hands when going out. Probably just afraid of getting lost. If previously bullied, psychology becomes very sensitive and fragile. Without support, very easy to feel like everyone around wants to harm them. Next time holding hands, try interlacing all 10 fingers. No matter how crowded, won't get separated. As for her rushing into your arms, perhaps because only you make her feel safe. I scratched my head. Always felt something was off. But thinking carefully, it made perfect sense. All this time, I thought I'd already helped Lily overcome her fear. Turned out I was just deluding myself. Indeed, such matters still need discussing with girls to understand. If just thinking alone, I might misunderstand. Nearly thought the feelings between me and her had changed. I pondered a moment. Should I ask about last time I almost kissed her? Hesitating slightly, forget it. Asking casually shouldn't matter. Teacher Hannah, I have another friend. The other day when dark, his sister sat on his lap. Then he suddenly wanted to kiss her. Is that normal? Hannah asked back. Is that sister cute? Not exaggerating. She's the cutest in the universe. I praised profusely. Hannah glanced at the stuffed animals on her bed. Then replying, people naturally can't resist cuteness. Cuteness is justice. I immediately understood. Worthy of Teacher Hannah. So last time I wanted to kiss Lily was just because my heart craved justice. I felt the recent confusion between Lily and me were all resolved. One sentence from her, worth more than 10 years of study. I suddenly remembered this morning. She kicked me out of the study room. I asked, "What secrets do you girls have? Must touch each other's legs or chests to talk?" Seeing my question, Hannah's face flushed. She'd never experienced that, but since the other person was her idol, she still answered seriously, "That's a secret among girls. Can't tell you." I nodded, though still didn't understand what that secret was. But even someone like Hannah said that, then certainly I'd misunderstood. Probably that type was like guys walking on the street suddenly raising hands making basketball shooting motions in the air. All strange rituals that can't be explained. Can only say it's a secret. Thank you, Teacher Hannah. Everything just now was my friends. Nothing to do with me and my sister. After ending the conversation with Hannah, I scrolled through more videos. Seeing the clock past 8 p.m., I stood up knocking on the study room door. After a series of rustling sounds, Lily opened the door stepping out. I curiously looked inside, meeting Rachel's eyes. She immediately looked away, not daring to look straight at me. "Brother, let's go home." Lily pushed me toward the door. I suddenly remembered Hannah's words. Immediately grasping her hand tight, all 10 fingers interlaced. Lily's already flushed face, now red enough to bleed. She bowed her head looking at our tightly held hands, mouth also curving up, unable to hide her smile. Arriving home, Summer sprawled on the sofa, one hand scrolling phone, one hand holding a bag of chips. Seeing her lazy appearance like a salted fish, I cleared my throat lightly. "Hey, the 8-pack abs warrior's home." Summer immediately jumped. Just hearing my voice, she leapt from the sofa. Seeing me approach, she quickly grabbed the chip bag, then dumping it straight into her mouth. I frowned. I worked hard climbing mountains crossing fields, just to bring salt for this salted fish. Never expected she'd think I wanted to steal food. This deep sisterly affection, ultimately lost to a bag of chips. Summer's cheeks puffed up, like a hamster, mumbling unclearly, "I ate it all. Don't know what possessed me." I reached out, poking both her cheeks lightly. Peefed PFFT. Summer became like a pea shooter, spitting out chip pieces. She angrily swatted my hand away, chewing a few more times, then drinking 2 gulps of soda from the table. She said irritably, "It's your fault. Chips all over the floor, you clean them." Speaking, she pulled several tissues, stuffing them straight into my hands. Looking at the tissues in hand, I froze. "Cleaning is my job? Isn't the subject you?" Chapter 109. Everyone says I'm handsome. Hearing me say this, Summer glared, face surprised. "What do you think you just touched? That's the universe's #1 beauty's face." She raised her eyebrows, continuing, "Just you wiping the floor already shows great mercy. If my pursuers knew, not just the floor needs cleaning." Must say, Summer, from figure to face, very beautiful. Personality also not bad, just a bit fond of acting cute. But seeing her smug appearance now, I truly couldn't believe she had pursuers. I clapped once, making "Ip Man" gestures. Who's cleaning whom? Unclear. Think my Riverside Ip Man title was given for fun? Summer lightly kicked straight at my shoulder, making me fall backward. She laughed mockingly, pointing at the floor, saying, "Fine, fine. Riverside Ip Man, wipe the floor clean first." After ordering me, she turned looking at Lily. "Come on, little sister, come here." Lily hesitantly looked at me, kneeling wiping the floor with tissues, then timidly walking over sitting beside Summer. Summer stretched her long legs, hugging Lily like a body pillow. "Little one, what do you use? You smell so good." Smelling Lily's scent, she yawned lightly. "Pity you're wearing athletic clothes. If only it were a short school uniform skirt." She glanced out the window. "Pity, it's already dark. During the day the weather was so beautiful. If only lying on warm sunny grass, having someone provide a lap pillow, listening to refreshing spring breezes then sleeping. Wouldn't trade that for villas or luxury cars." Lily giggled. Sister truly doesn't know hardship at all. I paused while wiping, looking up at Summer, silently suspicious. Could she be a prophet? Are already installed cameras monitoring me? I stopped, suddenly feeling something was off. Not mentioning the chips scattered everywhere. What exactly caused that? Today I just finished filming. Such a meaningful video. Not to mention the emancipation of serfs, but to sing. I never ended up with one. Yet the result was sitting wiping floors. Could this be older sisters? I stood up sitting on the sofa, coughing lightly. Sister, so busy wiping floors, forgot the main thing. How does sister plan filming the video? For me to cooperate? Summer avoided my gaze, then hiding her head behind Lily. She opened her phone, finding a video to show me. In the video, a boy, standing before the school's engraved name plaque, twisting his body like dried squid, waving hands, dancing wildly, while singing and yelling loudly with a thick country accent. Everyone says I'm so handsome. Want to follow me till they go crazy. Everyone says I'm so handsome. My photos resold 50 times original price. Finally, he spun smoothly, pointing at the plaque, shouting, 10 years of hard study. Isn't it just to enter Riverside University? My mouth twitched continuously, sometimes watching the video, sometimes glancing at Summer, showing only her eyes. Couldn't believe this was the idea she thought about all day. She's truly a genius. Summer's eyes flickered away, saying softly, if you don't like it, swipe up. There's another video. I took a deep breath, glancing at her. Then eyes stopping on the phone screen. After all, still Riverside University students. Wouldn't be going underground like this, right? I swiped up. Still that same boy. Still that thick country accent. Still those graceful dance moves. Years of campaigns, fame spreads far. Now I'm lost in the martial world. Like drifting clouds, like sky cranes. Floating through the mortal world, so lonely. 10 years of hard study. Isn't it just to enter Riverside University? I cursed silently. Don't like it? Change to another. But changing videos just means changing dance moves? I held my forehead, turning off Summer's phone screen. Silently returning it to her, then saying, Sister, did we cheat on college entrance exams? Should we quickly surrender? Officer Chen has surrounded the area. Outside is full of azure dragons. Summer already called the cops? Lily said softly, but I just want to be a good person. I tilted my head. Being a good person means people don't treat you as human? I huffed coldly. Summer shrank back, hiding behind Lily, thinking several seconds. Then suddenly grinning foolishly. She praised herself. My brother's truly handsome. If you dance that, definitely even more handsome. I said coldly and directly. Now if I believe what sister says, even the punctuation marks aren't trustworthy. If I really dance that, everyone will know. I have no issues with Riverside University. While busy mocking me, and will forget what happened before. Summer shrank her neck again, occasionally sneaking glances at me. Then suddenly speaking pleadingly, voice choked. Ethan, this is sister's only wish in life. Just film one segment. She shook Lily's shoulder lightly. Little sister just told me. Also really wants to watch. Lily froze, looking at Summer. She never said that. Seeing Lily's doubtful eyes, Summer said urgently, Little sister, touch your heart and say, don't you want to watch brother dance that? While speaking, she actually reached, touching her actual heart. Lily's cheeks blazed like fire, quickly breaking from Summer's arms. I'm going to shower. Before leaving, she bent down, whispering in Summer's ear. Brother already finished filming today's video. She glanced at me again, then covering her chest, running straight into the room. Hearing this, Summer immediately switched to a flattering expression. She grabbed my wrist, pulling me down onto the sofa, while massaging my shoulders, smiling sweetly. Ethan, today going out must be exhausting. Let sister massage you. Then she quickly ran into her room, dragging out 3 chip bags and a soda. Do you like traditional flavor? Cucumber or spicy Sichuan? Seeing her appearance now, I guessed certainly Lily told her that I finished filming the video. Then choose cucumber flavor. I answered. Summer kept the other 2 bags, running straight to her room, even carefully locking the door. Chapter 110. Could he be the male lead? The chips on the table cost $6. Soda $3. Altogether, Summer's gratitude toward me only valued $9 to $15. She returned to the sofa, sitting beside me, smiling, saying, "Let sister feed you. One piece for you, one for sister. One for Lily, Lily's not here. So sister eats for her." She opened the soda cap, pouring herself a full glass, then handing me the can. "Cheers." I sighed softly. Indeed, I'd overestimated her sisterly affection. After eating, Summer wiped her mouth, smiling at me, saying, "Ethan, you ate what sister gave so happily. Shouldn't you repay sister a bit?" I widened my eyes, looking at the empty chip bag and soda can, then saying coldly, "Where does sister get the nerve for that statement? Sister doesn't care. Anyway, you already ate sister's food." Summer pretended to pout, saying coyingly. I could only sigh. Never expected in the end I'd still lose to her. Seeing my resigned expression, Summer stood up on the sofa, lightly patting my head, gently saying, "Good boy. Wait till sister passes grad school entrance exams. Later, if sister has food to eat, you'll have dishes to wash." Speaking, she returned to her room, while I stepped into the bathroom, rinsing off quickly. I recalled times together with Summer, always feeling I gained no advantage. To keep the wealthy life I'd gained, I not only stabilized Lily, but also helped the Carters rely on Mr. Shaw. Soon must also help Summer's path to fame. By editing videos, she right now was no different from a salted fish, eating snacks, drinking soda on the sofa, truly lying down and winning. Thinking carefully again, could Summer actually be this story's true female lead? I sighed in amazement. At least now, perhaps I'd avoided Summer being cyberbullied to death. I truly couldn't believe such a lively, energetic girl in the original story fell into such despair. Always felt if Summer planned jumping from a building, just one bag of chips could coax her down. I froze slightly. Why hasn't a system reward arrived? Could the system have disconnected from me? Or as the plot continues developing, ultimately Summer still can't escape tragedy? I thought a while without figuring anything out. Could only take it step by step. Stepping out of the bathroom, I saw Lily wearing a small white nightdress, sitting on my bed. The nightdress carried a style similar to JK uniforms. Behind the dress, had an added sailor collar portion trimmed in light blue. The chest decorated with a sky blue ribbon bow. The skirt reached her knees, designed in 2 layers. Under the white top layer was another light blue layer. On Lily's legs were white socks reaching mid-calf, both feet slightly turned inward, toes lightly touching the ground. I felt just having Lily in the room. The air became much more fragrant. I swallowed, seeing her soft, sweet appearance now. Always felt one bit of intimacy would make me collapse. Could I sleep peacefully tonight? Must I really hug her? What man could withstand this scene? Lily tilted her head slightly, then standing up, hugging my arm. "Brother, didn't you say tonight you'd reward me with gaming? Let's play now. I also want to sleep early." I covered my nose, saying, let's go. Since last time, Lily always sat on my lap gaming. I just silently wrapped my arms around her slender waist, my head resting on her shoulder. Now we two cooperated very well. Just me letting go, Lily would immediately withdraw her hands, yielding character control to me. After playing a while, I started editing videos again. Lily still curled up small in one corner, not disturbing my work at all. On screen appeared mountain winds blowing across rice paddies, water surface reflecting the swaying blue sky, children's pure smiles, and images of me strumming guitar. Lily's body, like rice stalks swaying gently in the breeze, softly rocking to the music. Her mouth also humming along with the melody, harmonizing with the song. After finishing editing, I sent a WeChat message to Robert Carter, telling him to check and approve the video. Summer stepped into the gaming room. Seeing us two so intimate, her face immediately bloomed with an auntie smile. "You too edit videos like this?" Lily's face flushed, immediately burying her face down, hiding her head in her chest. She lightly scolded Summer, Sister's so annoying. What if later we can't game together anymore? What then? I was irritated, continuously tapping fingers on the gaming desk. Then shouting directly, "Get out and redo it. Think about that surveillance video I asked you to edit. What monstrosity did you make? Can't make it any more bizarre? Dare you doubt my editing skills? Sit there and study carefully." Hearing me say this, Lily secretly smiled inside. Sometimes when brothers slow like this, it's also cute. Summer awkwardly looked away, then slowly sitting on the sofa. When the intro music played, she immediately got drawn in by the cheerful melody, eyes also focusing on the screen, exclaiming, "This song is so good. Ethan, did you really go so far to film a video for me?" She sniffled, voice choking. "Sister's so moved. Almost falling in love with you." Lily's heart immediately rang alarm bells. After third sister, now even fourth sister wants to compete for brother? I huffed coldly. Stop acting. I'm an emotionless assassin. When filming this video, I also donated 200,000 cash to that school, plus over 10,000 donated items. Currently my TikTok account has over 8 million followers. I need to post for your school a nearly 5-minute video. This is still a song I composed myself. You've already heard this song's melody. Later it'll definitely become famous. Summer pouted. Since I didn't send the video directly to her, she knew something was wrong. She resentfully glanced at me. If must donate so much money to the school, can I still be kept for grad school? Her eyes glanced at the gaming desk, wanting to find snacks. I quickly grabbed the only can on the desk, gulping it down completely. Absolutely couldn't give Summer any chance. She complained, "Between us, really, no sisterly affection left at all?" I raised my eyebrows. "A $6 chip bag I ate. $4 soda. I'll count half a can. Then deduct $3 for you." Saying, "This servant truly cannot do it," sounds fitting. 8 million view blogger filming 5-minute video. Plus original song. Every single lyric reeks of money. Summer huffed softly. "That $3 discount. Don't need it either," she said disdainfully. "Think we can't afford it?" I raised my eyebrows. Worthy of being the Carter's fourth miss. Truly impressive. Planning to pay cash or transfer? Summer's eyes started avoiding. That. I need to record a sample to send the school. Let the principal and them decide first. I moved aside, helping Summer film the first 30 seconds. Then immediately turning off the screen. She looked at the 30-second video on her phone, face full of resentment. I just deliberately adjusted the angle properly. Even my hands didn't shake. These 30 seconds should be enough for your principal to judge. I smiled. Then right before Summer's face, I set a startup password for the computer, plus screen lock password, adding file password too. Summer irritably patted my back once. "Why set so many passwords? Between you and sister, don't even have basic trust?" She'd originally planned, waiting for me to go out a few days, would secretly send that video to her phone. But seems now, this path won't work. I raised my eyebrows. "You also have a computer. Why care about my passwords? Could you still plan sneaking in at midnight?" Hitting her dark heart exactly. Summer stammered. "You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me." I didn't bother with her, but turned looking at the silent Lily. "Sleepy? Don't game so late next time." Lily rubbed her eyes, yawning. "Brother, let's sleep. Let's go sleep." I casually turned off the computer, then glancing at Summer, asking, "Planning to stay here tonight trying to crack passwords?" Summer huffed coldly, angrily stomping out of the gaming room, then plopping down in the middle of my bed. I held Lily's hand, leaving with her. I even carefully locked the gaming room door, seeing my vigilance like guarding against thieves. Summer huffed loudly again. Lily seeing her angrily puffing cheeks, quietly sitting in a small corner of the bed. She seemed somewhat hesitant, then asking, "Sister, still not sleeping? I want to meditate in protest." Sending Ethan a silent demonstration, Summer said boldly, then turning to look at the little sister sitting in the corner. Continuing, "Little sister, you go sleep quickly. Don't need to stay with sister. Tonight sister must fight Ethan till dawn." Lily bit her lip, asking softly, Sister Summer, has the principal replied? What if tomorrow they reject brother's plan? Don't you still have many other classmates who also made videos? She hesitated, then reluctantly saying, what if someone had the same idea as sister and gets chosen by the school? After all, brother's plan costs so much money, while others need nothing. Summer's eyes immediately brightened, raising her head smugly, chin high, smiling saying, Ethan, hear that? Even little sister thinks my idea's better. Just wait for your plan to get rejected. Then watch them choose my proposal. She suddenly hugged Lily, rubbing her face against her cheek. Worthy of being a high school student. Such a sharp mind. Want to sleep with sister tonight? Lily awkwardly turned away. No need. I'm going to my room to sleep. She removed Summer's arms, then immediately running from my room. Summer turned looking at me, again huffing coldly with pride, striding with a don't care about anyone walk, leaving my room. After both left, I crawled under the covers, turning off the room lights. These 2 days always had Lily sleeping beside me, suddenly having to sleep alone. The large empty bed made me somewhat unaccustomed. Wonder when she sleeps alone. If she feels scared. Just thinking this, the door suddenly opened quietly. A small figure. Lily tiptoed to the bedside. Brother, are you asleep? She asked softly. I didn't answer, just gently patting the bed. Lily then lightly lifted the blanket corner. Then crawling inside, she held both hands before her chest, head resting on my chest, both legs curled together. When Lily came close, I only felt a sweet fragrance continuously entering my nose. Remembering teacher Hannah's words, I suddenly felt confused. Ultimately, should I ask her opinion, or just act directly? After hesitating forever, I secretly extended my sinful right hand, slowly reaching toward Lily's small waist. I was just caring about my sister's health, just wanting to help her escape the psychological shadow from being bullied. I told myself, while under the covers, slight movements. Lily also felt panicked. What is he planning? Should I refuse? Though he's a boy. But, so embarrassing, she squeezed her eyes shut, pretending to be fast asleep. I placed my hand on her slender waist, then didn't move at all, feeling warmth from her waist spreading. Lily's face flushed crimson, but seeing me do nothing more, her suspended heart gradually calmed. My heart pounded violently, the feeling more thrilling than running 1,000 meters. I looked down at Lily's head, discovering she seemed truly asleep. I breathed a sigh of relief. Then looking at my right hand, just placing a hand on her waist, yet feeling completely unsafe, I hesitated again, gently shifting very carefully, inching closer toward her. My right hand, also slowly following her waist, sliding along her spine upward, until touching her upper back. Oh my God, brother plans to hug me while sleeping? Inside Lily's heart, like 10,000 ground squirrels screaming, like the wounded little fawn dropping its crutch, jumping wildly in her heart. She thought a moment, then gently turning to face away from me. That way, if hugged while sleeping, they'd be closer, and legs would rest more comfortably. Lily's sudden movement made me immediately withdraw my hand, feeling like I was taking advantage of her sleeping state. Clearly I was doing something good, yet had to guard against her discovering. Teacher Hannah, save me. I truly can't do this. Chapter 112. Attitude must be firmer. After Lily turned, I felt like someone caught doing wrong, not daring to move further. Lily waited a moment. The expectant feeling inside gradually faded. She regretted being too greedy. I thought a long time, then asking softly, Lily, are you asleep? Seeing no response, I exhaled, once again extending my sinful hand. Touching her stomach, I shifted forward slightly, pulling her into my arms. In the darkness, Lily blinked continuously, face flushing, her heart pounding wildly, like a little fawn prancing in her chest, not knowing how long passed, only hearing steady breathing sounds. She pretended accidentally, lightly poking the hand, resting on her stomach. Seeing no reaction from me, she also asked softly, brother, Are you asleep? Seeing I still didn't answer, she slipped her hand into my palm, smiling softly. Brother, good night. Next morning, when I woke up, Lily had already finished washing up. I stepped into the bathroom. Good morning. Lily looked at me with clear eyes, smiling gently saying, Brother, good morning. Seeing her expression, her mood seemed very good. I hesitated slightly, then asking, last night did you sleep well? Lily bowed her head, small ears immediately blushing. Slept very well. Just finishing that sentence, she'd already rushed from the bathroom. I blinked once. That word, well, could be used for sleep. But her reaction like this, clearly something was off. My face also started heating up. I took 2 deep breaths, calming down, then deciding to wash my face first. Let this burning face cool down. But in the mirror facing the sink, I saw my mouth corners, nearly reaching my ears. Hateful, Ethan Carter, what exactly are you thinking? Lily is still enduring the shadow of being bullied. Yet you're smiling so happily. Though her stomach is soft. Hugging feels warm. Smells nice. Face is cute. Figure though slightly thin, but very proportionate, if a bit plumper. When wearing a wedding dress, certainly very beautiful. Wait, what was I just thinking? Taking advantage when she's vulnerable. Lusting after her body, how despicable. I shook my head hard. Never expected self-reproach would lead to wild imagination. All inappropriate thoughts. I poured some toner on my hands, then slapping myself several times hard, as if wanting to wake up. Being the only one in the house Lily could rely on. Also the one understanding her best. I felt ashamed for taking advantage of her weakness. I immediately opened TikTok, finding Teacher Hannah's chat window. Sending a message saying, Teacher Hannah, it's my friend. Last night he hugged his sister sleeping together. He didn't ask the sister's opinion. While she slept soundly, secretly pulled her into his arms. After waking, he felt extremely guilty. Is this normal? Guilty? Teacher Hannah finished reading, frowning slightly. She truly didn't understand why a brother hugging his sister sleeping could feel guilty. She reread my message once more, thinking a while, then concluding. Probably because Ethan didn't tell his sister. Secretly hugging her into his arms. So felt like doing something wrong. Thus feeling guilty. She recalled when she herself was bullied before. Her parents also wanted to help. But then she felt she was a burden to the family. Didn't want parents worrying more. So refused them. Understanding that feeling, she replied, You feel guilty. Because you're thinking of others. Already realizing that, then later just correct it. Just that even if you tell her, mostly she'll refuse fearing to trouble you. Then you'll have no reason helping her. So just act boldly. Even if refused, your attitude must be firmer. Those previously bullied, sometimes their emotions are very volatile. Need you to be more patient with them. I nodded. So that's it. Teacher Hannah is truly Teacher Hannah. Because of caring, feeling guilty. Already guilty, then just need to correct it. After all, I'm the only one Lily can rely on in this house. If because of guilt I step back, won't that leave Lily falling into lonely darkness? I thank you on my friend's behalf. I'll relay this immediately. I typed that to feel less awkward. Opening the room door, seeing Lily leaning against the doorframe. Watching me step out, she crouched slightly, then hopping before me. Today she wore a white sailor collar blouse. Below was a short navy blue skirt, the skirt only reaching mid-thigh. Slender fair legs, covered by thin black stockings. Could see the stocking material, yet also see the slender legs beneath. Brother, today let's go out playing. Lily naturally grabbed my hand, gently swinging it back and forth. Looking at her, clearly today she dressed carefully. I truly never expected a day I'd have to refuse a date invitation from a girl wearing JK uniform and black stockings. I sighed, shaking my head lightly, then saying, near Brookside Town. The resort project has been stalled long. Mom and Dad worked overtime several days straight. This time they can't even come home. I must visit Brookside once. Go see the situation firsthand. Lily, somewhat disappointed, releasing my hand. This time, she always clung to me. Suddenly having to be alone made her somewhat flustered. Then today I'll stay in the study room. Though not wanting to be apart from me. She knew I had work to do. Couldn't be a bother. Seeing Lily's sad face now, I thought a moment, saying, if you don't mind. Sometimes having to sit in the car all day. You can also come with me. Lily looked straight into my eyes. Flashing slight hesitation. Brother. Would that trouble you? My pupils dilated slightly. Teacher Hannah was truly accurate. Just as she said, Lily would refuse, fearing to trouble me. Following Teacher Hannah's words, even if refused, attitude must be firmer. I immediately grabbed Lily's hand. Because I want you to come with me. Chapter 113. We're very alike. Black holes with their enormous gravitational pull swallow all light rays entering inside. Like those black stockings with intense attraction. Imprisoning my gaze. Right now my eyes were truly very busy. Having to watch the road ahead. Yet frequently glancing at the rearview mirror. I never knew before. Turned out I loved looking at rearview mirrors so much. Each time stopping at red light intersections. I'd turn my head, looking at scenery outside the right window. At times like these, Lily also often followed my gaze. Looking outside together. Brother, around here are all these old buildings. What's beautiful about them? Moreover, I keep feeling. Today brother keeps looking toward me. She asked, puzzled. My mouth corner twitched. Could I have just been caught by this little one? I rolled my eyes, clearing my throat, saying, people often say seeing mountains isn't mountains. Seeing water isn't water. You think I'm looking at these buildings? I'm viewing their history from construction till now. Seeing time preserved on this land. Why do people admire scenery? Because scenery is right there. Why do I look toward you? Because the rearview mirror is there. When you learn driving, you'll understand. I don't want to die young. Right now. I felt truly amazed by my own intelligence. Lily huffed twice softly. Then taking the brown vest jacket brought when going out. Placing it on her lap. The smile on my face immediately froze. Feeling like she just hit my fatal weakness. I felt dejected. Beginning to seriously drive toward Brookside. After driving 2 full hours. We finally entered downtown Brookside. I found an outdoor parking lot and stopped. Planning to lead Lily, strolling around the small streets. After all, rarely coming to Brookside. Should also go out enjoying sunshine. Holding my beloved sister's hand strolling the streets. Where I parked was near a Brookside Old Street. Considered a must-visit famous tourist spot. Just stepping into the street. Through the large stone archway. Ears immediately filled with trickling water sounds. Along the old street's stone-paved road. Was a small stream about a meter wide. Buildings all constructed along that stream. Underfoot was rough bluestone pavement. Both sides lined with classical American-style houses. Gray-green stone walls. Intricately carved reddish-brown wooden doors and window frames. Before many shops. Still had curved eave designs. Radiating thick ancient atmosphere. Lily. This was her first time leaving Riverside in 17 years. Her spirits were extremely excited. She gripped my hand tight. Her small head constantly swiveling everywhere. Also holding her phone, filming scenes along both street sides. Perhaps because it was morning. The old street had almost no tourists. Only a few elderly men. Sitting on stone benches by the stream chatting. Gradually we reached the old street's center. At the street's center, along both stream banks, were 2 massive ancient banyan trees. I asked nearby elderly people and learned. These trees were nearly 500 years old. Sitting under the tree looking up. Dense foliage almost completely covered the sky. Sunlight filtering through leaf gaps. Creating sparkling bright spots. Lily looked up. Swaying her body lightly. Sensing the flickering light and shadow interweaving above. Due to unstable center of gravity. She tilted and lay on my lap beside her. I looked down at her. Gently stroking her hair. Lily's face slightly flushed. Initially she planned springing up immediately. But feeling my gentle hand. She rubbed a bit. Then comfortably lying still. Brother. I keep feeling these 2 trees look very much like us. Lily pointed upward, saying softly. I looked up following. The two tree trunks were too large, branches intertwining as they grew, though not sharing one root, yet unintentionally entwined inseparably, indeed exactly like us two. Afterward we strolled a bit more, eating some local specialties. Then I brought Lily to the resort tourism area the Carters were redeveloping. The person in charge of the resort construction project was named Daniel Foster. Before arriving I'd already called him. Seeing the car drive in, Daniel Foster gave us 2 white hard hats, politely saying, "Young master, per construction site regulations, please wear these." I accepted the hard hat and put it on. Seeing Lily still fumbling with the chin strap, I lightly tapped her hat, smiling, asking, "Is this melon ripe yet?" Lily looked up, clear eyes looking at me, smiling, answering, "Still needs a few months." Daniel Foster, seeing them so close, couldn't help shaking his head lightly. He'd never directly contacted me before, only heard others speak of my reputation. Overall summary: was a spoiled young master with no real skills. Today, I even brought a beautiful girl of similar age. Here, that further convinced him his thinking was correct. He guessed I surely came here to view Phase 1 of the resort tourism area. Phase 1 of the resort tourism area was built on a peninsula jutting into the sea, with a coastal road, sandy beach park, aquarium and many other entertainment facilities. Young master rarely visits Brookside. Want to stay at Area 1 for a few days? There the beach and scenery are both beautiful. Not many tourists either. Perfect for taking your little girlfriend strolling. The hotel there even has hot springs and private pools. Right in the room. Can view sunrise and sunset over the ocean. At night can hear waves while sleeping. Just that lately construction is ongoing around there. Street lights aren't fully installed. Evenings might be a bit dark. Daniel Foster spoke, inside only wanting to quickly send me away. As the main person responsible for this project, Phase 2 resort construction progress was completely dragged down by old resident households around. Daily wages alone cost at least $600,000. The pressure was suffocating. I glanced at Daniel Foster, then lightly patting Lily's hard hat. "She's the Carters' youngest miss." Daniel Foster froze, his aged face flushing, stammering, sorry. Young master, I didn't know she was the young miss." I shook my head gently. What Daniel Foster just said sounded like giving me advice, but actually was for the girl beside to hear. If the person I brought was another girl, perhaps by now he'd have cleverly suggested tonight they could listen to ocean waves together in the hotel. I knew from Mom and Dad our Phase 2 construction progress was severely delayed. Today I came here to help you solve this problem. Chapter 114. What if unemployed? Hearing I came to handle construction issues, Daniel Foster was full of doubt. Does the chairman have some plan? Planning to compensate those people more money? I frowned. That money is all mine. Based on what should I give them more? Contract already signed yet demanding more money, dreaming? Old Foster, you truly haven't accomplished anything. Daniel Foster sighed, shaking his head lightly. If those people were willing to follow the contract, this construction wouldn't be delayed so long. He thought I was still too naive. Haven't been taught any life lessons, so don't understand how unreasonable those people are. I remembered in the original story, Drake directly told General Marcus Shaw about the troubles encountered in Brookside. Then he just needed one phone call, saying one sentence to the city mayor. The mayor, learning of it, would strictly direct subordinates, not allowing those old folks to cause trouble. Finally, the project could continue. But currently I still haven't planned asking Grandpa to intervene. Don't know how many days construction has been delayed. Just wages alone, $600,000 daily. Losses already reached millions. How could I swallow this frustration? I looked at Daniel Foster. This afternoon find me some strong young men. I'll personally go talk with them. Hearing this, Daniel Foster frowned even tighter. Those people don't listen to anyone. Can't reason with them. No matter how skillfully you speak, they'll only accept money. And those people fundamentally have no profession. Farming all year doesn't even reach 10,000. Now demanding 40,000 compensation. They're not afraid of wasting time. Age is high. Can't arrest them, don't dare hit them. At the slightest thing, they lie rolling on the ground crying for death. Even Officer Chen is helpless with them. But anyway, you're the chairman's son. Even if they cause trouble, people can only coax. Whether construction progress is urgent or slow. The site doesn't need many people now anyway. So he reluctantly let some people go with me to see the situation. I turned asking Lily, "Want to stroll the beachfront villa area first? What about you?" She asked back. "This afternoon I have big matters to handle," I said. "Bringing you might be a bit dangerous. So can you obediently sit in the car waiting for me?" Lily asked softly again. I thought a moment. Leaving her alone on the beach. I wouldn't feel at ease either. After all, she still hasn't escaped the bullying shadow. If when seeing the ocean she thinks too much. That's truly very dangerous. Now it's just lunchtime for workers anyway. I grabbed Lily's hand. Going together to check where they're eating lunch. Though I don't understand construction well. At least I can still check how the workers' meals are. Today I only called Daniel Foster suddenly. Daniel Foster also didn't have time preparing for my surprise inspection. I glanced over today's dishes. 1 portion stewed chicken leg, 1 portion cooked cabbage, and 1 portion stir-fried meat with asparagus. Workers held bowls larger than their faces, piled high with rice, then lining up waiting for food. Their meals had nothing elaborate. Everything just poured directly over rice. The surrounding workers lining up for rice. Seeing 2 people wearing white hard hats, curiously glanced at me and Lily. Then their gazes stopped on her. "Give me the jacket," I turned saying to Lily. She was somewhat puzzled, but still obediently removed her jacket. Giving it to me, I took the jacket, then tying it around her waist. Covering the long legs wearing black stockings. Tightly covered without showing anything. Looking at my work. I nodded satisfied. Lily blinked. Cheeks showing slight blush. Mouth corners curving up. "Brother, are you jealous?" she asked softly. "Jealous of what?" "I just think styling it that way will look more beautiful," I denied immediately, also reaching to tap her hard hat lightly. How could a brother be jealous of his sister? Hee. Lily raised her hands holding the hard hat, smiling sweetly. I turned to Daniel Foster, quickly changing subjects. "How many people eat at noon here?" The site regularly has about 2,000 workers. We divide into 4 eating shifts. This shift is about 600 people. Daniel Foster answered. This construction site doesn't have a separate cafeteria. Workers usually find shady spots, then gathering in small groups to eat. I led Lily's hand, walking toward a group of middle-aged workers sitting. Those damn shameless old folks. Last night even, threw rocks at my tin house. Why don't they fall into holes and die already? Stop talking, didn't someone last time chase those old folks at midnight? Result was falling and breaking his own leg, still had to compensate them 2,000. So unlucky. Heard this time they even said something. Said some fortune teller told them whoever lives in that house will become wealthy later. I believe it. Their houses were demolished. The developers here already compensated them loads of money. But they're truly bottomlessly greedy. That rotten house getting tens of thousands compensation. Now coming back causing more trouble. That's also good though. Them making trouble like this. Our work is also much more relaxed. Kid, that's because you're young. If it were another construction site, they'd have already fired half the people. Wait until restarting construction then hire new ones. I guess if this drags on, this place will eventually reduce workers too. Workers ate while grumbling and cursing. Seeing 2 people wearing white hats approaching, they quickly fell silent, eyes following me and Lily, then stopping on Daniel Foster walking alongside. A few people nodded greeting. "Hello, Director Foster." Daniel Foster also nodded lightly, simply introducing. "This is the big boss's son and daughter. Today inspecting the construction." Hearing this, the workers looked at me and Lily. Everyone frowned. I noticed in their eyes, besides suspicion, mixed with some worry. "Young master, you're not here to lay people off, right? We know lately the site has little work. Wages aren't stable either. I can take a bit less too." My son is taking college entrance exams this year. End of year is enrollment. Still can't afford tuition now. Or does the company have other construction projects needing people? As long as there's work, we'll go anywhere. Looking at the group of dark-skinned middle-aged men before me, I sighed softly. They have elderly parents above, young children below. If laid off, then the whole family's livelihood could face difficulty. I reassured them first. Today I didn't come to reduce workers, but to solve our construction site's problem. Now everyone doesn't have much money, right? That's right. The whole family depends on these wages to live. The workers answered. So if the next few days have no work, also no money for food and lodging, then only option is going to the big street in downtown Brookside, in front of the urban management headquarters, or municipal bureau to share meals and sleep temporarily, right? I said. The workers looked at each other bewildered. Huh, what do you mean? Chapter 115. Are there wild animals here? Daniel Foster froze. This young master, could he be planning to use thousands of workers' employment issues to pressure Brookside's urban management bureau, forcing them to step in resolving this? But doing so will only make relations with higher-ups more tense. Even if this time truly resolves the problem, later they'll come inspect every few days. Affecting construction progress will be even more serious. Young master, your method isn't very good. Society isn't as simple and pure as the school environment you've been in. He advised me thus. I nodded lightly saying, Uncle Foster, I know what you're worried about. The cruelest thing in human hearts is within one's authority, yet doing utmost to make things difficult for others. I understand this well. Hearing me finish, Daniel Foster couldn't help looking at me differently. This sentence is truly too accurate and profound. Already understanding such complex relationships, perhaps I won't act rashly. The workers still looked bewildered, not understanding, though they were truly poor, but not yet to the point of sleeping rough. Some reacted faster, understanding my meaning, immediately nodding agreeing. Right. By then if we're completely broke, also can't leave Brookside, only option is wandering the streets. I smiled slightly. We'll definitely resolve this problem soon, ensuring construction can continue operating stably. I turned looking at Uncle Daniel Foster. After their lunch break, then Uncle, arrange some young men to go with me. Speaking, I led Lily back to the car. I looked at her asking, can we stay overnight here tonight? Lily seemed eager, though Riverside was also a coastal city. She'd never seen the ocean before. If returning late this afternoon, missing the sunset, then tomorrow morning, can still watch sunrise with me. Thinking this, she suddenly realized. Won't it be staying in a hotel together with brother? She sneaked a glance at me, remembering Daniel Foster's words, that the hotel here even had pools and hot springs. By then, could I soak in the hot springs with him? Just thinking this, her cheeks flushed again. I nodded saying, already here, staying is also good. Before transmigrating, I only ever saw the ocean from afar. Never got to play on sandy beaches, let alone stay in a hotel with hot springs, to watch both sunrise and sunset. Hot springs. I sneaked a glance at Lily. Could we really bathe together then? After getting in the car, I drove half the day. So tired. Just closing my eyes, my head filled with images of Lily wearing black stockings or wearing swimsuit. Finally, when drowsily falling asleep, I dreamed of her, wearing black stockings paired with swimsuit, looking both strange and adorable. Knock knock knock. Light tapping sounded on the car window. It was Daniel Foster. I startled awake, looking at Lily. I saw on her phone various swimsuit styles displayed. Could the dream just now be coming true? Besides, in short videos, I'd never seen any girl wearing swimsuits in real life. Lily noticed my gaze, cheeks blushing, quickly flipping her phone face down on her lap, also glaring at me, as if blaming me for daring to peek at her little secret. Young master, people are selected. Now we can go. Daniel Foster's voice came from outside the car. I looked at him, sighing lightly. All right, let's go. I drove following behind his car, thinking now, if I called Grandpa Shaw, might be less troublesome. Just because I wanted to save money for the Carters. I'm exhausted to death. The two cars followed in succession, driving along the winding mountain road, soon arriving below a hillside. Daniel Foster's car stopped first. I also stopped behind. Looking at Lily, I instructed, "Just sit in the car. Obediently wait for me to return." Lily looked up the hillside, worriedly saying, "Brother, be careful. Don't ever believe those villagers are truly kind. If they were honest, they wouldn't be causing trouble. I still want to watch the ocean with you." I huffed softly in response. Lily smiled brightly, saying softly, "I'm also looking forward to it." I got out. Daniel Foster and several others already stood waiting beside, looking up at the hillside before us. Scattered small houses dotted it, viewed from afar, mostly surrounded by lush green trees, creating a very peaceful feeling of harmony with nature. The hillside faced straight toward the open sea. Just the part meeting the ocean was a sheer cliff. No sandy beach, so couldn't serve as a recreation spot for tourists. "This place plans to develop into beachfront housing area?" I asked curiously. "That's right. Up there we'll build ocean view villas, homestays and some small hotels. Below we'll build piers and docks for mooring yachts. Later can go fishing at sea," Daniel Foster introduced. Hearing about fishing, I immediately got excited. If having a house here, then mornings just need to wake up and can go sea fishing. Though I've never fished before. But having a place like this, learning is fine too. I turned to Daniel Foster and the group of young men behind, saying, "You all take out your phones. Keep it discreet. The entire process must be audio and video recorded. Start filming. Everyone must know how to be civilized. Understand?" Those with me nodded repeatedly. They used their bodies to hide and conceal their phones, then turned on the video recording function. "Young master, let's go up and talk with the village chief." This place was called Bayshore Village. In the village, almost everyone shared the same surname. Most villagers were surnamed Guo. The village chief's name was Marcus Guo. Last time signing the contract with us was also him. Now leading the villagers in opposition was also him. Daniel Tang spoke. "Then let's go find the village chief to talk." I began walking toward Bayshore Village. Before entering the hillside path, by the roadside was a metal warning sign, clearly stating, "Hunting wild animals prohibited. Violators would be held legally accountable." I raised my eyebrows looking at the sign. Turning to Daniel Tang, "This place even has wild animals?" "Wild rabbits and pheasants probably exist. But wild boars are large animals." "Probably not," Daniel Tang answered. Under his guidance, the whole group walked to the hillside, before a house completely covered in wild grass. Seeing people arrive, an old man with a goatee stepped out of the room. Just seeing Daniel Tang, he laughed heartily. "Director Tang, today you personally came here again? That condition I mentioned last time. Each household needs at least 30,000 more in compensation. Has your boss agreed yet?" Daniel Tang sighed. I could only helplessly say, "Chief Guo, you already signed the contract. Why turn your back now? Wasn't it that before both sides already agreed on the compensation standard?" Marcus Guo stroked his little beard. "Not the same. Now this land's value has increased. Like my house. I already asked around. Increased at least 100,000. We're only asking for 30,000 more. That's already too generous." Chapter 116. Schrodinger's cat contract. Hearing Marcus Guo's words, I felt truly speechless about this old man. "Are you all right? Don't tell me you've got fever-induced confusion. Saying such ridiculous things. Such a desolate place. What appreciation. Don't you see you're going too far? Moreover, the contract is already signed. This land already belongs to us. What's it to you anymore? My whole life I've never seen anyone so shameless. A little brat daring to interfere in adults' business." Marcus Guo snorted coldly. "Director Tang, is this your son? How can he have no manners?" Adults talking yet children interrupt. Daniel Tang shook his head. "Chief Guo, this is my boss's son. Today he personally wanted to meet you." Marcus Guo looked me up and down, then said, "Seems you don't plan talking nicely with us." I turned asking Daniel Tang, How was the compensation money distributed here? Total 500 households. Already paid 50 million as deposit. Remaining 150 million still unpaid. Daniel Tang answered. I glared at him. Then looked at the dilapidated house behind Marcus Guo. The house completely covered in overgrown grass. Just this and each household demands 400,000? Are you crazy or was our leadership deceived? Is there gold buried underground? Daniel Tang shook his head, slightly signaling toward the camera, then pointing up at the sky. I sighed, understanding immediately. Higher-ups already directed everything. Then there's no other way. Marcus Guo snorted coldly. Our land has prime location. What do you know? The fortune teller said. Whoever lives here will definitely become wealthy and prosperous later. Later, when you people want making money, must also rely on this land of ours. I looked around at the green forested hill ahead, then turned looking at the sea behind. I tell you, touch your conscience and see if I'm wrong. Open your dog eyes wide and look. Where's the prime location? No village ahead, no market behind. What's so great? Become wealthy? You've lived here your whole life. Can't even build a brick house. Could it be after going to the underworld? The king of hell will give you a 4-bedroom apartment? Marcus Guo breathed deeply several times to stay calm. Then turned saying to Daniel Tang, Director Tang. If you people have no sincerity continuing talks, then please leave. Each household must compensate 50,000 more. Otherwise we won't leave. Daniel Tang helplessly looked at me. Initially he thought, I came to mediate. Never expected every sentence I spoke stabbed straight at the opponent's heart. But honestly speaking, listening was truly satisfying. He'd wanted cursing this stubborn old man forever. But talking must continue. I continued, turning to Daniel Tang asking, our construction project, how long have they delayed it? How much loss? Daniel Tang leaned close to me, saying softly, now daily worker wages, plus machinery costs, at least must spend over 1 million. Now they've already delayed nearly half a month. I nodded, turning to Chief Guo. Let's say this then. Right now all of you immediately move out. Then compensate us for this half-month's losses. Then the contract will continue being executed. Otherwise, you compensate us for this half-month's losses. Then return the deposit. We also won't pursue your contract violation liability. Just hold onto your feng shui land and wait to get rich. Hearing me finish, Daniel Tang felt extremely satisfied. So comfortable. Young master spoke perfectly. Shouldn't give these stubborn old folks any face. Indeed, only with a good father can one be like this. Unlike me, always having to swallow humiliation outside. This half-month, he endured tremendous pressure, said all kinds of sweet words, gave so many gifts. Yet these stubborn old folks remained hard as stone. Sometimes he even wanted at midnight setting fire, burning this whole place down. But he still whispered, reminding me. This place was already reported upstairs. Also a planned construction area. I squatted down picking up a small branch, then stuck it straight into the ground. I patted Daniel Tang's shoulder, brushing dirt off my hands, saying, I'm exhausted. Working a whole year isn't as tiring as today. Daniel Tang froze momentarily, then immediately understood. Initially only said would develop, but never said how fast the development. Years ago there was a shameless rich man in the capital who also bought land promising development. Result was developing for decades still couldn't build a wall. Until when capital housing prices skyrocketed. That rich man immediately sold that land. One deal earning tens of billions. As for the chairman, he ordered developing this entire land area. But heard the chairman especially doted on this young master. If the young master made him abandon the development plan here, then considered problem solved. When higher-ups inquire downward, just blame the villagers refusing to move. That's it. He glanced at me. Could the young master truly be a genius? Marcus Guo laughed coldly. The contract in black and white is clearly signed. Refusing to develop is your fault. That's your violation, the deposit. What basis do we have for returning it? Hearing Marcus Guo say this, I gaped in shock. Never expected this shameless old man actually knew what a contract was. Then just follow the contract. You all move out immediately. Each household compensates 50,000 more. Otherwise we're not going anywhere. Marcus Guo snorted coldly. No. What about the contract then? I asked confused. You landlord oppressors. Clearly bullying us rural folk. Who don't understand. Our house is clearly worth 60-70,000. Yet you use such low prices. To trick us into selling houses. You're all scammers. Still dare mentioning contracts to me? Marcus Guo angrily shouted loudly. This argument immediately attracted more villagers. That's right. You have no conscience. Our house is worth 60-70,000. You only pay 400,000 wanting to buy. Now we only ask few 10,000 more. What's wrong? Village chief, in my opinion, we should sell to them at market price. Only 50,000 more. You people have dark hearts. Buy then turn around reselling for several times profit. Marcus Guo looked at the villagers, slightly waving his hand, calming everyone. Don't get agitated. This contract our whole village signed. Our village values integrity as foundation. Though before we were tempted by these swindlers. But black and white must still be followed. Otherwise how can we face our ancestors? Surrounding villagers stared in surprise. Everyone echoing, Village chief, you're too kind. Facing swindlers yet talking about integrity. Chapter 117. This place still talks about law? Hearing those shameless words, I could only hold my forehead, sighing helplessly. Truly felt ashamed for them. This village's, Schrodinger's cat contract. When beneficial to them, they say follow the contract. When detrimental, they claim being deceived. Yet still dare saying integrity is their foundation. If their ancestors knew about this, they'd probably rise up slapping each one. I looked at Daniel Tang, telling him, these people won't reason. Find someone who can reason. Call team leader Officer Chen. Come handle this. Daniel Tang frowned. Young master. That isn't necessary, right? Stop talking nonsense. Call Officer Chen quickly. I still have important matters to handle. I urged him. This vacation trip. Resort area Zone 1 still doesn't have many guests. Many shops close before dark. Though matters here are important. How can they be more important than letting my beloved little sister experience the ocean's beauty? Daniel Tang sighed lightly, quietly pulling out his phone to call. Over 10 minutes later, two people from Officer Chen's team, one fat, one thin, walked over. The fat one in the group even proactively greeted Marcus Guo first. Yo, Uncle Marcus, is the relocation compensation money settled here? The thin one in Officer Chen's team turned, looking at Daniel Tang, loudly scolding. What's this? Every day just calling Officer Chen's team? What do you think this is? You're wasting the team's resources, know that? Didn't we already warn you last time? If you randomly call reporting again, we'll lock you up a few days to remember. Forget so fast? Daniel Tang shrank back, looking resentfully at me, as if blaming me for causing him trouble. I slightly signaled to the people recording video, telling them watch the situation. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. Then I patted Daniel Tang's shoulder again, telling him stand behind. After all, my skin's thick. Getting hit a few times won't matter. I looked toward Officer Chen's two people, calmly saying, we're from Lu Corporation, in charge of the development project at Riverdale City. We signed relocation compensation contracts with the people here. Everything has clear signature confirmation. Yet now they refuse executing the contract. Not only won't move out on time, but deliberately harass and provoke our workers, forcing us to pay them more money. I suspect this whole village is jointly scamming our company. The scam amount reaches 50 million. The amount is too large. Too many participants. They even used workers' lives to threaten, to extort us. Extortion amount at least 20 million. Daniel Tang looked at me stunned. Never expected could argue from that angle. Previously, every time calling Officer Chen's team, they always used the excuse, economic dispute, saying a few perfunctory words then leaving. Marcus Guo's face turned red and purple. His old face turned liver-colored, intensifying. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering. Who scammed you? Who extorted you? He clutched his chest while falling to the ground, moaning and crying pitifully. I can't live anymore. I'm already this old. My family ancestors, for generations, have been law-abiding people. Now being falsely accused by a young brat of such serious crimes. Officer Chen's team leader glared at me. This matter is an economic dispute. Unrelated to us. We can only mediate between both sides. They just want a bit more money. What are you lacking that you must be so stingy? Hearing such blatantly biased words, I immediately interrupted. Officer, I emphasize again, this isn't an economic dispute, but an organized fraud case, with blatant extortion behavior. And if I have money, can't I spend it on my sister? Why must I spend it on those old folks? You're so generous. Why not sell your own house? Then bring out all your savings to compensate the villagers? Easy to talk when it's not your money, right? Old Wu. Why talk so much with them? Already warned. Not allowed wasting the team's resources. Acting like didn't hear? Without giving a lesson. They'll never remember long term. The fat officer reached behind his back, pulling out a pair of shiny handcuffs. What are you doing? Is there still law? Still justice? I shouted, questioning loudly, simultaneously, signaling the people behind. Quickly retreat. Officer Chen's team leader noticed, discovering those young people when running away, in everyone's hands holding phones, as if still recording video. He immediately shouted to catch them. Check their phones. Run fast. I grabbed Daniel Tang's hand, together rushing straight down the hill. Receiving Officer Chen's order, the old folks in the village, like disturbed hornets, competed, rushing toward us, several with weak legs, bent down picking up stones, throwing straight at us. Officer Chen's two people were surrounded by those kind people, clung to by a bunch of old folks. Couldn't move, afraid of accidentally making them fall and inviting disaster. My group and I rushed headlong down the mountain, panting heavily while clinging to the car. I glanced at the sign beside, stating, "Hunting wild animals prohibited. Violators will be held legally accountable." I kicked it straight. This damn place. What's called law here? I turned, looking up the hillside, seeing a crowd rushing down, quickly shouting to Daniel Tang, "Run fast. Don't let them block us." Previously, every time reporting to Officer Chen's team, I only thought, at most they'd be indifferent, doing nothing. But never expected this time. Officer Chen's team actually favored the villagers so much, even directly pulling out handcuffs, planning to arrest me. Initially, I only planned recording video, proving Officer Chen's team lacked responsibility, then submitting to urban management for handling. But when they pulled out handcuffs, this matter's nature completely changed. Originally just poor mountainous areas producing bad people. Everyone, though angry, could only feel helpless. But Officer Chen team's favoritism, even wanting to silence those daring to speak out, clearly reflected the rot in Riverdale City's management system, and showed professional ethics here completely vanished. Especially coincidentally, I happen to be a network-wide blogger, with nearly 10 million followers. Just opening the car door, a sweet fragrance immediately filled my nose. Lily Lu propped her hands on the car seat, holding a pair of small leather shoes, her slender ankles gently swaying, making the shoe soles tap lightly, making tap tap sounds under her feet wrapped in thin black socks. She realized I'd returned. Her face immediately flushed, hurriedly putting on shoes, slightly tilting her head, secretly glancing at me. Discovering my gaze stopping at her feet, she coughed lightly twice, changing the subject. "Brother, are we going home now?" She looked up, then suddenly discovered, on the hillside, all old folks holding sticks were rushing toward here. "Brother, they coming to catch us?" Chapter 118. Don't force yourself to suffer losses. I looked at the villagers charging furiously in pursuit. Couldn't help showing disgust. By martial world rules, isn't it no pursuit once home? I'm already in the car. Why still chase to the end? I quickly fastened my seatbelt, started the car speeding away, then turned asking Lily Lu, "Weren't you hot in the car?" I deliberately didn't turn off the engine. Let the AC run so it won't be stuffy. Lily Lu smiled innocently, "Not hot, though a bit stuffy, but this way can help you save money." I reached out, patting her head. "No need saving like that. Our family has lots of money." Guess how much for each house on that hill? Old Lou compensated them. Lily Lou thought a while. Then guessing. Probably around 200,000? Those houses are all rural mud houses. Or red brick houses. The surrounding area has no commercial activity. Overall value probably not high. But if within relocation scope, probably compensated a bit extra. I shook my head, revealing. Average per household is 400,000. Hearing that enormous figure, Lily Lou's mouth opened slightly in surprise. She turned looking back at the small hill behind. Already compensated that much. What else to complain about? Human greed like a snake swallowing an elephant. They still demand 50,000 more. I snorted coldly, then looking at Lily Lou, smiling saying, see how old Lou wastes money? Lucky I'm helping him watch a bit. Our Lou family is so small. How can we handle his dad's water-like spending style? I patted Lily Lou's head again. But you don't need suffering yourself. You economize every dollar on shipping. Then let old Lou waste it all. Well, seeing you so obedient today. Even knowing to save for me. Later I'll reward you 3 swimsuits. Lily Lou froze. Face immediately flushing. She bowed her head down, staring intently at her shoe tips. Mouth corners couldn't help curving up. The car sped along the road. I drove, arriving near Riverdale City's management area. Then turning to tell Lily Lou, wait a bit. I'll video call you. Remember to record everything. Completely. I paused, then also told her my Douyin platform account and password. If anything goes wrong, then post the video just recorded on the mountain. Plus the video about to be recorded here. Post both on my account. Simultaneously send 1 copy to Grandpa Xie. Remember to call him. Ask him to come rescue me. I frowned, voice becoming serious. Comrade Lily Lou, your brother's life is in your hands. Lily Lou seriously answered. Comrade brother, rest assured, I guarantee completing the mission. Hearing her speak seriously yet adorably, I laughed. Now though only March. But Riverdale City is quite hot. Keep the car engine running. Don't let yourself be stuffy in the car. Later I have important matters to handle. I instructed. Lily Lou nodded, promising not to let herself suffer, seeing me get out of the car. She immediately opened her phone, checking the videos I just sent. In those clips only showing my back, occasionally just glimpsing half my face. Lily Lou suddenly felt a bit sad. On the other side, I got out, walking before Daniel Tang. Before, who did my dad discuss investment with? At that time it was Director Nathan Xie from the Investment Promotion Office. He was the one receiving the chairman. Daniel Tang answered. What about their attitude toward the troubles our project is facing? I asked. Daniel Tang snorted coldly. Riverdale City can't develop, also has its reasons. Initially promised investment support policies still haven't been implemented, even regarding Bayshore Village matters. We've reported to them countless times. But they can't resolve anything. All saying meaningless repeated phrases. Still urging us to speed up construction progress. Saying they gave us such good land. If missing summer tourist season will affect Riverdale City's entire economic development. If we'd known they had this kind of attitude, who'd bother investing here? I nodded. Anyway, our Lou family in this resort development. Just the initial phase already invested 3 billion. Tens of billions like that, even in the desert, can turn into an oasis. Besides super large cities, anywhere else, must treat investors as honored guests. Yet in this Riverdale City, don't mention being respected. On the contrary, treated like grandchildren, enduring all humiliation. Let's go, curse people. I patted Daniel Tang's shoulder. We two cursing those shameless old folks at Bayshore Village together. Daniel Tang's mood immediately improved greatly, especially after being chased, then successfully escaping. His emotions, rarely so excited, must curse those bastards to death. He echoed my words. All the resentment accumulated in this city. Today he wanted taking this opportunity with me to vent it all out. I nodded. All right, call that Director Xie. Tell him we want to meet. The Investment Promotion Office is located in the city management headquarters. An important government agency. The building's main gate Even had soldiers in uniform standing armed guard. Atmosphere extremely strict. The smile on Daniel Tang's face immediately stiffened. He looked at me full of resentment. Then quietly pulling out his phone to call. Hello. Director Xie. Yes, yes. Exactly, in charge of the resort project. You still remember me? No. Today our leadership came here. Just wanting to exchange a bit about the project. Yes. Won't take much of your time. Please inform the security at the gate. After hanging up, Daniel Tang sighed heavily again, looking at me with resentful eyes. Why every time playing the humble role as me? Resign. Definitely must resign. Why can I only watch the young master curse people? Why can I only silently feel satisfied inside? He coughed lightly twice, taking from the car a bottle of water. Young master, want some water to moisten your throat? I took the water bottle, drinking a large gulp, then taking another bottle for Lily Lu. I cleared my throat lightly, adjusting my voice, then telling Daniel Tang, let's go. Don't let that old fox wait too long. Chapter 119. You took off your shoes again, didn't you? Entering the city management headquarters, I took out my phone, video calling Lily Lu. She was still waiting for my call. Less than a second, she answered. What were you just doing? Seeing Lily Lu's beautiful face on screen, I casually asked. Her cheeks flushed slightly, holding up the water bottle. I just drank water, proving it to you. Then she tilted her head back, drinking. Glug glug, several large gulps. Seeing that adorable manner, I couldn't help laughing. Did you turn off the car engine? I continued asking. No, I'm still sitting in the car with AC on. Lily Lu pointed the camera toward the car's control panel, letting me see clearly. Then you took off your shoes again, didn't you? I continued questioning. The leather shoes are obediently on my feet. Lily Lu startled, humming lightly, then saying with a pouting voice. Just speaking. She was about to rotate the camera down to her feet, but when the lens just reached her stomach area, she seemed suddenly realizing something, immediately pulling the camera back. Indeed, on screen, was my face full of expectation. I was like caught red-handed. Face briefly showing embarrassment. Lily Lu's gotten smarter lately. I already prepared to screenshot. So annoying. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I counterattacked first. Definitely you took off your shoes. Later. The whole car will smell like your feet. No way. Sister Sue even said I smell nice. Lily Lu hummed again lightly, acting coquettish. Brother. Didn't you also say I smell nice? Don't you like it? I opened my mouth, momentarily not knowing what to say. Talked too much lately. I truly don't remember ever saying she smells nice. Right then, Daniel Tang interrupted, reminding, young master. Right in the office ahead there. I breathed deeply, collecting the smile on my face, then instructing Lily Lu on the other end of the screen. I'm about entering their office. Remember to turn on screen recording. I pointed the phone's camera toward the nameplate mounted on the office door, recording a short clip first, then stepping inside. Entering the office, on the left side by the entrance, was a small tea room, separated by large bookshelves and several green plants. Inside was where staff worked. A middle-aged man around 40-something, seeing us enter, quickly stood up welcoming. Director Tang, so honored. Been incredibly busy lately. He glanced at me, eyebrows slightly furrowing. Daniel Tang briefly introduced. Director Xie. This is Chairman Kenneth Lu's son, named Luke Lu. Today he came to discuss our resort project matters. Nathan Xia's expression relaxed. Ah, so it's Director Lu's son. Indeed, like father like son. Please sit, have some tea first. Can talk while drinking. He sat in the host seat, then taking from the drawer under the tea table a tea package, skillfully brewing hot water. This tea was gifted by a merchant wanting to invest in Riverdale City. Don't know if you're familiar with the taste. Also quite coincidental, the place he wants investing happens to be exactly where you're wanting to develop. Heard recently the project's construction progress is very slow. Can it be completed before summer tourist season? I cleverly propped up the phone, letting the camera point straight at Director Xia's face. pretending not understanding his meaning. What a coincidence. I said. Riverdale has so many undeveloped areas. We're also planning to withdraw from Riverdale City. If someone wants to take over, then we can easily leave too. Director Xie paused slightly, looking up at me, to the point where tea in the cup overflowed. Actually, he just intended warning a few sentences. To remind that if you won't do it, plenty of people will line up to replace you. Don't go reporting complaints everywhere. He glanced at Daniel Tang, wanting to confirm whether my words were just rambling, or they truly planned withdrawing capital from Riverdale City. Yet Daniel Tang remained leisurely, not bothering to glance at him. In his heart, like a little person dancing joyfully. Dancing while shouting, so satisfying. Truly relieving anger. Working with these old foxes for years, he knew too well the hidden meaning in Nathan Xia's words. But after all, he was just an employee. Kenneth Liu told him he must develop this land. So even if mocked by Nathan Xia, cursed by Marcus Guo, still had to grit teeth and find ways. But I was different. When I said stop, it truly stops. I could completely persuade my father to abandon this market entirely. Nathan Xia's type of threats, to me, were no different from wind passing by ears. I frowned, using 2 fingers tapping lightly on the tea table. Director Xie. Seems like you've already found replacements. We just sat down, yet you already want dismissing us. In tea ceremony, people pour 7 parts. Keeping 3 parts is proper etiquette. If pouring full cup implies dismissing guests, truly disrespectful. Director Xie hurriedly apologized. I was slightly distracted just now. He poured out all the old tea, then pouring again for both of us. While drinking tea, he still discreetly observed both people's attitudes. Daniel Tang's sitting position today was slightly behind me. Clearly just an accompanying person. While I sat spreading my legs. Expression arrogant, full of confidence. Like born already carrying that aura. Placing the teacup on the table. Director Xie poured more for us. Then looking at me asking. Just now you said, want withdrawing capital from Riverdale City? Does Chairman Liu know about this? After all, you're still young. And the investment capital in Riverdale City. Just the initial phase already 3 billion. If withdrawing capital now, even if not losing everything, the loss will also be in billions. He didn't know that. My stubborn opinion was actually Kenneth Liu's idea. I turned to Daniel Tang. Call my father. Daniel Tang pulled out his phone, finding Kenneth Liu's number, then pressing call. I took the phone from his hands, turning on speakerphone, placing it on the tea table. The phone just connected. My father's cold voice rang out. Old Tang. Dad just agreed tonight we can have dinner together. Don't annoy me when my mood's best. Whatever it is, say it quickly. I'm thinking maybe withdraw capital. Then go to Harbor City to discuss new investment. I plan buying some houses near Dad. Then opening a nursing home for veterans. Plus building a plaza for old ladies' morning exercises. Like this. Does Dad think I'm very filial? My mouth corners twitched slightly, never expected before even needing. Mentioning my father. The other side already had intentions truly withdrawing from Riverdale City. Right then, Nathan Xie was pouring tea for himself. Hearing my father's voice on the phone. His hand trembled, tea overflowing, wetting his pant legs. Chapter 120. This question I know, Dad. It's me, Luke here. I quickly interrupted, not letting Dad continue those thunderbolt sentences. Can't let Comrade Liu lose face. What nursing home dance team for old ladies? If Grandpa knew, those notebooks and 7 colored wolves would definitely be brought out for use. Others have lovesick brain. Never expected my father has father brain. Little Luke, why are you calling with old Tang's phone? You arrived in Riverdale City? Kenneth Liu asked. Not afraid, wasting time that could be spent reuniting with Grandpa? Just wanted coming here to check the situation. I answered, eyes full of hidden meaning looking at Nathan Xie. After going around today I realized. Truly poor mountain areas breed tough local people. The investment environment here is incredibly terrible. And the city management also can't help at all. Comrade Liu, Dad's vision this time is truly bad. Kenneth Liu laughed proudly. Of course. How can anyone match my son? Young people are formidable. Now you've clearly grasped Riverdale City's situation. Then that place is fully yours to handle. If not good, have old Tang withdraw early. Let's go to Harbor City to buy new land. Like this, later on. Every day father and son can be beside Grandpa. Alright, Grandpa just mentioned you. That marriage arrangement Grandpa's preparing for you. Heard the girl already arrived. I immediately hung up with a click. Never expected at only 17. I'd also face pressure being urged to marry. I coughed lightly twice, ahem. Where were we just now? Hearing clearly that entire previous call. Nathan Xie immediately understood the Liu family's attitude toward Riverdale City. He changed to a flattering expression, fake smiling, young Master Liu. Your side already invested so much. Now withdrawing capital in one go. The loss to your group will be enormous. Seeing Nathan Xia's groveling manner. In Daniel Tang's heart like a little person. Stripping off shirt waving and shouting, feels so good. Previously Nathan Xia made things difficult for him plenty. This type of flattering civil servant. He now just wanted immersing into my role. To scold that old man thoroughly. I snorted coldly, directly shouting, Director Xie. Do you know those Bayshore villagers are delaying our construction progress? Daily losses. Do you know how much? Can't even handle one Bayshore village. Who knows? Later if there are more, near mountain villages. Or, near lake, ones. We came here, originally to help develop the local economy. Yet now being seen as a bunch of stupid rich people bringing money for them to tear apart. Everyone wanting to bite a piece. This kind of business environment. How can we continue investing? Some people truly deserve staying poor forever. Nathan Xie pressed his lips. Pouring more tea for me, young Master Liu. This matter actually, we've already grasped it. Currently sending people to persuade them. Actually, not that we don't want helping you resolve it. Just this matter is too difficult to handle. Need more time. Hope you trust. Riverdale City Management will definitely support your project. With full effort, ensuring investment and construction progress. Preventing any problems. I laughed coldly. Fine. I can give you time. But now those Bayshore villagers already caused our construction seriously delayed. Direct losses already reached 15 million. And the cause is your slowness and bureaucracy. Don't tell me our enterprise must bear it all. So speak. How long do you need to persuade those villagers? Every day's capital cost is 1 million. Please temporarily transfer it to our company account. Hearing me finish. Nathan Xia's expression immediately darkened. You're young. Perhaps don't know yet. We already signed urban development contracts with Director Liu. Regarding city renovation and construction. I pretended suddenly understanding. So that's the capital subsidy that you should have provided to our enterprise. Daniel Tang interrupted. Previously in the contract it clearly stated there would be support, right? His mouth corners curved up. Glancing at Nathan Xie, snorting coldly. What support? Half a year now, still haven't seen a single hair. Nathan Xia's expression looked somewhat ugly. The subsidy matter, currently still in the approval process. Whatever you need, we'll definitely provide. However, between us already signed construction renovation contract. You must also guarantee construction progress. I snorted coldly again. Another two-faced dog. I was about to open my mouth continuing. Daniel Tang slightly leaned forward, giving me an extremely determined look. From his eyes, I read 5 words. This one I know. He gathered the small tea cakes on the table, stacking them together, then arrogantly saying, "This is exactly our work volume for 1 year." Seeing Daniel Tang's triumphant expression, Nathan Xie slammed the teacup on the table, calmly saying, regarding the construction project, everything must still follow legal regulations. Recently, our Riverdale City is conducting coordinated inspection rounds. There may be many departments jointly conducting, inspecting safety conditions, fire prevention and environmental protection at the construction site. Hearing Nathan Xia's words, I pretended showing panic. So if problems are discovered, the construction site will be sealed? Can't continue construction anymore? Nathan Xia snorted coldly, Rectification. Fines are still light. If more serious, the construction site manager could be imprisoned several years. I nodded. All right, Director Xie. Then I'll report my own construction site has problems. Do you have sealing tape available? Later give me 2 rolls to bring home. Save you the trouble of coming over. I'll go back and seal it myself. Construction site sealed. Wait until we finish rectification. Can restart construction. Nathan Xie looked at me, this stubborn person refusing to yield. Finally understanding how Daniel Tang felt years ago. Despite using every trick, he still couldn't do anything to me. And most importantly, my methods were all legal and proper. Couldn't find fault anywhere. While Nathan Xie was still struggling. Calculating. I smiled. Director Xie. You also know the construction site's current condition. While unable to continue construction, then over 2,000 hired workers also can't continue being employed. Before coming here I already asked them. If unemployed, what then? They said now in hand not a penny. Also no work to do. By then. Can only sleep on streets, enduring wind and frost. I even heard them discussing if nothing to eat. They'll lie right before Officer Chen's station gate. Or before the city management headquarters saying, "You're public servants of the people." Definitely can't. Watch them starve to death like that. Nathan Xia's mouth corners twitched slightly. If letting workers starve right before the management agency gate, then the entire leadership team, from top to bottom, will all be filmed and recorded. Then when people investigate the cause of workers starving, who knows if the leadership might be completely replaced. And he himself would definitely lose his position. Nathan Xie finally realized this matter's severity. I pretended saying casually to Daniel Tang. When leaving Bayshore village earlier, my car got damaged. Don't know if they can find who did it. Chapter 121. Still a bunch of tough local people. Young master, your car got scratched? Daniel Tang asked. That's a bit troublesome. That area seems to have no security cameras at all. Just saying this, he paused. Now he finally understood why I suddenly asked like that. On one side are middle-aged people losing jobs and money. On the other is the person who made them lose their livelihood. Also in a place without surveillance cameras. Who knows what could happen? Nathan Xie momentarily didn't know how to handle this. Though my words were somewhat exaggerated. But what if there were extremists? Just setting one fire on the mountain. With all those stubborn old folks refusing to leave up there. When fire spreads, probably at least half would die. Arson burning mountain, causing hundreds of deaths. That would be an extremely serious case. By then, nationwide attention would focus here. Then upon investigation, people would see the Liu family signed proper contracts. But due to villagers' greed, deliberately refusing to move. While city management took no action whatsoever. The Liu family withdrawing capital from Riverdale City would be completely reasonable. But Riverdale City was different. Not only must leadership be replaced, but the local economy must also freeze at least 7-8 years. Moreover, with Liu Corporation's precedent, later when other investors learned Riverdale City's business environment was this terrible, they could forget about getting major investment sources. Nathan Xia's chest heaved violently. Only now did he truly understand. His earlier, threatening intimidation type was actually how ridiculous. Business circles value profit. He thought since Liu Corporation already invested money, they definitely wouldn't easily withdraw capital. Otherwise losses would be enormous. But he forgot that those businessmen were people bringing countless jobs to the city. Having jobs didn't mean those workers would forever be well fed and warm, but at least could guarantee they wouldn't be idle enough to commit crimes or disturb order. Liu Corporation and their city management originally was a cooperative, mutually supportive relationship. Yet he was confident in his stable civil service position, thinking based on status he could control Liu Corporation. Even in his heart arose some sense of superiority. He sipped a small mouthful of tea, then observing me from top to bottom, always feeling this young man before him wasn't as simple as his appearance. Placing down the teacup, his face showed a smile again, as if those threatening words earlier never existed. Young Master Lu, regarding your car being scratched. It's our work negligence. Just take the car for repairs. Then have Director Tang report to us. Just clearly state the repair costs. Let's return to investment matters. If now you withdraw capital, then all initial investment costs. Consider losing over half already. And our Riverdale City will also lose cooperation opportunities. With a renowned group like yours, that's definitely a major loss for both sides. I think we should base on harmonious development spirit. Both sides mutually benefiting to continue this cooperation. I nodded slightly, in my heart understanding clearly that now, the negotiation initiative had completely tilted toward my side. But just one sentence like that wanting to reverse the situation? Not fulfilling responsibilities before. Still dare dreaming? In economics there's a term called sunk cost. Don't know if Director Xie ever heard of it. It's like, now you taking money to research manufacturing pagers. The more you invest, the heavier the losses. There's an ancient American saying, cut when it should be cut. If hesitating indecisively, only invites more trouble. Nathan Shia's mouth corners twitched slightly. Now in his eyes, I viewed Riverdale City no different from a deep pit. The more pouring time and effort into it, the heavier the losses. He pondered a while. Then speaking, our Riverdale City has deep historical heritage. Many famous celebrities were born here. But there's a bunch of villagers obstructing construction. We have a stunningly beautiful long coastline, possessing the nation's largest natural beach, rich seafood resources. Yet there's a bunch of villagers obstructing construction. We have a complete transportation system. Airplanes, high-speed trains, highways and all types of transportation can easily reach Riverdale City. Yet there's a bunch of villagers obstructing construction. Nathan Xie sighed, lifting the teacup drinking another sip. But the tea had no taste left. He opened another new tea package, pouring for me and Daniel Tang each a cup. Daniel Tang leisurely lifted the teacup, first smelling the aroma, then admiring the color, only then sipping a small mouthful, like a late-century aristocrat. Fingers slightly curved, movements full of elegance. Truly refined. If knowing the young master's stubborn yet pleasant personality earlier, he wouldn't need calling the chairman. Just inviting him here, massaging shoulders and washing feet a few times. Perhaps matters would have long been settled. Nathan Xie placed down the teacup, looking at me saying, this cooperation matter. Can we temporarily not mention those Bayshore villagers? I nodded, smiling. Due to your delay and negligence, our company already lost 120 million. Don't tell me we must bear it ourselves. From childhood to now, I've never suffered such major losses. Hearing me finish, both Daniel Tang and Nathan Xie both trembled slightly. Tea in cups splashing out, spattering wet on pants, hot water soaking through fabric layers, evaporating, bringing an indescribable strange smell. I frowned. You're getting old. Drink less tea. Drinking too much causes leaking. Suddenly I really miss Lily Lu. On her body always smells sweetly pleasant. So comfortable. Nathan Xie looked at me shocked. Just now I said those Bayshore villagers caused construction progress to stagnate, causing 15 million losses. How now suddenly became over 100 million? He pulled tissues from the table wiping wet pants, coldly saying, young Master Lu, if you keep demanding, lion's mouth, compensation like this, no need continuing discussions. Fine, old Tang. Let's go. I drank the teacup in my hand. Coming here today is already clear enough. Still haven't even taken my sister to eat anything good. I guess she must be missing me terribly. Wait, Nathan Xie hurriedly interrupted. He forgot again that the people before him only hoped leaving Riverdale City as soon as possible. Now was when they must make concessions to retain Lu Corporation's continued investment. Young Master Lu, if truly due to negligence in our work, leading to losses for your company, then regarding policies we'll give your side certain preferential policies. But this amount is too large. I must submit an application to the mayor. Can you explain specifically which items caused losses for your company? Chapter 122. Why do so many people mention my name? Nathan Xie thought that I was just deliberately demanding lion's mouth opening. Next, just need discussing compensation matters. Anyway, Lu Corporation already invested tens of billions here. As long as his side compensated appropriately and helped resolving several current problems, I definitely wouldn't truly withdraw from Riverdale City. How could they easily abandon such a large market and swallow billions in losses? I turned looking at Daniel Tang, asking, didn't you say before we're affecting Riverdale City's economic development? Daniel Tang nodded. Then looking at Nathan Xie. Director Xie, didn't you tell me before our project's delayed progress, if not completing by summer tourist season, will affect Riverdale City's entire economy? I then continued. Now construction already delayed 15 days. Meaning the opening day must also delay over 10 days. Our Riverdale City has rich historical heritage, has stunningly beautiful long coastlines, possesses the nation's largest natural beach, abundant seafood resources, plus extremely convenient transportation systems. Half a month's time, I think, with a large-scale project like this, should earn at least around 100 million, right? Or do you think I'm young? So just boasting for fun? I looked at Nathan Xie curiously, asking. His mouth corners twitched slightly, the words he himself once said. Now I returned them sentence by sentence, stabbing straight into his heart. He forced a smile. Currently still over 2 more months until summer tourist season. If arranging workers to accelerate progress, then we'll quickly catch up on the delayed portion. Actually, losses on your side. Only about 15 million in that half month. Counting indirect losses from delayed progress. Just call it 20 million. I'll report to higher leadership. Apply for special support funds for your side. And arrange dedicated personnel to follow up and resolve. Do you think that's acceptable? I tapped fingers on the table, signaling Nathan Xie to pour more tea. Then saying, I want to emphasize one point again. This amount is due to your delay and negligence, causing losses to our enterprise. It's not called support. Should be called compensation, to be correct. Precisely because of city management's weakness and indifference. That caused our enterprise to suffer losses. I can't let you take this opportunity to beautify yourselves. Moreover, previously you said you'd provide us a subsidy. Now over half a year has passed. Yet still haven't seen the money. I'm truly starting doubting this city management's credibility. I turned to Daniel Tang. Old Tang, take out the video we recorded at Bayshore Village. Show Director Xie. Daniel Tang raised his eyebrows, excitedly pulling out his phone, opening the just recorded video, showing Nathan Xie, while I leisurely poured more tea for both myself and him. Nathan Xie focused on the screen when seeing an Officer Chen pulling out handcuffs without distinguishing right from wrong. His expression immediately changed. At the video's end, another officer shouted, "Catch them." Then a bunch of old folks transformed into street warriors, rushing to chase and beat us. Nathan Xia's expression became extremely ugly. The earlier argument could still be blamed on villagers' greed, considered a harsh mountain breeds tough people phenomenon. But Officer Chen was the representative of Riverdale City government, clearly showing this city's attitude towards such incidents. As Riverdale City's ruling authority, they didn't protect investors' legal rights. On the contrary, even planning to arrest, forcing enterprises to yield before villagers' unreasonable demands. Law not being law, and law enforcers helping lawbreakers. This was a serious regression of civilized society. If this video spread online, Nathan Xie could immediately imagine how massive a shock it would cause. Especially the final scene where they planned destroying evidence. That was a remote, poor area. And those people held all weapons in hand. If truly caught by them. Not certain I could now be sitting here, drinking tea like this. Nathan Xie watched the video while glancing at me, thinking how to handle this. He sighed lightly. Just in an instant, like aging decades. Very sorry for letting you experience such terrible treatment. This matter we'll definitely investigate thoroughly. However, this already exceeds my authority. I'll contact the mayor immediately. I breathed out a long sigh. At least this person still knew thinking. Not foolish enough to shield city management from me, forcing them to delete the video. I already video called Lily Lu earlier, precisely to prevent this situation. Not long after, an elegant, wealthy-looking middle-aged man, leading two Officer Chens, entered the investment promotion office. Nathan Xie immediately stood, yielding the main seat. Then introducing to everyone, "This is our Riverdale City's Mayor Andrew Shao. Mayor. And this is Luke Lu, Lu Corporation Chairman's son. And beside him is Lu Corporation's Regional Project Manager." Mayor Andrew glanced at me and Daniel Tang, slightly nodding in greeting. Then asking Nathan Xie, "What did you just say? Some video that could affect Riverdale City's economic image?" He turned asking Nathan Xie again. Daniel Tang immediately pulled out his phone, showing Mayor Shao. Andrew Shao calmly watched the entire video. Then turning to me, voice cold saying, "Your malicious secret recording behavior is serious defamation of our Riverdale City's image. If this video spreads out, then millions of people's efforts here will vanish into smoke. Delete the video. Problems you encountered, I'll personally resolve. Just speaking." He glanced signaling the two officers behind, telling them to prepare for action. I raised eyebrows slightly. "Oh, so that's it? Not just deleting the video?" I laughed, showing very cooperative appearance, presenting my phone before them. Andrew Shao looked up at the phone screen, seeing I was video calling someone. He quickly pulled his head back, looking awkward. I smiled. I'm originally a careful person. Today's entire conversation content, I already had someone record and audio tape everything. If I don't return on time, then those videos will automatically be posted online. I just finished speaking, laughing lightly. Daniel Tang stared at me in shock. Just now he thought, the sibling affection between me and Lily Lu was so good. Being apart a bit also must video call to ease missing each other. Never expected I already arranged preserving evidence from the start. If it were him instead. Probably already controlled now, forced to delete the video. Nathan Xie thought silently. Though earlier he did say to me some slightly threatening words, but fortunately not as blatant as Mayor Shao's method. Otherwise now also finished along with him. I opened my Douyin app, placing the phone on the tea table for everyone to see. Mayor Shao. See if it's coincidental. My account now has over 10 million followers. Seeing that over 10 million follower count, I frowned slightly, puzzled. Clearly I hadn't posted many videos, yet suddenly gained over 2 million more followers. I discovered, in the Douyin app, there were numerous notifications tagging my name. I clicked to view. Notifications appeared one by one, all coming from accounts whose names started with United States. Chapter 123, Little Young Master Comrade. This time I must criticize you. I opened the first video. From the account, US Military. In the video, magnificent scenes appeared. Moon Palace breaking through encirclement. Missiles being dismantled. Armored vehicles firing precisely hitting targets. Below, the caption read, "Thanks to blogger Luke from Capital City for freely donating this new era's battle anthem to our nation." I opened the second video. From the account, US Air Force. Still that familiar melody playing, but this time showing modern fighter jets tearing through blue skies. Below also clearly thanking Luke from Capital City for donating the new battle anthem to the nation. Below were also US Navy, US rockets, even US Mission Express delivery. Mayor Shao swallowed hard. In this self-media era, a person with 10 million followers' social influence cannot be underestimated. Moreover, that person also wore the mantle of patriotism. Now everywhere, mainstream military channels were publicly thanking Luke Lu for donating battle anthems to the nation. Yet shortly after, he nearly got arrested without cause by Officer Chen, even chased and beaten by a mob of villagers. As mayor, forget keeping his position. Probably tonight would already receive a special package from Mission Express. I raised my eyebrows slightly. Yesterday I just learned from the show, Close Family, that the musical piece, Moon Palace Breaking Through, was already completed. Never expected today. All major US military accounts simultaneously used that song to make promotional videos. I sat up straight, lifting the teacup from the table, taking a sip, then tapping lightly on the teapot lid, turning to Nathan Xie, showing displeasure. Little Xie, today's tea has no flavor. Brew me that 82 pu'er. I glanced again at Andrew Shao, whose face displayed myriad emotions. Coughing lightly twice, then saying, "Little comrade Shao, regarding your attitude today, I must criticize a few things." Andrew Shao forced a smile, taking from his pocket a pack of cigarettes, pulling out 4 to distribute to everyone. Nathan Xie and Daniel Tang accepted, immediately putting them in their mouths. I glanced at all 3 of them, coldly saying, "You planning to smoke right in front of me?" The 3 had already lit up, hurriedly extinguishing and tucking cigarettes behind ears. I turned looking at Andrew Shao. Our corporation's project in Riverdale City, can it ultimately continue or not? Andrew Shao paused slightly, then seriously nodding. Law cannot bow before lawbreakers. Regarding those Bayshore villagers, I'll personally supervise handling. He himself thought that I was still willing to continue the project in Riverdale City. Meant I wouldn't publicize today's events. Because if this matter leaked out, Riverdale City's reputation would severely decline. Tourist numbers would also drop sharply, and ultimately directly affect project profits. As long as I didn't release that video. Then as a legally invited investment enterprise, our reasonable demands, Riverdale City government, should have responsibility to support. What about the economic losses from being delayed these many days? I asked. We can issue a special policy, creating more favorable conditions for your investment. Andrew Shao answered. I nodded. I once went to Bayshore area to view houses for sale. Only around 200,000 could buy one. Yet we already compensated them 400,000, and they still weren't satisfied. In my opinion, just buying at market price is reasonable, right? If saving 200,000 per house, about 500 houses, can save 100 million in investment capital. Andrew Shao's eyes also flashed with agreement. If not for those people, he wouldn't be this passive. I also think we should follow market economy orientation. Can't always just care for local residents, while harming investor interests. He glanced at Nathan Xie. Director Xie, your work still hasn't met requirements. Nathan Xie nodded repeatedly, pouring more tea for everyone. I'll definitely continue studying the organization's spirit and implement thoroughly in work. What about those 2 Officer Chens? I continued asking, being officers yet not knowing to protect people's legal rights. On the contrary, acting as shields for dark forces. We'll definitely investigate thoroughly, Andrew Shao coldly answered. I glanced at Daniel Tang. Anything else I haven't mentioned? Our investment subsidy application documents. Already submitted over half a year. Still no news at all. Daniel Tang reminded softly. Andrew Shao immediately picked up his phone calling. After hanging up, he told us, currently the subsidy has been approved and transferred to finance. Within 5 business days, money will be transferred to your company account. I nodded satisfied. Indeed, Mayor Shao has decisive work style. I believe later, under your leadership, Riverdale City's economy will definitely develop brilliantly. Old Tang, your phone's probably full of storage, right? Daniel Tang immediately understood my meaning, placing his phone on the tea table, deleting that video completely. I did the same, deleting the video right before them, then texting Lily Lu, telling her to also delete that clip. Andrew Shao and Nathan Xie, seeing this, both breathed sighs of relief, faces simultaneously breaking into smiles. Luke Lu, today must be your first time in Riverdale City, right? Tonight let me invite you, show you around to enjoy local specialties. Andrew Shao warmly invited. I thought a moment, then gently shaking my head. Tonight I already have plans with Grandpa. Still have several matters to handle. I reopened a video, showing me sitting beside Elder Ethan Xie, playing piano together. In the video, Elder Xia's eyes full of kindness, looking at me with a benevolent smile. Andrew Shao's entire body momentarily stiffened. He immediately understood I was subtly reminding him. Even without that video, the backing behind Lu Corporation was not something he could touch. I checked my watch, then glancing at Daniel Tang. It's getting late. We won't impose further. Old Tang, Mayor Shao has enthusiastically supported our construction. Later staying in Riverdale City, you must work well. Any difficulties, just proactively communicate with the mayor. Daniel Tang nodded continuously, then taking from his pocket a black business card with gold lettering, handing it with both hands to Andrew Shao. Andrew Shao accepted, viewing it over, then also giving his private phone number to him. Watching them exchange cards, I stood up bidding farewell. If hurrying a bit, perhaps still time to watch the sunset with Lily Lu at the ocean. Today's a rare day off. I've made her wait all day. In my heart also felt a bit guilty. When reaching the car, I suddenly realized Lily Lu wasn't sitting in the car at all. I looked up searching around, wanting to see where Lily Lu had hidden. She suddenly from a small alley nearby ran out, then throwing herself straight at me, when I was still planning to sternly scold her for again turning my shirt into a rag like always. Lily Lu sniffled, choking slightly. Hoo. Brother, you didn't get arrested by them, right? I sighed lightly, reaching to gently pat her head. Who said I didn't get arrested? Just because I ran fast. Comrade Lily Lu, get in the car quickly. No more time for explanations. Taking you to escape. Escape to a city far, far away. Chapter 124. I even bought a fishing rod. Don't tell me I won't get a house with ocean view as well. I turned on the car's AC, pulling out a tissue for Lily Lu. You just now, were you scared I'd be arrested? So you hid? Lily Lu blushed. I saw you text to delete the video. I was afraid they'd discover you, so didn't dare sitting in the car. I was scared they'd find here. I patted her head again. Had to admit, this little one was truly vigilant. Whole body drenched in sweat, heavy with sun scent. Earlier not seeing you in the car, I thought the pig I raised so long ran away. Saying this, I chuckled softly, because when showing them my phone, I'd temporarily disconnected the video call with her. Lily Lu frowned, bowing her head, pulling her shirt, bringing it to her nose, sniffing. Doesn't smell bad. Besides, I'm not a pig. She handed me a water bottle. It's hot, drink more water. I patted my stomach lightly. Listen, been drinking tea all afternoon. But Lily Lu remained stubborn, holding the bottle before my face. I helplessly accepted, drinking it dry in one gulp. After drinking, I was somewhat surprised. This water's really good, has a light sweet taste, and faint floral fragrance. I licked my lips lightly. Earlier drinking the first half bottle didn't have this taste. Could it be from drinking that 82 pu'er earlier? The tea flavor was too strong. So now water triggers the tea aroma? I looked up. Sky, already beginning to darken. I pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the nearest shopping center. 3 swimsuits promised to Lily Lu. Must fulfill. Riverdale City sat by the ocean, having the nation's largest natural beach. Swimsuit shops here were countless. I led Lily Lu, entering a shop selling fishing rods and swimwear. The shop had 3 sections. Left section displayed fishing rods and men's swimwear. 2 right sections all women's swimwear. Looking at those various styles and colors, then looking at Lily Lu, my heart involuntarily beat faster. The hand holding hers also tightened a bit more. Her heart also beat no slower. Bowing her head, her cheeks flushed pink. The hand gripping mine from nervousness gripped even tighter. It's truly hot, I awkwardly said. Go pick swimwear. I'll also pick one. Lily Lu blinked, looking at me full of doubt. You won't help me choose? Last time shopping with Amber Lee, you helped us see which suited with your looks and figures. You 2 girls, I think even wearing potato sacks. Others would think it's designer wear. Latest fashion just released. I flicked her forehead, firmly refusing. Won't help. The shop still has people. Don't be silly. When you're done trying, don't come running out wearing just the swimsuit. I especially emphasized. Lily Lu covered her forehead, breaking into a sweet smile. Yes. I'll go pick swimwear. She understood. I was just afraid. Others seeing her figure in swimwear. Brothers definitely jealous. Wonder what style swimsuit brother would like. Humming softly, she walked around the shop, searching for clothes. Suddenly, a bright orange-red bikini caught her eye. Face immediately flushing. She glanced around, seeing no one paying attention. Then clutching the outfit like a thief, running straight into the fitting room. On the other side, my selection was much simpler. This shop only had 5 or 6 styles of men's swimwear. I chose black loose beach shorts, plus a black cool fabric shirt. Then starting to find staff, asking about several basic fishing rod types for ocean fishing. Today I already resolved the Bayshore Village matter. Even helped old Lou save 100 million. I already bought a fishing rod. Could old Lou be that heartless? Wonder if he might even gift me an entire oceanfront house. Tonight going to resort phase 1 over there. Staying at the hotel with hot spring pools. Overnight. Tomorrow morning watching sunrise with Lily Lou. Can also go ocean fishing. Then playing in beach sand. Truly the life wealthy people should enjoy. I bought a 2.1-meter lure fishing rod. Thinking of Lily Lou, I also picked for her a 1.5-meter handheld rod. The rod's grip was even light pink. After buying fishing rods, Lily Lou stood before the shop entrance, in hand holding a paper bag, inside containing the swimsuit she'd just chosen. What style did you buy? I asked curiously, tilting my head planning to look inside the bag. Lily Lou immediately hugged the bag to her chest, other hand raised covering my eyes, softly exclaiming, "No peeking." I sighed lightly, taking her hand, pretending sadness. Little sister's grown up. Already knows keeping private secrets. Lily Lou tilted her head, showing her teeth smiling, revealing small white teeth. Smiling. "This is a surprise gift for you." I frowned slightly, face full of doubt. Surprise gift for me? How can women's swimwear be for me? Lily Lou's expression immediately darkened. She pouted, turning away, clutching the swimsuit tightly, quickening her pace forward. For 2 minutes, she decided ignoring me completely, but reconsidering my earlier words. Her face involuntarily flushed again. Brother's such a pervert, even wanting swimwear I've worn. She stopped, glaring at me fiercely, huffing loudly, then turning away, walking even faster. After walking over 10 meters, she stopped again, glancing at me, huffing once more. I awkwardly patted my mouth. Why couldn't I control my words? I suddenly noticed, by the roadside, a small cart selling cotton candy. While Lily Lou kept turning back looking several times, I bought a cotton candy shaped into a flower. When she turned around, I held out the flower. "Don't be angry anymore. Giving you this flower." Lily Lou looked at the cotton candy flower, then at my guilty expression. Finally silently accepting it, she slightly extended her elbow, glancing at me. I understood immediately, reaching out, threading through her elbow, letting her hook onto me. Looking up at the sky. If returning to the resort now. Probably too late for watching sunset. Lily Lou and I went eating at a famous nearby seafood hotpot restaurant. After eating full, we too wandered around strolling, taking advantage of dusk just falling, before returning to the hot spring hotel. Chapter 125. Do you know what two-faced means? The hot spring hotel was built on a low hillside. From afar could see both sides of the entrance road planted with carefully trimmed trees. From within the tree rose faint white steam. I looked at Lily Lou, then at those open-air hot spring pools, secretly frowning. This outdoor type won't do. Absolutely not, I thought silently. Lily Lou's cheeks flushed, occasionally glancing at the hot spring pools on both sides. Both excited and shy. Entering the hotel lobby, I asked the reception staff, "Do you have private rooms with bathing pools?" The staff nodded, enthusiastically introducing to me. Presidential suite costs 5,888 yuan per night. Currently not yet peak tourist season, so the hotel's quite empty, yet the room price still nearly equals 2 months' salary from my past life. I shook my head helplessly. After swiping the card, Room attendant led us to the presidential suite area. The presidential suite wasn't located in the main hotel building. The attendant used an electric tourist cart, taking us up a higher slope. On the hillside stood a quaint farmhouse-style cottage. In the courtyard was a very large hot spring pool. The pool was designed infinity style. Looking over, seemed like just one misstep could fall straight down the hillside. Both adventurous and thrilling. Water in the pool was natural hot mineral spring flowing from the mountain. Above covered a layer of faint white steam. Both of us got off. The room attendant thoughtfully brought 6 eggs for us, also earnestly introducing, "These are free-range chicken eggs from Dragon Wild Mountain. Laid in mountains, with stunning scenery, mild climate. Eggs from there aren't just nutritious, but also have skin beautifying effects. The room has hot spring egg boiling equipment. You too can boil them yourselves." I carried the egg basket, holding Lily Lou's hand, walking into the room together. Inside was decorated in minimalist style, not too much furniture. Right upon entering was a simple wooden table. On the table sat a traditional flower arrangement. Beside it were brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Surrounding lamplight filtered through lantern-shaped decorations, illuminating throughout the room. The room's interior slightly dim. Walls covered in material resembling rough canvas. Under lamplight, it reflected pale yellow. On walls also hung calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. The entire decoration made one feel like stepping into a mountain forest retreat, carrying an indescribable serene Zen quality. Especially when I sat at the reading table, looking through the classic wooden window frame, could see the full moon slowly rising between mountains, accompanied by melodious music echoing from afar. I felt my spirit completely cleansed, as if my soul also sublimated. Lily Lou gently placed her hand on the table, upper body leaning forward, other hand tucking fallen hair by her ear. On her cheeks rose a light pink hue. Her gaze also became somewhat avoidant, softly saying, "You bathe first or I bathe first." Little Lily truly knows how to break my mood. I licked my lips lightly, gaze also beginning to wander elsewhere. I'll bathe first," I stammered, just finishing. I immediately grabbed the swimsuit, running straight into the bathroom. Called a bathroom, but inside wasn't small at all. Even had a huge bathtub made from black obsidian. That stone emitted a deep dim glow. The bathtub edges flush with the floor. Inside filled with hot spring water channeled from the mountain. Like a truly private hot spring. If not wanting to soak in the outdoor pool, in that large hot spring area outside, could also soak in this obsidian tub. Right in the room. The tub's size sufficient for 2 people soaking comfortably. With space to spare. I felt somewhat nervous, turning my head, glancing behind. Opening the shower. Carefully washing thoroughly bit by bit. Never before felt myself bathing so meticulously. Like preparing for a ritual. After bathing, I looked again at the obsidian tub, reaching to test the temperature first. Then slowly immersing my whole body in the water. When my body was enveloped by warm water, I sighed like an old man with great satisfaction, softly releasing a relaxed moan. Tingling, soft sensation spreading throughout my body, making me shed all the day's fatigue. Looking up, on the bathroom ceiling was a small glass skylight. Outside, light on the hillside so faint. Through the skylight, I could see the star-filled sky twinkling. When I was lamenting human life's smallness, the bathroom door suddenly rang with light knocking. "Brother, finished bathing?" Lily Lou's voice came in. I laughed awkwardly. Actually, I was deliberately prolonging time, just because wanting to escape this reality. I dried myself quickly, then slowly stepping out of the bathroom, only seeing Lily Lou's cheeks flushed red, both hands covering her face, but through finger gaps, could still see her large bright eyes, occasionally peeking at me. Seeing her adorable appearance, I reached out, tapping lightly on her forehead. Inside also has a hot spring. "Don't soak too long, might faint." Lily Lou covered her forehead, pouting unhappily. "You just soaked so long yet telling me. Do you know what 2-faced means?" "That's you." I raised my chin proudly, startling her. She huffed, making a face at me. then grabbing her bag running straight into the bathroom. The door closed. I patted my chest lightly, calming my wildly beating heart. Breathing deeply twice. Gaze again stopping at the swimsuit in the bag. I shook my head hard, wanting to dispel all messy thoughts in my head. Then I took several eggs, along with a hot spring egg boiling device. Walking out of the room. The device for placing eggs in hot water was a wooden tray. In the middle was a metal mesh layer. I put the 6 expensive 5,888 yuan eggs into the mesh tray, then casually placing it beside the hot spring pool. The hot spring pool was designed in 3 tiers. First tier for sitting soaking feet at the pool's edge. Second and third tiers had different depths, sufficient for people to swim inside. I sat by the hot spring pool, both hands gripping the white marble stone edging the pool. Looking up was the vast Milky Way. Looking down were brilliant human lights. This scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, money spent wasn't wasted at all. Feeling the hot water caressing my whole body, I gently closed my eyes, enjoying. This is truly life worth living. Suddenly by my ear rang soft footsteps. Then Lily Lu's clear voice arrived. "Brother, I'm done bathing." Chapter 126. She ran away. Before I could react, she approached. Through the thin ethereal mist, I looked toward Lily Lu. She wore a 2-piece swimsuit, the top like a slim halter, revealing a long swan-like neck, rounded shoulders and flat belly. The bottom was a soft short flared skirt, 2 long slender legs clearly visible before my eyes. She wore wooden slippers provided by the hotel. Her pale pink toes curled stiffly from tension. When noticing my gaze, she bowed her head, cheeks immediately flushing, eyes wavering, awkwardly restless, finally stopping at her own tightly clasped hands, softly asking me in a small voice, "Brother, does this swimsuit look good?" I swallowed, feeling I'd probably soaked in the hot spring too long. So my head began spinning. "Beautiful. Very beautiful," I answered dazedly. Good thing Lily Lu's swimsuit wasn't the overly provocative type. Otherwise wouldn't know where to look. Thinking this, I sneakily glanced at her again. Lily Lu breathed a sigh of relief, raising both hands patting her cheeks lightly, then slowly sitting beside me. Her body still cold, not yet warmed. When her arm touched me, my whole body involuntarily shivered. Ask what dignified old man could withstand this scene. I quickly recited in my head, "Namo great compassion Avalokiteshvara." But reciting forever had no effect. Who said reciting sutras when tense brings calm? I shifted slightly, sitting farther from her. Lily Lu unhappily glanced at me, then also shifting, sitting close beside me again. In the hot spring water, the scene of me fleeing her chasing unfolded bizarrely and comically, until I was cornered at the pool's edge. I coughed lightly twice. "Hey, move over there a bit. I've got nowhere left to run." Just finishing, I immediately cursed inwardly. What the hell did I just say? Lily Lu looked up, eyes full of grievance looking at me. "Brother, do you also hate me now?" She pressed her lips lightly, saying softly, "Sorry. I'll go rest." I quickly grabbed her hand. Don't, it's my fault." "Not your fault at all. After all, you're already a grown young woman. And I'm a guy. Between guys and girls, must keep some distance." Lily Lu stared wide-eyed at me, huffing softly. "I won't listen. You're my brother. Different from other guys. You know. Since childhood, no one in my family cared about me. Now with great difficulty finally having a brother who truly likes me," she said, then bowing her head, voice trembling. I sighed, continuously shaking my head in self-reproach. Clearly she only saw me as her brother. In the house, only I cared for her. Moreover, she still bore the shadow of being bullied. Yet I was thinking such nonsense. Precisely because of my dirty thoughts. I made her sad. I reached for the eggs boiling in the spring, planning to peel 2 for her. As atonement. I'll peel hot spring eggs for you?" I smiled awkwardly. Lily Lu thought a moment, then lightly nodding. I took out an egg, gently tapping it on her head. Bop! The sound rang clearly. Lily Lou got hit rather hard. Looking up puzzled at me. I smiled. I saw on TV everyone does this. Hot spring eggs. Taste better when tapped on heads. The smarter the head tapped, the more delicious the egg. I solemnly declared as if it were truth. Lily Lou sat in the water, swaying slightly, ripples spreading across the water. Probably only my dumb brother would believe such words, she thought silently. I finished peeling another egg, then giving it to her. The egg white slightly set, soft like jelly. Inside was the sweet flowing yolk. Lily Lou accepted it, gently biting small pieces. It's really good. I also peeled one for myself. This soft-boiled egg type didn't really suit my taste. I still preferred fried eggs in hot oil pan. But indeed, this type had no fishy smell. Taste was quite good. After eating the hot spring eggs, I noticed Lily Lou seemed uncomfortable. She patted her chest several times, as if feeling nauseous. What's wrong, the seafood? Or did the eggs earlier make you uncomfortable? I asked worriedly. Lily Lou turned looking at me, shaking her head lightly. Just feeling a bit stuffy. A little nauseous. It's nothing, brother. Let's soak a bit longer. I immediately stood up, pulling her out of the spring water. When she just turned around, I noticed her face, visibly paled. Brother, not soaking anymore? Such a waste. One night this expensive. Just rest in the room a while. Lily Lou bowed her head softly answering. I grasped Lily Lou's arm, reaching to touch her forehead, then checking her pulse. Her arm was ice cold, forehead slightly hot, pulse showing clear signs of heatstroke. I guessed when this afternoon arriving at the seaside village, she'd sat in the car too long, so had mild heatstroke signs from then. Should have just needed resting a bit. But tonight also soaked in hot springs too long. Seeing her pale face, I knew immediately she was like a child who'd done something wrong. She gently pulled my hand. Brother, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Probably because of fever, her mind was somewhat confused. Of course I'm angry. Lily Lou, what are you thinking? You know you have heat stroke, don't you? Feeling uncomfortable. Why didn't you tell me? I shouted. Now I was truly angry. I didn't understand what I'd done wrong to make her always so withdrawn and fearful. Just because I showed excitement about us soaking in hot springs together. So despite feeling uncomfortable, she still tried, staying beside me until the end. I gripped her arm tightly, pulling her back to the room. Her eyes were slightly wet, sniffling, voice aggrieved. Brother, sorry, don't be angry anymore. Though she knew I was worried about her, but in her heart feared I'd leave in anger. She forced a flattering smile. Brother, it's nothing. Before I've also had this. Just need lying down a while to recover. While in the spring, I didn't feel uncomfortable. Just now getting out, immediately felt dizzy. Her body went soft. I quickly lifted her up. Before was before. Now is now. I'm not angry at you anymore. Just angry at myself for not caring for you properly. Entering the room, I laid her on the bed, turning on AC to cooler temperature. Then going into the bathroom, taking the shopping bags from earlier, placing clean clothes by her bedside, if the swimsuit's too tight, making breathing difficult. Then change back to your clothes. I'm going out to buy heatstroke medicine for you. Finishing, I turned about to step outside. But just standing up, she already gripped my wrist tightly. Brother, don't go. I breathed deeply, gently embracing her, patting her hand reassuringly. Her body was feverish. Holding her felt burning hot. I'm just going out to buy medicine. Only with medicine will you recover. She was probably delirious from fever. Suddenly hugging my waist tightly. No, can't go. If you leave, you won't come back. You men are all liars, deceiving me. Already said you wouldn't abandon me. I gently patted her head. I'll never leave you, rest assured. Lily Lou trembled slightly, huffing softly, but still hugging me tightly, refusing to let go. I thought a moment. With her current condition, if I truly left, definitely couldn't feel at ease. Then let me hold you, okay? I said softly. But you can't lie to me. Must promise not to leave me. I promise, never leaving. I smiled slightly, coaxing. While she loosened her grip, I took my phone from the pocket, calling Daniel Tang. From the other end, hearing noisy music, probably he was at a bar. Or some club. I frowned. Old Tang. Help me buy some heatstroke medicine. Doesn't the hotel have any? Daniel Tang asked back. I paused slightly. Could a luxury hotel not have a first aid kit? Suddenly remembering this was a hot spring resort area. Perhaps the front desk would have preventive medicine. I hung up, immediately calling down to reception. Reception was very enthusiastic, saying they'd send medicine up to the room immediately. After hanging up, I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she rested overnight, tomorrow should be fine. I suddenly felt my heart tense. The girl in my arms started moving again. I looked down, seeing her pulling the shoulder straps down, seemed planning to change clothes. I jumped up startled. Hey, I'm still here. I'm a guy. Her voice choked. Brother still wants to leave me? I'm sorry. Later I'll be more obedient, won't make you angry. Later I'll definitely obediently listen. Please don't abandon me. I sighed deeply, decisively closing my eyes, saying softly, I'm not going anywhere, I'll just stand here. Hurry and change. Lily Lu looked at my back. Seemed truly having no intention of leaving. She sniffled, voice pitifully saying, but I want you to hold me. This kind of acting spoiled truly wanted killing me. After you finish changing, I'll hold you, okay? I softened my voice coaxing. In my heart continuously reciting the great compassion mantra. Trying to numb my own thoughts. I'm an upright person. Absolutely cannot take advantage of someone when they're weak. I told myself this. Behind me came soft rustling sounds. The sound of fabric brushing lightly rang out, occasionally accompanied by her soft breathing. If not for fearing the scene was too stimulating. Perhaps I'd already wanted recording it. Tomorrow playing it for her to hear. This swimsuit's so hard to take off. Brother, can you help me? Great compassion mantra. Great compassion mantra. Seems gotten a bit fatter. This shirt won't button. Great compassion mantra. Great compassion mantra. Wait. Fatter where? Why won't it button? Explain clearly. Quickly explain. Finally got dressed. Socks ripped in one spot, whatever. Hi, brother, hold me. I tilted my head, slightly opening my eyes. Confirming. She'd truly finished changing. Only then did I breathe with relief. Sitting beside her. Not long after. Knocking sounded. Hotel staff arrived very quickly. I coaxed her a long while. Before freeing my hand from her tight grip. Then helping her sit up. Getting a glass of water for her to take fever medicine. Then giving her a bottle of cooling heat relief medicine. After drinking, rest, I said. She took a small sip. Face scrunching up. Tastes bad, you drink it for me. No. Must drink it all. I said sternly. What tastes bad for me to drink, talking nonsense. I'm working so hard caring for you yet complaining about bitter medicine. Lily Lu pouted, puffing. Then started blowing bubbles in the medicine bottle. I stared helplessly at the bottle in her hand. The medicine in the bottle increasingly more foamy. She obediently drank all the medicine. Brother's so mean, she mumbled. After drinking medicine, then turning her back to me, burrowing into the blanket. I sighed. Raising children truly exhausting. Seemed like she was sulking. I could only accept helplessly. Standing up planning to go sleep in the adjacent room. Right then, my eyes accidentally swept to a small green Smurf doll in the wooden bedside cabinet. I froze for a second. Then angrily calling Daniel Tang. Damn you. I'm buying medicine for my sister who has heat stroke. What do you think I'm doing? Company's about to open an amusement park in Africa, right? Tomorrow you get your ass over there. I grabbed the remaining medicine bottle. Taking all that miscellaneous stuff along. Chapter 128, Not Appropriate. Leaving the room, I went outside to the hot spring to soak. Again. Looking up at the star-filled sky. Then at the distant lights of countless homes. Letting the cool night breeze blow across my skin. Sipping a chilled sweet drink. The icy sensation spreading through my throat. Making me shiver in the hot water. Then returning to the room. I checked again. Lily Lu's condition. confirming her fever had broken. I finally felt at ease lying down beside the bed. Though these days we'd been sleeping together. But after all, that was in my room. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, in my head constantly worrying. Afraid at midnight her fever would return. Then spike to delirium. Or she'd wake up at night thirsty. Couldn't find water and faint. Even thinking randomly that perhaps some stranger would sneak into her room. While thinking endlessly, I heard a click. My room door opened. A small figure silently entered. She sat on my bed, gently pulling out my hand. Then softly lying beside me, feeling the warmth and gentle fragrance spreading over. My originally troubled heart suddenly became peaceful again. Early next morning, I yawned, then slowly opening my eyes. First checking her condition. Besides still being a bit weak, she was completely fine. Lily Lou squeezed her eyes shut in embarrassment, thinking of last night's actions and words she'd said to me. Her cheeks flushed again. Don't pretend sleeping. Get up for breakfast. Yesterday you were sick. Now must rest quietly a few days to recover. I pinched her small nose while speaking. She dissatisfiedly swatted my hand, while I just laughed helplessly. She was still hazily fantasizing about Snow White's story. I opened my eyes, mouth corners curving into a helpless smile. Seeing me prepare to sit up and wash my face, she suddenly hugged me from behind, rubbing her head against my back, giggling. Hi, brother Tilda. I could only laugh helplessly, reaching to gently pat her head. Few more years until marriage age. Why so early in the morning running over? Acting spoiled with me? Though saying this, in my heart I felt unusually happy. After all, who wouldn't like such a soft, sweet little sister? Lily Lou again rubbed her head against my stomach, huffing softly. I won't marry anyone else. She sat up, burying her head in my chest, looking up at my face sideways. Then seriously asking, brother, yesterday didn't you say you'd stay by my side forever? I felt like in my heart a whole train rushed through. The world suddenly fell silent, only hearing my heart beating powerfully. A little deer in my heart wearing a white wedding dress, holding a "Long live the bride" sign, throwing flowers joyfully. Hearing her words, I froze momentarily, frowning awkwardly. Though in the past there were chamber attendants and such. But when you marry, dragging me along would be weird. I'm after all an upright man. That chamber attendant thing, I can't do it. Right after I finished, a fierce humph rang in my heart. That little deer from not following traffic rules got smashed flat by the train, even run over several more times by following cars. Lily Lou glared at me, bowing her head forcefully, ramming straight into my chest, then huffing coldly, standing up walking straight to the bathroom. I rubbed my chest, grimacing, watching her angry departing figure, head full of question marks. What's gotten into this girl? Why does she change faces faster than flipping pages? No matter how close we are. But getting married and dragging me along, what's that about? Don't tell me she wants me, truly sacrificing? Just thinking that, my whole body broke out in goosebumps. Shivering, then shaking my head with a bitter smile, I went to the bathroom to wash my face. While washing, I pulled out my phone to check messages. Message from Daniel Tang. Young Master Lu, I was wrong. Does Miss Lu still need heatstroke medicine? I'll go by immediately. Young Master Lu, I truly don't want going to Africa. How many penguins must I catch before returning? Then Summer Lu's message. My dear little brother Tilda, where are you playing today? When will you come home? I prepared potato chips and cold soda for you, Tilda. Hoo. 24 hours without seeing my dear brother. I feel so lonely. Seeing those greasy messages, I immediately understood that video was definitely chosen by the principal. I replied, diligent study leads to success. Must have attitude. Must have faith. 10 years of studying. Who doesn't dream of Stanford University? Thinking how the other day Summer Lu was still confident, thinking her idea would be chosen, while mine would be rejected. I could imagine how delighted she'd be. Seeing this message, then another message From Grandpa Xie. Hey, last night I already discussed with father and son. Arranged for Amber Song to attend the same school as you. Though you two are young. Don't mind others' gossip. True love is invincible. If wanting to register marriage, I can help with the paperwork. After reading the message, I stood frozen several seconds. Could it be yesterday when Dad said, with great difficulty invited Grandpa Xie for dinner? Was it to discuss marriage arrangements? For me? I thought a moment. Then replying, Grandpa, Dad said he wants building a plaza near your house. Then establishing a plaza dance team for the ladies. If wanting marriage registration, no need running paperwork. Just your appearance is enough. I turned off my phone. Sighing. Truly every day someone wants harming me. Not a single, peaceful day. Mumbling while brushing my teeth. Unconsciously glancing toward Lily Lu's room. I suddenly froze. Remembering Grandpa Xia's message. Don't mind worldly eyes. True love is invincible. Why does this sound so familiar? Seems I said exactly this before. Thinking of Lily Lu's strange recent behaviors. My eyebrows furrowed. Could she still not have forgotten Sister Amber? Just because fearing worldly judgment. So wanting to drag me in. To cover for them. I nodded slightly. Feeling like I just discovered the truth. Everything makes sense now. Seems years watching Detective Conan. Chapter 129. Surprised? Feel amazed? Bold hypothesis. Careful verification. I thought a long while. Deciding to test Lily Lu's attitude. I stepped out of the bathroom. Lily Lu already woke early, hair neatly combed. The shirt she wore wasn't tucked into her skirt. Jacket tied around her waist. Whole body fully covered, not showing any skin. Seeing me come out, she huffed then turned away. Watching her sulking appearance, I unconsciously shrank back. All the courage just gathered. Suddenly vanished in one breath. Actually, knowing a bit less about some things is fine. Who doesn't have their own little secret? If two people truly like each other, should I support or oppose? I shook my head hard. Looking at her then saying softly, let's go. Pack up a bit. Let's go home. Lily Lu paused slightly. Gaze looking at the two fishing rods in the corner. Along with the pile of fishing equipment. Brother, aren't we going ocean fishing today? I shook my head. It's very sunny. Your body's already weak. Yesterday you had heat stroke too. Next time we come, we'll do it then. I looked up out the window. The sun had gradually risen high. Last night busy caring for Lily Lu, I forgot about watching the sunrise. She also looked where my eyes went. And saw the sun slowly rising. Thinking back to last night, I cared for her being sick. So didn't get to fully enjoy the hot springs. Also missed the brilliant sunrise. Now again because of her health. Abandoning the fishing plan, while she was still sulking at me. Lily Lu bowed her head guiltily. Softly saying, brother, sorry. I walked over. Gently patting her head. Forgiven. Who told my little sister to be so adorable? Arriving home, I told the household helper. Cook something light for lunch. Then I planned going upstairs to rest. On the way home, Lily Lu seemed to have also learned. Enjoying the scenery on both sides of the road. Her gaze always looking out the window. While I alternated between watching her and watching the scenery. This road was originally very open. Yet in my heart felt unusually occupied. To the point I also felt tired. When arriving home, Lily Lu carried a set of clean clothes. Walking straight into the bathroom. Probably wanting to bathe and change. Because yesterday she sweated a lot. I yawned then flopping onto the bed. Suddenly from the gaming room direction. Came a vague sound. Damn Luke Lu, hateful. What is this password anyway? Not parents' birthday. Not his birthday either. Definitely not mine. Maybe the youngest's birthday? No. The youngest and he share the same birthday. Come on, Summer Lu. Come on. Almost there. Just one more step. Parents are so biased. Why does Luke's room have a private gaming room? Plus so many snacks. Hearing this, I immediately jumped up. Thinking, Sister Summer Lu was still resting in my room. Who knew she'd already made her way to the gaming room? And it seemed she was about to guess the password correctly. I quietly approached the gaming room door. one hand yanking the door open. Light from behind shining straight into the room. Summer Lu's face showed clear panic. Just seeing me, she immediately broke into a coquettish smile. Little Luke Tilda. Why are you home so early? Coming home, why not? Tell me in advance, so I could greet you at the door Tilda. I noticed that though she was looking at me, her eyes kept glancing at the computer screen. Both hands continuously typing on the keyboard. Being a mechanical keyboard, each keystroke made distinct clicking sounds, while the computer kept beeping, ding ding, indicating wrong password repeatedly. I raised my eyebrows. Didn't you message yesterday, saying you missed me terribly? Our sibling bond is so deep. So right after waking, I drove home immediately. Surprised? Amazed? Summer Lu's face stiffened slightly. In the quiet room only the sound of keyboard typing and error alerts rang out. Actually, I didn't miss you that much. How about you go exercise a bit outside? Let me do my work, I nodded. Fine. I came back just to tell you the password anyway. If you don't need it, I'll go outside. Before I could step away, Summer Lu lunged forward, grabbing my wrist from behind, pulling me hard onto the gaming room sofa. Little Luke Tilda, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Want some water? Driving such a long distance. Must be tired, right? Let me massage your back. I searched the whole house for you. Do you know how sad I was? Barely wanted to eat or drink anything. Just kept thinking when you'd come back. Right then, from the gaming room walked out a helper. Young master. Miss truly missed you very much. Yesterday kept asking when you'd return. Even told us that once knowing you'd returned, must immediately inform her. Yesterday she ate very little too. Not even half her normal portion. I raised my eyebrows slightly, glancing at Summer once. Never expected she even prepared an informant. Summer awkwardly bowed her head, looking at her hands twisting together. Face flushing with embarrassment, she said enough. Now I already know little Luke returned. She can go do her work. Mrs. Wong nodded, looking around the gaming room. Rarely coming here. Might as well check if anything needed cleaning. She looked at the trash bin in the room. Couldn't help frowning. She said seriously, young master, for your health's sake, in the future, try eating less outside junk food. I was slightly stunned. These days caring for Lily, my eating was very moderate. I looked puzzled at the trash bin. My God, inside were all fried chicken boxes. Then pizza boxes, barbecue packaging, and all kinds of snack bags, plus empty soda bottles. My mouth corners twitched, looking at Summer. This is what you call too sad to eat or drink. Chapter 130. Using the Emperor to command the Lords. I thought a moment. Yesterday morning, Lily and I went to Riverdale City, while Summer had fried chicken, pizza, barbecue. Not just lunch and dinner, but even late-night snacks weren't skipped. Not to mention all those snacks and sodas. Truly, no appetite, indeed. Besides tea and meals, everything else eaten freely. Right now Summer was pushing Mrs. Wong out of the gaming room. She coughed lightly twice, covering her awkwardness. Little Luke, do you know how much I missed you? You've been running in my head all day. I ate those things to supplement nutrition for you, she said very confidently. Hearing Summer's rustic pickup line, I could only look at her with disgust. Do I need sharing the food delivery fee with you? Summer approached, massaging my shoulders, smiling. Worthy of being my good little brother. So caring, very good. Right now the most important thing is opening that video first. We're grasshoppers tied to the same string. If I'm good, you can be good too, right? If I can't be good anymore, then can only stay home every day. By then we'll use your bed, eat your snacks, use your computer, even hug your little sister. Right then Lily was holding a hairdryer, walking to the door, asking surprised, Sister, you want to hug me? Summer rolled her eyes, then answering, Right. Come here, little sister. Let me dry your hair. Where did you two play yesterday? Was it fun? Just mentioning yesterday? Lily immediately bowed her head, looking at her hands clasped tightly on her knees. Her face flushed. Seeing Lily's reaction, Summer blinked repeatedly. She always felt missing some important plot point. She looked at me, then looked at Lily again. Little Luke's busy editing the video. Let's go outside first. Only now did she realize. The sibling affection between me and her truly had nothing left. Wanting to learn from me what happened yesterday was probably very difficult. At this point, can only start with Lily. After drying Lily's hair, Summer asked curiously, "Where did you two go yesterday? What did you do? How was sleeping at night? Did little Luke sneak into your bed last night?" Lily was slightly flustered, stammering. "Yesterday I went to Riverdale City with brother. Brother helped mom and dad resolve the project issues there." Summer gaped in shock, looking at my back in the gaming room with resentful eyes. Clearly we agreed to be freeloaders together. Why betray me by being so diligent? I could imagine the pressure she'd face later from Kenneth Liu and Scarlett Zhao would be enormous. Seeing Summer's shocked expression, in Lily's heart also rose some pride. She continued, "Last night, we went to a hotel with a pool and hot springs. At first brother and I slept separately. He didn't sneak into my bed either." Finishing, she even nodded satisfied. Though ultimately still slept in the same bed. "But at midnight I snuck into his bed. So I didn't lie." Summer frowned, assessing Lily from top to bottom. She always felt this wasn't as simple as it seemed. She said, "You said you two went to a hotel together with a pool and hot springs to sleep. Doesn't that mean you two saw each other in swimsuits?" Her eyes immediately brightened. She raised her hands, describing the shape of a three-piece bikini. "Did you wear this style yesterday? Did little Luke stare without blinking? Did you bring that swimsuit home? Let me see it quickly." While speaking, she licked her lips lightly. Right now Lily was wearing small rabbit pajamas. Seeing Summer's manner, she immediately feared like seeing a big bad wolf. Right then, a sinful hand landed on Summer's head, pressing down hard. Summer's eyes immediately became clear. She turned looking at me, saying sweetly, "Little Luke, I already helped dry little sister's hair. About you two at the pool and hot springs, looking at each other in bikinis. I completely know nothing about it." I gaped in surprise, looking puzzled at Lily. Her face flushed so red it could drip water. She continuously shook her head at me. I nodded, releasing Summer's head, turning about to run into the gaming room. The video in the computer, even if having to delete it completely. I couldn't let Summer get it. But Summer suddenly lunged forward, hugging my waist tightly. "Little Luke, I know I was wrong. In this life, I only have one request. Give me that video. I just want to study it. Later we'll definitely study hard. Find a good job, then use all the money I earn to support my little brother, okay?" My face flushed, both hands gripping my waistband tightly. Angrily gritting teeth, "Let go." If already hugging waist, then just obediently hug, but pulling my elastic waistband too. What's that about? This isn't just an ordinary elastic band. Inside it seals a prehistoric beast. It's the final boundary of human morality. Also the dignity I swear to protect to the end. Long ago Cao Cao used the emperor to command the lords. Today Summer uses the waistband to threaten Luke. Lily's face flushed, both hands covering her face, eyes glistening with tears, through finger gaps, secretly peeking. Summer now hugging my thighs. Voice acting spoiled, "Little Luke, give it to me please," just finishing. She suddenly froze, thinking of what she just said, then looking at her current position. Face immediately flushing, hot steam rising in waves from her head. She released me, plopping down on the bed like a duck. Eyes glistening, full of shame and anger looking at me. I was still desperately protecting the boundary of my morality. Also froze momentarily, pulling up my pants, discovering the elastic band stretched and deformed from the recent collision. I sighed, waving at Summer, then turning toward the wardrobe. Seeing me act this way, Summer immediately jumped from the bed, grabbing the peeking Lily, then kissing her cheek with a smack, exclaiming, "Love you so much, little Luke." Lily stared stunned, turning to look at Summer, while I also froze several seconds. Wasn't she thanking me? Why kiss her? Should have kissed me. Summer stuck out her tongue, making a face. Dream on. Making me say such embarrassing things. Anyway, I already gave this kiss to little sister. Let little sister pass it on for you. Chapter 131. Little brother's grown up. Hearing Summer say this, I reflexively looked at Lily. Her lips were slightly parted. Silver light shimmering on them. Looking truly captivating. Lily's eyes, moist as if wanting to cling to me, also gently looked toward me. While unprepared, our gazes collided. Both of us blushed, awkwardly bowing our heads. Summer's mouth corners curved up. Watching this scene between the two, she felt truly satisfied. I pulled up my pants, then stepped into the changing room. After all, wasn't planning to go out, so planned washing my face simply, then changing into pajamas. Lily immediately followed me into the changing room, handing me gray wolf pajamas. Looking at the wolf pajamas in hand, and the white rabbit pajamas on Lily, I unconsciously pinched her cheek lightly. The soft, surprisingly elastic feeling. Moreover, when I squeezed gently, the expression on her face also changed with each touch. Truly irresistibly captivating. Feeling my intimate action, Lily's face began heating up. She looked up at my face. After all, that was Sister Summer. A sister's kiss should naturally be placed on her brother's face. I thought silently, the burning sensation transmitting from my fingertips immediately jolted me awake, hurriedly pulling my hand back. Lily, because wanting to soak in hot springs with me, even with heat stroke, still stubbornly saying she was fine. I understood that for Lily now, I was her only support in this house. Also her most important family member. As long as I didn't do anything crossing the line, even if her heart felt a bit uncomfortable, she still wouldn't refuse. So I had to be even more careful in my actions. Couldn't take advantage just because she wouldn't oppose. I patted Lily's head lightly, reminding her, if my actions make you uncomfortable, you must tell me. Silly girl, I'm going to shower. Not playing games today. Let's watch movies together later. Finishing, I grabbed the clean pajamas. Stepping into the bathroom. In the bathroom's laundry basket, still had the shirt Lily changed out of. I suddenly recalled the awkward scene from before, when Lily helped me wash my shirt. Couldn't help frowning slightly. Could her underwear also be under that shirt? I remembered yesterday Lily was also wearing black socks. Could they also be underneath? I looked at her pile of changed clothes. 3 minutes had passed. In my head a fierce struggle. Should I pick them up? To do something indescribable? Moved. Finally I moved. What exactly have I decided? I turned my head back, seeing Summer standing at the bathroom door, mouth seriously narrating like a story. I looked at her resentfully. Are you doing live commentary? I'm just afraid you'd be impulsive and do something weird. Am I bothering you? If so, I'll help you. Close the door. Wait 3 minutes. After all, little Luke's a guy now. At that age, 3 minutes my ass. I grabbed the clothes from the basket, throwing them straight at Summer. Speak, what else is there? HMPH. Is this how you treat me? I was planning to share extremely good news with you, Summer said proudly. But first, she held the shirt up to her nose, sniffing. Little sister's shirt smells so nice. Seeing Summer's perverted expression, I glanced around, discovering only my own pants remained. The feeling was truly bitter. Hateful. You're jealous, aren't you? Definitely jealous. This is the older sister's privilege, Summer said triumphantly. Seeing my uncomfortable expression, she coughed lightly twice. It's about that blogger who falsely accused little sister. That's Ethan Jong from our school. Yesterday daytime he started live streaming sales again. You don't know how pathetically he cried. Summer cleared her throat, then started imitating. Dear friends, I also just wanted to know the truth. That big account clearly had evidence, but wouldn't post immediately. Isn't that for views and followers? Not discussing right or wrong. Doesn't that person have no fault? I've been cyberbullied for 2 days. Even got expelled from school. But I believe tomorrow will be better. Justice lies in people's hearts. But why did that girl, just from being cursed a few times, jump from a building? Doesn't that prove that girl Endured terrible pressure for a long time? And who could create that pressure for her? Besides her family. Who else is there? I hope that big account releases more details. Returns my innocence. Speaking of great pressure, people easily lose sleep, have nightmares, and easily get dark circles. So I'd like to introduce everyone to XXI cream. I've always used this. Look everyone. Though these 2 days have endured enormous pressure, but my eye area has no dark circles at all. Watching Summer's reenactment, I gaped. Must say this Ethan Jong is truly a genius. This type of pity performance. He actually thought of it. This isn't the good news you mentioned, I asked. Summer shook her head. Coincidentally, at that time some netizens were softened by his teary appearance. Right then, our military accounts simultaneously posted videos thanking him for voluntarily donating New Era Battle Anthem to the motherland. Yesterday watching Ethan Yang's livestream, he seemed to also see that video. I saw his merchandise wasn't even sold out. He already hurriedly shut down the live broadcast. When I checked again just now, the platform already locked his account. Consider this good news. I nodded, in my heart joyfully celebrating. Any requests? Summer rolled her eyes, huffing softly. Am I that kind of person? Finishing, she turned away. Seeing Summer hadn't budged a step, I couldn't help laughing. We two sisters are 1,000-year foxes. You still want playing fox fairy tales with me? What's our relationship? Whatever it is, say it straight. Summer was about to speak. Hearing my words, suddenly paused. Right then, she discovered at the door half of Lily's head peeking out. Summer's eyes shifted slightly, then speaking with emotion. So little Luke's tired of me? Is it because I can't satisfy you anymore? Fine. Here are Lily's leftover clothes. Use them for bad things if you want. Rest assured, I absolutely won't tell Lily about those indescribable things you do with her stuff. After all, you don't want anyone competing for your brother, right? I stared wide-eyed. Hearing Summer's rambling nonsense, I stood dumbfounded. Casually answering, yeah right. You've annoyed me so much. Go outside. Don't disturb my shower anymore. Summer threw the clothes on my head. Then running away from the bathroom. I just pulled the clothes off my head. Then heard Summer's surprised, fake sincere tone ring out. Oh, Lily, why are you here? Little Luke only sniffed your shirt for 2 minutes. Don't misunderstand. Lily's face darkened, but blushed slightly from embarrassment. She walked before me, snatching back her shirt, then coldly saying, brother. I shrank my neck back. This is fourth sister falsely accusing me. Do you believe me? Right now Summer was sticking out her tongue, making faces at me. Seeing Lily turn her head, she immediately changed to a fake sorrowful expression, voice softening. Lily, it's all my fault. I falsely accused little Luke. Come on, go outside. Little brother still needs to shower. HMPH. Lily huffed coldly, clutching the shirt tightly, then stepping out of the bathroom, running straight to her room. I can clearly always be beside brother. Why would he hold my clothes? Hateful. Bad brother, evil one. She suddenly recalled yesterday when saying she'd give me a surprise. I had thought she wanted giving me the swimsuit she'd worn. Lily looked at the shirt just changed out of. Could my changed clothes really be that good? She carefully looked around the messy room. No one there. She secretly brought the shirt to her nose, sniffing lightly. Seems like fourth sister's scent. Also a bit of brother's smell. Her face flushed, burying her head in the shirt, rolling on the bed, taking a deep breath, both hands patting her cheeks, trying to calm down. Brother said this afternoon we'd watch movies together. But how should I go there? On the other side, I gritted my teeth angrily. Never expected someone as smart as me to be fooled by Summer again. I originally planned rushing out fighting desperately with her. But Summer held the bathroom door firmly shut. I could only sigh, deciding after showering to settle accounts with her. Summer scratched her neck, clearly planned asking little Luke for help with this. Don't know why it made him angry instead. Wasn't like this before. Seems after his revolutionary betrayal, my attitude toward him gradually changed too. Hearing water sounds from the bathroom, she sighed lightly. With the current situation, wanting Luke to agree helping is truly difficult. Thinking a moment, she figured only using Lily to salvage the situation. Then leaving my room, going toward Lily's room. The door just opened. She immediately shouted, "Lily, save me. In this life I only have one request." Lily jumped from the bed, like caught with some small secret, face flushing, hurriedly stuffing the shirt she held into the blanket. Summer sat beside her, gently draping an arm over Lily's shoulder. Consoling, "Lily, actually just now wasn't what you think. I was just making it all up." Lily nodded slightly. She trusted her brother was upright, just sometimes too straightforward, making others angry. "Sister Summer, I know brother's not that kind of person," she said, then looking at Summer. Though in the house, she was always the most invisible. But after all she'd been invisible over a year. So with each person's behavior in the house, she understood quite well. She asked, "Sister, I feel recently the relationship between you and brother seems to have changed." Summer glanced around, speaking softly to Lily. "Actually hasn't changed much. Just returning to how it was at first. When little, if little Luke got pushed down by me once, could cry the whole day. But since he grew up, though being the most loved by parents, actually he's really boring. Every day just eating, drinking, playing, going to bars. No ambition at all, especially since learning he's not our parents' biological child. This past year, his eyes looking at everyone were somehow strange. Speaking here, her mouth corners curved up. But lately feel he's much more interesting. Though outwardly still carefree, at least his eyes are much clearer. And the way he plays guitar or piano looks truly cool. Now even knows helping parents and eldest sister share company matters." She sighed looking at Lily. Indeed, little sister taught him well. Why not come, reform, me too? Saying this, she looked out the door cautiously, lowering her voice. Really? How did you teach little Luke? Quickly teach me too. In this life I only have this one small request. I want asking you a small favor. Need little Luke's help. You're the little sister I love most. You'll definitely help me, right? Hearing Summer say this, Lily pondered thoughtfully a moment. She wasn't quite clear what she'd done with Luke. Summer pinched Lily's cheek lightly, voice half joking, half threatening. "We're grasshoppers on the same string. If I'm good, you'll be good later, right? If I fail, can only sit home all day. Then I'll sleep in little Luke's bed, eat little Luke's snacks, use little Luke's computer, even hug little Luke's thighs." Lily froze. These words sounded somehow familiar. She shook her head hard. Then hearing Summer continue threatening, "You also don't want anyone competing for your brother, right?" Chapter 133. All for Sister. Threatened by Summer, Lily had to return to my room. Right now I was sitting before the computer, finding some old movies to watch. After all, Lily just recovered from illness yesterday. Her condition probably still wasn't stable. If this affected her ranking climb, that wouldn't be good at all. Seeing Lily blushing, entering the room, I suspiciously looked at Summer. On Summer's face was a meaningful smile. She lightly pushed Lily, then saying, "It's decided then. Go on, Lily." Lily glared at her, then silently sitting beside me, hugging my waist. I gently patted her head, asking, "Not angry anymore?" "I wasn't angry at you originally. That was Sister Summer's scheme. I'm very smart, one look and I knew," she said proudly. My mouth corners twitched slightly. Her embarrassed, angry expression earlier didn't seem like acting at all. Summer sat right beside us too. From somewhere, pulling out black blue light blocking glasses, putting them on, then opening her phone's notes app, not knowing what she was recording. I glanced at her, feeling she was truly strange. Shaking my head lightly, I chose a classic romance film, named A Little Thing Called Love, First Love. The film tells about an ordinary girl, striving to change herself, and finally discovering she likes the school's most perfect boy. The movie was filmed extremely well, fully conveying the pure emotions of youth and longing for first love. Lily and Summer quickly became absorbed in the plot. Following the film's progression, Lily lightly leaned against my chest, her hands gripping mine placed on her stomach. When wanting snacks, she released my right hand. Wanting water, released my left hand. Initially, I didn't quite understand what she was implying, but after being glared at by her, I immediately understood. Just those snacks were a bit small, so occasionally my fingers lightly touched Lily's soft lips, sometimes even getting a bit moist. I glanced at both sides, seeing Summer intently watching the screen. I secretly wiped my hand on her shirt. The film ended. Summer excitedly wanted discussing with me and Lily about the film's content, but discovered, right now, the little white rabbit was sitting in the big gray wolf's lap. I skillfully used my left hand, hugging Lily's waist, right hand controlling the mouse, starting to find another film. Noticing Summer's gaze, Lily bowed her head, gripping her pajama hem tightly, two small pom-poms before her chest swaying gently. Lily suddenly seemed remembering something, suddenly looking up confidently. All of this is for Sister Summer's graduate school plan. She had to endure this great sacrifice. Actually, she didn't like it at all. She tilted her head looking at me, saying softly, "Brother, Sister Summer has something wanting your help." Watching the two people before her unconsciously so intimate, Summer suddenly felt, staying home like this isn't so bad. After all, the Liu family doesn't lack one graduate student. Doesn't matter having one more freeloader like her. I glanced at Summer, remembering how she once dragged me into that testing the limits of human morality challenge. Couldn't help snorting coldly. "What are you planning now?" Summer immediately jumped up, but just thinking about needing a favor. She quietly sat back down, eyes shifting to Lily, then looking at me. She hesitantly said, "How about I suffer a bit? Sit watching movies with you like this?" Lily's head immediately snapped up, eyes glaring at Summer. "Didn't you just promise helping with your matter? You'd stop competing for brother with me?" Fourth sister doesn't keep her word. Fourth sister is bad. I also was slightly stunned, eyes looking at Summer. Summer's figure compared to Lily was somewhat fuller, and a few inches taller. Today she wore a simple white round neck shirt, paired with athletic shorts. The shirt's chest area was stretched tight by that full figure. Two long firm legs folded sitting on the sofa. I raised my eyebrows slightly, silently searching on the computer. What's the longest film in history? Seeing the result appear. Film lasting 87 hours. Summer just smiled awkwardly. "I was just joking with you. If hugging like this, then the pure sibling affection between us will be misunderstood. If really hugged by you for 3 straight days, how can I get married later? Especially just now in the bathroom. You even dared staring at Lily's changed clothes. Staring for a long time." I saw Lily sigh with relief, her hands wrapped around my neck, rubbing her cheek against my face. "Brother, help Sister Summer." My whole body stiffened. Previously Lily, at most, just rubbed against my chest a bit. Now directly pressing face to face, her cheeks burning hot. In her heart thinking, all for Sister Summer's graduate school plan. I truly don't like this. All for sister, brother smells so good. I tapped Lily's head lightly. "Were you threatened or coerced? If she coerced you, blink to let me know." Lily avoided my gaze, stammering, "No, nothing. Help Sister Summer." She said as long as she gets into graduate school, she'll study hard later, never skip class, or sneak home again. Summer hearing this froze, looking at her, thinking silently, when did she say these words? But Lily's clear eyes softened her heart. Immediately nodding in agreement. Right, I said that. As long as I get accepted, I'll definitely work hard, diligently, earn lots of money for little brother to spend." Lily puffed her cheeks, looking at her nose tip unhappily, adding, "You spend money so wastefully. How would there be money left for him?" Summer was momentarily flustered. Should've gone along with what the little one said. She retorted, "I'll definitely be frugal. Last time I even asked brother to transfer 10,000 gold coins." Lily huffed softly. Summer shrank back, sneaking glances at me. That refund request was already approved. But since that was money I earned with my ability, why should I return it? I patted Lily's head, then looking at Summer, saying, "Fine. What exactly do you want me to help with?" Summer rubbed her hands, voice flattering. "Actually, it's nothing major. Just the principal at Riverside University wants inviting you over to discuss cooperation on posting videos together and establishing a fund to support rural students." Chapter 134. Seriously, this game is way too realistic. Watching the two girls looking expectant, I helplessly shook my head. These old men are truly troublesome. Clearly a video call would work, yet insisting on meeting in person to talk. After all, since crossing over here I still haven't visited this school. Riverside City's most prestigious university. Consider this trip sightseeing. After scheduling the time, Summer satisfiedly left the gaming room. Before leaving, she even struck a perfect farewell pose. Voice full of meaning. "Well, I won't disturb you two anymore." Truly shameless. I grabbed a bag of chips, throwing straight at the door. Summer caught the chips, laughing happily, then conveniently closing the room door. The moment the door closed, I looked over, seeing Lily curled up like a small cotton ball. Suddenly felt agreeing to this was too hasty. Summer had threatened Lily like that. If I'd been firmer then. Besides face-to-face contact, couldn't there have been, unlocking more positions? Hateful Summer. She was eating chips while replying to the principal's message, while recalling the scene of Lily subduing me just now. She froze momentarily, thinking back to Lily's words. Could it be telling me to come home less and bother them? Summer's mouth corners curved into a satisfied gossip aunt smile. Already accepted for studies. Who'd want going to school? Lily sat sideways on my thigh, her long slender legs gently swinging in the air. In the dim room, just us two siblings. She looked very happy. "Brother, what should we do next?" "Just finished watching one movie. I temporarily didn't want watching a second, so opening League Up to play." The result showed a notification. "Account currently logged in on another device." I sighed. That fatty is truly hopeless. Weekend at home, not knowing to study. Just always buried in gaming. "Brother's not playing games today?" Lily tilted her head asking. I thought about my account. Now couldn't even climb to gold rank. Playing diamond account felt nothing. Thinking a moment, I got an idea. Why not download some two-player games? Such a rare weekend. Also consider it an opportunity to cultivate the pure sibling affection between us. Before leaving the house, Summer even mocked me, saying Lily and I were shameless. The relationship between me and her was clearly pure. How could we do anything crossing boundaries? I looked down at Lily sitting in my lap, her eyes reflecting light from the screen. Lips soft, shimmering. Looking at them, truly easy to kiss. Frighteningly easy to kiss. I jumped startled. In my head flashed a terrible thought. Lily looked at me puzzled, not understanding why I shuddered like that. I bent down searching the desk drawer, taking out two controllers, plugging them into the computer. I downloaded a very famous two-player co-op game, named It Takes Two. Before downloading, I especially read through some online reviews. Everyone said this game was very fun, but extremely girlfriend-consuming. I patted Lily's head, smiling. Silly girl. Later remember, don't drag me down, or you'll lose your brother. Lily nodded repeatedly. Determined. I won't make you lose. Half an hour later, Lily crawled out from my lap, sitting beside me. Over an hour more passed. She moved to the sofa corner, no longer leaning on me. Another half hour. Lily's eyes were glistening with tears. She choked. Brother, don't die anymore. Please, don't die anymore. We've done this level dozens of times. Why do you keep dying? I shrank my neck back. Okay, my fault. I was wrong. Let's try again. This time I definitely won't mess up. Except the first 10 minutes. When Lily was still a bit clumsy. After that, it was all me dying. I looked at Lily's eyes, full of regret and a bit of fear. She sighed lightly, placing the controller on the table. Brother, yesterday I had heat stroke. I'm still very weak. Can't keep playing, I can't handle it. I froze. This was the first time recently Lily refused me. I looked up at the screen. Never expected the game reviews were so accurate. Just 2 hours. And I'd already lost a dear girlfriend. Seeing Lily leave the gaming room, I also shut down the computer. Last night caring for her all night was tiring. This morning driving the long distance. I planned lying down to rest. Seemed Lily thought the same. She was already lying stretched on the bed. I climbed onto the bed, thinking a moment. Lightly poking her back. But Lily right now was still angry. She shifted away. Stretching the distance between us. It's over. This time she's definitely truly angry, I thought, feeling unsettled. I began slowly. Moving toward Lily. Soon enough had cornered her to the bed's edge. Lily turned around. Using her hand to lightly push my chest. Brother. Go lie on the other side. She pouted saying. I opened my mouth to say something. But didn't know how to start. Finally just sighed. Then dejectedly moving away. Truly this trash game ruined my sibling bond. I silently complained. Lying at a distance from Lily. Far enough yet close enough. I thought a moment. Softly humming. Not seeing your smile. How can I sleep? Your shadow so close. Yet I can't hold you, while singing. I heard from behind. Soft rustling sounds. Lily turned around moving closer. Her head resting against my back. I gently turned around. Careful not to startle her. Brother. I still haven't forgiven you. But if you keep singing like that, I can't sleep either. She huffed softly then saying. What's with this proud personality? My heart suddenly pounded heavily. I gently patted her head. Okay, I won't sing anymore. Really, I won't sing. You're so hateful. Lily struggled planning to burrow back to the bed corner. I hurriedly hugged her waist. Saying immediately, okay, I'll keep singing. I'll sing more. Seeing her cheeks puff up. Like a little pufferfish. But not struggling anymore. I couldn't help laughing. Reaching to poke her cheek lightly. But before touching, my hand was swatted away by Lily. I helplessly shook my head. Then softly continuing the gentle song. Not long after, by my ear rang steady breathing. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was also exhausted. Lightly poking her soft cheek. Yawning. Then quickly falling into sleep. Brother, are you asleep? Not long after I fell asleep. Lily gently opened her eyes. Whispering softly. Seeing I didn't respond. She sighed with relief. Brothers so silly. Later I won't play games. That need cooperating with you. Looking at my sleeping face. She blushed slightly. Brother. Today you made me angry. But this is what Sister Summer told me to pass to you. She gently tucked the hair by her ear. I truly don't like it. But it's all because Sister Summer made me do it. Chapter 135. Summer's starting to have mosquitoes. Dusk fell. I gradually woke up, seeing Lily still sleeping soundly. I lightly poked her cheek. On Lily was a gentle pleasant fragrance. When holding her while sleeping, the feeling made my nerves relax. Lily frowned, swatting my hand away. Softly making a kitten-like sound. Brother. Have you eaten yet? I asked. Not yet. But, if you keep sleeping, I'm afraid you won't sleep tonight. Don't forget tomorrow you still need waking early for school. I said. Then standing up going to the bathroom to wash my face. Lily rubbed her eyes. Slowly following behind. I looked in the mirror above the sink. Seeing on my face a small red mark. Reaching to scratch lightly. Didn't feel itchy. But instead felt a bit moist. Seeing my action. Lily bowed her head. Her face starting to redden. This time of year already has mosquitoes? I looked at her. Did mosquitoes bite you? Lily answered softly. No. No. I nodded, feeling her manner somewhat strange. But didn't know what was strange. While browsing short videos, Summer rushed into the room. Little Luke. Tonight Mom and eldest sister are home. Want eating dinner together? I looked at her surprised. Eldest sister's also back? Summer glanced at me meaningfully. Seems yesterday's trip by you two brought really good results. Eldest sister's work schedule was originally packed. Now suddenly freed up to come home once. I nodded. Looking at Lily. Let's go. Let's go downstairs for dinner. I thought to myself. Probably eldest sister returned. To ask. What exactly happened yesterday? That's good. I'll take this opportunity to praise Lily's contributions. So everyone in the house gradually accepts her more. Going downstairs, my mother Scarlett Zhao and eldest sister Grace Liu were chatting at the dining table. My mother couldn't hide her pride, saying, "Little Grace. See, our little Luke's grown up now. Knows thinking about family. The Riverside City project matter. Did you two tell him? Old Lou is truly getting old. Project delayed over half a month, still not resolved. Finally still had to rely on little Luke taking action. Just one day and everything's solved. Just saying this." My mother sighed lightly. This old Lou really. Tonight's meeting's all cancelled. Yet still won't come home. If I didn't know he's meeting Dad, I'd suspect he has someone else outside. Eldest sister nodded. The Riverdale City project. Must be Dad who told little Luke. I've also been to that seaside village. Back then led over 30 people along. The situation there was extremely complex. Don't know what method little Luke used. That made them not even need the initially agreed compensation amount. Today I spoke with old Tang. The Riverdale City management is all delighted. Workers unemployed for half a month. Now everyone's full of enthusiasm working. I held Lily's hand, walking together to the dining table. Sitting beside Mom. Mom, where's Dad? Why isn't he home today? Isn't it because of the Riverdale City project that you two have to keep working overtime? My mother took my hand, patting lightly. Don't worry about Dad. Today Grandpa called him over again. Don't know when he'll return. Old Lou's probably now enjoying the rod of love from father and son. I slightly avoided eye contact, asking softly, do we still have alcohol at home? And disinfectant like iodine or wound spray, Mom? Mom frowned, asking, little Luke, where are you hurt? Stand up and let Mom see. I felt a bit nervous. No. Nothing, just think. Later when Dad comes home, he'll probably need it. Mom, remember preparing it? Eldest sister looked at Lily, then at me again, saying softly, little Luke, I know lately you and little sister, your relationship has improved a lot. But you're a boy, and she's a girl. You're both almost adults. Even as blood siblings, must maintain distance, understand? Lily bowed her head low, silently eating. Clearly before, eldest sister never paid attention to me. Why now when I just got a brother? She wants separating him from me. Eldest sister is bad, deliberately wanting to steal brother from me. I turned back, gently patting Lily's head, smiling. Don't worry, eldest sister. I know proper limits. Summer rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, hugging little sister, watching movies, going anywhere holding hands with fingers interlaced, even wearing matching pajamas. That's called having proper limits? Seeing the two so intimate, eldest sister frowned slightly again, planning to say something more. But Mom already interrupted. Little Luke, tell us, how did you persuade the Bayshore villagers to relocate? I thought a moment, then recounting the edited story. Initially I just planned talking nicely with them. Thought those stubborn old folks would agree to move. Back then Lily reminded me to have people along record video as evidence. After going up the mountain, I met them. But they started making trouble. So I pulled old Tang and fled. Seeing negotiations didn't work, I thought since we had the video, planned posting online to expose them. But Lily reminded me, must report to city management first, and show them the video. She even video called me, recording management's indifferent reaction, afraid of damaging their reputation. Finally they had to agree resolving it. Yesterday though not too hot. But Lily kept running back and forth. So got heat stroke. Hearing me say this, she puffed her cheeks looking unhappy. Clearly it was brother's achievement. Why credit me instead? Mom, eldest sister and Summer all stared wide-eyed at Lily. Summer suddenly hugged her tightly. My good little sister. I already said, little Luke, that blockhead. How could he solve problems even Mom and Dad couldn't handle? Turns out it was all your achievement. Next time something like this happens, just call me along. I also want contributing to the family. She breathed a sigh of relief. Initially worried because little Luke was too outstanding. But now seems As long as passing graduate school entrance. Definitely can surpass little Luke. I smiled faintly. They might even hope. You really go there. Chapter 136. Lily's Small World. Hearing my words, eldest sister nodded slightly, pondering. My mother looked at Lily, still not believing. Those ideas came from her. Really, you who thought of those methods? Mom asked. I glanced at Lily, signaling her to accept credit. Just like this a few more times. Gradually, Lily's image in everyone's hearts will change. Then she can truly integrate into the Liu family. But Lily just shook her head slightly. Mom, all those things were brother's doing. I just went with him to Riverdale City. Finishing, she finished her rice bowl, puffing her cheeks, then going straight upstairs. Summer also felt a bit awkward. Her intuitive alertness told her, staying here now definitely won't be good. She grabbed some random food bites, then escaping to the kitchen to eat alone. I watched Lily's departing figure, sighing lightly. In my heart felt I'd done something wrong. My mother gently patted my leg. Little Luke, whoever's achievement should let that person claim it. Mom knows you want Lily integrating with our family. But with the girl's current manner, how do you expect us to accept her? Clearly you had good intentions. Yet she showed an unpleasant attitude. Mom, don't say more. I interrupted. I didn't think carefully. Shouldn't have made her lie with me like that. Mom sighed. Fine. Mom won't say more, but at least today she didn't casually lie along. Consider that a good thing. Eldest sister looked at me, saying softly, Little Luke, after eating, go check on little sister. She's also a normal person. Has her own thoughts. Mom and Dad work hard earning money, so we can live the way we want. Thank you, eldest sister. I understand now. I nodded firmly. All this time, I only thought of ways to help Lily integrate into the Liu family, but never thought about how she herself feels. For her, this is a strange place. Having to call two strangers mom and dad, and those two treated her terribly because of the original owner. Does she truly want integrating into the Liu family? Perhaps she just wants keeping this current comfortable life. Yet I arbitrarily imposed my thoughts on her, wanting her to have feelings for the Liu family, wanting her to become part of this family. I hurriedly finished the last bites of rice, then standing up, running straight to my room, searching everywhere. Bed, bathroom, even the gaming room. Couldn't find Lily anywhere. I ran to her room door, knocking lightly twice, then pushing the door open. The room was empty. I knew for certain Lily was truly angry. But she didn't lock the door. That proved she still wanted giving me a chance. I gently stepped into the room, but didn't see her on the bed. In my heart began worrying. Finally, among the pile of miscellaneous items, I discovered a small space constructed with cardboard boxes. Lily was sitting curled up inside, hugging her knees, back turned toward me. I noticed her shoulders trembling slightly in waves, like she was crying. I tiptoed, entering her small world. Sitting right behind her, inside that small corner, hung full of faded old school uniforms, worn out backpacks, shoes nearly falling apart. I also saw an empty potato chip can. When lifted, made a clanging sound. That was Lily's old savings spot. Besides those old worn things, were several items I'd bought for her, neatly stacked in piles. A purple hairdryer, several outfits, bags and small decorations. Even the photo from the zoo visit. She'd also printed out, carefully pasted on both cardboard walls. Especially the picture of her holding the panda, accidentally kissing me. That photo was enlarged most clearly. I sighed deeply, heart feeling constricted, gently placing my hand on her shoulder, softly saying, Sorry, Lily. I was wrong. She said nothing, just silently shifting, moving toward the wall corner, until she couldn't retreat further. With nowhere left to escape, I hugged her tightly from behind. It's all my fault. Can you forgive me? Lily turned around, throwing herself into my arms, biting hard on my chest. Brother, just having you is enough. You once said you'd never leave me. Then why do you always try pushing me toward others? She sniffled, looking up at me. Brother, you once said, if I felt uncomfortable, I could tell you. Right? I don't like mom and dad. I know you want me in them. And with the sisters. Living harmoniously. But I don't like it. I lay back on the floor. Lily's small body. Pressing down on me. The burning warmth from her body. Transmitting through thin clothing. I wrapped my arms around her waist. Softly saying, I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you doing what you don't like. Using love's name while actually hurting you. Never expected I'd again be hit by that bullet from years ago. Right between the eyes once more. I patted her back gently. Lily, I swear. From now on, absolutely won't make this mistake again. Can you forgive me? Lily huffed softly. Then finding a comfortable position on me. Lying down, I stroked her hair gently. Hands lightly resting on her waist. And back. A moment later, Lily took 2 deep breaths. Then sitting up from me. Huffing slightly, fine, I forgive you. She crawled off me. Who told you you're the person I love most? I breathed with relief. Slowly standing up from the floor. Lily plopped down on the ground. Head rubbing against my chest lightly. Smile breaking through, revealing neat white teeth. She said, but still. I'm still a bit angry. Then she hugged my waist. Little head rubbing like a small drum. Continuously bumping gently against my chest. A moment later, she pulled my hand. Giving me an empty potato chip can full of coins. Brother, you've given me so many gifts. This is my gift back to you. Inside, is all the money I've saved since childhood. Money from collecting bottles and scrap metal. Money from helping village elders with odd jobs. And money from picking wild vegetables to sell. I saved it all. Later I'll earn so much more money. Enough to let you live comfortably. All for you. She paused. Eyes looking at me. Brother. Please don't push me away anymore. Just having you is enough. Chapter 137. Old Cadre, Style. I looked at the worn potato chip can before me. And Lily's both pitiful and expectant gaze. My heart felt constricted. I solemnly accepted from her hands. All of her trust and life. I understood clearly, with Lily's personality. If one day she left the Liu household, she absolutely wouldn't take even a single coin. Now, she'd placed all her hope of leaving entirely in my hands. Lily breathed a relieved sigh like releasing a burden. Then suddenly lunging forward, pushing me down to the ground. Her head rubbing against my chest several times. Then suddenly looking up, kissing my neck lightly. The cool sensation from there transmitted. I looked down surprised. Then shaking my head with a smile. I patted her head. Did you eat enough tonight? Want eating something more? Lily looked up. Smile radiant, showing bright white teeth. Just now brother made me so angry I got full. Now not angry anymore, can probably eat a bit more. Then change clothes and let's go. I said. Let's go to that barbecue place from last time. That place has almost become Riverside City's check-in spot. I paused, then adding, there are lots of people now. Plus it's a drinking place. And it's evening. Remember to wear something loose. Lily nodded, joking. What about you? At night, don't dress too flashy. Or you'll shine too brightly. Making all those girls lose sleep missing you. I laughed, if you say so. Then I must prepare even more carefully. A moment later, Lily opened my room door. Seeing me wearing a white dress shirt, business jacket and black dress pants. On the belt even wore a large, Donkey, brand buckle. Though items in my room were definitely all authentic. But styled like this, anyone would think they were fake. While Lily wore a white mandarin collar shirt. Outside wearing blue and white school uniform jacket. Pants below were dark blue, loose-fitting. Looking exactly like a middle school student. I raised my eyebrows. Miss Liu. How does this outfit look on me? Just saying, I grabbed a large tea mug. Even sticking out my stomach. Looking exactly like a retired cadre. Lily could only hold her forehead. The feeling of going out with brother like this. People will think he's taking his daughter to sell. Before she could protest, I already grabbed her elbow. Dragging her straight downstairs. Looking exactly like a father. Dragging a truant child to an internet cafe. Lily quickly bowed her head. But thinking again. It actually does look real. Going downstairs to the living room. Eldest sister and my mother were discussing company matters. Summer was hiding in the kitchen trembling, not daring to show her face, afraid that just being seen by them, the conversation topic would immediately shift to her. Hearing my movement, Summer immediately cast pleading eyes. I looked at the two sitting on the sofa, calling loudly, "Mom, eldest sister. Tonight I'm going out for a walk." Then looking at Summer hiding in the kitchen, "Fourth sister. Come out with me." Summer nodded repeatedly, running quickly to her room to change. My mother looked at me. Couldn't help frowning. "Little Luke, you're planning to go out like that? Dressing like this is safer, Mom. After all, I'm the dream of 13 billion girls. If recognized, probably won't make it home," I said smiling. Mom just shook her head. "Fine, remember coming home early. Don't play too late." Eldest sister looked at Lily hiding behind me, nodding slightly, reminding, "Eat less junk food. Tomorrow still have school. Remember taking her to school on time." I nodded repeatedly agreeing, acting very obedient. Right then, Summer also finished changing and came out. She wore a sky blue dress shirt, outside wearing a dark blue V-neck sweater. Below were straight leg dress pants, hand also holding a handbag. She adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, kissing Mom's cheek lightly, then saying, "Comrade little Luke, let's go inspect the night food stalls." Lily glanced at Summer resentfully. Now she stood between us two, looking no different from a child being led by parents for an after-dinner walk. Truly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Hearing Summer finish, my mother frowned again, displeased. "You people always just eating late-night snacks. Don't know to get full from dinner?" Summer shrank back. The serious demeanor just now immediately disappeared. Then she quickly hid behind me. Only after leaving the house did she stretch her body fully, sighing with relief. "Mom's so biased. Clearly both going for late-night snacks. Why only scold me?" The originally loose outfit, following her movements, stretched tight, accentuating her full alluring figure, making it hard for others to look away. I glanced at Summer, then quickly turning away. "Hey, consider yourself lucky Mom still stops you from eating late. If one day Mom lets you eat whatever, stuff yourself however much, tell me, won't you be worried?" Summer pouted, thinking a moment. Then her whole body shuddered. "Shush, shush, your crow's mouth." She held out her hand before me. "Little Luke, didn't you know some medicine? Check if I have any illness." I placed my hand on Summer's wrist, eyebrows immediately furrowing. "What's wrong? Could you really have some incurable disease?" she said while touching her forehead, also checking her own pulse. I said seriously, "Tonight we're out for late-night snacks. But looking at your complexion, seems you're already full. Such a serious matter. You didn't report to the organization. This is a serious ideological error." Summer slapped hard on my back, making me jump. She cleared her throat, saying, "The great writer Lu Xun once said, the stomach is like a sponge. Just squeeze a bit and there's room for late-night snacks." Such philosophical tone. My mouth corners twitched. Hearing this, Lu Xun's coffin lid would pop off. I drove to the barbecue place from last time. Right now the place was packed with customers. In just one short week, they'd even hired 2 more kitchen helpers. Seeing this bustling scene, I frowned slightly. Eating anywhere is still eating. Thinking this, I planned changing locations. Summer grabbed my hand. "Hey, little Luke, this place is so crowded. The food must be delicious. Let's queue up." She hooked my arm, happily saying, "You came here but don't know how famous this place is." I was slightly surprised. Summer glanced at me, then also nodding understandingly. "But with people queuing this much, proves it must be really good." Chapter 138. 3 sentences that kill the atmosphere. At the barbecue place, the owner thoughtfully arranged chairs for waiting customers, even placing several high-powered fans, continuously running to keep cool. The atmosphere became quite lively. Seeing Summer's eager expression, I could only shake my head helplessly. Then walking up to the counter to order, the owner looked at me somewhat familiarly, slightly frowning, like trying to remember something. Suddenly he slapped his forehead. "Remember now, The man before me is the one who made my barbecue place famous overnight. Little Lou. Go borrow another table from next door. The owner called out, then handing his work to another apprentice. Walking over to me, smiling. What would you like to eat? Order freely. Today I'm treating. Then we won't be polite. Seeing the place this crowded, you must be doing well, I said, smiling. The owner scanned around the restaurant, wiping sweat from his forehead, smiling. Since that day, my place suddenly got so busy. Now I've hired 2 more helpers. Starting barbecue from 2 p.m. By 8 or 9 p.m. everything sold out. The owner looked at me, seeing on my plate each item just a small portion, immediately decisively taking my plate away. I already said, this meal's on me, don't be polite. Honestly, I'm very confident in my skills. I quickly waved my hands. No, sir. We're all already full before coming out to play. Just eating for fun. Wasting food if we can't finish. Hearing me finish, the owner stood up observing us 3. He looked at me once. Then at Lily sitting beside, mouth clean without grease. Then curiously asking, Doctor, your niece ditching school for internet cafes? Lily's face immediately flushed. She bit her lip, bowing her head. Dissatisfied, using her small fist punching my back lightly. Summer burst out laughing. Then hooking Lily's arm saying, Dear niece, let Auntie show you what a serious misunderstanding is. The owner glanced at Summer. Then turning to smile at me. Little brother, your luck's not bad. Sister-in-law beautiful as a fairy. The smile on Summer's face immediately froze. She looked at me, face also reddening. I twitched my mouth corners. Sir, if you truly can't tell, should probably go to the hospital for an eye exam. The owner looked confused, glancing at Summer once more. Then suddenly slapping his forehead. So last time was the real sister-in-law. But this time, not as pretty as the last one. Hearing this, on Lily's head seemed about to smoke. Summer also froze several seconds. Being mistaken as my wife was one thing. Now also being criticized for not being as pretty as someone else. Sir, your deduction ability must have learned from Detective Conan. She angrily pointed at me. I'm his older sister. His blood sister. If he could marry someone as pretty as me, he'd probably laugh himself to death. She glared at me angrily. Right, little Luke? I glanced awkwardly at the owner. His eyes being bad was one thing. His mouth was truly vicious. Just us 3 people. He spoke exactly 3 sentences. Enough to make the atmosphere die of awkwardness. The owner just laughed heartily. Returning the plate to me. Well, you all choose. Pick what you like. Today I'm covering everything. Originally planning eating lightly, Summer immediately transformed embarrassment into hunger. Without a word, going straight to the fridge. Grabbing several meat skewers. Even pulling Lily's hand. Smiling with squinted eyes. Dear niece. Tonight let Auntie lead you to eat until the owner goes bankrupt. A server brought out an extra small table. We 3 sat gathered around the low table, waiting for the barbecue to be served. The spot where I once played guitar now had many people queuing for check-in photos. Many people sat in the exact spot I once sat. Some sang my songs again. Some played their own compositions. We 3 ate while listening to them sing. The feeling was quite relaxing. Suddenly felt unusually peaceful. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared at the front of the line. I frowned slightly, seeing Drake Long carrying an exquisite wooden guitar on his shoulder. Sitting exactly where I once sat. He looked around, then clearing his throat. Previously, I was framed by someone. Had to leave Riverside City. Now I, the invincible one, have returned. I want the whole city to know. Everything I once lost, I'll take back with my own hands. Hearing those childish words, people queuing behind immediately shouted, Hurry up and record your video. Don't waste our time. I still have a train tonight. Come on, hurry up. Still lots of people waiting behind. It's just an old shabby chair. What's worth recording? Hey, what's his livestream account? Usually I don't watch people like this. But this level of delusional, I definitely must watch. Drake Long sat down, lightly strumming the guitar strings. Melodious music rang out. The surrounding audience looked at him. Seemed he actually knew how to play. So temporarily suppressing their annoyance. He smiled gently. Hope everyone helps me record this video. Next, you'll witness a masterpiece. Once seeing my video go viral, he immediately realized the poster was me. Recently he'd tried every method. Finally managed to lean on a backing near Riverside City. Now returning here, his goal was to take away everything I currently have. Tonight he queued for 2 full hours. Just to sit in that exact spot, using music to defeat me. He imitated my manner, putting on a face mask, clearing his throat, starting to sing, "Can't Go Back Anymore." About those innocent times back then. About the sweetness of apples and sourness of lemons. The blank homework pages of Notebook 53 that could never be filled. The old ceiling fan rattling by my ear during afternoon naps. The red running track where sunset cast pale yellow light. The summer that seemed would never arrive. Yet time flew by so fast. Those memories I can never return to. Many people hearing Drake Long's song. In their hearts rose a melancholic feeling. Beginning to recall those fighting days of senior year. Every day waking up to endless practice tests. Knowledge to review that never ended, along with teachers' encouragement. Parents' expectant gazes. Pressure so heavy it made breathing difficult. Sometimes, even felt the college entrance exam was just a deception. As if that summer would never eternally arrive. Yet in a blink, just realized I'd left that exam year long ago. Don't know how many years have passed. Don't know how those friends who once copied my homework are living now. Really want returning to those days. Wish I had confessed back then. Drake Long finished singing, then looking up around. Slinging the guitar on his shoulder, disappearing into the passing crowd. Summer turned to me, happily saying, "Little Luke, that guy is so handsome. Plus sings well too." I stared wide-eyed at Summer. In the original script, there wasn't this scene. Chapter 139. Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite. I reconsidered the original story's content. Logically speaking, at this point in time, Drake Long and Summer hadn't met yet. When those two started getting acquainted, was when Summer had very severe depression. Basically had no mood for talking with him. Now because I interfered, making the two meet earlier than expected. Could fate have been changed by me? I thought a moment. Then hesitantly saying, "Fourth sister, I have a rather blunt question. Don't know if I should ask." Summer looked at me smiling. "Hey, our relationship. If you know it's blunt, then don't ask. Or I'll be insulted by you again." My mouth corners twitched slightly. Then saying coldly, "I think eldest sister's right. At this age, I should just focus on studying. Shouldn't be running around everywhere like this. Riverside University. Can wait until next year after I take college entrance exams. Tell the principal to wait 1 more year for me." Summer froze, then laughing softly, "Little Luke, what's our relationship? Just ask freely, even if you want knowing my 3 measurements. I just think you're being silly, not get angry." I grimaced. Why would I want knowing those numbers? I'm just curious. What do you think about that guy who sang earlier? Don't tell me you like him? Summer raised her eyebrows. That's all? Thought you'd ask something more delicate. What's this? Can't bear parting with me now. Right. If I married you, you'd probably laugh yourself to death. I laughed casually. Summer glanced flirtatiously saying, "He's not as handsome as you. Doesn't sing as well as you. Our feelings aren't as deep. Already have the premium version like you. Why would I look for a replacement?" Just saying this, she pulled the spicy garlic shrimp plate before me. Then smiling, "Don't tell me you said that just for me to peel shrimp for you?" I shook my head helplessly, silently putting on plastic gloves. Starting to peel shrimp for her. "I want some too," Lily said, pouting. I looked at Lily. Her pale face had several soft streaks from the barbecue skewers. Looking just like a messy little kitten. Such a glutton. I took off the gloves, pulling out 2 tissues to carefully wipe her clean. Lily's sulking immediately melted away. She even cooperated by looking up, cheeks puffing slightly. After I finished wiping her clean face, I pinched her nose lightly, then stretching my neck laughing. Summer watching me and Lily so intimate. felt even the barbecue chicken wings weren't as sweet as us two. If there's a chance later, she'd definitely stay beside to inhale sugar every day. I put the gloves back on, starting to peel shrimp for both of them. I turned to Summer, continuing to ask, "So you just said that guy was handsome and sang well?" Summer tilted her head, asking surprised, "Isn't he handsome? Doesn't he sing well?" I nodded. Drake Long is after all the male lead. His appearance is indeed quite handsome. And that song just now wasn't bad either. Perhaps Summer just casually praised him. Probably no deeper meaning. "Do you have any new songs you composed?" Sister Summer glanced at me. "All these days listening to your old songs repeatedly. I'm sick of hearing them." Mentioning new songs, Lily immediately remembered the one I sang for her this afternoon. Her eyes instantly sparkled bright, looking at me full of expectation. Those starry eyes truly made my heart tremble. "I also want hearing you sing more." Facing such an older sister and younger sister, what could I do but obediently sing? Indulgence. Singing requires emotional atmosphere. Most importantly, must have real inspiration. Finishing, I immediately grabbed a honey chicken wing from the table, clearing my throat, then singing, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite." But my mom says I'm about to fly into the sky. The more I'm about to fly, the more I must eat. If I don't eat now, there'll be no chance later. When I just sang, planning to tease Lily and Summer. But when our eyes met, both of them bowed their heads, hands covering foreheads, pretending not to know me. It's over. Is my dirty brother still trustworthy? Lily thought silently. What kind of weird song is this? What kind of singing? Taking back the compliment about him being premium. Clearly just cheap 9.9 with free shipping. Summer also silently complained. When the song ended, I helplessly looked at both of them. These two truly have no artistic cells. Summer opened her mouth to retort, then glancing at Lily. "The person who sang here before, was that really you? Not someone else?" Lily calmly said. I scratched my nose awkwardly. I was just joking. Why suddenly abandoned by both? Although Summer and Lily couldn't understand my artistry, but the surrounding tables simultaneously called loudly to the owner, "Brilliant. Boss. 2 more orders of barbecue chicken wings." Upon hearing barbecue chicken wings, those who just heard me sing, as if hitting a start button, some loudly, some softly singing along, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite." That weird but addictive tune quickly spread from table to table, spreading at dizzying speed, people around successively calling the owner for more chicken wing orders. The owner looked toward the sound source, eyes staring at me, unable to look away. Though my song was truly bizarre, but made his barbecue place sell much better. Now he just wanted printing my photo, offering incense 3 times daily in worship. More effective than worshiping the god of wealth. Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite, don't know when. The owner also started humming along. Summer held her head, groaning, just closing her eyes. In her head echoed, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite." Lily pouted, looking at me reproachfully. "Brother, now my head's full of unclean things." I scratched my head. Never expected, just joking around singing, would spread so fast. When fresh chicken wings were just brought out, a guy in a tank top holding a beer bottle walked to the center, bottom of his shirt pulled up, resting on his beer belly. "Okay. Brothers. Everyone look here. Look at me. Look here. I'm announcing something. That song just now, the original singer is this young guy. Everyone raise your chicken wings. Let him shout a few lines, okay? Those coming here for late night snacks. Mostly just for fun. Recording memories." So everyone cheered in agreement. I bowed my head, covering my forehead, in my heart only feeling endless regret. But before saying anything, that guy already slipped his hand under my arm, pulling me up to stand. "Come on, young man, don't be shy. Everyone here is just tourists. Tomorrow after going home, probably won't meet again. What's there to fear?" Sing. Chapter 140. Life doesn't have that many spectators. No, sir, I'm not a tourist. I'm a genuine Riverside City local. Don't record anymore. My mom doesn't even know I do this stuff. I muttered silently, face only managing a bitter smile. Just joking around. Now my dignity's completely gone. However, right now all eyes focused on me. The originally noisy late-night eatery. Now dead silent. Everyone waiting for me to sing the first line. Lily and Summer both hands supporting chins. Looking at me full of interest. Even pulling out phones. Preparing to record this glorious moment. My face flushed, but surrounded by expectant gazes. I could only softly sing, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite." That guy shouted loudly, "What's that?" Singing so quietly, quieter than my farts. He stuffed a chicken wing in my hand. Then laughing. We brothers gathered from everywhere, rarely meeting like this. Must sing with soul. I pressed my lips together. Knowing today without singing to satisfy him wouldn't be peaceful. I took a deep breath. Then singing loudly, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite." That's right, now that's proper, little brother. The guy patted my shoulder laughing heartily, "No worries. Nobody here knows you. What's there to fear? We're all just ordinary people. Life doesn't have that many spectators." I sat back down, in my heart falling melancholic raindrops. After all, I'm someone with tens of millions of online followers. Clearly I originally followed a cold, quiet image. Now forget about cold. One shot became a comedy blogger. I glanced at Summer, her mouth smiling almost to her ears. I sighed, "Go ahead, laugh freely. Now I don't want leaving the house anymore. I've become autistic." Lily initially wanted comforting me, but couldn't help bursting out laughing. Then she also broke into laughter. "Now you two are happy. You two are truly cold and heartless. I'll never forgive you two. Never," I said angrily. Under that bizarre song's influence, the whole barbecue place became even more lively. I felt every chicken wing they ordered, like stabbing deep into my heart. Could this be? No business means no harm. The owner, seeing the vibrant atmosphere, brought us a huge plate of spicy garlic shrimp, saying, "Eat freely." Summer raised her eyebrows, pushing the shrimp plate toward me. "Not peeling. You two are so heartless." I huffed coldly, saying, "A harmonious, loving family. Seems someone here is a bit too gloomy." Summer smiled, half joking, half threatening. "If I'm sad, someone has to peel shrimp." I felt exposed, only looking at Lily with pleading eyes, hoping she'd sympathetically help. But Lily was also holding her phone, swaying, smiling at me. "Ah," a small sound rang out. I helplessly put the gloves back on, silently starting to peel shrimp for both. While I was working, the song, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite," still echoing around endlessly. Both Lily and Summer also started softly humming along. Those coming here for barbecue and check-ins, as if supporting the original composer, occasionally stopped by our table, gifting extra chicken wings. Half an hour later, I finally finished peeling all the shrimp, even taking revenge by eating 4 chicken wings straight, finally clearing the table. Now I just wanted going home, or at least leaving this place. I felt my self-esteem being deeply wounded by the surrounding crowd's stares. I pulled Summer and Lily's hands, grabbing both their wrists, quickly standing up, on the way leaving the restaurant to get the car. Passers-by seeing us three, more precisely, seeing me, all showed amazed expressions. I frowned, confused. Why do I feel like everyone's watching me? Lily nodded, holding my arm tighter, face serious. She'd already seen quite a few young girls glancing at me, eyes full of curiosity. Summer tried holding back laughter, saying, "Not at all. Probably just overthinking. Young men at this age, having high self-awareness is normal. Plus just now you did something embarrassing. So thinking everyone's watching. We're just ordinary rich kids. How would there be so many people paying attention?" I nodded, first time feeling Summer's words actually made sense. Suddenly, a young guy ran before me, asking excitedly, "Hello, are you barbecue chicken bro?" Barbecue chicken bro. My face immediately flushed, hurriedly shaking my head, denying immediately. No, that person's behind. He's still eating chicken wings there." The guy hearing this left, Summer couldn't hold back anymore, holding her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Lily also released my hand, turning away, hand covering mouth, shoulders shaking from holding back laughter. I opened my mouth, but finally only managing a helpless sigh. I took out my phone, opening TikTok. Since I sang that song, not even 2 hours, already climbed straight to trending #1. Though nighttime, lighting in the restaurant quite dark, but countless videos from different angles still clearly captured my face. In every clip, my voice singing, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite," rang out clearly and hypnotically. I curiously opened the comments. Below was lively as a festival. First comment: first time hearing, didn't understand what the hell he was singing. Nth time: barbecue chicken wings, my favorite. Ha ha ha. What kind of funny song is this? I'm dead. Obsessed now. Feels like brainwashing. Can't stop anymore. Done for. My head's full of dirty things. Close my eyes. All I hear is, barbecue chicken wings, my favorite. Quite a few people even posted pictures holding chicken wings, proving they also loved barbecue chicken wings. Someone commented, "Hey, isn't this where that blogger, Riverside Luke, once sang? Feel like barbecue chicken bro and that blogger look alike. Whoa, really similar, like twins. So similar I thought it was really Riverside Luke. He's so handsome, exactly like the person in the video. But this way I revealed my face. Why so bizarre?" I laughed while scrolling down. Below were even comments from local netizens. Turns out the person I met on Prosperity Road earlier was barbecue chicken bro. Had I known, would have asked for a photo together. Attached was a photo of my back. I also just met barbecue chicken bro on Culture Street. Attached, another back photo. I'm on Harmony Road, also met barbecue chicken bro. He even lied saying it wasn't him. I pointed at the comments, then looking at Summer with desperate eyes. This is what you call life doesn't have that many spectators? Chapter 141. Officially, trend jacked, driving home. On the way home, I drove carefully like a fugitive. Summer's phone still on speaker, playing the song, "Barbecue Chicken Wings, my favorite," continuously, each beat stabbing deep into my shredded dignity. Lily's shoulders, also trembling from holding back laughter. Through the rearview mirror, I glimpsed Lily intently watching every clip of people recording me being forced to sing at the barbecue place. She even saved several of those videos. I could only sigh deeply. Life truly doesn't have many spectators, but online is absolutely packed with them. Getting out of the car, Summer pulled my sleeve, voice full of excitement, "Little Luke, look at this." I looked at her phone screen. A video just posted by the official Air Force channel tonight. Content showed planes soaring across the sky, lens focusing on the plane wings, then adding, "Barbecue chicken wings, my favorite," as background music, making viewers want to burst out laughing. I curiously opened the comments, reading netizens' opinions. Oh my god. Thought it was someone's parody. Never expected the official account posted it. When the original catches the trend, that's scariest. Barbecue chicken bro, this time you're really famous. Barbecue chicken bro, give me 2 more wings please. No thanks, I'm good, haha. I looked at Summer resentfully. All because you insisted on music. Now look, I'm the internet's laughingstock. Arriving at my room, I just washed my face quickly, then collapsing on the bed. So tired, just destroy everything. I sighed. The water sound in the bathroom gradually stopped. Lily just finished showering, wearing a thin nightgown, stepping out. Seeing my dejected appearance, she suddenly felt a bit guilty. Barbecue chicken bro. Sleep early tonight. Just trying to forget those 3 words. Barbecue chicken bro. The adorable little sister reminded me of that wound. I looked up, looking at her with gloomy eyes. Then suddenly grabbing Lily's wrist, pulling her into my arms. My hands reaching behind, tickling her sensitive waist. Lily's face flushed, laughing while squirming, begging, "Brother, I was wrong. Don't tickle anymore. Now you apologize? Can't handle people online. Don't tell me you can escape too?" Little Lily, confess honestly. I grinned mischievously. Brother, I won't eat chicken wings anymore, really. You dare mentioning it again? I was about to tickle more but froze, realizing, while she squirmed, the thin nightgown had ridden up quite high. Lily wiped tears from laughing and crying. Her cheeks flushed, not knowing if from embarrassment or exhaustion. She glared at me, pouting, brothers so mean. Then suddenly lunging forward, pushing me down on the bed. She retaliated by tickling me back. Little Luke, look at the family chat. Summer's voice rang out as she pushed open the door. Just seeing the scene before her, she froze. Then lightning fast, closing the door. Oh my God, these two have developed to this extent? No, both still underage, progressing too fast. As older sister, I must watch carefully. Thinking this, her face showed an interested, gossip auntie smile. She tiptoed, opening the door a crack, eyes wide, peeking into the room. After being discovered, Lily silently climbed off me, embarrassedly saying, "All your fault." I hooked my leg around her waist, hand on her back, lightly shaking her flat stomach. Who told you to call me barbecue chicken, bro? If fourth sister sees, then she sees. Not the first time. After all, we're innocent. Nothing to be embarrassed about. I rested my head on her shoulder, pulling out my phone, remembering Summer said to check the family chat. Not knowing what happened now, I opened the app, unconsciously holding Lily in my arms. That was our usual position when I checked my phone with her. In my heart still lingered shadows hard to erase. I silently turned the phone outward a bit. In the family group chat. Right now, tonight's video of me, along with my TikTok account, were all dug up. Previously I'd mentioned that account to Tiger Xie, but he hadn't paid attention. Only remembering. Back then I donated, battle formation breaking through Cold Palace, to the nation. Now in the chat, all the women were talking. Messages continuously being sent. Videos on my TikTok account, including the clip of Lily being bullied, and scenes of me being cyberbullied. Everyone in the group was furious, cursing those bloggers for falsely accusing without distinguishing right from wrong. Even Grandpa Xie joined in, directly scolding those who participated in the online attacks. Looking at the dense message chain, though occasionally some inquired about Lily, most were still worried about my mental state. I typed a few lines, replying in the group, I have parents who love me, have grandpa and sisters who care. I'm not affected by those attacks at all. As for Lily's condition, I'll always be beside her, helping her gradually overcome it. Everyone don't worry. I glanced outside the door, seeing Summer peeking. I said, fourth sister, change the topic quickly. Lily and I are about to sleep. Summer froze. So you two still sleep together? She hesitated, then opening the door, entering the room, walking before Lily, gently saying, Lily, want sleeping in my room tonight? Lily glanced at fourth sister, shaking her head slightly, saying if separated from brother, I'll be very scared. Brother's very well behaved when sleeping. Never does anything weird. I patted her head. What kind of little sister praises her brother as well behaved? Then looking at Summer, saying later she'll still need attending university. In the house, only me beside Lily is most appropriate. I paused, remembering the original story, where cyberbullying was what caused Summer's suicide. I seriously told her, if you encounter anything unhappy, just come home and talk with me. After all, we're family. I'll definitely stand by you. I softly hummed a line. Come home. Return to those beautiful early days. Seeing my serious eyes, Summer tilted her head, smiling. After teasing little sister, now planning to tease me? Little sister, remember well. All scumbag guys look like this. She walked closer to me, gently hugging me, hand patting my head, saying, rest assured, if that day truly comes, I'll definitely cling to your leg for help. Okay, little sister's in your hands. I'm going to the group chat for fun. Finishing, she turned, leaving my room. After Summer left, I turned, seeing Lily's face darkened. What's wrong? Angry again? I touched my nose with a bitter smile. Just got hit by facial cleanser earlier. I sighed, feeling the road ahead was still very long. Chapter 142. Isn't that barbecue chicken, bro? Next morning, Lily lightly poked her finger at my cheek. I'd been awake for a while. Just didn't want seeing this world anymore. Just 2 hours last night. And the title, Barbecue Chicken Bro, spread across the internet. Who knows how chaotic school will be today? Barbecue chicken bro, get up, or we'll be late for school, Lily said laughing. I bolted up, staring at her. Did you forget last night's lesson? I pulled her forcefully into my arms. But this time didn't tickle. Just silently holding her. Lily had prepared mentally to beg for mercy. But seeing me do nothing, she rubbed her head against my chest, then also wrapping her arms around me. A moment later, she lightly patted my back, smiling. Brother, you're grown up. Just waking up and hugging people like a child. Get up, or we'll really be late. You've already missed 2 days straight. I sighed. Finally still have to face it. I put on a baseball cap, wearing a mask and sunglasses, looking like afraid others wouldn't recognize me. Then leading Lily downstairs by the hand. Seeing 3 people sitting at the table eating breakfast, I smiled awkwardly. Mom, sisters. You two haven't left for work yet? My mother's eyes full of love. Luke, if you like chicken wings, Mom will have the chef make more. My mouth corners twitched. Mom. In this lifetime, I don't want seeing chicken wings anymore. Eldest sister Grace Lou looked at Lily, smiling. Lily, if you encounter any difficulties, just find me. I won't let anyone bully you. Lily nodded, then silently sitting at the table corner. Mom glanced at her. If something happens, don't hide it in your heart. When the time comes, it'll be the whole Lou family losing face. Mom, I interrupted saying, little sister and I attend the same school. I didn't care for her well enough. Now I've transferred her to my class. From now on, I'll take good care of her. Seeing me defend Lily like this, my mother Scarlett Zhao sighed reproachfully. You're truly a heartless son. Later after marrying, you'll probably forget your mother. I grinned, raising 2 fingers in a cutesy pose, fake voice saying, Mom, rest assured. I'll be feminine with you my whole life. Summer drinking soy milk choked. She quickly sniffled, holding back laughter. After breakfast, all 5 of us went outside. When Mom stepped out the door, eldest sister Grace Lou came before me and Lily, helping me adjust my collar. Reminding, remember taking good care of little sister. A harmonious family means everything goes smoothly. She gently patted Lily's head. Yesterday Mom learned about your situation. She was also very angry. Just didn't know how to face you. Don't blame Mom. All right, I'm going to work. You two remember studying well. Seeing eldest sister leave through the door, I finally held Lily's hand saying, let's go. My chicken wing, little sister. Lily tilted her head, smiling back. Let's go. Barbecue chicken bro. Arriving at the school gate, Lily still remembered bringing Mason Jiang a sandwich. I thought, these days haven't fed my disciple anything. So I also stopped by the sandwich stand. Just approaching, I suddenly noticed, on the stand they'd newly placed a small grill. From the grill rose the fragrant smell of honey, along with barbecue chicken wing aroma spreading. Student, what would you like? Today just add $3. Get extra, barbecue chicken bro version chicken wing. I gaped, awkwardly telling the owner, Sir, you catch trends really fast. I ordered a sandwich with chicken wings. Then hiding behind Lily, both returning to class together. Since waking until now, just over an hour, and I already felt exhausted. On the way, I heard, at least 3 times, people mentioning, barbecue chicken bro. By the time we were a few hundred meters from class, I even saw a classmate, pretending to be calm, walking past me 3 times. Even when I entered the classroom, 5 or 6 people stood outside the door pointing at me, whispering discussions. A moment later, Ethan Cheng ran before me, voice teasing, oh, isn't this barbecue chicken bro? I immediately got angry. Damn it, BBQ chicken bro my ass. I raised the sandwich in my hand, threatening him. Ethan Cheng quickly changed tone, clasping hands smiling flatteringly, barbecue chicken bro. I want learning how to grill wings like you. I angrily turned away. Then lightly pinching Lily's cheek, partly your fault. With fourth sister playing around. Who told you to listen to that nonsense song? Lily pouted. Clearly fourth sister started first. Brother only bullies the weak. I smiled. If it were summer, we'd probably be fighting big time. While Lily is soft and obedient. Doesn't resist. Being teased is also adorable. Mason Jeong couldn't stand it. Turning to glare at me. Don't bully her. Seeing Mason's momentum, I obediently withdrew my hand. Right then, Wendy Liang walked over, face showing a forced smile. Placing before me, a sandwich fragrant with chicken wings. On my desk, softly saying, sorry, without you beside me, I finally realized, my life feels like it stopped. Every night doing homework, I remember, those moments we spent together. Now I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Can we go back to how we were? She wore a long white floral dress. Eyes slightly red, making her appearance even more delicate and gentle. I clearly remembered that dress. Exactly what she wore. On the first date with the original owner, before. Lily vigilantly snuggled close into my arms. Like a kitten guarding food. Looking at Wendy with fierce eyes. I stared stunned at the girl before me. Moments we spent together. I searched the original owner's memories. The two of them hadn't even completed a single proper date. Just a few times walking the dog. Accidentally passing shopping streets. Seeing a bag she liked. She made him pay. Then saying there was an urgent matter at home. Making him call a car to take her back. I nodded slightly. Indeed, a moment. Wendy Liang heard the sarcasm in my tone. Her face flushed. Taking a deep breath. Voice choked. Can we truly not go back? I raised my eyebrows. I struggled so hard to evolve from simp to human.